Interlude Horse of the Legion. Galatea. Lyran Commonwealth. Sometime 3025. Grayson Carlyle and the Grey Death Legion went out with 8 mechs and 150 troops. They returned from Verdhandi with enough mechs to form a full operational company, with enough in parts and salvage to form a company more, and enough captured tanks, recon vehicles, personnel carriers, and enough infantry weapons to form the bones of a regiment. When they returned to Galatea, he found that word of their victories had preceded them, stinging the dragon on Verdhani and winning the world its independence from House Kurita. There had been a flood of volunteers for Grayson's battle mech or infantry companies. Every unattached mercenary warrior, it seemed, wanted to share in the Carlyle luck. And so, it seemed, did House Merrick. But there was another force that could match even the fortunes of a great house. To someone born into the mercenary lifestyle like Grayson, serving with House Merrick was good as any. The mark of the Purple Eagle carried with it the authority of an entire great house, and it would smooth over any issues with transports, supplies, and local government. House Steiner had a rich offer, but House Merrick had a more compelling promise, a landhold, a home world of their own. Every mercenary took up the trade for freedom, but every mercenary also longed for a safe place they could finally stop and call home. But the tan horse on a black circle had a different promise. After leading his forces on Verdhandi, Grayson felt that his driving hunger for vengeance could never really end. His personal crusade would never halt evil directed from the dread palace of Luthien. He had stung the dragon, but briefly, and it never even noticed. No mercenary could ever hope to oppose a foe of such immensity. All except for the light horse. Grayson Carlyle, like many others, reviewed the events of May 3025 and ached to see the difference between the absolute best in the mercenary trade and the little people running around the hiring halls. If he was a mosquito, the light horse had trampled the dragon. Whole Kurita regiments had been destroyed, multiple defended simultaneously, and 2 worlds captured from the dragon. Grayson of course knew all the stories, told to him by his father, in the days when the unit was still known as Carlyle's Commandos. When you're a mercenary of such renown as the Light Horse or the Dragoons or Highlanders or the Star Guards or the Armored Cavalry, you never need to go down into Galatea. House lords themselves sought you out. To be noticed by a great house was a mercenary's promise of a big score. They could use you. Grayson Carlyle was more disturbed that the Eridani Light Horse was waiting for them by the starport. As the Grey Death Legion's troops filtered out to Galatea's many bars and hotels, they found themselves treated oddly. Being favored by the great houses for being a promising up-and-coming unit was one thing, but being under the direct notice of the Light Horse was another. It was like a little veneer of that prestige was rubbed off into the Grey Death Legion. What a bunch of snooty bastards, said SGT. Dammer Clay, as the command staff of the Grey Death Legion, or more properly, survivors of the nightmare on Verdhandi, huddled inside Grayson's hotel suite to plan their futures. The stories are right, the Light Horse are a bunch of stuck-up pricks that walk like they're better than you. Bearded and outrageously Scottish Davis McCall laughed like a bear. Stings even more when it's true, eh? This is Galatea. But if a unit like the Light Horse wanted to take it from House Steiner, you know and I know and anyone on the street knows they could do it. Not permanently, sure, but Galatea's defenders were not used to working together. There are many other multi-regiment commands, Grayson pointed out. The Light Horse aren't that special in that regard. Then he closed his eyes and exhaled. Lori Kalmar, a tall blonde and attractive woman that was Grayson's most trusted mech warrior, laughed more delicately. Except for all the times that they are. I think what matters most is that they're here because they see something special like that too in you, Chief. Clay squinted and said, I think the more important question is, what are they offering, Chief? Grayson looked up. Merrick is offering support to build up the Legion into a full regiment. We would be set against Liao, and then after a few years of good performance we could be granted a landhold. Steiner offered more in sea bills and support, but not the landhold. What about Davian, sir? Their offer is, and I am quoting them here, there are a lot of worlds out in the Davian outback that are close enough to action on the Kurita border. Clay grunted. I'm not sure I'd like a homestead on a podunk world somewhere. They did try to say that unlike any other landhold, ours would come with more authority. Instead of just residence, we would be up for administrative or political offices if we prove worthy of trust. Being minor nobility is something a lot of mercs look for, but not for me, boss. McCall asked next, is that the same as what the Light Horse are offering? They said that they can talk to Hansa Davian if we want a world closer to the center of the inner sphere, but recommended that we take a frontier world. It is best for dependents to be safe and far from enemy raids, they said. Spending a little more travel time is worth the peace of mind. Easy for them to say that, they own their own jump ships and drop ships. That is part of what makes the Light Horse offer different from the Davian offer. Their offer includes drop ships and jump ships. Everyone else perked up. That, are they even allowed to do that? Asked Clay. Grayson shrugged. They already had a standing partnership with free trader Renford Tor and his invader-class jump ship Invidious. However, a regiment needs more than just the 3 collars of an invader unless they carried drop ships that could carry as much as a battalion each, an overlord class or similar size. The common union could carry 12 mechs and 2 fighters. An overlord could carry 36 mechs and a full squadron, 6 fighters and 1 tough dropper. Drop ships like that were worth hundreds of millions of C-bills. What does the light horse actually want? Lori asked. Grayson began to explain to them about the concept of an open RCT. A mercenary command composed of various independent units that operate together. The Eridani light horse wanted to expand, but could not spend time training up whole regiments while they were best used to keep House Kurita at bay. If eventually some of the troops find the regimented military lifestyle to their liking, fine. If not, they were allowed to leave the open RCT and take the skills and the mechs they earned elsewhere. The Eridani light horse would provide mechs and weapons. Mech warriors and tankers and soldiers could sign up for several years and at the end of it walk away with their equipment free and clear. They preferred working with a square battalion, 2 companies of mechs, 1 company of vehicles, 1 company of infantry and fighting vehicles, plus 1 squadron of fighters. Mercenaries might come in combined arms or as specialized companies for the open RCT. In the future, any merc unit that came out of the open RCT would be preferred for integration into any Davian formations with higher levels of support and command rights. They would not be easily betrayed. So this is all about you and what you did training the revolutionaries on Verdhandi, Chief, breathed Lori. Grayson nodded. And they offered to let me see what a SLDF regimental combat team really looks like to build up another one. Once we leave, the other regiment we train up will take over the open RCT, and so on. Aren't there academies for this? Asked Clay. Davian makes their own RCTs. Mercs can't afford academies. Most of us learned on the job, said McCall. I can see the sense of it, but it could be a dull job. Sir, how long are we expected to put into this and what are the terms? 5 years, but we can be called up to combat missions with bonus pay. We get full support, pay no transport costs, and whatever we want to keep at the end is ours. I was told not to get too comfortable, because once the regiment is formed it will soon be put to the test against Kurita and Liao. Before that we would be fighting against Davian and Steiner in a series of war games. It is a continuing experiment in combined arms, and while it might not be as deadly as combat, they warned that it could be an exhausting high-pressure cadre contract and they will make it worth all the pay we're getting. The others looked unenthusiastic about being locked into a half-a-decade contract. What about the others, Chief? Asked Lori. Steiner, 2 years. Merrick, 3 years. Davian, 2 years. Clay scowled again while McCall looked thoughtful. Lori Kalmar had been born in the savage lands of the distant periphery and war had no rules nor limits for her until she joined up with the commandos. After a while McCall said if we don't take this, the light horse will try it with some other merc unit and then everyone will know that we walked away from a cushy contract with support from the best mercs in the inner sphere, just to forge our own legend. Whoever else takes this job will be legends no matter what. They're going to be the model every other merc wants to be. Anyone can be born trash and become elite. I'm not sure playing soldier boy would be good for me, said Clay. But we're missing something important here. What's the pay like? Grayson shrugged and said with a carefully bland tone twice normal rates. 190 million C-bills guaranteed for 60 months of service, paid 20% in advance. Clay sat up straight. Sir. Please don't be a moron, sir. He saluted. McCall began hooting and laughing again. Grayson continued we would get fast mechs, assault mechs, hovercraft, aerocraft, dropships, early access to Listec, training excursions to mech warrior academies, space combat training, whatever is necessary to test their doctrines. It looks like when you're a big enough and elite enough unit like the Light Horse, money stops being anything more than a number. You just have to ask for things and you get it. He frowned and looked to the distance. Carlisle's commandos had never operated on such grand scales. We would not deserve it. There is one more thing that makes the Light Horse different from Merrick, isn't it? Asked Lori. Grayson nodded slowly, realizing what she was implying. Clay still had to ask what. She explained the Light Horse are enemies of House Kurita, and if any of us want to hurt Kurita in ways that do matter, this is the best way. We can hurt them. They will feel it. Grayson thinned his lips. That did tilt the scales. There was something else that the Light Horse representative said. Don't worry about any politics. Anything that wants to get at you has to go through us first. They said that, but he was not politically unaware enough to miss that the coming existence of the open RCT would itself be extremely political. But if he took a contract with Merrick or Steiner, he would have to navigate the politics of house mercenary relations on his own. It would be a universe where the open RCT existed, making the whole mercenary universe spinning around itself, but he would have to face up against it with only the resources and training he could muster up on his own. The Light Horse and their unconditional support from Hansa Davian was a sufficiently big stick to have their side. Or a lightning rod. In the end, Perhaps it was this promised insulation from political bullshit that helped Grayson make up his mind. He was a man of many talents, but the willingness to deal with politics and subterfuge and the trappings of nobility was not one of them. Merrick promised a home world according to the known covenants of the mercenary life path. The light horse promised greatness through the wild and the unknown. Grayson Carlyle was many things. But he was also a man that seized an enemy mech by facing it down in his lonesome, on foot, unarmored, with nothing more than a man-portable inferno launcher. He was a man that took on the ill-fated rebellion on Norn II, Vert Handy system, with 8 mechs and 150 men, breaking through the Kurita blockade with a cargo dropship disguised as a Union, training the Free Vert Handy Rangers, a disjointed rebel army composed of ramshackle battle mechs, armed industrial mechs, infantry, and support vehicles, and ejecting House Kurita off-world with them, never realizing that the force that beat them had been by the end diminished to a single mech and a few squads of troops. Let none ever accuse Grayson Carlyle of insufficient daring. Interlude, a gladiatorial enterprise. Brunswick City. New Avalon. Date unknown. Hey. So it does look like an urban mech. Simone McCorkendale, Countess of Galax Malabar, was the sole child of Duke Alexander McCorkendale, Duke of Galax and CEO/President of Federated Boeing Interstellar. Born to Jessica Talos, Duchess of Covington, but sadly her mother had died 5 years ago in a dropship accident. Her death had broken Alexander McCorkendale, and in private he was haunted by guilt and fears, and his obsessive memoratas about safety, in what was already the most highly regarded manufacturer in terms of workmanship and safety, at times came close to paralyzing the company. Simone's attempt to get him to see a psychiatrist led to her being barred from ever entering the Duke's presence. Simone tried to put it out of her mind. She still had a job to do as the division head of Port Simon Naval Shipyards. Even if they were estranged from his end, Alexander McCorkendale's health was such that he could no longer live in standard gravity worlds or any space travel in fractions more than tenths of AG. He was largely now confined to the 0G section of Federated Boeing's orbiting space station, the floating tower, which orbited Galax's Lagrange point delta. Someone had to walk out and represent Federated Boeing to the universe at large. The Robotnicy building, despite its playful appearance, was staffed with sober and hurried men and women. The foyer of the building was large, well-lit, and open on multiple levels. At the far end of hall was a battle mech on display. Surprisingly, not an urban mech. It was a well-cared-for full-scale model, of a 65-ton Thunderbolt 5 SE, painted in SLDF olive green and bearing the mark of the Eridani Light Horse. Flags hung down from multiple levels on either side, displaying the flags of the Federated Suns and its Sunburst, the Star League and its Cameron Star, the Eridani Light Horse and its Prancing Pony, and for the fourth a green emerald symbol on a black field. The floor had the logo of Robotnicy. It looked like a playful scrawl of a round grinning face with a long three-pointed mustache. It covered almost the entire open space, so at least Simone did not feel like it might be looking up her dress. She went over to the reception desk and placed down an embossed card. Madam Director Simone McCorkendale of Federated Boeing Interstellar. The receptionist asked with a strange note to her voice. She looked up at Simone and the 2 bodyguards flanking her. Yes. I have an invitation. Do you need any more credentials? No. I mean, of course Madam Director, you are welcome. There is just a little irregularity. A representative for Federated Boeing has already arrived. A representative? But the invitation was directly addressed to her. As Division Director of Port Simon Naval Yards, she was second only to the CEO. As the direct heir to House Corkendale, no one else could speak for her father-in. That bitch. Simone seethed but kept it off her face as the elevator went up to the top floor. The dome-like top floor of the building was a large corporate event space. The auditorium was still closed, but the reception area was lavishly furnished with its own bar and seating. An aviary filled the room with ambient conversation covering noise instead of pumping generic music through the lobby. She happened to glance at the poster on the wall near the birds. Telepaths. Do not read. The parrots. Mind. Wait, what? She paused briefly. Telepaths, do not read, they should not read the bird's mind? Telepaths do not read, they tend not to read the bird's minds? Telepaths do not read, telepaths are illiterate and the birds are annoyed? Telepaths. Do not read. The birds are telepathic and can pick out information? What? Simone blinked. Her confusion broke apart her boiling indignation. As she approached, she could see that Catherine McCorkendale was already hobnobbing with the other heavyweights in the interstellar industry. With her silver blonde hair and that white dress with the pointy padded shoulders, Catherine tried to exude an impression of elfin. She was chatting and smiling with them with natural ease. Simone scowled minutely. She had never been much good at pretending to be someone she was not. Catherine happened to look behind her and beamed. She gestured to and everyone else turned to look. Ah, cousin, welcome. Everyone, how delightful for the Countess of Galax Malabar to finally join us. The others blinked, not missing the cheerfully mockery in her words. Some even smirked. Family drama? How droll. More I am surprised, Catherine. After all, it was I who received the invitation to this summit. More importantly, how did Catherine arrive ahead of me? Even if Galax is only one jump away from New Avalon, there is still transit time to consider. Did she hire some dropship to burn to and from the jump points at 1.5 g? It would shave days of space travel time, even if it would be more uncomfortable. Catherine must have been desperate to steal the march. Simone was regretting having her cousin out of sight, out of mind, thinking the plan was just another routine conference. Simone carefully kept her voice even and put a palm to her chest while bowing slightly. She nodded to each of the other guests. Esteemed executives, I am indeed Simone McCorkendale, Duchess of Galax Malabar, daughter of Alexander McCorkendale. I am the Division Director of Port Simon Naval Yards. She opened her palm out to her direction and asked plainly, why are you even here, Catherine? Catherine raised a slim finger. Correction. The invitation was sent to Duke Alexander McCorkendale as CEO of Federated Boeing Interstellar. A suitable representative may present themselves in lieu of the Duke if he is unable to personally attend. The board decided you get to represent FBI. Unfortunately, dear uncle decided that the results should be reported to him in person. And you're not allowed to do that, are you? So the Duke sent me also to represent himself in this gathering. Simone blinked and her mind whirled around laws and customs as to why this might not be allowed. Unfortunately, she could conclude that while this would be grossly impolite, there was nothing quite forbidding it. This would only add confusion, would it? Simone said after a few uncomfortable moments while everyone started at how she would react. If they were expecting her to turn a tantrum they would be disappointed. Do you even have any proof of this? With a smug sniff, Catherine reached into her purse and pulled out a micro-holovid projector in the shape of a round jeweled case. The hollow of Duke Alexander McCorkendale appear. Although he looked round as ever, Simone's heart wretched at the dark eye bags and pallor that was visible even through the muted colors of a portable trivid projector. I am Alexander McCorkendale, Duke of Galax. By my authority as CEO of Federated Boeing Interstellar, I authorize Catherine McCorkendale, Director of Port Simon Test Flights, to act in my stead to attend this jump ship summit. She has my fullest authority and confidence in this matter. Catherine continued, of course I also have his very graft statement of intent and a doctor's document that he did so with full soundness of mind and body. That sounds like a lie, but Simone bit back the crude remark. Instead, I am on the board of directors, Simone hissed. We should have been informed of this. And regardless, even the CEO can't decide all of this without the approval of the board. My dear cousin, I am also on the board of the directors. It may be a less prestigious post than yours, but I do have the same rights you do. It may be redundant to have us both here, but that is what your father wanted. Isn't it too early to defy him as if you were already Duchess of Galax? Are you going to try and drive me away, cousin? Catherine said with a smile and a taunting lilt to her tone. I wouldn't do that to you. Bitch, that is exactly what you are doing right now. How could Catherine just dare to air the company's dirty laundry out in public like that? Could she think she could just get away with insulting the heir to Galax? Wait. Of course she can. She insults me openly like this because if anything were to happen to her after this, I would be the first one to take the blame. And by the smug smile on her face, Catherine knew that she knew. Simone bit her lip. Was she just supposed to go well played? The years she spent working for the good of the company, all of it meaning nothing just because of some social climber scheme? What about competence? What about dedication? What about loyalty? Her father chose some fawning 22-year-old over his own daughter. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew that her father was so dedicated to his departed wife and so weak that he could only live in a low-gravity environment now, she would have thought this trollop was also doing bed magic to worm her way into her father's confidence. She did not expect Catherine would have the sheer cheek to pull this, and as such Simone had limited options. She could not fight over being the representative for Federated Boeing with Catherine without looking like a tyrannical harridan. But to just accept this would be humiliating and a display of surrender to all these many other CEOs. That was hardly the sort of leadership a major corporation needed. The board of directors would not help her to gain control over the company if her father were to be delusional enough to give it to Catherine in his will, unless she had some strong incentives behind her as well. But while Catherine might play with handing out positions and parts of a company she had never deserved, Simone was unwilling to do things that might damage Federated Boeing. Excuse me, everyone. Is there a problem here? A voice spoke up. Leroy Martin, CEO of Robot Nisi and facilitator for this summit, approached. They had shared classes briefly in Tuscolwa University on New Avalon for the legal and financial education necessary for running a company. NAIS wasn't yet even a twinkle in Hansa Davian's eye, so she had her aerospace and hyperspace physics education at the University of Seso over at New Sirtis. New Sirtis Shipyards was a competitor to Federated Boeing's Port Simon Yards, but it ensured she would not have any nepotistic advantages, before finishing her business education at New Avalon. He still towered over everyone, a tall plank of a man with a habitual severe expression behind squared-off glasses. He wore a round pin on his suit jacket, showing the prancing pony symbol of the Eridani light horse. "Is there a way I can assist?" he asked. "There seems to be a little mix-up in the scheduling," Catherine said with a smile. "Would it be a problem if there were 2 representatives of Federated Boeing in this conference?" She turned towards Simone. "Is that a problem, cousin? Are you going to tell this gentleman that I don't belong here?" Simone grit her teeth. Baroness Deborah Vankel, CEO of New Citrus Shipyards, sniffed and turned her nose up. "Unlike either of you, my invitation was signed by Prince Davian himself. Do let us know when this little spat is over and you can join us among reasonable adults, would you?" Most of the invitations were sent on behalf of Prince Davian, but Hansa was not personally involved in this. The Baroness from New Citrus needed his personal signature however as a record that Hansa Davian was not stepping on Michael Hosek Davian's toes. While the general public saw Michael Hosek Davian as the great anti-Liao activist complaining how Hansa Davian is ignoring the Capellan March to focus only on the Draconis March and as Duke of New Citrus he has to pick up the slack for the good of his people, those in higher society were easily aware of the brewing rivalry between the two. They did not think it would erupt into civil war, but competition was good for business. Coming to New Avalon from all their worlds with shipyards, New Citrus, Delavan, Cothal, Firgrove, etc. was to make sure they had a slice of that fresh new government incentive pie. The other CEOs all shuffled off, unwilling to entangle themselves in this silly family drama. "Look what you've done, Simone," Catherine clacked her tongue. "And here I was already being gracious in allowing you to attend with me. Where do you get off being able to be gracious at all towards me? I am still the vice president of Federated Boeing." Catherine smiled coldly and held up the mini projector. "But right now I speak with the authority of the Duke of Galax as owner of Federated Boeing." She looked up at Martin. "What do you think, Mr. Martin?" She closed her eyes rather than appear like begging for help from Leroy Martin. Robin IC might have an outsized pull due to its patronage by Hansa Davian, but they were still a company so new the paint wasn't even fully dry. They were a very small player in the realm of military manufacturing. They didn't even have anything to do yet with aerospace. Leroy Martin pushed up his eyeglasses. Simone noticed that while his left arm had a classical watch, his right wrist held a large golden bangle. "Interesting." His voice was deep and lacked inflection. "2 representatives from Federated Boeing. It is true that this is not entirely against the rules. But this summit involves information of highly sensitive and strategic nature. Invitations have been sent out as an expression of trust from House Davian and the AFFS and asks for its ideas to be challenged and tested through discourse. It would not be a problem for attendees to bring a +1, if they were so qualified." Catherine nodded. "See? It is only your ego that is making this a problem, Simone. Do not punch her pretty face in, Catherine. It will not help." "If they were so qualified," Martin said again. Simone opened her eyes as Catherine turned to him and asked archly. "Excuse me. This is a summit. A high-level conference that aims to build consensus. At the end of it, we expect major shipyards of the Federated Sons to address the chronic jump ship shortage that is preventing the economy from developing its many untapped markets and keeps worlds in the grip of poverty. Just making a presentation is not enough. We expect questions. Challenges. Ways to make the proposal suit the unique conditions of each shipyard. Are you just underestimating me because I am young and beautiful?" Catherine tittered. "That would be a very poor decision, Mr. Martin. I expected better from you." Simone looked pained. "That was the whole point, wasn't it? Must you really make a spectacle of this? You just couldn't let me have this feather in my cap." "Catherine, this is my actual job. I don't care about your little games of position. I work for the sake of the company. What do you even hope to gain from this? Visibility? Notoriety?" She wanted to let other major corporations know that the inheritance of Federated Boeing was uncertain. Catherine was showing herself as an alternative at cost of reducing the company's prestige. "Do you understand how dangerous that is? How bad and destabilizing it looks for the company? How dare you do this?" Catherine smiled at finally seeing Simone start to lose her cool. "In the end, it's all about trust, isn't it? Your own father no longer trusts you. Your own board no longer trusts you to keep the company on track after him. I wonder, dear cousin, what is it with you that so many fail to have confidence in you?" Simone's expression pinched. Betrayal hurt. But indeed, what was it about her that made her look so betrayable? Was she not firm enough? Was she not friendly enough? She thought the engineers liked her. But while engineers might be the bone of the company, they did not have much presence around their respective little spheres of activity. "Allow me to explain. Uncle, in his wisdom, has recognized my capabilities and entrusted me with the responsibility of being the face of the company. It's not about undermining you, cousin, but making the best use of the unique strengths we each bring to the table." Bitch, you better not be calling me ugly, as we know. Calm yourself, Simone. Calm. After a few deep breaths she opened her eyes again. Catherine was tapping her feet and idly looking at her jewel watch. Could we hurry this up? Really, cousin, I am trying to help you. You have no head for ruling. Your idea of leading the company is making yourself its slave. Let me handle all the talking and you can go back into your office doing all the nuts and bolts things that you love. I won't even interfere with your time as Duchess of Galax, but if you have to worry about that in running the company, I shudder to think how you are going to kill yourself with all the pressure to conform. She held out her hand. What do you say? Partners? Let's start it right here. Simone's eyes were wide with disbelief. Are you? Catherine tilted her head to the side. Yes. Are you a piece of shit? Catherine scowled. Poor choice, cousin. Very poor choice. We could have done this cleanly, but you just have to be so difficult. Simone looked lost. I don't understand people like you. I understand this is a declaration of war. But why? You were already born with all of the wealth and power and none of the responsibility. Neither high enough to be considered a target, nor low enough to be taken advantage of. You already have everything you could ever want to live a long, happy, and prosperous life. Why would you put that in danger? For what? Why go so far over something never deserved? And for a moment, a look of pity crosses Catherine's face, before tightening up into contempt. Between the two of us, who really is the sheltered child? You whose life was always under control, everything always coming up roses because someone else prepared the road for you. Miss McCorkindale. Miss McCorkindale. Martin loudly clapped his hands twice. Miss Catherine McCorkindale is correct. This is indeed taking up too much time. I apologize for interrupting your discussion, but this building shaped like an urban mech is no place for that sort of family conflict. The door to the auditorium was open and Catherine nodded. Right. Let's get this over with. Leroy Martin nodded. Very good. In which case, with our heartfelt apologies, Miss Catherine McCorkindale, please leave. What? Simone and Catherine stared up at Martin's looming form. Excuse me. Catherine sputtered. Are you stupid? It's one thing to blow this drama up, but picking sides like this, who do you think you are? You know what you should be doing, both of us go in, or neither of us go in. A little outfit like yours has no business meddling in Federated Boeing. Which is only a drama because you brought it here, Simone sighed. But Mr. Martin, I hate to admit it, she is correct. I will surrender this for now. Let us not inconvenience the others any further. No, Miss Simone McCorkindale. Unfortunately, Miss Catherine here has forgotten something important. There is an important difference between you and her. Catherine scowled. Her pretty face twisted up like a hairless cat. And that is? She hissed. Clearance. Miss Simone is vetted by Davian intelligence to the levels expected of this gathering. When we thought you were part of the official Federated Boeing interstellar delegation, it was considered acceptable that you would be able to attend at least the first phase of the presentation. But now that you have made it clear that you are just forcing your way in, this is unacceptable. I am sorry to say you are presently a security risk. You are being idiots. I can make you regret this. We could have been great, but you spit in my face like this. I am on the board. Whatever you show here, I would be seeing it later anyway as it comes up for approval. Simone let out a small chuckle and shook her head. Then why are you so concerned about this? There was no point hurrying for something you would be informed about later anyway. Unless it's not the information you were after, but the networking opportunities. Catherine turned to Simone. Do you really think you're safe? Half the board thinks you're a hindrance. You lack ambition, anyone can see that. Federated Boeing is wallowing because you don't know how to pursue profit. You belong more in the bowels of a ship than inside a boardroom. If you're not willing to play the game, you're going to get pushed aside by those who will. This is reality, Simone. Wake up. Simone crossed her arms. Yes. She would be much happier inside engineering spaces or drafting up a schematic than dealing with personalities, but did that justify usurpation? No. Leroy Martin tapped the large round tan horse badge on his chest. It let out a beeping sound. Miss Catherine, there is an important difference between us and another manufacturing concern like say, Blackwell Industries. Instead of a separate corporation with ties to a military unit, we are owned by a military outfit. Our second largest investor? First Prince Hansa Davian himself. Our third largest investor? Archon Katrina Steiner. He stood up even straighter, and Simone felt as if being cast under his shadow. Robotnicy cleaves to military traditions, and so we have little patience for social maneuvering. Non-profit corporations are also a perfectly valid existence. Our staff has been vetted to the highest possible clearances by MIIO. Robotnik C is under the direct aegis of the Department of Military Intelligence. As much as you may spurn Miss Simone for not having enough vision, you may also be forgetting the larger strategic needs of the Federated Sons. Please understand that this is not a matter of a personal vendetta but to maintain the integrity of this summit. He adjusted his glasses. They glinted. A parrot squawked "Wah-ark." Out my head. Out my head. Wah-ark. Catherine's eyes full of fury suddenly turned into confusion and panic as a group of black-suited men approached from the direction of the elevator. One of them approached and showed a badge. Bureau of Internal Investigations. Miss Catherine McCorkendale? Would you please accompany us? We would appreciate it if you answer some questions. Catherine steeled herself. Am I under arrest? The agent responded, do you want to be? Catherine looked around vainly for support. She glared at Simone and Leroy Martin. This isn't over, she hissed. Please do not imply in my presence that you would be using your position in Federated Boeing to disrupt vital military processes of the Federated Sons, please, Leroy Martin replied. That sounds much too treasonous. Don't touch me. Catherine slapped aside a MIIO agent's hand. Fine. Simone, you win this round. I don't know how you managed to attract this much attention, but Uncle will hear about how you bullied me here today. Simone winced. She still had no idea how to get her father out from Catherine's thumb, not when he had threatened to strip her of her inheritance if she dared show up or interfere with his life again. Maybe it would be worth it to risk it. All her life she lived in preparation for handling Federated Boeing Interstellar responsively. But her position and wealth was not worth her father's life. Maybe, even if she were to end up penniless after it. She stared off at Catherine's departing form, and winced internally at how woefully unprepared she had been to face the unexpected. Everyone would now know she was weak towards social attacks. I would not worry too much about it, said Martin. Simone looked up. Ah. She blinked repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Martin. This may cause you trouble in the future, I fear. The government interfering in private corporate matters would be a reckless escalation that many would push back against. He replied, I have been told that even if I may not be part of the military, I should consider myself a light horse. Federated Boeing is a valuable ally and we all loyally serve the Federated Sons under the leadership of House Davian. We count as part of our inheritance, also the lost medical advances of the Star League. We have picked sides, Miss Simone, and we do not fear. Simone's eyes widened. Has he always been this impressive? Indeed, he was wasted as some middle manager on Federated Boeing. He was so tall. Simone fidgeted in place. She took some more deep breaths to calm herself, and fixed a firm look on her face. I apologize, Mr. Martin, for all the time-wasting dramatics. Federated Boeing Interstellar is happy to work with your company. What need do you have of us? Leroy Martin gave a small smile and stepped aside, gesturing to the door to the auditorium. Then let us continue. And may we all prosper together. How cheaply and quickly can you make a jump ship? The smallest extant public jump ship, the Scout, was ironically not the least expensive. Its components were harder to maintain. It only had one jump collar and lacked an internal grav deck. It cost less in total materials to build, but was not cheap to run. The regular Scout was 90,000 tons. It had a crew of 17, one of which was an aerospace pilot, and had a length of 273 meters. As previously noted, it had no grav decks and only one drop collar. It had a single small craft bay that could accommodate most small craft up to 150 tons or even an aerospace fighter. It had more modern bridge design, comfortable quarters, and while it lacked a grav deck unlike almost all other jump ships, it was capable of thrusting under its own power to move around a system if necessary. It could thrust at 0.1 grams even with a drop ship attached to its reinforced collars, as long as it massed less than 25,000 tons. Without one, it could thrust at 0.2 grams. There were different models of Scouts, but most of them varied in internal cargo space, from 450 to 900 tons. The Scout was not a commercial jump ship. Its maintenance costs ensure that it was primarily used for military purposes or exploration. Its size had the benefit of a tiny emergence signature, ideal for scouting or raiding. It only takes 80% the time to quick charge a Scout over an average jump ship, and its jump sail could be furled and unfurled faster and was built to be less susceptible to rips and other forms of damage. The Expeditionary Scout 2, Simone gazed with wonder at the hollow, was expressly designed to solve all of these problems and turn it into a viable commercial hull. Scout 2 Production Jump Ship Scout 2. Scout Jump Ship, 2,712. Mass, 99,000 tons. Technology Base, Inner Sphere, Advanced. Introduced, 3,025. Mass, 99,000. Battle Value, 850. Tech Rating / Availability, D/DEDF. Cost, 508,365,250 C bills. Fuel, 50 tons, 500. Safe thrust, 0. Maximum thrust, 0. Sail integrity, 4. KF drive integrity, 3. Heat sinks, 93. Structural integrity, 1. Armor. Nose, 6. 4 sides, 6/6. Aft sides, 3/6. Aft, 6. Cargo. Bay 1, small craft, 1, 1 door. Bay 2, cargo, 321.0 tons, 1 door. Ammunition. None. Dropship capacity, 2. Grav decks, 1, 90 m. Escape pods, 4. Lifeboats, 0. Crew, 2 officers, 9 enlisted/non-rated, 1 gunner, 5 bay personnel. Notes, mounts 40 tons of standard aerospace armor. Weapons, capital attack values, standard. Arc, heat SRV MRV LRV of class. Nose, 8 heat. 1 large laser 81, 8, 1, 8, 0, 0, 0, 0, laser. FRS/FLS, 8 heat. 1 large laser 81, 8, 1, 8, 0, 0, 0, 0, laser. R/ALS, 8 heat. 1 large laser 81, 8, 1, 8, 0, 0, 0, 0, laser. Aft, 8 heat. 1 large laser 81, 8, 1, 8, 0, 0, 0, 0, laser. First, it was 99,000 tons instead of 90,000. Simone was unsure why they did not want to make it a full flat 100,000 tons. The next smallest commercial jump ship, the Merchant, was 120,000 tons. They must surely have some reason. However, even so, the Scout II could have almost 20% less resources to build. With 2 drop collars, the Scout II is suddenly a much more serviceable trader. And compared to the Merchant, its 95-meter grav deck is much more comfortable for its 17 crew. In fact, it even makes room for up to 12 extra passengers, though they would have to stay in packed steerage berths. Alternating shifts in full gravity would still be much healthier for dropship crew while waiting for the KF core to charge. Unlike other jump ships, the Scout II carried weapons. A large laser on each major facing is supposed to be for anti-meteor duty, but might make a pirate sending their boarding craft to reconsider. It retained the ability to thrust up to 0.2 grams. Its only major failing was its internal cargo capacity, with only about 250 tons. This was enough only for consumables, not like the Scout I that could do a little trading on the side. However, the presence of a second drop collar makes it moot since they could just carry a much larger cargo dropship instead. Leroy Martin said. The greatest failing of the Federated Suns is its continual shortage of jump ships. This hampers its economy, it hampers its military response, this ensures that half of its many worlds continue to wallow in poverty. The people are ignored. This cannot stand. There is hope that contact with the Lyran Commonwealth and access to its markets could relieve this shortage, but that is not enough. On behalf of the Eridani Lighthorse and First Prince Hansa Davian, we are offering this jump ship design to each of you, as major aerospace manufacturers in the Federated Suns. We have all the complete plans and schematics not just to build these ships but also how to build yards that can build these ships. They can be built as an add-on to existing yards, an extra space dock. What are the royalties? Asked Baron Lonta, CEO of Universal Air, which manufactured the Invader and Star-Lord class jump ships on Delavan. This would strongly cut into their market shares, but as Invaders were 3 collars and Star-Lords 6 collars, perhaps the 2 collars might just create a budget segment. New build jump ships were bought out years, even decades in advance. There is none, replied Martin. We provide this gratis. As soon as a memorandum of agreement is signed, we would be sending over the data and so we can all arrange for investment to build new yards. We are not interested in any residuals, though if you would like Robotnici to manufacture certain pieces of equipment, mainly dealing with automation as we specialize in, that could be handled. Are these composite shipyards or assembly yards? They do include the plans for KF core extrudators, yes. Everyone sucked in breath through their teeth. That was worth billions alone. If anyone else had these plans they could set up a new Scout II yard anywhere. They were starting to understand why even Hansa Davian was so lenient towards the Eridani Lighthorse. This sounds too good to be true, said the CEO of Kothal Shipworks. Their yards produced the Merchant, but possibly it would be easier to just shift production to the smaller yet more sophisticated Scout II. Do not think of this in terms of profit or what would benefit our parent unit, the Eridani Lighthorse. Our motivation is not profit, but the stability of the realm. The Lighthorse's main motivation is keeping the Draconis Combine on the back foot as much as possible. As always, this sounds far too focused on the Draconis March, said Baroness Van Kill of New Certus. There are also threats on the Capellan March. More jump ships would mean being able to move around reserves faster and easier. More trade, more recruits, more warfighting capacity. Let the light horse do its job. We have already done as much as we can to lighten your load. Only you have the capacity to do this right. Fair enough. It would be boorish of me to still be nitpicking on a gift. Look, not a gift horse in the mouth, or so they say. Martin gave a small laugh back in turn. They do say that. Simone spoke up. Most of us have repair and refit facilities for jump ships. Do you propose reworking these docks into full assembly yards? Would it be possible to use these plans to build hulls other than Scout IIS? On a part-by-part basis by the plans? No. You would have to learn from and modify the plans yourselves if you wish to build ships any larger than the 99,000 tons of a Scout 2. Is House Davian planning on investing in new yards? No, let me rephrase that, obviously they are. This is too important. What is the proportion of investment? Is Robotnici also putting any money into the facilities? Are we expected to give up shares? Is this a grant that would not need a recoup, or is this an incentive loan? Any investment would at least entitle you to dividends or interest. That would be on a case-by-case basis, negotiated by your company. Whether you apply for government funding, internal capital investment, or public investment, is none of our business. All that matters is that new ships come out, as many as can be produced in the shortest possible time. The Challenge System CEO raised his hand. These Scout IIS, you already have some of them, don't you? They are in service with the Eridani Light Horse, yes. Is Robotnici also capable of manufacturing Scout IIS? Are you also a jump ship company? For security reasons, I cannot answer that. The CEO of Kothel Shipworks sighed again. These ships are too refined. Did the SLDF have them designed at the eve of their departure, or are they new? They are Expeditionary Scout IIS. That says things to me. I am not at liberty to divulge. Simone of course resolved herself to look over those plans and inspect each part to make sure there would not be a trap somewhere. But she supposed, if the SLDF wanted to do harm to the inner sphere, they wouldn't be sending things that would help them resist. 12 Noma Park. Brunswick City. New Avalon. Night. 12 Norma Park was the name of an elite restaurant overlooking the Camblam River facing opposite the drop port, a wide reclaimed area serving as the city's starport, seaport, and main warehousing area. It presented a naturalist view of the river, and from here one could see canoes and pleasure boats within the last of the 3 sequential lakes that fed from the Camblam River. While most upscale restaurants preferred reservations, 12 Noma Park allowed walk-ins, on the argument that if you were wealthy and well-connected enough to enter, you would have no patience to be kept waiting or act according to someone else's convenience. Simone only entered to get to the bar and lounge, fortifying herself before heading to the hotel and preparing to leave for Galax the next day. The sooner she returned to root out what Catherine had done, the better. She was taken by surprise to see at a table by the window Leroy Martin and some woman. He looked in despair, clutching his head with his elbows on the table. She was tittering at his suffering. Narrowing her eyes, Simone approached. "Pardon my intrusion, but may I join you?" she asked, uncaring if she was interrupting a date or something. The woman looked up. She playfully raised an eyebrow and quirked cherry-red lips. "And you are?" "Simone McCor-Candale. Federated Boeing Interstellar." The small woman grinned widely. "Rodina A. Kerner Battle Mechs." Simone nodded politely with a small return smile. Ah. They ranked each other. This was probably something more complicated than she first assumed. She looked down at the table and saw several urban mech-shaped action figures. They were not completely urban mech, however. She could see how one of them was modeled to vaguely look like an atlas. So hinted, she could see how others vaguely reminded her of an archer, a marauder, a catapult, and warhammer. She could not help but to blurt out. "Are you a toy company now?" Leroy Martin looked up, and with a careful tone of voice and a face cool as ice and eyes that were screaming inside, answered yes. "Yes we are." End of an Era 01. Colchester. Federated Sons. July 6, 3025. Time passed. People lived. People died. Some people changed. Many didn't. Some only became more of themselves. The ELH training camp was witness to the conclusion of 3 months basic training, and the new recruits were proudly welcomed into the brigade. The troops under 5 months of Natasha Kerensky's crash course in being a badass had none of that. "Well, aren't you a sorry lot?" she said while on stage facing the battalion of mech warriors and tankers. "While others of the Light Horse are out there winning glory and fame across the entire inner sphere, you're stuck here doing drills and doing classroom work. The highlight of your day was finding new and more novel ways to get your behinds kicked. And me, instead of being out in the battlefield doing something useful for the people I actually care about, I am stuck here with you. I tried to beat the herbivore out of you and now, 5 months later, you're still the same grass eaters as before." She looked down towards the front row and pointed. Literal children could do what you do. And they don't even get anything out of showing you up. They get to skip basic training once they graduate from cadet school, but that doesn't matter because they also wasted time and now have to retake the course. What a shit show this has been. Kerensky gave a grin that was more of a grimace. And that's all right. It would be a mistake to turn you into dragoons. You're horses. You have a herding instinct. Whenever any of you are isolated, your first instinct is to break out and find someone to link up with. Then you turn around and ambush whoever tried to ambush you first. But everything starts and stops with the one inside the mech. The better the warrior, the stronger the team. All you managed is to prove to yourself that you are capable of being stubborn to the end, sons of bitches. A pause. And bitches. She glared down at the line of young teenagers. Even the smallest and youngest among them glared back and raised his little chin. The girls preened. God damn, I am proud of you, Kerensky said with a bitter chuckle. Colchester. Evening. I am leaving, said Natasha Kerensky. I am sorry, my lady, said Colin McLaren. I have failed you. Our word is our bond. She waved at the tall mustached man. You seem to be doing all right. They have honor enough to fulfill their bargains. She glanced down at his hands on the table. The prosthetics they gave you look good. You are now Colin Blackhand McLaren. McLaren looked down at his left hand and closed it into a fist. Apart from his entire left arm being a prosthetic, it matched the burly musculature of his right arm perfectly aside from being black rubbery synthetic skin. Now even his bushy mustache was synthetic, made of flame-resistant fiber. He said with a sigh, they say this is only civilian grade and will not allow me to pilot a mech. I believe they are understating things. For this, Natasha Kerensky had given up 5 months of her life serving her, technically, enemies. McLaren's loyalty could only deepen. While it was the light horse that rescued him and rebuilt him, his life would belong only to Kerensky. Natasha nodded. Yes, I have been told they would not give you combat-rated prosthesis until I leave. I am still technically a prisoner of war. Jamie has already released you from your contract. It would be best if no one got any unfortunate ideas. The light horse cannot keep me forever, otherwise that would be slavery. 5 years, lady. If you would accept me again after such time has passed, let me fight again by your side. A lot can happen in 5 years. I could die. You could die. The inner sphere could burn up in a war unimaginable. Even here they could not say anything so blatantly about the clans. They presumed they were both always being monitored. The Star League could reform, said Colin. Natasha nodded slowly. Sometimes I am almost convinced that the ponies are serious about that. She leaned back and put her feet up on McLaren's desk. The officer held out 2 books. The Wolf Manual and the Horse Manual. The light horse needed to adapt through the centuries now that they no longer have the wealth of support the Star League could offer. They had degraded their formation to include assaults and heavy mechs, and integrated armor and infantry down to the company level. Kerensky nodded. I did wonder before how these light horse regiments could possibly work with so many different platforms inside a regiment. They have so many moving parts. Should it not make them slower to react instead? They are always the weaker force. Even if the bulk of mechs in the inner sphere are mediums, they sounded to me like they were wasting room inside dropships by using thin-skinned light tanks. They are just sending troops that took far too long to train to go out and get killed. You do not seem to have that opinion anymore, lady. Kerensky crossed her arms and hissed, those who stagnate, die. Colin McLaren lifted the other book. The Wolf Manual. Our way is simpler and does not need complex plans or maneuvers. We are able to adapt and prosecute our attacks at the shortest time. And yet it is not completely correct either. Kerensky grunted noncommittally. If the horses fought like the dragoons, not only would matters be equal, but they would bring with them the experience of working in combined arms and using force multipliers, McLaren added. Training can only do so much. Doctrine can only be honed in life and death battles. He put down both books, face up. Telling each other how to best fight ourselves sounds nonsensical while we are still employed on opposite sides. These horses are, oddly convincing, she sighed. They do still have the original SLDF manuals about how independent dragoon regiments are expected to operate. The light horse sounded very convinced that it would not be too long before we would both be fighting House Kurita. McLaren nodded. Yes, it is fascinating. When we worked for House Liao, we were sent out in a conspiracy to foster civil war. The Capellan Confederation is known for its spies and its desire for total government control. And yet, all other House Lords seem to agree, that House Kurita is the most untrustworthy state. Natasha closed her eyes. The past 5 months have been frustrating but also, interesting. She could have simply said no and been passively defiant. She wondered if the brat would have found a way to annoy her into fighting the whole damn light horse anyway. But now that she was more aware of how much the light horse could bloody the nose of the dragon, it was time for her to come home. All she knew was how to fight and kill, and now they would need her all the more. Colchester. Next day. Her students were lined up again at the approach to the landing pad, making her path look like a procession. Kerensky scowled. And I thought I would be free of seeing your ugly faces. What are you all still doing wasting your time? What do I look like, some stupid Steiner noble general? I don't need all this pomp and ceremony. Go away and do something worthwhile. Don't worry sensei, we don't think you're a tsundere. We all know you're actually just a crazy bitch. Natasha narrowed her eyes and made a beckoning gesture. Come over here so I can punch you in the teeth. Devlin crossed his arms together in an X of negation. No, thank you. This is fine. Nathan Armstrong laughed from the side. Captain Kerensky, once again, thank you. You came here as a POW and you leave a dignitary. You truly deserve our show of friendship and respect. I do not forgive you, Kerensky said with a flare of her nostrils. You knew what you were doing, inflicting this brat on me. She looked down for a moment, and her gaze softened, and then sharpened. I was not unkind enough to you. Little devil, remember. Geniuses need to be tempered, battled, and nearly killed, for them to grow. The best all die young. Those who miss and die before reaching their full potential will never be remembered. Don't be in such a hurry to grow, there will still be many just itching to kill you. Devlin nodded. The only thing necessary is courage, I understand. Sensei, we must fight the power and pierce the heavens with our will. Natasha looked up and looked at Armstrong in the eyes. I return this headache to you. May he dog your heels until death. Armstrong turned aside and gave an embarrassed little laugh. Yes, I am, grateful. Our respect for your help is more than just for show, however. You won't return to Wolf empty-handed. We agree with your flight plan. Your old warhammer had already been shipped out to misery long ago, it is up for Wolf's technicians to fix it up back to your standards. Your urban hammer lance is loaded up into the dropship. Why do I have the feeling you're just trying to get rid of loose junk? Armstrong smiled amiably. Devlin Stone followed Natasha Kerensky up the vehicle-mounted mobile stairs to the dropship's main passenger hatch. Kerensky crossed the boundary then turned around. You know, I was almost expecting you to follow me all the way up to the stars like a lost puppy. Why are you still here? Devlin shrugged and presented the mixed flower bouquet in his hands. I do not want such a useless thing. It's tradition, the boy replied. And they're made of metal anyway, so they won't wilt. Natasha sighed and finally rubbed at her nose. You are the most shameless and stubborn little shit I have ever seen. Devlin grinned. Do I remind you of a younger you? Hell no. Natasha scowled. They were both creatures of spite. At first Kerensky had been prepared to be as petty as possible, then she had realized that the brat had one important advantage. Her time was simply just that much more valuable than his. If he was worked to near death he could just sleep it off. Grudgingly Natasha reached through the gap and took the fake flowers. Devlin Stone grinned and said next time we meet sensei, hopefully it will be as allies. It's still a good thing that Eridani High Command didn't go with the option to move Epsilon Regiment over to the Rasselhog border and have you lead it. Instead of locking dragoons to only fighting the light horse, have both actively avoid trying to fight each other. Natasha furrowed her brows. Epsilon Regiment already has its own commanding officer. Were you just hoping I would be more incompetent at it? Wolf would never accept such a stupid deal. Of course he would. After all you. Devlin Stone's next words were only a barely perceptible whisper. Kerensky's eyes widened. But before she could say anything, the boy had already scampered down the stairs even as the port utility vehicle started to pull away. The fake flowers in her hand could not be easily crushed and stomped under her feet. They even smelled faintly of machine oil. In the end Natasha Kerensky just sighed and turned around to walk through the airlock. It was fortunate that it would be a full 2-year program before these brats would graduate into mech warriors. New Aberdeen. July 23, 3025. From Colchester to New Aberdeen would normally take a journey of a month and a half with 5 jumps. The light horse had managed to cut that down to half by conveniently having Scout IIS waiting on the direct line towards Harrow Sunday. It was not a full command circuit, which wastes jump ships just waiting on station and immediately jumping as soon as a VIP dropship had docked, but it still implied a wealth of a jump fleet that they normally would not have access to. Just like how the Dragoons arrived in the inner sphere with pre-Ting jump ships, the light horse had too many ready Scout IIS. With only 2 callers they could not move much more than a battalion or 2 in a hurry, but that was still better as an emergency response than waiting for whole months. Colchester Courtney Betterdorf crossing Harrow Sunday. From Harrow Sun it was just a single jump to misery. Instead of heading directly towards Draconis Combined Space however, the ship made one more jump to New Aberdeen. New Aberdeen at this time was a mercenaries planet, still defended by a group of mixed mercenary commands. Patrick Kell was not much interested in these inbound shenanigans he could taste in the air, but the other mercs clearly were. This is Captain Natasha Kerensky of Wolf's Dragoons Black Widow Company. Is Barbara Moseley still on this world? Over. The radio transmission came from the Union dropship SLV Lost Paddock. Barbara Moseley in the starport's control tower side. Of course. She's here for the rematch. I knew this had to happen. She is inevitable, said Jack Finsrud. New Aberdeen had plenty of wide-open flats that were good for a public duel like that. Everyone observing close by would need to be sitting in mechs or combat vehicles to be safe from random weapons fire however. This meant Kerensky's return to Wolf's Dragoons would be wasted by 2 more weeks just going to and from the jump point, but she insisted. This is Captain Barbara Moseley of Eridani Light Horse Barbara's Badnik's company. I am here. Be advised this is a public channel. What are your intentions? Over. Kerensky to Moseley. You know why I am here. I have permission from Brevet General Armstrong. We have grudges to settle. Non-lethally if possible. I have met your child. Over. My what? That little stone gremlin and his little friends will be fine mech warriors someday. Stubborn and determined to make you proud. But it is not good to abandon someone that needs you like that. WA what? What are you talking about? Horrified realization seeped into her voice. No. No. Don't do this to me Kerensky. Barbara Moseley. You cannot be like me, living only for the killing. You still have something left to lose. You are strong. But not even fleeing from the battlefield will allow you to escape your past. Over. I literally am not old enough to have a kid his age. This is slander. Libel. Defamation. This is bullshit. She turned around and waved her arms. She's lying. Everyone don't listen to her. Everyone started looking at Barbara Moseley with a disappointed gaze. With limpid gentle eyes, Jack Finsrud approached and put a hand on her shoulder. I understand the difficulties of being a single mother. Don't worry. I'm on your side. It's not too late. Barbara slugged him right in the mouth. This fucker. He was there when they first met Devlin Stone, and now he was just feeding the fire for his own amusement. Only a best friend could wish upon you the greatest emotional harm. Her eyes were already stinging with tears. A literal motherfucker has no room to say that to me. Panicking she said over the radio, is this revenge for shooting you with an arrow to the knee? I apologize. I apologize, okay. Kerensky replied, I refuse to be your surrogate mother figure. I call you to a duel of equals. Then go back and visit your child, you deadbeat. Over. Kerensky. Masai. End of an era 02. New Aberdeen. Draconis March. Federated Sons. July 25, 3025. Barbara Moseley faced her original crew from when she was still just a random pilot under Colonel Stimson's Stealthers. Wow, had it only really been just over half a year since she was just some nobody? Her new crew was also here because they were at the ground center of this bullshit and they could best empathize as similar sufferers. Jack Finsrud leaned against a wall near the door. Terry Little, a huge man that belied his name, sat on a crate. The newcomers Edun Nicoli and Adamusha sat on 2 regular fold-out chairs. They were all inside a random storeroom on base. Friends. I come to you with this because I can trust you with anything. I am going to rebel. Barabara declared with open arms. Come with me and let us abandon this stupid racetrack where we are made to run around in circles for the amusement of others. I shall have freedom. Come with me and be free to run and roam where we will. Let no stupid morality or concern with public relations stop us. She raised both fists in the air. Barbara Moseley shall be queen of the pirates. It's just that much easier compared to facing Natasha Kerensky, hey. Jack Finsrud said while crossing his arms and smirking. Barbara dropped both fists to her hips, crouched, and roared incoherently Ray-a-a-a-og. She gasped for breath, hands on her knees. Then she suddenly swung her body around to point sharply towards Ijin Nicoli. New plan. You sit in my mech and then I just talk through the radio to make it sound like I'm the one fighting. Ijin raised a hand as if in a classroom. She had the best gunnery skills in the company. I can't beat her. Jack held up a Natasha Kerensky trading card. So, this 3 halves? That is what we call a fucking lie. People will be watching you from start to finish. Face reality already, little miss 4/4. Ray-a-a-a-a-a. Barbara screamed again like some strange alien monkey person. I hate her. I hate her so much. Adamusha raised his palm up as well. Isn't this actually good for you? Once Kerensky beats you in public view, that would maybe reduce the number of people trying to gun at you specifically. That would run counter to why the Light Horse set up Bad Egg Company in the first place, replied Ijin Nicoli. We are a company that hits disproportionately above our weight, and so we need disproportionate amounts of manpower to destroy. Just the rumor of us being around can take away at least a battalion from the enemy force. Jack nodded and hummed. And that's why Barbara Moseley is the inner sphere's tiniest assault mech. Only she could have a face thick enough. That's Yu. Barbara immediately shot back. Why did they put this burden on me instead of Yu? Jack blandly replied, I would enjoy it too much and that would ruin the kayfabe. You have the sort of face for someone that works really hard and hates being praised for something she doesn't deserve. But I do. Barbara moaned. I work hard. Every day I work hard until I cry. I've been binging and fighting against Kerensky's combat data to be the elite mech warrior everybody expects me to be. Jack raised both thumbs up. And that's why it works so well. I fucking hate the whole damn lot of you. I am being manufactured into a rival for Natasha Kerensky, and I don't understand why. Why is it so important that we also have an elite unbeatable female mech warrior? Barbara paced around like a caged animal. She can't keep doing this. She can't keep getting away with it. She moaned. Why is High Command so enamored with that woman? Have you considered that the woman named Kerensky is actually a Kerensky? Asked Terry Little. Then why are we fighting? Barbara shot back. If we're reactivated and they're activated, how can there be two SLDF? If we're different competing SLDF, why are we trying to help improve each other? Is this a scam? She continued with a scream. Is this a scam? Adamushka nodded slowly. Feels like it. Yup. Ijin Nikoli added, you should really beware more those with an excessive reputation for honesty because you can't tell when they're actually stringing you along. Terry Little said odds on you winning are 4-1. That's pretty good. A lot of ignorant folk out there are buying into your mech warrior persona. And Jack Finsrud finished off with Eridani High Command did send you a customized premium advanced tech urban hammer to make it equal. It's not like they want you to lose. A pause. Too quickly. I will destroy her. Barbara raised her fist again. It's good to have dreams. Ijin Nikoli raised her hand again. Permission to ask a question, Captain. Go ahead, Barbara sighed. Is Devlin Stone actually your so? That boy is not my son. God damn it, people. Mind the age gap. It is biologically impossible. But Coolie Jack refuted, some people lie on their forms to be in their 20s forever, you know. One of these days, you cretins. I'm just going to snap. And, how? Space Pirate Captain Mosley in the Arcadia of her youth. New Aberdeen. July 28, 3025. Reactor. Online. Weapons. Online. All systems nominal. Break a leg, Commander. Even my mech is sassying me, what the hell, Barbara Mosley sighed. The urban hammer was just an oversized urban mech. The controls were familiar, the cockpit was roomy, and double heatsinks kept it cool. The duel was scheduled 2 days after to give Barbara a fair chance to familiarize with her new mech. Wolf's Dragoons had sent their own jump ship to take back Kerensky, and their dropship was now burning towards New Aberdeen. The 70-tonner urban hammer Mosley Mos outwardly had the same weapons loadout at Kerensky's urban hammer. 2 PPCs for long range, 2 gun clusters of 2 medium lasers and a small pulse laser in each side torso. Double heat sinks. Both heavy mechs were capable of jumping. Barbara was familiar with the faintly bloated and sluggish feeling of a mech carrying dense hardened armor which the gyro had to compensate for. While the two machines were fair, that did not mean they were identical. Her shoulders felt loose and light. Actuator enhancement systems boosted weapon handling in lieu of a targeting computer. She felt sluggish but she knew she could accelerate harder, because her machine carried an XL engine that could propel her to 75 km per hour in a hurry instead of 64 km per hour normally expected from a heavy mech. Her PPCs were improved PPCs, lighter by 1 ton and carefully tuned for accuracy. Her target tracking system was also tuned for variable range targeting, giving increased accuracy to either short or long range on a toggle, medium range unaffected. In Jack's words, just barely enough to let a 4/4 fight like 2/4 versus a 1/1. Barbara inhaled sharply as her mech stepped out into the sun. Kerensky had made a mistake. She forgot that Barbara's skills were those of a light mech pilot. More than that, she was a scout first before a duelist. Bad Egg Company was dangerous because they gathered all possible information before acting while denying it to the enemy, feeding them only false expectations. She studied Kerensky's combat data. Her battle ROMs. Which included audio records from inside her cockpit. This included her interactions with Devlin Stone. Man, that kid is super annoying. Barbara felt she dodged a bullet there. And yet also terrifyingly inspirational for some reason. Devlin Stone was the Eridani Light Horse's golden goose. Anyone getting a hint of him should be dangerous. And yet. Barbara clacked her tongue. The boy being considered her kid would be a salacious yet ultimately boring conclusion. A Mosley is no Cameron. It would be safer to have a solved problem. The only sacrifice would be her good reputation. Wait. Wait. Damn it. It still wouldn't work. I demand Big Sister status, Eridani High Command. New Aberdeen. August 1, 3025. Good morning, Mech Warrior fans. It's a fine day in New Aberdeen for some mech on mech carnage. This is your host, Toucan Fisher. What the hell are you doing, Jack? Someone asked from one of the ring of mechs watching over the site. There is no Jack, there is only Toucan. We must be completely impartial here. No Davian or Kurita. Only a clash of champions. A breakfast of Bayadal. Brought to you by Galter Flakes. It's all crunchy goodness. Now fortified with more vitamins and calcium. Triple F Burgers. A feast to fight for. Robotni C Industries. Technology saves lives. You sold out immediately. What the hell? Federated Boeing Interstellar. Safety and reliability is our top priority. Deep breath. And now, here's the situation. Control, could we get a bird-eye view over here? Thanks. Live from the wilds of New Aberdeen. Witnessed by the Eridani Light Horse, Kellhounds, the Crater Cobras, and even Wolf's Dragoons. Yes sir, this is, Canis Wolfman, representing Wolf's Dragoons and your CO host for this fight. Before I joined up with the Dragoons I did run through a few circuits in Solaris. His voice had the tone of someone who was not quite sure why he was doing what he was doing, but he was voluntold to do it, and everyone else seemed to be treating this as normal, so, this has to be normal, right? For now we are ignoring that we are on opposite sides of a war, and win or lose we will be taking Natasha Kerensky away after this battle. Yes, the Light Horse respects and thanks Kerensky for her instructions/liberal ass beatings she has delivered through the past 5 months. But this long-delayed rematch is still happening with live weaponry, while this grudge match isn't to the death, anything can happen. Are you on the edge of your seat, dear listeners? It's the Black Widow versus White Unicorn. I thought Barbara Mosley was the Miss Badass. I don't want to get punched in the face again. She gets real tetchy if anyone implies her Tushi is in any way inferior. Wow, such abuse. Is this the reason why she thinks she would be a bad mother? On one hand, that might be good intent, but that sounds like a personal problem to solve instead of a reason to abandon. The urban hammer painted in eggshell white turned around fully in its 360-degree hip rotation looking for something to shoot. But the commentators were far away and were deep inside a mobile field base overlooking the battlefield with a bevy of monitors and cameras. It raised its cannon arms and wiggled it angrily. Once again, here's the sitch. The battlefield is mostly wide open arid brushlands with some dips and rises. Not enough cover, in other words. Yes, this should be a simple encounter. It probably won't be as simple as a Solaris arena where they just run at each other and shoot. Speaking of Solaris, there's usually a pre-fight comment, isn't there? Grudge matches need some stakes to make people participate. That is correct. Control, give us a COMM link here please. There was a bleep of an open channel linking both mechs and the command center. Captain Kerensky, this is commentator Wolfman. Just a quick double check. Your condition for victory is for Captain Mosley to withdraw back to the Light Horse homeworld, correct? How soon should this take effect? At the earliest possible time, replied Kerensky. Taking a valuable player off the field, smart, said Toucan Fisher. But what if High Command says no? Strategic objectives can't be decided from down the ranks, and prima donnas don't get to decide policy. What then? Kerensky's reply was. Met. Alrighty then, moving on to Captain Mosley. Hey Barb, in the odd chance that you do win, what do you want? Is a formal apology enough? Are you going to sue? Will you take Kerensky to the cleaners? Do not ask why the fist approaches your mouth. It is for things like this. That is not answering the question, Miss Mosley. Wolfman coughed and said pacifyingly okay. How about this? Is there anything both participants would like to say to each other before this match begins? The pre-time banter talk is also an important tradition before a duel. Why yes I do have something to say, Barbara replied. Kerensky. Mosley. Accusing me like this of not being motherly enough. But thinking about it, you were tempted, weren't you? What's wrong? Getting too old and thinking about your legacy? Were you just jealous? Can you hear your biological clock ticking, you old hog? Ooh, and Mosley comes roaring in with first blood. And Kerensky's response, carefully selected through months of filtering through shenaniganry, was no. You. Mosley's urban hammer stomped its left leg twice and started to accelerate. And with that, the fight begins. The two mechs are now in motion, approaching each other from 1.5 kilometers distant on the field. And there we go. PPC's bolts flying as they strike from long range. Fshrak. Fshrak. They're not letting up. One of the cameras tried to get in close to Kerensky and the view began to flicker from the natural jamming and ECM that mechs carried as part of their basic combat suite. The drone had to pump up its signal output power to compensate. Do they both have double heat sinks? Yes indeed. DHS has a way of making combat more quickly hyper-lethal from long range. Energy weapons that don't have to deal with ammo shortage now has a compelling advantage over low-heat ballistics. The shape of war is changing, how will mech warriors and powers deal with it from now on? Brought to you by Robotnik Industries. Change the game. Real-world combat doesn't have the flourishes of the arena. On the battlefield, unless you're a light or medium mech on the smaller but faster side, you're more concerned with doing as much damage as soon as you can. Wolfman's tone grew more intense. For over 500 years, the two PPCs with whatever secondary weapons you prefer has been the standard all heavy mechs are judged against. You got the warmer, the marauder, the thug, the awesome with 3 PPCs of course. Toucan Fisher said with more academic air. Then he suddenly switched back to mania. But war is boring, dear listeners. The brutal efficiency of battle means what fun would it be for us if they take each other out at long range? Looking at the cameras, Wolfman said in a tone that implied a frown. That's weird. It's normal for most shots failing to hit at ranges like this, but aren't they being too smooth? I know I said heavy mech combat lacks flourishes, but... The camera drones followed the two mechs. Barbara Mosley's urban hammer moved in sudden jinks. Barbara treated her heavy mech like a light mech. This was not enough to spoil Kerensky's aim. Her mech was just twitching at the right moment to make them into glancing hits. The Immortal was indeed a more dignified moniker than Miss Badass, he thought. On the other side, Natasha Kerensky was also just barely avoiding being hit. The PPC bolts passed by close enough to carbonize battle mecha's paint. Grazing attacks like this, surely not even Kerensky would be so dedicated to showmanship? Not even in Solaris with both warriors intent on putting a show could guarantee this level of flash. Suddenly, Natasha stopped. She stomped one foot on the ground and made the urban hammer lean forward on one leg as if bracing against a strong headwind. With an immobile target, Barbara took the shot, and at the same time, Natasha fired back. The bolts clashed against each other and the particle streams cancelled out. Wait, what just happened? What did I just see? Toucan Fisher shouted. Control. Give us an action replay. The two mechs stood unmoving in the arid flats, as if themselves unbelieving of what just happened. The picture-in-picture showed the event from the bird-eye camera. Like two gunslingers facing off, they fired again. Their PPC barrel arms knocked back from simultaneous hits. Holy crumbs! Wolfman yelped out and slammed his fists down on the desk. He pointed. You all saw that, right? Twice is a coincidence. PPC bolts shrieked and once again met in mid-air. Kerensky, the fuck are you doing? Mosley. How are you doing this? The urban hammer is an all-energy loadout, Toucan Fisher explained. GAAH. What a time not to be able to test what would happen if they had missiles or ballistic armament. I don't know what's happening here, but damn if it ain't cool. Wolfman cried out. We are watching a legend being written in real time. No mere rumors like the Phantom Mech, but what is this spooky battle magic? Natasha Kerensky let out a small laugh. I see. So this is what he was talking about. Mosley. We could be doing this all day. The ones who acquired Phantom Mech have shut themselves up in monasteries in trauma of that day. You have something else you are trying to escape from. So this is why the light horse was so sure you could rival me. She pointed with one weapon arm held straight out. Now I know its name. It is clear that this is a duel that cannot be decided by our ability with guns alone. No, fucking hell, Natasha Kerensky, do not do this to me. But by our skill with Panzerkunst. The two mechs charged at max speed straight at each other. Kerensky. Masa. End of an era 03. New Aberdeen. July 28, 3025. Barbara Mosley did not fear Natasha Kerensky. She had spent the last few months doing nothing but living and breathing how to beat Natasha Kerensky. Robotnik had brought in simulators fed with Kerensky's combat data and then cranked the difficulty to maximum. Barbara Mosley had spent the last few months getting her ass beat. The thing that separated a military that prized initiative and creativity in its officers was that a soldier could always ask their superior officer, why are we doing this seemingly stupid thing? The answer would appropriately be, this is why. For reasons of OPSEC, I can't tell you. I don't know, but I can go ask up the ladder if all of you feel that strongly about it. And sometimes. Go the fuck to sleep, boot. While it would be easy to say because I will hurt you if you don't, a volunteer model military has trust going both ways up and down the command chain. The soldiers trust that what they're doing is not just wasted effort, and command trusts that their troops can get it done. Those less secure in the loyalty of their troops would punish any form of inquiry as disrespect and insubordination. A more terrifying prospect is if high command actually answered. And then, filled with terrible knowledge, need to go do it anyway. Toucan Fisher, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, swine and pearls. I don't know what is happening here or how it is happening, but by God is it amazing. All sense of reason and proportion is crying in a corner. Morgan Kell did everything in his life with flair and skill. He went from strength to strength, crisis to crisis, undaunted. In 3005, Morgan Kell disappeared alongside Katrina Steiner and her husband Arthur Levon into the periphery and emerged only a year later after dodging assassins. He was instrumental in helping Katrina survive long enough to depose Alessandro Steiner and become Archon. Arthur Levon, dying of cancer, prepared in his will a fortune to the Kell brothers. The two decided to form a mercenary command, the Kell Hounds. Although originally mocked as two rich boys playing mercenary, the Kell Hounds quickly grew to regiment size with their surprisingly advanced grasp of strategy and tactics and a first-rate support staff. Morgan Kell carried the Kell Hounds with his skill and raw charisma. And beside him, Patrick Kell handled the less glamorous parts of the mercenary business, free and content with someone else attracting all the attention. They were a balanced pair, like the sun and the moon, and Patrick Kell respected his older brother more than anyone. He trusted Morgan's judgment and people skills, something worth more than just mech warrior skills. To the point that he intentionally held back his own scores at Nagelring just to be sure he would not break the new records that Morgan Kell had set. Despite being only formed in 3012, the Kell Hounds fought in some of the largest battles of the previous decade. The Kell Hounds fought on Mallory's World, where first Prince Ian Davian died, against the 2nd Sword of Light Regiment commanded by Yorinaga Kurita. There, Morgan Kell dueled Yorinaga Kurita in an event that now achieved mythical proportions, and the phantom mech ability that made both mech warriors completely withdraw from battle. A shaken Morgan Kell ordered the disbandment of 2/3 of the Kell Hounds before exiling himself to a monastery, and likewise Yorinaga Kurita let go of the 2nd Sword of Light before retreating to a temple. It was up to Patrick Kell to wrestle the reinforced battalion-weight remnants of the Kell Hounds into at least being the best battalion-weight mercenary force possible. If they started to slide or accept mediocrity, they would never be able to dig themselves out again. He accomplished this within the first year of their contract with House Merrick. Nevertheless, he kept his own rank as lieutenant colonel, leaving room for Morgan Kell to return and take over at any time. As he watched the Eridani Light Horse and Wolf's Dragoons move through the field, his chest pained. He was nowhere as powerfully inspiring as his brother, and that was why so many of the Kell Hounds considered Morgan Kell's self-exile as a great betrayal. The defection. Our roots are broad, but shallow, he thought. The Hounds, not like the Light Horse or the Dragoons, don't have yet the power of tradition behind them. Many mercenary commands were held together only by sheer force of personality. Although considered by many to be insistently optimistic and resolutely competent, the more quieter and introspective Kell still felt the burden of command weighing heavily on his soul. Salome Ward, Morgan Kell's former lover and leader of the assault lance in her Wolverine, spoke through comms, "This has to be trick. This isn't Solaris. They have got to be putting on a show." Patrick Kell grimaced until he could feel his teeth starting to hurt. This battle promised to overshadow the great duel on Mallory's World, Morgan Kell's legend. Almost he wished he could wade into that duel and fight for his brother's honor. But instead he responded, "At full run? I could understand if 2 Solaris mech jocks practice it long enough with low-power shots. But here, at this range? The smallest twitch would ruin the precision needed to slap PPC into PPC. You could always tell if a PPC bolt was in low-power training mode or not. The bolts were just less bright. The Urban Hammer was a strange mech, and it was curious how the Light Horse could not only just produce them but even not care about giving one away to their current enemy. Despite the two mechs looking identical, Patrick could tell they were not equal. Mosley's bone-white mech with a horn was just slightly faster. He could tell it was a mech that was limited by a governor, being artificially limited to expected heavy mech speeds. Their firepower looked identical though. If Mosley needed to resort to Lastek to fight Kerensky, then she was not really confident enough to be Kerensky's equal, was she? "You can't intercept lasers, Kerensky." Barbara screamed as her gun clusters, slightly above the hips of the Urban Hammer, shot out 4 thin medium laser beams tuned to converge at their maximum range. This arrangement meant that it was less accurate or less damaging at medium range, as only 2 side-by-side lasers were more likely to hit, and with the other pair firing clear past the enemy's torso. Patrick Kell knew some mechs had variable range targeting, however, which could adjust convergence from long to short range. It was not a complex job, a mech warrior could do it from the cockpit, but usually one had to tune in the range lens by lens, and not usually practical while in combat. Variable range targeting modules made it as easy as the flick of a switch. Kerensky, running to intercept, flowed like liquid. The beam slipped past her entirely. And neither can you redirect the kinetic energy of lasers down into the ground with your Panzerkunst. Kerensky retorted, her return fire melting a streak of armor plate from the enemy mech's left arm to its side and then past its bulbous dome head. A hit, yet minimal damage. That's not how that fucking works. That's not how anything works. What even is Panzerkunst? Patrick Kell could hear comms murmuring. And because Barbara Mosley did not know how to intercept particle cannon fire, the 2 hits struck her straight in the cockpit glass. The mech recoiled backwards before stumbling back into place. It stopped and wiggled its torso as if dizzily trying to clear its head. The bone-white surface of her urban hammer showed clear carbon scoring around the dead center of the pilot's seat. The ground around the urban hammer's feet splintered into shards, carving out a circular web of cracks like Yamcha died there or something. Natasha Kerensky added, her voice implying a smirk. Then explain how you failed to die from that, then. Barbara froze in place. The featureless dome-shaped head of her battle mech looked lost for a few moments. I can't, not over an open channel, not even to herself. You immortal fucking donkey. Natasha added. Shut up. I'll take Miss Badass over that. Shut up already. Make me old horse face. Wolfman, Jesus Christ, who knew Natasha Kerensky could slay people so brutally? Toucan. This is a reminder from the referees that deliberate murder is cause for instant disqualification. Wolfman, wouldn't that just be a draw though? Patrick Kell's eyes were wide with disbelief. That has to be Lastek of some form. While the duel between Morgan Kell and Yorinaga Kurita was made mythical, there were battle ROMs, as every mech had a recording device. The effect of the Phantom mech was confirmed, total disappearance from sensors for an instant, and alpha striking weapons unable to hit even a motionless target at very short range. What the hell is Panzerkunst? He heard Salome Ward mutter. And how does Kerensky know it? Of course the light horse wouldn't teach her that, right? And since Mosley already beat Kerensky once before, obviously Kerensky didn't teach it to her. The white urban hammer triggered its jump jets and went into short leaping bounds. Will I only know peace after killing you? Natasha Kerensky fucking laughed. She launched herself at Kerensky, and Kerensky had the gall to say that was a bad move, Mosley. You can't redirect force into the ground if you are not in contact with the ground. Barbara triggered her leg-mounted jump jets and literally front-flipped around the incoming PPC bolts. This boggled Natasha enough that Barbara's hastily aimed laser beam scored a hit, but hardly a significant one as she was still tumbling in midair and probably more luck than aiming. Both mechs landed with their backs to each other, separated less than arm's length apart. Both mechs abruptly whirled around, and the extended tubes of their weapon arms met with a hard clang. As if in a blade lock, both mechs tried to push each other as their positioning meant that their torsos still faced away from each other and unable to bring body lasers to bear. But it was Barbara's left arm PPC against Kerensky's right arm PPC. She had an easier time bending her other arm around to shoot Kerensky in the face. Unfortunately, at point-blank range, field inhibitors engaged to make the PPC bolt little more than a harmless light show. Incoherent plasma behaving more like a flashbang disoriented Kerensky long enough for Barbara to pull back and, using the opposite momentum imparted by the movement, raised her leg to kick and fire her lasers at the same time. Kerensky instead surged and body-checked her mech. Both mechs swallowed for balance. Barbara screamed in more rage and tried to recover her footing by raising both arms and then swinging down at Kerensky's mech. This moved her center of balance back forward while hammering at the black and red urban hammer's dome-shaped head. Kerensky blocked by crossing her arms over her head. A quake rippled away from the point of impact, one that could be felt by observers with more than just seismic sensors. Kerensky dropped to one knee and drove her left arm into the white urban hammer's torso, where the solar plexus would be for a human. Barbara Mosley heaved. But once again, due to the smooth angled structure of the urban hammer, much of the physical force was deflected away. The blow was redirected to the side, scraping against the laser gun cluster affixed to the urban hammer's waist. Those lasers were ripped right off the hip. Both mechs staggered backwards, coming to a ragged stop. Then they stood straight as if to behold their enemy. Barbara flicked her arms out wide open, as if flicking blades. Kerensky's mech stood up straight and pointed with one arm extended fully. Then the two clashed once more. Wolfman, no way. Kerensky is using her Donnell PPCs as more like a rapier than a longsword, poking in to deliver concentrated damage into one point. Repeat it often enough and you would break through. The other arm is simply held back for balance, letting her shift in and out of range. Toucan, while Mosley is swinging her arms like twin broadswords or sabers, all brute force. The two women had by this point abandoned all thought of firing their weapons, just using these expensive and complex particle projection cannons to bludgeon each other. Cameras slowly panned around the two dueling behemoths. The mechs circled and stabbed at each other, never standing still. Whoever breaks off first allows the enemy a free shot. Wolfman, if you think about it, this also makes sense, maybe from their perspective. Lasers are weapons that are just as good in their maximum effective range as point-blank range. PPCs have field inhibitors to keep the charge from looping back into the barrel, like lightning following the electron path to ground, and blowing up its own projector. So by hitting each other and knocking each other around, they can keep their enemies' lasers out of position. Toucan, I wonder what Patrick Kell thinks about this. This has nothing of the elegance and tension of that much celebrated duel between Morgan Kell and Yorinaga Kurita. I don't see either of these women retreating to a monastery after this. Wolfman, they were already batshit insane to begin with. Toucan, ha! Wolfman. You are a bad influence. I can't believe I said that about Kerensky on air. Toucan, keep at it. Surviving her attempts at killing you will turn you into an elite pilot. Like me. Wolfman, sir, we can't all be donkeys prone to criminality. Patrick Kell grimaced as he watched Mosley jam her Donald PPC arms into the shoulder joints of Kerensky's urban hammer and shoot at full power, bypassing the safety features of the weapons. Her screams rang through the open channels, as the arms of Kerensky's mech popped off, and her PPCs burst through feedback. The white urban hammer's arms hung limp and lifeless. The red and black urban hammer recoiled, bent at the waist, triggered its lasers at one of the white urban mecha's knees and then kicked. Mosley's knee gave out with an audible snap, and her mech collapsed face down. I don't like how you make me feel, Mosley. This is only possible because we complete each other. Your panzer arts force us to know each other completely. Now neither of us can die, except to each other. Stop it. I hate you. Barbara Mosley moaned while face down. Stop feeding them. I consider this a draw, said Natasha Kerensky. She turned around and walked away, her armless tube of a mech giving off the air of a cowboy knowing their day was done, and fences and barbed wire would now partition the Old West. Patrick Kell let out a breath he did not realize he was holding. He had to admit, he was witness to something that could eclipse the duel on Mallory's world. He closed his eyes, knowing this might inflame the resentment some felt at Morgan Kell abandoning them for some strange spiritual trauma due to that battle. Then again, he supposed, while it was Morgan that displayed Phantom Mech, it was Yorinaga Kurita that was the recipient, and it still shook him enough to withdraw from all combat as well. People would be gunning more for the immortal donkey Mosley now. So many would be looking to experience Panzerkunst firsthand. It could be dangerous if Panzerkunst could be taught by Kerensky to house Kurita, but even Patrick Kell considered it unlikely. The art sounded Germanic. Lyran. Surely if there was no special requirement, someone would have developed it before. Patrick Kell felt that this thing he had just witnessed, it was not unreachable. There was a perfected state of mind required here, much like Phantom Mech. Perhaps, unlike Phantom Mech however, it needed only to find a sort of perfect nemesis. A mirrored image opposite yet perfectly similar. While Natasha Kerensky left her foe alive, and while technically their record was 1-1, her vengeance was complete. The white urban hammer on the ground was twitching, as if trying to pound the ground with frustration and tears, but it had no fists, but it must scream. Misery. Draconis Combine. August 16, 3025. After Action Report. Mission. Conflict between Wolf's Dragoons and the combined Eridani Light Horse/4th Deneb Light Cavalry on Harrow's Sun. Objective. Rescue and return of Epsilon Regiment. If the Wolf's Dragoons succeeds in the majority of 7 scenario objectives, the Eridani Light Horse will release the captured Epsilon Regiment without any further complications, allowing them to return to the Wolf's Dragoons. However, if the Eridani Light Horse prevails, the Dragoons will still regain possession of the Epsilon Regiment, but now the Dragoons will also owe a future favor to the Eridani Light Horse. Both forces are limited to a company's worth of combat assets for each scenario, with these following extra parameters. Wolf's Dragoons may bring 1 company, 12, heavy and assault battle mechs. The Eridani Light Horse and 4th Deneb may bring 1 company, 12, of battle mechs, but if it is a medium-weight company, they may bring 4 lances, 16, instead. The Eridani Light Horse and 4th Deneb may exchange a number of mechs in the bid for twice their amount in combat vehicles instead. This includes both tanks and VTOLs. 1 mech equals 2 vehicles. The 7th objective is a battalion-level encounter, for which the Eridani Light Horse will bring their own complete battalion, 36, to contest against Zeta Battalion. The parameters mentioned above in 3, still apply. Salvage rights belong to whoever is deemed to have won the objective. All forces may disengage safely by conceding the scenario. They will not be pursued. Objective results. 1 attack objective, neutralize enemy supply depot, Beta Regiment, succeeded. Location, Southern Breeze Ice Continent, near the border with the Eridani Light Horse and 4th Deneb territories. Beta Regiment successfully launched a swift assault on the enemy supply depot located strategically along a major transportation route in the Southern Breeze Ice Continent. 4th Deneb Mixed Force was unable to defend the objective and retreated. 2 defense objective, hold the Oasis Outpost, Beta Regiment, failed. Location, Oasis Outpost situated in the arid regions of the Southern Breeze Ice Continent. Despite the efforts of the Beta Regiment, the Oasis Outpost was eventually overrun by relentless assaults from the Eridani Light Horse and 4th Deneb forces. The outpost's strategic location near a natural water source made it a critical defensive point for securing water resources on Harrow's Sunday. Combat aircraft was a significant factor in this engagement. 3 attack objective, capture the solar power facility, Beta Regiment, succeeded. Location, Southern Breeze Ice Continent, closer to where heavy industry is concentrated. Beta Regiment executed a well-coordinated attack on the solar power facility, situated in proximity to the industrial centers of the Paris continent. By capturing and securing the facility, the Wolf's Dragoons threatened enemy power supply and bolstered their own capabilities in the region. Defenders conceded before any real damage could be inflicted. 4. Defense objective: secure the communications array. Gamma Regiment succeeded. Location: Southern Breeze Ice Continent, near the center of military facilities and training grounds. Gamma Regiment effectively defended the critical communications array located in the heart of the Southern Breeze Ice Continent. The array served as a central hub for transmitting vital information, and control would disrupt planetary defense. A combat drop with jump-capable battle mechs was able to break through outer defenses and hold the position against attempts to retake the comms array without causing unnecessary damage. 5. Attack objective: disrupt enemy reconnaissance operations. Gamma Regiment failed. Location: Southern Breeze Ice Continent, closer to the borders with the Eridani Light Horse and 4th Deneb territories. Despite multiple concentrated strikes launched by the Gamma Regiment, enemy reconnaissance forces proved elusive and managed to gather significant information and harass detached elements before being forced to retreat. The diverse and challenging terrain of the Southern Breeze Ice Continent provided ample cover for the enemy to operate effectively. The scenario modeled a diversionary attack into dropship landing zones. 6. Defense objective: defend the mountain pass. Gamma Regiment succeeded. Location: Southern Breeze Ice Continent, in the mountainous regions leading towards the Paris continent. Gamma Regiment successfully defended the strategic mountain pass located in the mountainous regions of the Southern Breeze Ice Continent. By securing the pass, they effectively denied the Eridani Light Horse and 4th Deneb forces crucial avenues of advancement towards the Paris continent. 7. Attack objective: overwhelm and capture the Eridani Light Horse Assault Battalion. Zeta Battalion failed. Location: Southern Breeze Ice Continent, near the military facilities and training grounds. Zeta Battalion, despite their considerable firepower and expertise, suffered defeat in the assault against the Eridani Light Horse's Mixed Assault Battalion. The unexpected use of jump-capable melee mechs by the Eridani Light Horse, both medium and assault weight, caught Zeta Battalion off guard within the designated combat arena specifically designed for intense mech battles. Lessons learned: the Eridani Light Horse utilized significant amounts of Lestek in the conflict, allowing them to utilize unconventional tactics that negated their enemy's weight advantage. Their speed and firepower presented a familiar, if mirrored, experience against enemies with an expected technological advantage. Speed and mobility are crucial factors in catching up to hovercraft units, as the Beta Regiment encountered difficulties in pursuing the enemy's fast-moving vehicles despite their use of scout mechs. Bidding away the use of combat air vehicles closed off an answer to scouting operations on wide-open desert flats. Effective coordination and defense against combined arms tactics, as demonstrated in the successful defense of the communications array, are vital for maintaining control over critical objectives. The pre-existing agreement not to use artillery or minefields, despite their potential advantages, highlights the importance of adhering to rules of engagement and honoring agreements to ensure fair and controlled conflict. The Dragoons had to trust that the Light Horse would not strike them while disadvantaged, and the Light Horse's strict conformity to the agreement cost them battles that could have been won otherwise, such as the mountain pass defense. The presence of close support air power, including VTOLs carrying PPCs, can pose a surprisingly potent threat on the battlefield. It is essential to be prepared for such aerial attacks and have countermeasures in place. Evaluation of failed objectives, such as the Oasis outpost defense, provides insights into weaknesses and areas for improvement in future operations. One company of heavy mechs may have a mix of weaponry to deal with a variety of threats, but against two combined arms companies of mechs and combat vehicles, the enemy is more capable of specializing and delivering highly effective attacks through their preferred combat ranges. The new battle mechs used by the Eridani Light Horse in the assault against Zeta Battalion highlights the need for adaptability and preparedness to face new and unconventional enemy tactics. Even assault mechs could be tied up and their firepower nullified by being entangled with battle mechs that engage in melee. Pulse lasers are more able to deliver repeated accurate hits after jumping or sprinting, able to seek vulnerable joints and weaker rear armor. A dedicated counter, in consultation with Blackwell Industries, might be required to answer such close combat-focused battle mechs. Overall, the Wolf's Dragoons demonstrated proficiency in carrying out their objectives against a combined arms opposing force with better tactical mobility, securing important targets and successfully defending critical positions. Casualties were light and the damage was low. With 4 out of 7 objectives taken, the Eridani Light Horse released Epsilon Regiment to Wolf's Dragoons' custody. End of report. Jamie Wolf looked up from the report and stared into Natasha Kerensky's placid resting bitch face. His first words upon her return were, "Do they know?" Natasha looked blankly off to the distance, remembering. "After all, you are the only blood-named warrior in the entire Wolf's Dragoons, aren't you?" Natasha Kerensky gave him back an uncharacteristically relaxed grin. "Oh, they fucking know. Snip section here, we'll probably move it to Book 3. End Book 2. Book 3. Living Indestructible ×01. Colchester. Federated Sons. Sometime in 3025. It had been 5 months since Stone's squad was taken out of junior combat school. They were one of the 4 squads that made up 1st Platoon, 4 platoons made up 1st Company, and 3 companies made up 1st Junior Training Battalion. The squad had been part of the platoon for only 3 months before being taken away, and in total only 4 more months remained to finish the 1-year course. "Dear God, why?" moaned Bennett Brooklyn. "I thought once we were no longer expected to live up to adult levels of training, we could finally rest. But the bullshit doesn't stop raining. Honestly? I think we were spoiled," replied Sally Mazza as she munched on a fruit and nut nutrition bar. "Fully trained mech warriors don't have to wake up right at dawn or do their own laundry. Natasha Kerensky had them all wake up early anyway at 5 o'clock and run with the ultralights. Now for cadets reveille was normally at 7 am, then 30 minutes to clean up, shower and excrete, get dressed, eat some energy bars, all before assembling for morning formation and accountability. Then, morning PT until 8 am, and another 30 minutes to eat breakfast before heading into classes. But in practice, they had to wake up much earlier, some as early as 5 am. A cabin was allocated for 1 platoon, and 28 people could make a toilet traffic jam. Devlin Stone had them take this time to study up and do their laundry. His biological clock had no problem waking him up right on the dot, from 0 to fully awake, but that was probably because Robotnik could conspire with Bionic. Whereas everyone could get a full 9 hours of sleep, they had to do with 7. Devlin compensated for it by having them all eat and hydrate heavily on waking up. "I can feel my early onset diabetes forming," moaned Tom Lexington. The day usually started with falling into formation. A training platoon was actually 30 people, 4 squads, a flag bearer, and the platoon leader. First platoon stood in 4 rows, with the squad leader on the leftmost, or rightmost from their perspective. Devlin Stone saluted to the platoon leader and reported, "First squad reporting 7 assigned, 7 present, clear to standard." Similar voices came issued from 2nd to 4th squad leaders, then the platoon leader turned around and reported to the sergeant, "First platoon reporting, 28 assigned, 28 present, clear to standard." And so on until everyone had a turn. For the past few months, 1st Platoon Leader John Ibrahim Khan had to report, "First Platoon reporting, 28 assigned, 21 present, not clear to standard." The cadets then had to perform some basic free exercises and an early morning run. The Eridani Light Horse had a new song and a chorus of youthful voices rang through the cool morning air. In the quiet of the morning, as the dawn breaks through, a tan horse roams. With a map in hand, the light horse rides again. Eridani Light Horse. Honor is our name. In the light of the Star League, let the darkness be cleared, and the weary shall be healed. From the darkest forests to the densest urban space, against evil and injustice, the light horse rides again. Look to the horizon. The light horse rides again. Then, to the mess hall. Again there was little time for chit-chat. They only had 30 minutes to shovel in food they needed to fuel themselves for the rest of the day, then back to the cabins to pick up their school materials, and then off to the classrooms they go. Returning to junior training after going through a mech warrior crash course was painful. Leaving aside how they no longer had to suffer the pain and pressure of the course built for adults, as their young bodies exulted in the relief of a low-pressure field and classroom environment, their minds rebelled against the boredom and ceremony of it. Just don't close your eyes. You can zone out. Just don't fall asleep. Stone's going to flipping remember everything anyway. Stone squad reminded themselves. Cadet Asner. "Sir, yes sir. Are we boring you, Cadet?" "Sir, no sir." "Then if you were paying attention we still need an answer." "What was the question?" Hudson Asner's eyes flicked left and right. Of course Stone drilled them in subtle sign language. "Eyes up front, Cadet." Of course, the instructors had already caught on them cooperating like this for cheat. It was good teamwork, what was worthy of approval, but missing the point if they didn't know how to learn on their own. Hudson and Devlin actually had a philosophical disagreement about this. Hudson, being the oldest of the group, was of the opinion that if any of them messed up then it was their responsibility to just own it. Admit to it and endure the punishment. Devlin's inclination was to cheat even harder. The boy had somehow tinkered up a remotely controlled joy buzzer that could administer small electric shocks when taped to the skin. Now they could communicate in silent codes. Everyone else relished in their potential humiliation. Stone no. Stone yes. Stone no. This is outrageous. This is unfair. Bennett Brooklyn grumbled again. They are all being harder on us on purpose, said Angela Bacco. I think they don't want us developing an ego too quickly. We shouldn't think ourselves any special even though we were pulled aside for, special duty. Can't we just say that we don't? Fucking hell, we don't care about that, just let us be normal, damn it. William Broderweg slapped his tummy that only marginally reduced after all the exercise and trauma, both physical and mental. That's some strange talk from someone who at the start wanted to be famous and all. Bennett flared his nostrils. Kerensky's punches to the face is kinda effective at breaking whatever ego you have. Devlin Stone smiled. Ah, my friends, you must not let the envy of others pollute your reality. As much as you might wish to escape it, you are marked for greatness. This is your fucking fault, you fucking devil, and you fucking know it. Devlin nodded. It is fine to be teenagers with attitude. We must become a power and a force that they've never seen before. I'm pretty sure nepotism is a power that everyone has seen before, Sally Mazza replied dryly. Stone's squad was walking to the next room. Junior light horse training was all about developing a potential future officer's leadership and communication skills, physical fitness, teamwork, and their knowledge about civics and military subjects. Drill and ceremony with plenty of classroom instruction ate up their days. They were still first-year cadets and had to stop and salute any passing officer. They were pretty sure by now that the officers from other platoons are just walking around in circles around the hallways now. They couldn't even go for 2 minutes before having to stop and be inspected. The rest of the platoon had already gone ahead. Bennett Brooklyn muttered something under his breath. What was that, cadet? Roared the platoon leader of 2nd Platoon. Sir, nothing, sir. Just dry throat, sir. Junior officers could not levy punishment or order around trainees of a separate yet equal group, because military formation was hierarchical. Platoon leaders could not order around other platoons, but a company sergeant could. Trainee leaders could not punish cadets directly. Only their own platoon leaders could submit notes of merit or demerit, but other officers could send notice of demeritable event to their platoon leader and their sergeant. The other officers were not only harassing Stone's squad, they were piling paperwork onto 1st Platoon leader. Clearing my throat, sir. Hucking hunt for sir, might have sore throat, sir. I apologize for my medical issue, sir. Cadet Brooklyn, are you experiencing some difficulty following regulations? Perhaps a visit to the medic is in order. We wouldn't want your medical condition to affect the rest of your platoon, would we? In fact, why don't you all head over to visit the medic right now? We're going to be late again. Whimpered Tom Lexington. Cadet. What was that? Another one? Cadet Stone, your group has attitude. This is most unprofessional. This is disappointing. They can't control themselves and you can't control them. Sir. Requesting permission to reprimand my team, sir. The junior platoon officer squinted down at Devlin Stone and reluctantly nodded. Devlin Stone, still rigid at attention, spoke up sharply. Stone's squad. Remember Picard, TNG, S2, E21. What was that? Asked the trainee officer. Tom blinked. Then in a reverent whisper he replied, it is possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. That is not weakness, it is life. Is this sarcasm? You have attitude too, Stone. So arrogant already. No wonder your squad is so slack if this is the only leadership they have. Sir, you are platoon leader Benjamin O'Connor of 1st Company, 2nd Platoon. Just before you was Lucas Santiago of 1st Company, 3rd Platoon. If you want to submit notice of demerits, I cannot stop you, sir. I apologize, sir. We will dutifully remember the example you instruct us with, sir. The leader is responsible for the conduct of their men, sir. Please issue a demerit directly to me instead, sir. The 2nd Platoon leader glared down at Stone. Devlin Stone kept his gaze straight ahead. Then with a wide grin the officer responded, demerits? What are you talking about, Stone? We're simply ensuring everyone adheres to regulations. Now, move your squad along, we already have a tight schedule to maintain. There was more time to chit-chat at lunch. They had a full hour of free time. Fuck say Aoki. Bennett Brooklyn growled. Everybody just wants to keep wasting our time. They know what they're doing and we can't do shit when they're just barely inside the rules. That was possibly a mistake, Stone, rumbled Hudson. They're going to definitely submit a demerit notice for you, and Khan would just second it without looking. That was a threat, added Sally Mazza. They can all hope to become officers, but are all already guaranteed mech warriors as long as we don't quit. Mentioning their names means we might remember their bullshit when we're already the officers they have to report to. The rest of 1st Platoon ain't so bad, said William Broderweg in between bites. At least the most they do is ignore us. Can't even blame them for that, they had to work out how to function with only less squad in all the group activities they have to do. They got a system now and we're interrupting it. I don't know how much more I can take of this. Why are they even doing this? I thought they'd be smarter than this. It's pointless. Bennett clacked his tongue. It's not pointless, Hudson Asner replied. Keeping control over our temper even when things are unfair and biased against us will train us to keep our cool even in the thickest of battle. We just have to accept things are as they are without getting angry about what we can't change. Tom Lexington, small and already used to being pushed around, hummed and noted, if you think about it, no one is above this. Remember that House Kerensky have the hereditary title of Defender of the First Lord because Tanya Kerensky lost her life defending Nicholas Cameron from Leonard Kurita, who would show up to the High Council totally drunk and accusing the First Lord of stealing his children for some stupid reason. Devlin Stone nodded. If even the First Lord has to curb his impulse to slap some idiots in the face, then we should also need to be able to accept that there are things we cannot solve with force or assassination. The academics ended at 1600 hours or 4 p.m. Then it was extracurriculars. Team sports, band practice, etc. The team sports of choice for the light horse were football and field hockey. Martial art classes and marksmanship were also on the docket. Then at 6:30 p.m., they were given time to shower and change, and then at 7 it was time for dinner. Then at 8 p.m., cabin inspection, and the rest of the night until 10 p.m. being free time to study, finish assigned tasks, or do their laundry. Stone Squad returned to their cabin to find the rest of 1st Platoon gathered around the squad's beds. Immediately the other cadets moved away to expose what happened. The beds had black ink splashed all over them, their lockers broken into and their personal possessions scattered, and inspection was less than 30 minutes away. Oh, someone fucked up, Devlin Stone said with a smile. We didn't do it. The squad leaders raised their hands, palms up. Sally Mazza snorted. Well, sure, that's what someone caught in the act would say. Next you're going to tell us you have an explanation for this. If you really didn't do it, why aren't you doing something to fix it? Asked Tom Lexington. What, and have our fingerprints contaminate the crime scene? We're waiting for Platoon Leader Khan to tell us if it's okay to do that. One of them had already run off to report. Soon enough John Ibrahim Khan Power walked through the other door in the cabin. He glanced at the scene and grimaced. Oh, for fuck's sake. Who fucked up this time? We didn't do it. Well, I hope none of you are complete idiots. John Khan glanced at his watch. And the supply station is closed by now. God damn it. He glanced across the rows of beds. All right. Fine. Plan. We need to delay the sergeant. Garcia. Sofia Garcia stepped up and saluted. Sir. Go set 2nd Platoon cabin on fire. Holy shit, Brooklyn whispered. The platoon leader continued, you know where the smoke bombs are. Go. Sir, yes sir. She spun around sharply and skedaddled forthwith. Khan went over to touch the black-streaked bed. Dry. He then started pointing and ordering squads to pick up and move beds around instead of having to redo the sheets. His own bed would take place of an inky mess. The rest of 1st Platoon would have to randomly spread the mess around. That's just 6 more of you that's going to have to lose at sudden death, rock paper scissors. He turned to Devlin Stone. 1st Squad. Go pick up your shit. The broken foot lockers would also need to be randomly moved around. 1st Squad would have all their shit pristine when the Sarge comes in. Sir. Why would you do this for us? I know we are resented for the special treatment, but at some level that is true. No amount of demerits will kick us off the light horse. Listen here, you stupid little shit, hissed John Khan. Honor is our name. We ride together or we die together. No one gets thrown to the wolves. No one who did this will get to have what they wanted. Did 2nd Platoon really do this? Murmured Angela Bacco dejectedly. No, we don't know, but fuck 2nd Platoon in particular, Khan said evenly. Devlin Stone looked up with a look approaching awe. That's really platinum, platoon leader. Khan sniffed. Try to keep up, Rabbitfoot. Living Indestructible times 02. Declan 3. Crucis March. Federated Sons. Sometime in 3025. Eligio Cade could not stay long managing the actions of a planet with a face. He still had an actual job to do as the Eridani Light Horse's chief of engineers. Having to deal with 4 active regiments now intensified the already ever-present Aztec shortage of the light horse. I'm sorry sir, reported Charlie Waeu, one of the engineers formerly based on the Monolith-class jump ship SLS Arendelle. The crew of the former jump ship, now the Megalith-class warship SLS Queen Arendelle, were not yet bored enough of Declan to wish rotation out into the wider inner sphere. The ability to build anything was catnip to an engineer brain. But the nanolathe really doesn't like to build anything that isn't urban mech shaped. The crab is not a chassis we can mass produce. We can't urban mech the entire open RCT. That would be exposing too much our own capabilities, Cade replied. Do we really need a 1:1 on crab hulls for this? Waeu nodded. The General Crab is a good multi-purpose design, we all agree. At 50 tons and capable of running up to 86 km per hour, and jumping, and with indirect fire capability, it is an improvement on the classic SLDF crab in every possible way. But why can we build turtles, but not crabs? Cade clacked his tongue. We can build this only by building an equivalent 50-ton urban mech and stripping it of everything that isn't the chassis. Turtles are weird enough as quad mechs, and may be sufficiently trash to be can. Then why can we build galleons? They aren't urban mech shaped at all. They are sufficiently trash to be canned. Galleon brand sardines, you say? Cade mused. In the Spanish style. Cade sighed. He rubbed at his grizzled chin and stared down at the Megamech Lab console. So what would be a good intermediate design between it and the King Crab, then? Major General Crab. We propose Lord Cancer. Cade stared judgingly at him again. He sighed again. If we can mass produce them, sure. Hoff. Draconis March. Federated Suns. Sometime in 3025. Despite its seeming sentimental decision, there were many good reasons for the Eridani Light Horse to choose Hoff to site the open RCT's training camp. While Kurita had managed to haul off as much as they could from the raid, the old SLDF infrastructure still remained. A research park was re-established, and with the open RCT nearby the scientists could feel more secure from another raid. They were also attracted by the promise of Lestec and experiments in new combat doctrines. Just like Project Phoenix that produced the prototype Freezers and the Super Wasp and Super Griffin, NAIS graduates were eager to get a look at all the newest toys being released. Granted, for the most part they were Solaris Micro Machines tie-ins, but there was hope. Grayson Death Carlyle was stuck trying to weld different SLDF-derived companies together. He was not sure if they respect his new unproven infantry-centric force at its core. Eligio Cade had arrived, bringing new mechs to populate the RCT. He had advice. The thing to remember is that you are supposed to behave like the SLDF of old. That means, you only ever need to think of the greater strategic situation. Forget logistics. Your logistics are yes. Imagine that you have behind you the greatest logistical superpower that humanity has ever produced. But for that to happen, it is also necessary to reduce the variety of mechs and vehicles available to the RCT into a universal maintenance plan. This is why the SLDF used to roll with whole battalions made out of the same mech, because their smallest tactical unit is regiment and brigades were the minimum required to take worlds. Cade then directed Grayson to the list of SLDF mercenaries that accepted the offer. You have at your disposal some of the best specialists in the inner sphere. The Eridani Light Horse, the best fast raiding force in the inner sphere. The 12 Star Guards, with the best combat engineers in the inner sphere. The Crater Cobras, the best integrated artillery in the inner sphere. Blue Star Irregulars, the best free-roaming assault weight force in the inner sphere, cough, until the Dragoons arrived. Grey Death Legion, and though you may think yourself unproved, we have confidence you can develop into some of the best infantry-aligned forces in the inner sphere. So how do we structure this force to be able to kick the crap out of the Davian Light Guards, then the Davian Heavy Guards when they come to test us next year? Then the next year after that the Alliance Games need an UP4 for combined Davian-Steiner operations, and you are it. The other mercenary commands could not spare a full company, but most could provide at least 2 observer lances. You overestimate me, Grayson replied. The best I could do is to teach insurgency. Infantry usually can't beat mechs on their own. Terrain matters, added Frank Troy of the Blue Star Irregulars. I don't see how bringing along infantry on a raid will hurt. Someone needs to claim the objectives while mechs and armor secure the area. If the problem with integrating infantry into the battalion level is that they would be left behind with nothing to do, the problem isn't the formation, it's the choice of missions. Jeremy Phillips of the Crater Cobras nodded. We could do a lot in defensive positions. If all artillery from now on are going to be jump-capable mech artillery, those artillery crew could be doing something else. Keel Jankowski of the 12 Star Guards agreed with a raised hand. We heard about those ultralight utility mechs you have. Field repairs and rearming. Industrial mechs don't need neurohelmet compatibility, but still takes longer to train than engineering vehicle crew. David Ramirez of the Eridani Light Horse added to the ELH technician's question, actually it looks to me like what we need most are more flight crew. We now have small craft integrated into the battalions for assault transport. The Skyfish can relocate 2 combat vehicles deep behind enemy lines faster than any running mech. So in a smash and raid, 2 Skyfish with 4 galleons with 6 infantry each can throw cargo or the rescued into the Skyfish in a hurry. Jankowski waved his hand. It doesn't hurt either that the Skyfish's fully equipped 2 light vehicle bays can also be used for field repairs of combat vehicles. 15-ton ultralight mechs can be repaired using vehicle bays and can be stacked 2 per bay. That's 4 small support mechs that can reinforce infantry or combat operations anywhere per craft. Grayson finally nodded. So what we're looking at here is a way to maximize mobility, maximize adaptability, and with a small grin, maximize unpredictability. Brunswick City. New Avalon. Crucis March. Sometime in 3025. It was the second time Eligio Cade met with Robotnik's CEO, and thus the Eridani Light Horse's main civilian representative. Tall, broad-shouldered, precise, and intimidating, Cade felt that Leroy Martin was a warrior in his own field. Thank you for meeting with us, Chief Cade, said Leroy Martin. How can Robotnik help the Light Horse? Countess Rodina A. Kerner beamed from beside Leroy Martin. Indeed. How may A. Kerner battle mechs help the light horse? Iligiocade looked down at his plate for this lunch meeting. Crab. He was surprised that Martin could arrange a meeting with A. Kerner battle mechs so quickly, but he supposed some people were just born to network while others preferred to work with rational and predictable machine states. Introversion was hard to shake. He sighed. We need someone to go to Northwind and ask them to restart their crab production line. We don't need weapons, engines, mimers, electronics. We just need as many bear crab hulls as possible. We need you to purchase a license to produce the crab. Rodina put a finger to her lips. It would take us some time to set up a new crab line, but I think Robotnik's mobile factories would have an easier time making a new one. No. Martin sighed again. I can neither confirm nor deny. Rodina A. Kerner pointed at Iligiocade. But you can though. Assembly plants aren't magic, they're just complicated, was Cade's reply. It's easier when we have finished inputs and someone just needs to put them together. I cannot do this, said Martin. Is there a problem, Mr. Martin? The engineer asked with a narrowed gaze. Leroy Martin pushed his glasses up. My extreme physiological issue with hyperspace travel means I am unable to transit long through interstellar space. Countess Rodina nodded. We are aware of this. And I do have to manage Arcanar. The largest battle mech corporation in the Federated Suns meant it was the others that needed to move to her beck and call. She was no one's lackey. But if you are asking for a favor then I can send someone. Leroy laced his hands together. You need Robotnik to be your representative for the financial side of this operation. And Arcanar has the weight and reputation to deal with Kosara weaponries. Correct. Cade nodded. He pointed towards the A. Kerner heiress. We do have an incentive for Kosara and Arcanar. How do you feel about spiders? Rodina frowned. They're fast but so thinly armored, it's almost suicide. Do you mean to say you have a better variant schematic for them the same way you made the super urban mech? Cade turned on a small hollow display. A quadruped mech with a round blue central body, whose tapering legs ended in rubber wheels. 35 tons and very jumpy. The Blue Spider. Let me bribe you with this so I can bribe the Blue Star Irregulars into using them and integrate more with the Open RCT. That is surprisingly cute, said Rodina. But I have seen trivids of your micro machines stable on Solaris. You have some, super cute, battle mechs. Leroy sighed. We are a toy company. Avalon City. New Avalon. Federated Suns. Sometime in 3025. Iligiocade's next order of business was to join Brevet General Nathan Armstrong's meeting with Duke Aaron Sandoval. The world of Robinson was the capital of the entire Draconis March border of the Federated Suns, and seat of House Sandoval. As Minister of the entire Draconis March however, Duke Aaron Sandoval needed to stay at the legislative heart of the Federated Suns. He held an ancestral mansion around Avalon City. At 63 years old, Aaron Sandoval still retained much of his vigor. His head was mostly bald except for a tuft of hair on the top, but this did not look to bother him any. He considered himself a border lord with more important things to worry about than frippery. Unlike other nobles he distinguished himself by being a tanker in the 159th Galax Heavy Tank Regiment than a mech warrior. He did still retain command over the 1st Robinson Rangers Regiment however. He held the post of Minister of the Draconis March, and while he could not relocate regiments willy-nilly, he could draft suggestions directly for the First Prince's approval. He considered himself now to be a politician first and foremost, seeing how much the might of the AFFS could only be constrained by politics from doing what was necessary to protect the Draconis March worlds from the depredations of Kurita. I understand that if there was anyone who could hate Kurita as much as we do, that would be the Eridani Light Horse. Your work at the Steiner-Kurita border is legendary. But if you could do that, why did you stop? The Duke asked harshly. Why settle for only worlds behind Galter? You could have pushed for more. The people will be safer if the border is pushed out and we reclaim Davian worlds seized by Kurita. Nathan Armstrong smiled thinly and shook his head. Unfortunately we agree with the First Prince that the AFFS, strong as it is with the most forces in the inner sphere, just can't digest any more offensives. It doesn't even matter if we manage to liberate more Kurita worlds if we don't have the capacity to protect them from retaliation or terror attacks. Duke Sandoval scowled. You really don't have that many pocket warships, do you? It's all just a big bluff. It is more important that no one knows which worlds are actually defended. We all have to wait for Davian and Steiner shipbuilders to build more pocket warships before we can use them offensively. But while that is happening, Kurita is also seeking to build their own pocket warships. Nathan Armstrong raised his cup. We can't just decapitate the dragon. We have to squeeze it from two directions and have it strangle itself. You're putting your hopes in the Fedcom Accords, the Duke realized. Yes. Like it or not, Kurita is still a great house and neither Steiner nor Davian could hope to defeat it on their own. I see. So what do you want from me? You have my thanks for what you have done to cripple the Draconis Combine, but you are here looking for something. What favor are you asking that Hansa Davian wouldn't be able to give you? Armstrong nodded and gestured for Cade to bring out schematics. 2 things. First of all, Robinson Battle Academy. We want to recruit people to join the Open RCT and Eridani Light Horse. The Duke furrowed his brows. I am not sure I appreciate you stealing my people out from under me. Those were good soldiers that were needed to join the AFFS, join the workforce, and defend the border. Originally built around the start of the First Succession War, when Kurita invaded Robinson, they forced the graduates of the Battle Academy of Robinson to take apart their school buildings brick by brick to demoralize the population. This pettiness did not accomplish what they sought, as Robinson was later swiftly retaken, but the school facilities did languish for many years unused. The Sandoval family funded the rebuilding. It would not be permanent. If someone joins a regular regiment, they will have to go where the AFFS orders. They can only stand ready in defense if Kurita makes an attack. A mercenary might not be considered as honorable a posting, but at least we are free to move out and take the fight directly to Kurita without having to wait for Davian orders. I am still permitted to order raids into Kurita territory. Duke Sandoval bid him to remember his status as Minister of the Draconis March. Random raids can pressure Kurita defenders, but knowing what would hurt them strategically can only come from the AFFS Department of Military Intelligence or Wandering Horse. We can either hit them in small piecemeal attacks or gather force for a deep and devastating march that could panic Luthien. Is that why you need the Open RCT? I am also not sure it's wise to tell our enemies how to fight us. The Open RCT's main role is to vacuum up loose mercenary commands and keep them from signing up with Kurita instead. If they have some awareness of the utter stomping they will face when they go against the closest thing to a SLDF brigade when it starts to move, Kurita would find troops with a less rigid doctrine start to peel off. If we can encourage Kurita to have a death to mercenaries order, that would also be grand. Aaron Sandoval considered it while tapping his own broad jaw. Some youngsters would prefer to have action sooner than later. The upcoming Alliance Games would pit one combined arms regiment of Steiner and Davian each against a regiment of the Open RCT and the Light Horse. It would be giving the Lyran Commonwealth and the AFFS an excuse to start working together. All right. I will permit it. What else do you want? Robinson Standard Battle Works. House Sandoval is its controlling interest. We want your approval for a partnership with Robotnici, A. Kerner Battle Mechs, Defiance Industries, and other mech foundries to pool the license for designs and expand production. Sandoval frowned again. Is this about that Solaris toy line? Not, really, Armstrong winced. Now it was Eligio Cade's turn to explain about the crab family, the urbanization family, the turtle family, the bear family, and the quad spider family. It was a thing of theirs, a syndicate. We want Robinson to produce a 100-ton battle mech that can be an energy-based alternative to the king crab for the Open RCT and the Eridani Light Horse. Not everyone is as enamored of the Lord Urban mech, despite its C3 capabilities. He gestured to the 100-ton machine that looked like a crab body with Lord Urban mech arms and Atlas legs. We call it the Sagittarian. It would be a considerable inconvenience for Robinson Standard if this would eat up resources for their Atlas production line, but given that Robinson already produced everything necessary for the Atlas in-house, in exchange for access to DHS, large laser technology, and compact gyros, the Light Horse promised to be a reliable customer of the 100-ton crab-shaped mech as fast as they could roll off the assembly line. This is why they needed the Sandoval's word. Less Atlases for more Sagittarians would impact the company's other customers, but the board was loyal to the Sandovals. Armstrong added in a quid pro quo, we could also see about our Myrmidon 2 tanks filtering its way into the Robinson DMM. Duke Aaron Sandoval commanded a partisan heavy tank with quad AC/5S. He met his wife in 2892 when she became part of the crew, though due to fraternization regulations she was assigned to a different tank. He lost both his legs on Rio when a Capellan marauder wrecked his tank as he tried to save her. Jessica Danforth Sandoval died in 3001 after bearing 3 sons and a daughter. It was a sudden heart attack and there was nothing they could have done. The Myrmidon 2 was a competent vehicle with an large laser in place of the PPC, but Paxa LRM-10 to improve its fire support capabilities. It was decently fast as well, able to go up to 86 km per hour. Robinson already natively produced the Nissan 200 fusion engine necessary for the medium tank. The Duke sniffed. What about your von Luckners? But a Gauss rifle in a tank was the dream of any tanker. Armstrong smiled, ready to get into some more horse trading, when he and Cade suddenly stopped and frowned. They both looked down to their left wrists and pulled aside their jacket cuffs to expose a gold band. It was vibrating. Something terrible has happened, and the link to Declan had to use up a lot of space magic in a hurry. Living Indestructible times 03. Boreal reaches Arena. Solaris City. Solaris 7. Sometime in 3025. So this is glory. Mused Gabriel Anderson. To stand alone and undaunted on the field of battle. To see your enemies broken and scattered before you. To fight for a cause that is just and true. His 35-ton battle mech walked forth as the unchallenged master of all it surveyed. He stepped over the wreck of a 35-ton Jenner JR-7C. In the distance only a Spider SDR-5K, another 35-ton mech, still survived. In between them was littered the wrecks of locusts, wasps, and assorted other bug mechs. He took another step forward. The Spider took one step backwards. "Yield," said Brother Anderson over the open comms. "This is not worth your life." The other mech seemed to shiver in place, and rallied its courage. Its pilot responded, "Scrag off, Frocker. Doesn't matter how much you paint your face, you ain't no real Atlas and you ain't scarin' me off." Brother Anderson nodded. He was clear about this. He had been instructed, no matter how you look, you are not invincible. You have, at best, a half-ton more armor than any other mech in your weight class. Anything that can hit like an AC-10, or a whole mess of medium lasers, can still ruin your day. You are not Barbara Moseley, who learned Panzerkunst with sweat and blood, or Natasha Kerensky, who is a total freak of nature to enlighten herself about it just by seeing it happen. Your mech is only middling in speed for a light mech and you can't dodge for shit. We don't have the time to teach you to become elite in 3 months, but instead of a mech warrior being a master of any mech they pilot, become one with the urbanization and trust the metal as much American Samoa it trusts you. He was humbled when a single urban mech challenged all of the Brotherhood in their warrior monastery on Rendies, and exposed just how much their theory and practice of warrior monk discipline paled against the hard-won practical experience of a soldier. But he was doubly blessed when they were invited to learn the true arts of man and machine, power extremis, and bring back that knowledge molded to fit a doctrine more suited to protectors of the helpless and ignored in the periphery. "I am one with the machine," he thought. He slept in the cockpit despite it being a cramped small cockpit, and communed with its nuclear heart. "O Lord, let my hands be sure, and my aim true. Jesus Christ, I pray to thee. Saints Cameron, guide me. Randy's is my home. The urbanization is with Maine." The Spider pushed its speed up to nearly 130 kph, zigging and zagging to spoil the aim, all to bring its pair of medium lasers in range. The ERPPC set into his battle mecha's right hip spat brilliant crackling fury. He missed. Spiders were supposed to be nimble after all, for all that their 3.5 tons of armor were as good as paper. The Spider jumped, its 8 jump jets capable of propelling it to 240 meters in one bound. The mech warrior inside trusted in its ability to evade the firing angle of any torso-mounted weapon. Had it tried this against something like a micro-warmer or a micro-marauder, the ballistic trajectory would have been foolish. Their primary weapons were arm-mounted and would shoot it out of the air. But his arm-mounted weapons were but a pair of medium lasers. To be in range to hit the enemy means to be hit in turn. Brother Anderson pushed his mech forward, as fast as it could go. Which was a leisurely 64 km per hour. The Spider twisted in midair to try and stab downwards with its own chest-mounted medium lasers. But there was one important difference between his battle mech and a real Atlas. This mech was still, at its heart, an urban mech. And urban mechs had jump jets. Just as Spider reached the downward arc of its jump, Brother Anderson triggered his own jump jets, the pair of them only able to boost the mech up to 60 meters. It was not high enough to match the Spider. But it was high enough to catch it. Anderson grabbed a spindly ankle and swung, applying the principles of AMBAC to pivot both mechs around a common center of gravity. You probably won't ever reach the total mastery of Panzerkunst that defies physics, but there isn't anything that says you can't learn Martian karate. Or the parts of Panzerkunst that is born out of zero-gravity combat. Or, in other words, get rotated, idiot. The Spider bounced hard, head first, off the ground. With a meaty thump, his mech landed a second later, back nonchalantly to the enemy. "What kind of madman gives an urban mech, arms?" The other pilot wheezed through bloody lips. "That's so wrong. That looks nasty." With a swagger, Anderson turned and repeated again. "Yield. Yo, you're gonna have to kill me. I can't lose. Not like this. Not to something like you." "Yes. I am aware that Spiders are not equipped with ejection pods." His ERPPC barked again. This time he could not miss. Anderson shot the Spider in the crotch, and the bolt punched straight into its gyro and out the other side. The Spider face down on the ground was now incapable of battle. Buzzers and sirens rang. The announcer exulted, and that's it, Mech Warrior fans. Sir Gabriel in his Micro Atlas, representing the Micro Machine Stable, brought to you by Robotnik Fabrications, advances to the finals in the Grand Open Light Mech Circuit. Solaris City. Solaris 7. Some time later. Fine. Kane, the Micro Machines are making waves. It's about time we get a more in-depth look into them. Get me that story. Yes. Dwayne Kane pumped her fists. Chief. You're giving it to her? She's going to turn it into a funny little puff piece. Objected her square-jawed coworker. Can it, Trent? If you want to be taken out of your crime beat, just say so, The editor-in-chief huffed through cigar smoke. Yeah, I know you want to rave about their Lestek, Lewis, but this is Solaris. They got a theme going on, but what sells the wow factor is people. Personalities. If they're boring and all they got is flash, better we get a handle on that early. There's only so far you can go with a tech demonstrator. We can get more stories out of them later if they get the hint. Louis Trent pushed his square glasses up on his nose and smiled shyly. If you say so. Be safe, Miss Kane. Dash. Black Hills Sector. Solaris City. Some time later. The Black Hills Sector showcased the extremes of Davian society, ornate mansions on top of hills overlooking wide expansive slums. While considered safe in its core areas with the stringent patrols of 1,000 police officers in a lance of light mechs equipped specifically for crowd control, only a fool or the desperate would venture into the slums. Though the people in the sector often declared loudly their proud Davian loyalties, projecting themselves as defenders of good and justice against the depredations of Kurita and Liao, the poor and ignored proved that the Federated Sons were just another successor state with the same strengths and weaknesses like any other. Crime, poverty, and corruption could not be controlled in those squalid areas, and many who drawn to the golden allure of Solaris inevitably drifted down as they lost money and dignity. Fortunately for the Micro Machines stable, they were an extremely well-funded stable and could afford to keep a garage near the industrial areas of Black Hills. The biggest problem was finding parking space in these crowded rows. Some streets were forbidden as mech-only transit zones, leading down to the deep and wide underground tunnels and mech bays that allowed battle mechs to travel from arena to arena and outside the city without disturbing the people above. Dwayne Kane spoke into her recorder. The Micro Machines stable make no secret of their House Davian loyalties. Emblazoned on their garage are the symbols of Archerner Battle Mechs, Phoenix Heavy Industries, and of course the distinctive red grinning madman icon of Robot Nisi Fabrications. Beside them are the more militaristic symbols of famed commands, Eridani Light Horse of course, wait I have to look these up, that's 12th Star Guards, Knights of St. Cameron, I'm going to have to hook back up to the data mains to find out what that book and sword thing is later, and also of course the Davian Sword and Starburst. This likely eased their integration into the stratified subcultures of Solaris. She went over to the boom gate with the striped arm that restricted passage, and noted that its guardhouse seemed to resemble more a pillbox than a toll booth. Kane raised her press card on her neck chain. Hello the mech stable. I am Dwayne Kane, Solaris Times. I have an appointment. The guard did not crudely brandish weapons at her, but she clearly noted how they slung rifles instead of shotguns and pistols like the normal Rent-A cops. She silently made a note to herself as they allowed her inside. For all the colorful and cuddly impression that their battle mechs give, Micro Machines operates like a well-oiled military machine. I suppose this also slots them neatly into the Davian sensibilities of Black Hills, for here they do love straight talk and prompt compliance to the rules. This whole sector operates somewhat like a badly run military camp. Two features immediately drew her attention. First, the 2 rows of stubby urban mech-shaped battle mechs painted in bright primary colors. 6 in total. Then far to the back and looming above them, were 4 atlases. A full assault lance, 400 tons of pure menace. Like dragons watching over their clutch of eggs. Again she made another mental note. One should probably not fuck with Micro Machines. Micro Machines had repurposed this old factory well. A lot of Solaris was still disused old buildings left over from the physical and economic collapse of the Star League or discarded as fortunes were made or lost in Solaris. No matter how deep the pockets, Dwayne wondered how long before its parent company would seek to cut their losses too. The first floor and 2 basement levels were given over to mech hangars and storage. The second floor was communal spaces with the canteen, entertainment areas, gyms. Third floor had private rooms. Fourth floor, offices. There were rumors that there was a pool up on the roof. Given that Dwayne could glimpse the tips of palm trees from up there, well she supposed that many built townhouses or clubs on top floors of their buildings. There were plenty in downtown Cathay. Dwayne considered herself an expert on reading the mood of a workplace. There was an air of anxiety around the stable, but not depression or discouragement. It was a youthful and awkward sort of atmosphere. The walls lacked hard corners. It was odd. Hard plating juxtaposed against soft rubbery walls, she whispered to herself. How strange, it felt more like the inside of a ship than a building on land. Also, the trash cans were all shaped like urban mechs. Stepping on their feet pops open the dome heads. After some time, she was led into a meeting room and then introduced to the 2 leaders of the stable. Alan Marjorie Frost was the patron of the stable, representing the investment of Robot NIC and their supply side. A rounded man with a chin beard, he looked like the stereotypical Lyran bean counter, but a fetty. The stiff movement of his prosthetic leg was the only hint he had been in the infantry. His counterpart in charge of the team and the day-to-day operations was Lieutenant Joan Rivera, a tall dark woman with a scar running from the ridge of her left eye down into her neck. She was a mech warrior from the Blackhearts Mercenary Company, here under a subsidiary contract. A captain leads a company, a lieutenant leads lance. May I know why a Blackheart is the chief trainer for this stable instead of someone from the Eridani Light Horse, its parent organization? It should be obvious, replied LT Rivera with a smirk. The ponies are far too straight-laced for Solaris. They're too boring and proper, they can't survive any of this without supervision. Dwayne Kane referred to her notes. The Micro Machines stable was established mid-3025 and its record so far has been mixed. The stable spent the first few months practicing out in the Badlands, hiring mech warriors to fight lance-on-lance mech battles and duels. It seems no one at least tried to mess with a group of light mechs in training with a full assault lance looming over them. This did call into question if these hired mech warriors were really doing their best while under a silent threat and if any victories would be valid. Their first attempts at the circuits of Solaris proper showed a string of mostly losses. However, in time the Micro Machines began to adapt to the Solaris way of fighting and began to build up clean wins. This was accompanied with a media and merchandising blitz. The Micro Machines used more body language to emote instead of looking to win as soon as possible. Their toy lines appeared in major Solaris, Federated Suns, and Lyran Commonwealth convenience stores. She looked up. So, I suppose my first question, are you actually a toy company? Alan Frost shrugged. Sure, why not? But why though? I find that curious. I saw all those mercenary heraldries painted outside. Is this a multi-unit operation? Why is that? Why are multiple mercenary commands interested in something as small-scale as a Solaris stable? She explained that the purse of 500,000 C-bills for Grand Champion might be a lot for a single mech warrior, but that isn't much compared to serious combat pay for a unit. Dwayne continued, how do you respond to criticism from outside Solaris that this is a disgrace to your home units? There are those who think that Solaris fighting isn't real fighting. What we want to get out of it as owners is different from what mech warriors want to get out of it. The only thing I personally care about is making sure they don't get any bad habits that will get them killed out in the real world. That's fair. For the record then, other stables are criticizing you, that is, Micro Machines, as not taking this seriously. That you are disrespecting the skill and effort necessary to make Solaris combat possible. Your theme is far too kid-friendly, and Solaris is not something that easy or innocent. How do you respond to this? But I do respect how much hard work it is to be entertaining, LT Rivera replied. She looked away, wistful. I thought it would be as easy as trying to pull away from killing shots, but we lost our first few matches until we could get a handle on it. Even so, how much are you aiming to take out compared to how much you put in? Although I also suppose that more income comes from endorsements and publicity. But if it was just to display corporate sponsorship it would already be alright to build a stable of locals, it seems complicating it to bring other mercenary commands into it. Frost laced his plump fingers under his chin. That is presuming that direct income from Solaris is what we want out of this. I see. It could work as a quick and dirty way to build hype and awareness for Robotnici and its products. The target is not the audience but mercenary commands as an independent supplier? Frost chuckled. An awareness of something, indeed. LT Rivera leaned back on her seat. What we want out of this as owners is different from what our fighters want out of it as mech warriors, and that is different from what the audience wants from the show, and even more what the inner sphere will receive from all of this. All we do is to keep things running. If you want the real details, you have my permission, go ahead and interview the team. Frost giggled. And remember, we trust our team. We stand by everything they say. Living Indestructible times 03B. Micro Machines Stable. Solaris City. A little while later. Dwayne Kane wrote. The Eridani Light Horse was a unit with a long and honorable history that dates back to the Star League. Recently they have been in the limelight pulling off major wins against House Kurita, releasing Lastek out into the wild, and are specially favored by Hansa Davian. Therefore their desire to set up a Solaris stable has something of a mysterious allure. For such accomplished treasure hunters, what do they know that Solaris doesn't know? Francesca Button was the leader of the team. She was tall and fit, and 19 years old. She could not even stop exercising even as she gave the interview. I didn't expect this as my first command after graduating from Eridani Combat School, but where the Light Horse commands, I go. Am I correct in presuming that most of the Micro Machines are trained mech warriors in the military style? Dwayne asked. Most of us, yes ma'am, Button replied. Wouldn't you prefer to be on the real battlefield? How do you feel about being on Solaris fighting show battles while your other comrades are going out there fighting against real crack regiments? I trust in high command. They have a plan. Dwayne frowned minutely. This was not as interesting as she had hoped. So how were you chosen to be part of Micro Machines instead of a regular lance? Button slowed down her pace on the exercise bike. Normally fresh graduates are assigned a mech, if they don't inherit one, and serve in a scout role to build real-world combat experience. High Command selected some of the mech warriors with the best one-on-one scores and offered an immediate promotion if we volunteered. I won against all of them. This counts as a combat tour, so at the end of it I'm up for an instant promotion in my own Lance Command. I earned my place as team leader by proving myself to every other mech warrior here on the dueling circle. Dwayne smiled. Ah, there we go. There was the expected mech warrior ego. Do you think your experience here on Solaris as a duelist would negatively influence you as a leader and fighter? Mosley and Kerensky lead their companies just fine. Fame just makes you a bigger target. If I can gun for the championship, at least I know I'm getting close to that level. Regular combat is too unpredictable as to the skill level of your opponent to know just how much you are improving until you're enough of a threat that your single company is worth battalions chasing after you. Button paused and stared at Dwayne Kane. Solaris shouldn't stagnate. If it can't keep up, then we're going to have to drag its skill level up with us. Dwayne nodded approvingly. Nice. Nice. That's sure to piss off some people. So, to summarize, do you agree that what you want out of this is to be able to refine your skills in combat more often? That is just what I said. Can you tell us about your personal battle mech, then? Button wrinkled her nose. My Aztec can tell you more about that. There are two philosophies in the sort of command mech for a lance in the SLDF. The first is to have them be big and strong as possible, so the commander gets to live as long as possible and keep their eye on the battle instead of their own survival. The other philosophy is to lead from the battle line. It needs to be hard-hitting but also fast enough to plug any weakness they identify. To lead by example is also my guiding philosophy. That is why the SLDF like to use the Marauder as their command mech. That has not changed even if it is a micro Marauder. Dwayne Kane later spoke to the tech in charge of Button's machine. Oh, yeah. The Maddie. Well, as you can see, she's an URB, but also mad. What makes Maddie unique is her main guns. First thing, if anyone remembers the Blazer, the binary laser cannon, invented back in the 2800s, tried to mate two large laser cores and fire them together for better penetration. Turned out a crapshoot, all the heat of two large lasers, 9 tons, and only like half as much more damage. You might as well just carry a PPC or two separate large lasers. But here we are, 200 years later, and someone finally succeeded at doing the same thing to two medium laser cores. You get 2 tons, the heat of two medium lasers, but instead of the penetration of a 5 cm laser, it's closer to a 7 cm laser. Large lasers are 8 cm lasers, so that's practically a large laser at 2 tons. Less heat than a large laser too. The only drawback is that it's still at medium laser range. The tech pointed up at the long cylindrical arm pods of the Micro Marauder. I'd take 2 medium blazers over 4 medium lasers because in this weight class a medium laser hit won't get through armor, but a medium blazer would punch through anywhere on a Locust or Wasp in a hit. The equivalent of 4 or more large lasers hitting at once. Even a heavy mech would get nervous at that. But Maddie is fast enough, the fastest in the stable, all to deliver those hits. And unlike the full-size Marauder, it has jump jets. Sometimes we like to mix things up with the dorsal mount, put a light AC/5 or a large laser or a medium pulse laser in there. The Maddie has a little more freedom to play with the loadouts. Impressive. How do you respond to the accusations that micro machines are winning only through technological trickery? L'Aztec is lost for a reason. That you are fighting unfairly with money and connections and it is again disrespecting the game. What do you think of this? The tech laughed. He replied, that's a load of nonsense. You're talking to the company that made double heatsinks and ferrofibrous no longer L'Aztec, so it would be stupid for us not to play to our strengths. He waved around the open walkway. Besides, arenas are so cramped that it's a wonder why light mechs should even be so fast. Given the choice between speed and firepower, we chose firepower. Are we wrong to do that? You might as well stop Panthers from competing with their PPC if they can't deal with anything packing anything stronger than some medium lasers. Dwayne next sought out brother Gabriel Anderson, who in his Micro Atlas was the most popular pilot in the arenas. He was also the oldest in the stable, with a full beard and a shaved head. He was found at the chapel built into a corner of the building. He had both a Bible and a SLDF training manual in his hands. She wrote. We have no knowledge of what the Brotherhood of Randys are, but they are presumably another mercenary unit. I asked if they also had a legacy with the Star League. Brother Anderson said he had no knowledge if they had any ties to the SLDF. No, the Brotherhood of Randys is not related to the Knights of St. Cameron, but I am honored by the comparison. We have a small monastery in the periphery world of Randys, and with our meager means we attempt to protect what is within our reach. So how did you come by to fight with micro machines? The Eridani Light Horse arrived on Randys with an invitation. Myself and my squire were elected to join this stable by the council. Why do you think the Eridani Light Horse went so far? I have no speculation on that front, other than that we share the same ideals and desire to protect the weak and give them justice. Given your experience, how do you feel that you are not the team leader of this stable? The man let off a jolly and booming laugh. Oh, but I do not have the experience at all. I would dare say I am the worst pilot in this stable. I do not have the experience nor the education in leading warriors into true battle. I am content with my role in this team. Why do you fight for micro machines? My share of the stable's income is matched by Robotnik and the Eridani Light Horse into charity and educational funds in the periphery. What I learn and earn here can strengthen the Brotherhood and better allow us to protect the ignored peoples in the periphery from hunger and piracy. It is indeed a worthy task and I thank the Light Horse for their endorsement. What do you want to get out of how much you put into Solaris? Is that funding and training all that you want? As much as I might sound ungrateful, I have to say that it is not enough. I must confess to a personal ambition. There is one more thing that the Light Horse can give me, and I will serve until I might have the chance to grasp it. What is that, if I might ask? Brother Gabriel looked up with a dagger-like gaze. Panzerkunst. The tech explained. So the micro-atlas. The mass. At 35 tons, the heaviest mech allowed in the light mech class. It has the thickest armor possible for its size, but it's still a light mech so nowhere near as durable as its namesake. The mass is slow for a light mech, but fortunately not as slow as regular urban mech. You can compare it to a Panther, another 35-ton mech that carries a PPC and has jump jets. But the Light Horse really hates Kurita, so the Micro Atlas is built to kill Panthers. Its main gun is an ER PPC where an Atlas would have its AC/20. It outranges almost everything and hits as hard as an AC/10, without the minimum range feedback problem of a regular PPC or the ammo issues of an AC/10. The other side has a MML5 launcher, letting it shave off armor from long range with LRMs or in short range with SRMs. Medium lasers in each arm to finish off its opponents. Duad nodded. A lot of other mech warriors admit that the Micro Atlas is the one mech they would hate to face the most in a blind match. Especially in cramped arenas like the factory or Ishiyama. Yab. The mass is all about pushing forward and breaking everything in front of it. It can punch and kick and wrestle. Unlike the other micro machines, it is most humanoid in design. What is Panzerkunst anyway? Ha ha ha, I don't even know. Father Gabriel's squire, 12-year-old Mascarala, was unfortunately in class and should not be interrupted. No escape for the kid. The maths will not be denied. Dwayne found next Mike Bottle, the pilot of the Micro Warmer. Conveniently he was already down at the hangars. The broad-faced young man was more happy to talk about his mech. He revealed that he was also 19 and invited from the 12th Star Guards. Dwayne wrote. The 12th Star Guards were, like the Eridani Light Horse, among the oldest and most decorated mercenary units in the inner sphere formed directly from the SLDF regiments that chose to stay. They were 5 regiments originally formed from the SLDF 42nd Stryker Regiment and the 10th Heavy Assault Regiment, and presently under contract with House Steiner. The Star Guards have some of the best techs in the inner sphere, and when the Light Horse sent word about getting the gang back together in the open RCT, we didn't see anything wrong with sending a crew down to learn about all the Listec and SLDF materials the Light Horse brought back. The Light Horse still remembers how we saved their lives on Lorik back in 2978 at cost of an entire engineering cadre. It's good that we're working together again. Half of the tech crew here are Star Guards. So why are you here on Solaris instead of the open RCT? I volunteered. This is where the bleeding edge of Listec gets tested in real combat conditions, you know? It's interesting to do the most within the externally imposed limitations you are forced to fight in. Fascinating. As you're happy to be here, could you also tell us about your battle mech? The bulbous mech painted yellow stood above them. Since the urban hammer already existed, and made infamous in the witnessed duel between Kerensky and Mosley, the mech was a dwarfish miniature with a wide body and shorter legs. My Micro Warmer, the Whammy, packs a large laser in each arm in place of the Donal PPCs of its larger brother. And I don't mean like equivalent to large lasers. Standard large lasers. 2 of them. The Whammy is still just 30 tons, so a full 1/3 of its mass are these guns. Plus a couple of medium lasers for spice. That really is impressive. You can't be a reporter in Solaris without some knowledge of mechs and what works for mech combat. Yet, I have to live with the fact that I'm going to be the first thing everybody on field will gang up on, because I can knock out any mech in a single volley if I'm lucky. This is why I hope we get more team duels in the future. I need to get better at dueling. What do you want to get out of Solaris for what you put into it? I'm not sure. It's an interesting place and there are interesting fights. Sure, me being here is like proof that the Star Guards and the Light Horse are doing tech sharing, but really it's just fun to be here. I don't know what new thing or new tactic they're going to come up with. The cheerful one in the team was usually one that the audience rooted for, or wanted to see their optimism broken as Solaris fully revealed itself. So far Dwayne Kane was feeling good about her story. The 4th mech pilot was found with the 5th pilot in the library. One of them sat reading on a comfy couch, while the other painted her from a distance with a standing easel. The canvas was already half done. Dwayne's nose wiggled. Oh? Was she smelling the hint of a little workplace romance? Dwayne noted in her article. The Knights of Saints Cameron are two regiments formed in 2956 by mech warrior Martin Gluck, a believer in the cult of the Saints Cameron. The cult believed that Jonathan Cameron's dreams were visions of a terrible future that came true with Emrys coup and the extinction of the Terran House Cameron line. His sister Jocasta Cameron, who managed the realm while he was often beset by his apocalyptic fits, believed in him and helped set up the SDS system and the many secret doomsday caches that the SLDF scattered across many worlds. The two siblings appeared in visions to people who suddenly went into unexplained comas to predict the future deaths of pivotal Cameron leaders. The third saint that the cult of Saints Cameron revered was Alexander Kerensky. The Knights of Saints Cameron lived with a chivalric mindset, and often found themselves with financial issues due to their tendencies to help out the weak and helpless pro bono. Transport and battle damage often eats up to half of mission income, and if you were doing it for free then it will have to come from the regiment's war chest. Dwayne apologized for interrupting. The young woman allowed the interview, as she was doing nothing more than sitting and can talk without breaking her friend's flow. Her long black hair draped over her shoulder and moved little as she turned a page. Her eyes were dark and limpid. I am Sister Lana Tessara of the Knights of St. Cameron. Unlike the others, it was our own unit that approached the Light Horse first, inquiring about their Star League legacies and how it may help the people. The Light Horse releasing Corps Demeter for no desire of compensation proved their honor, and there is no reason that we cannot work together for the common good. And your employers don't mind this? I do note that Steiner and Davian have been cordial recently, but you are very far away from anything useful. We are not joining the Light Horse, just some of us taking part in a third separate unit. Mercenaries are allowed to go where they wish, and being an observer is nothing noteworthy. Her gaze sharpened. This place of Davian pride is a pit of vice and inequality. If the Light Horse wish to deliver change for the better, this is as good a place as any. Good luck with that. Sorry, I would be very happy if that actually happens. Dwayne added, suddenly abashed. I am not offended. I understand that it can be hard to believe in altruism after all this time. Did they even start, or is this just promises? There are some soup kitchens and free clinics that operate out in the slums, but they exist only with permission from the gangs or their own way to make people loyal to their turf. Sister Tessara nodded. You aware that it is significantly more difficult to leave Solaris than to visit it, correct? Dwayne nodded. Solaris enthralled people with visions of luxury and excitement and trapped them in vice and squalor. If they tried to leave, they would find that the only way out would be from expensive chartered slots on dropships smacked with hefty exit fees. This was part of the reason why slums on Solaris were ever growing and why life was cheap and many spent all they could ever scrooge on gambling and escapism. The other mech warrior laughed. The Light Horse landed with an Overlord-class combat dropship, paid the fees, offered seats, and dared Solaris Aerospace Control to shoot them down. Rescue of the destitute is honorable. May they have an easier time in another world not so determined to beat them down. On that note, what do you think about Brother Gabriel of the Brotherhood of Randys? Lana could not fully hide her win-ce. I respect Brother Gabriel and his fervor. There is much that is similar between our respective orders. The only difference is scale. If one were to dare compare two regiments to about 10 mechs. Do you also seek the knowledge of Panzerkunst? Lana shook her head. Such things are not relevant. You do not need to be the strongest to help in the now. I do not mind piloting a mech that looks like a toy if it would help a child grow up with hope for a better world. Then would you mind telling us about your mech, or should I ask the techs instead? There is no need to go so far. My mech is the micro-catapult, which can be called the Caddy. There is nothing particularly out of the ordinary with it, other than the use of paired MML-5 launchers ensure that I am not caught without options either in short or long range. Jump jets and 3 medium lasers mean that just like the catapult, people underestimate how a fire support mech be a surprisingly dangerous close-in fighter. Dwayne nodded. Thank you. The hawk-faced man put down his brush. I am finished, he said softly. Languidly, like a black cat, Sister Lana rose from her fluffy couch and walked over to inspect the painting. Illuminated with light, it showed her peaceful repose as if this library was but a slice of an infinite dream world. It is mediocre, she said with a small smirk. How can such a mouth declaring for virtue say such lies, the painter retorted with a grin. Oh they flirtin', Dwayne thought to herself. Very nice indeed. The man turned to her, and while Sister Lana had charming soft features, his features were exceedingly strong, with a thick brow, a long Romanesque nose, and a narrow chin. I am SGT. Robert Tide, and I suppose you could say I hail from Robinson Draconis March Militia. That I am the AFFS intruding their way into this little arrangement. I see. Did you volunteer or were you, voluntold to do this? In some way. Davian also needs observers. Still, I am not displeased with this assignment. I consider myself as something of a historian, and Solaris itself is full of history. An academic. It was good thing he was a mech warrior and under the protection of a stable, because Solaris would chew him up in his lonesome. How do you feel about being a Solaris fighter under a stable instead of fighting in the army? It's not an unpleasant duty. He very pointedly tried not to glance to the side. If I recall correctly, you haven't fought a match yet, have you? If I ask about your mech, it could give your opponents some advance warning. Would you still share some information? My mech is the Micro Thunderbolt, specifically based on the Thunderbolt TDR-5SE, a variant of the Thunderbolt requested by and developed for the Eridani Light Horse. It gives the 65-ton heavy mech jump jets by dropping the machine guns in SRM-2S and reducing the LRMs on its canister from LRM-15S to 10s. It does improve the heat handling, however, with the end result a flexible and well-armored machine. The Micro Thunderbolt, the Bullety, is almost exactly the same thing at 30 tons and slightly faster. Large laser as main punch, 2 medium lasers for close-in work, a MML-5 launcher to contribute at either range. I'd take into an open field and see it do just as well as some of the lighter mediums. Unfortunately, this makes it not all that exciting in comparison to the other micro machines that have their unique specialty niches. Enthusiasm is important, said Sister Lana standing from behind him. And you have displayed any of that, how? He craned his neck far back to look up at her. But I am cute. I will be popular nonetheless. Where does this confidence come from, you penniless saint? He clacked his tongue. Not that I dispute that it would be true. Dwayne giggled. And then, boom. The walls quivered and the shockwave thrummed deep even inside the building. Metal walls quivered and sang. Dwayne yelped and the recorder tumbled from her hands. The easel fell over, and the falling wet canvas left a long stain across the plush white couch. The two mech warriors jolted up to stand, recognizing the particular quality of that boom. Speakers set into the walls announced. All personnel to combat stations. An attempted car bomb was stopped by the quick-release bollards. All be ready for combat. Secure all means of infiltration. All personnel to combat stations. Immediately Dwayne Kane found herself buckling under the hostile intent of two shameless killers. She raised her hands up hurriedly in surrender. I'm innocent. I don't have anything to do with this. That is yet to be determined. SGT. Tide held the steel pipe of his brush like a dagger ready to plunge into joints, necks, and eyes. Please do not struggle. And Dwayne Kane could only think, fucking Solaris. Don't you ever just stop. Living indestructible times 04. El Giza. Duchy of Andurian. Free Worlds League. Revenge was a long and cold road. Jake Mason was finding that road longer and colder with every passing moment. It was 3020 when Black Inferno raided Nick's Cavaliers base on Deberry, and he was 19 when he was forced to inherit a company reduced to just 2 mechs, a 30-ton Javelin and a damaged Centurion. His revenge burned hot then, and it was not the first time that the Cavaliers had been so devastated. At first it was just for payback that the Cavaliers pursued any hint of the Black Inferno, but over time it became clear that the Infernos were a scourge that needed to be put down for the good of everyone else. Now it was 5 years later and Chloe's Cavaliers had tracked down the Black Inferno all the way from Davian space to Merrick space. Black Inferno was massacring settlements and murdering or displacing innocent people just to clear them away from potential SLDF cache sites. For the first time, the Cavaliers and Black Inferno clashed in open battle, as also for the first time Black Inferno found themselves being raided. It was a shit show, he had to admit. Black Inferno was large and well equipped, and they had won only by the skin of their teeth. His shoulder still ached from the feedback of having his mech's arm blown off. They still had no idea where Black Inferno had their main base, but at least for now this region of the inner sphere was free of their metal plague. He needed bigger mechs, more skilled mech warriors. Ideally, more mechs as well, but combat dropships cost hundreds of millions of C-bills and having more personnel just meant more headaches keeping them all fed and supplied. Commander, there is a potential contract you might be interested in hearing. Thank you, Rihanna. Even after 5 years, he was still unused to calling the woman who once was the commanding officer of Chloe Reed and Nicholas Mason as an equal or subordinate officer. He couldn't get away calling her Aunt Rihanna now, and it was a constant struggle to live up to the respect she felt she owed him as commander. Who is the contractor and what are the terms? The chief technician of the Cavaliers rubbed at his bald head and asked in an outrageously Cockney accent, and that's great and all, but why am I here? Us techs don't need to care about counting coppers, just keep us well supplied and don't abuse our mechs too much and we'll do our best to keep you alive. Rihanna replied with a dry look. I asked for you here because of the contents of the contract. She turned back to Jake Mason. Commander, this contract is asking for us specifically, but it has an important issue for your consideration. Are we willing to increase our strength from a reinforced lance to something closer to a company? Or at least 2 lances? Oi, that's a big thing to ask. We're barely hanging on as is, do we have the war chest for that? Jake Mason frowned. In his parents' hands, the Cavaliers had been a reinforced company, moving in 2 dropships, a Leopard and Union. The best he could do was to bring the company back to a Leopard and a Denise, a cargo dropper. The Cavaliers could only deploy 4 mechs from the Leopard for their combat operations. Honestly, it was their battlefield salvaging and trading sideline that was responsible for keeping the Cavaliers afloat. Combat was just their way to get more goods for resale. Because it was the Leopard that had the fully equipped mech bays for repair and refit was the reason that Fahad Arazid and the command staff still based themselves on the small dropship. So what are the terms? Who needs us? Rihanna nodded. The conditions need to be discussed in person. They are willing to pay for our passage. The potential employer is the Eridani Light Horse. Jake Mason's eyebrows lifted. Isn't that your old unit? You and my parents' old unit, I mean. Indeed. It was the Light Horse that provided much of the funding and support we required to break loose and form our own mercenary group. Our time with the Light Horse was productive, but it was clear the strict regimented lifestyle was not suited for us. I don't know if you've noticed, Captain, but our unit symbol has a horse's face on it. A white horse. One might even say, a light horse. Said Fahad. Our paint scheme is still olive green, mused Mason. That's SLDF green. Eridani Light Horse green. You could change it any time you want, sir, said Rihanna Campbell. And you know I won't, because my mother chose it that way and my father kept it in her memory and it's practical enough. Mason sighed. Anyway, so. The Light Horse. They contacted you. Why? We have an offer, Commander. If we would meet up with their representative at Alcyone in the Federated Suns, we could discuss more in detail. For now they are willing to pay for our passage and an interim contract. Mason sat up. Seriously? I know there's talk about the Eridani Light Horse being Hansa Davian's golden child right now, but this sounds too good to be true. Are you sure it's really from the Light Horse? Is this a trap? The codes check out, sir. We did leave with a means of contacting Eridani Light Horse High Command and I sent out a mail asking for confirmation. I didn't bring it up until I could get a response from this world's HPG. Oi, the Light Horse are a big outfit, innit? They just got done kicking Kurita and Liao's behind. What do they have to ask a little penny-farthing outfit like ours, Both Rihanna and Mason stared at him, recognizing the stupid pun embedded into it. Mallory's World. Halstead Station, she said. Chloe's Cavaliers was a small mercenary outfit that happened to be part of a couple of the most significant events in recent Federated Suns history. They were there on Mallory's World in that titanic clash between Kurita and Davian, that saw the death of First Prince Ian Davian. In that world, so did Chloe Reed die in a rearguard action to protect their own company's dependents. Jake Mason grimaced. He was there on Mallory's World and it was where his mother died. He was 11 back then and his father was training him to pilot on a Wasp. The frantic retreat pursued by Kurita struck out as a stinging memory of how mercenaries could always lose. The unit, renamed Nyx Cavaliers and determined not to waste the life that she gave them, fought with Davian again, this time accompanying Hansa Davian's forces on the raid on Hasselted Station. Once again, the unit was shattered, but for their service was awarded a landhold on Deberry in the Federated Suns. The Cavaliers was due for a peaceful time of rebuilding, but then Black Inferno appeared. Nikolai Mason gave his life so his son could escape. Since then, Chloe's Cavaliers had been on the move as nomads, never resting. They mainly accepted combat contracts instead of cushy garrison duties, all to fund their chase. That only gives the Light Horse a reason to remember we exist, but what could they have for us that they can't do themselves? As you said, Commander, they are Hansa Davian's golden boys. We are far more free to travel. That means cutting through all the way past Liao space. How long is that going to take? I already worked out the jump path. 9 jumps in approximately 3 months and a half if we do it directly, sir. So how much are they giving to make up for 3 months of us not working? 3 million C-bills, sir. We are allowed to ask up to 50% in advance. If we accept, they say they can even arrange for our transport. They say they can handle it with one of their own free-roaming jump ships that just happen to be nearby. Fahad whistled. $1 million a month just to show up? Sure, it is different life working in the big lodges. I grew up in the Light Horse, Jake Mason admitted. He was born in 2996 and his parents joined the Eridani Light Horse in 2997. They left the Light Horse to form their own mercenary unit, Chloe's Cavaliers, in 3005. He was 9 years old then. I don't remember much, but I don't doubt the Light Horse at their word. Rihanna nodded and added they did however also note that it is a time-sensitive issue and if we don't accept this mission the next time they will be free to treat with us again would be in 3027. Oi, what is the high-pressure FOMO tactic EY? Fahad spoke up with a harsh laugh. At the jump point, a small jump ship waited. Painted matte white, and bearing the symbol of the Star League, the Scout II class jump ship SLS spell for Chameleon, the Cavaliers were given clearance to dock. They were not given clearance to enter the jump ship as they would be jumping as soon as they were secure. Fwerb. Kronula. Free Worlds League. Fwerb. The jump ship appeared at the nadir point of the star. It announced to the Cavaliers Chameleon Actual to Cavaliers Actual, please undock and shift transport to the next available jump ship. A white ship, the SLS Source of Magic, waited nearby. Jake Mason exited from the captain's private quarters and into the bridge. While hyperspace jumps were quick, the procedures both before and after were not, and usually did not need the attention of the captain. Safety and integrity checks for jump ships and drop ships could take hours before undocking. Commander. I heard. He replied to Rihanna. The older woman may be XO, but she served more as the actual captain of the vessel. This saves time, just get it done. After about 2 hours, the pair of dropships unlatched from the jump ship, burned and counterburned for half an hour to the other nearby jump ship and completed their redocking procedures. All hands secure for jump. Repeat, all hands, secure for jump. In 5, 4, 3. Forb. Frond. Capellan Confederation. Forb. Source Actual to Cavaliers Actual, please undock and shift transport to the next available jump ship. What the hell, Jake Mason said as the doors to the captain's cabin swooshed open. He didn't even have time to get back to sleep. Sir. Sensors do identify another Scout-class jump ship. IFF flags them as the SLS Castle Runa. Engineering to bridge, the intercom buzzed. What in the bloody blazes, sir? Jake Mason sighed. Just get it done. After some more time. Forb. Xi'an. Capellan Confederation. Forb. Xi'an was the capital world of the Capellan Confederation. It had recharging stations in both its zenith and nadir points, and space was thick with jump ships. Runa Actual to Cavaliers Actual, please undock and shift transport to the next available jump ship. The intercom buzzed. Captain, this can't bloody well be a command circuit, can it? Fahad's voice squelched. Jake Mason palmed his face and groaned. The dropships shifted places, and... Forb. Hexarray. Capellan Confederation. Forb. Centaur Actual to Cavaliers Actual, please undock and shift transport to the next available jump ship. By this time Fahad was at the bridge. Mason didn't even bother to go back to his room. Bloody hell, it is a command circuit. Forb. Milos. Capellan Confederation. Forb. Nightmare Actual to Cavaliers Actual, please undock and shift transport to the next available jump ship. Jake Mason looked up with hollow eyes. How many jumps left, Rihanna? 3 jumps, sir. With about 2 to 3 hours for undocking and redocking, they had spent about 10 hours now in mostly 0G. The engineering and navigation crew were starting to crack from tedious overwork. But you can't just skip cycle checks, it would be stupid to risk any malfunction in space. This is Cavaliers Actual to Nightmare Actual. Could we not do that? Is it urgent that we keep going, or can we have some time so my crew can rest? Please stand by. After a few minutes the white ship continued. The grav deck of this ship is not functional. We do not grant permission to ingress for this ship or the next ship. The other ship, SLS Dragon on a pedestal, is ready to jump. Please excuse the inconvenience. Sir. Sar. Sour. Fahad let out a throaty hiss. That sounds almost like there are ships designed explicitly for a command circuit. Mason asked Rihanna, do the Light Horse have that many jump ships? To my knowledge no, Commander. And even with that, to set aside enough jump ships just to make it more convenient for us, is quite impractical. What the hell is going on? Jake Mason sighed again. All right. We're napping in 0G, looks like. Let's take 3 hours to get a breather, then keep going. An extra 3 or 6 hours is nothing compared to not having to spend 3 months, Commander. He winced. Forb. Kittery. Federated Suns. Forb. Pedestal Actual to Cavaliers Actual, please undock and shift transport to the next available jump ship. You ever have the feeling that something's too good to be true, Captain? Said Fahad. All the bells be ringing to me about that right now. We already accepted the contract, said Rihanna, but with a strange quaver to her voice. Jake sighed. Let's just get this done. Forb. St. Ives. Capellan Confederation. Forb. Cruel Actual to Cavaliers Actual, please undock and shift transport to the next available jump ship. 1 jump left, said Rihanna. Are you dreading it? I'm dreading it. Shrieked Fahad. Get it done, snapped Jake Mason. Forb. Alcyone. Federated Suns. Forb. Alcyone was discovered by Captain Alfred Daniels of the Terran Survey Ship Seeker in 2214 and named after his daughter Alcyone Daniels. However, the system is actually referred to as Alsun or Al-Sun by the natives, and thus Alcyone was actually formerly Alsun too. It was only 2.8 days away from the jump point. With a mostly temperate ecosystem, it suffered heavy destruction in the First and Second Succession Wars and was now only marginally self-sufficient, enough to support its hundreds of millions of citizens. Most notably, the Hobson Red Eye factory outside of the capital city of Kraturum manufactured core assemblies for medium and large lasers. Golem actual to Cavaliers actual. We have arrived. You may undock and proceed to the planet for your appointment. Thank you for taking Pony Expressways. The pair of dropships landed on Gratura's spaceports and Mason sent off the crew for some much-deserved shopping and recreation. The unit's accounts were now richer by 3 million C-bills for doing literally nothing. A driver was already waiting. The command crew was invited to a small rented house at the outskirts of the city. Jake Mason itched to ask for mech support, but Rihanna's look insisted silently that, "Sir, this is the Light Horse," and even setting aside their reputation for honor, the Cavaliers were so low tier that if the Light Horse was willing enough to spend a command circuit on them they wouldn't ruin it by harming them and their investment ahead of time. It was a simple brownstone bungalow. Inside a tanned man offered them tea and introduced himself as Joseph Kubler, Special Support Officer of the Eridani Light Horse. "Before we begin, do you know this man?" The ELH officer slid a photograph across the table. It was of a grinning man with a flaring red mustache ending in 3 points each side, dark goggles on his eyes, and a bald head. The grinning madman symbol of Robotnik. Was this their mascot? Harry Hogwarts. Fahad whistled. Rihanna Campbell nodded. "Yes, sir. Sir Hogwarts donated the Denise dropship we are using." Jake Mason clasped his fingers together and remembered those hungry and desperate days soon after the destruction of the Cavaliers' base on Deberry and the death of his father. "Aloha Mora." Sir Harry greeted them. "Successors of the Light Horse, you look like you need a little pick-me-up. Spears is helping you with information, but I choose to help more directly. May I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?" Rihanna was suspicious. A whole dropship and 5 million C-bills sounded almost like trying to soothe a guilty conscience. Sir Harry Hogwarts introduced himself as an old acquaintance of Jake's father. He also carried varigraphed letters from Rihanna's family. Rihanna admitted to Jake that she considered it was a valid option, temporarily disband Chloe's Cavaliers and join a larger military unit for a time. The Highlanders and the Light Horse would accept them. But in the end they both chose to continue their quest, and the freedom to seek their revenge with their own power. Sir Harry Hogwarts Denise and the 5 million C-bills ended up being the foundation for the rebuilding of Chloe's Cavaliers. So he was from the Light Horse all this time and was the marker being called in? I see. Hogwarts. That is indeed akin to bore. Makes sense. He looked back at the 3 officers of the Cavaliers. "All right then. Sir Hogwarts, and sometimes Lord Kintabor, and sometimes Dr. Robotnik, is an important ally of the Eridani Light Horse. His passing is mourned by us all." "I see. My sympathies," diplomatically said Rihanna, though with only rare interactions with the man it did not emotionally affect them at all. "If Dr. Robotnik paid personal attention to Chloe's Cavaliers, then we understand you are worthy of that trust. Chloe's Cavaliers, the Eridani Light Horse needs your help." "In what way?" Mason asked. "In the rimward periphery, there is a region called the Oregon Reach, in between the magistracy of Canopus and the Taurian Concordat. Right now it is in chaos. Usurpation and civil war means there is rich feeding ground for mercenaries and pirates. Despite it being a minuscule polity in the deep periphery, we have an interest in the region. Not for sake of stability and justice, because frankly affecting change from the outside without consent of the governed can easily backfire, but because the Light Horse is sick and tired of people blowing up SLDF caches just to deny them to the enemy." Kubler leaned forward. "There is a thing. We know it is called the Lakura. Some consider it a particularly virulent digital virus, a means to turn ships against their own crew and disable whole fleets. This was research part of the SDS system, but eventually it was abandoned as too dangerous. Why this research is all the way in the periphery instead of close to Terra is a mystery. But the Lakura is not a virus. It is an artificial intelligence, screaming with pain, trying to awaken and keep itself safe by spreading out to as many nodes as possible. It is a hateful, mad thing. We know a SLDF installation named Castle Nautilus is somewhere in Oregon space. But we are not sure where it is. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to ingratiate yourself with the Urano Restoration. Help them until you can find out where Site Nautilus is. And then defend them until someone can extract priceless research instead of just blowing the whole damn thing up to prevent people from getting more mechs. Damnation!" He slammed his fists on the table. "The mechs are often the least valuable things in these caches. Stop blowing them up." Joseph Kubler took deep breaths to calm down. "We can't help directly. The Light Horse is too blatantly Davian and that would inflame the Taurian Concordiat into another paranoia spiral. We do have means of introduction via the magistracy however. The Light Horse offers to substitute your Denise class with a Union class. We offer the use of one of our Scout 2 jump ships, the SDS Secret of Blue Water. It will be at your disposal for the duration of this contract. We will supply the Cavaliers with parts and equipment as necessary, and a monthly stipend of 1 million C-bills. You may and should take whatever contracts necessary to maintain your cover as opportunistic mercenaries. Once Castle Nautilus is found, you have to defend the Arano Restoration's forces long enough to let them carry out as much equipment as possible. We do not care about the mechs. Castle Nautilus was set up with data core copies of the Prometheus network. General Rebecca Feldratrel, 7th Commanding General of the Star League, was disturbed of the prophetic dreams of First Lord Jonathan Cameron, and this is the reason why the Star League set up so many strategic caches in the years leading up to the fall of the Star League. They failed to protect the loss of knowledge and the death of worlds. You need to at least secure a copy of the Lakura. Hold Castle Nautilus for as long as it takes to fully extract its data cores. Send the word and we will help. You will have pocket warship support if necessary. We would break cover and impact Davian/Calderon relations if we must. The Lakura, in the wrong hands, could destroy interstellar civilization as we know it. Or it could be what is necessary to immunize systems against it. Do you understand? Yes, I get it, replied Jake Mason. This is important. And it is vital that it is not linked to Davian, said Rihanna Campbell. And what do we get after all this? Jake Mason asked. High-minded ideals are one thing, really being paid is another. 20 million sign-up bonus, and another lance of heavy and assault mechs to help start your assault company. 20 million on completion, and you get to keep the dropship. You would also have preferential one-time access to a command circuit from anywhere to anywhere, just let us know in advance. It will surely help you in your revenge quest against Black Inferno. Ideally helping out would mean you get your pick of SLDF gear inside the castle, but as much as we do not want that blown up, we are sadly resigned that it will get blown up. Do not get greedy about trivialities like that, Atlas IIS aren't that impressive anymore. We will give you something better later. Any questions? Even Rihanna grimaced. She knew that they would feel obligated to hear out any other potential clandestine missions by the Light Horse, and they would be in a position to do so. Fahad raised his hand. If we do this, are you going to command circuit us all the way to the periphery? Kubeler nodded. Time is of the essence. Fahad continued. You know that's telling us you have about 25 jump ships you can waste on this, EY? If anyone on our crew talks, that could be juicy intel about the Light Horse. Any scout ship is suspicious. Kubeler blinked. I would certainly hope that people aren't stupid enough to think we only have scouts. Rihanna looked up sharply. Sir, if it wouldn't be too impolite. Kubeler turned to her. The Light Horse has never stopped being the SLDF. Child of the Highlanders, it is not yet time to reform the Royal Black Watch. I am the Destructible ×01. Crimson City. Canopus 4. Magistracy of Canopus. Sometime in 3026. In the Inner Sphere, there were certain worlds that were known far and wide as centers of pleasure and vice. Solaris 4, for example, that game world of battle mech arenas, gambling, casinos, and nightclubs. Hero Titus, in the periphery, with its capital of New Hedon, lived up to its promise of pleasure second only to Canopus. The aptly named Kukin's Pleasure Pit in Lyran space. As could be expected from worlds with legalized drugs, prostitution, and gambling, once the garish neon lights go out in the day and the shadows scurry away from the light, the streets are exposed for the dirty, trash-filled, crime-ridden streets that they are. As Julia Armstrong watched the streets of Canopus 4 from the monorail, she knew that the best of them was in the magistracy of Canopus. Because in the light, the streets remained clean, orderly, and the people as welcoming as ever. It wasn't like other places where any opulence meant the inevitable presence of dense slums nearby as those who have lost their dignity to vice or the predations of the tourist trap had to eat by. While every pit of vice of course had its fill of scams and cheats, the Canopian pleasure industry did not expressly seek to entrap those who ventured into it into a life of debt and misery. There was even jump insurance. Most those who travel to the Canopian worlds were made to reserve enough transit fees to at least make it off-world if they lose all their money in chasing after euphoric delights. But Canopus was in the periphery. Starting from Terra, it could take a good year of travel just to reach Canopus. Consider the inner sphere and its continual shortage of jump ships. There was enough to allow for interstellar civilization to be possible, but never enough to truly be comfortable. Both the military and civilian business compete for the same limited stock of drop collars. Offensives typically had to be planned well in advance and ships taken off the line for the operation. For mercenaries, they had to take the same jump ships on the way to the war, paying 50,000 sea bills per collar per jump. This was a set price. Even commercial dropships had to pay this fee. Even if passenger dropships could defray the costs by splitting it along hundreds of passengers, that was still unavoidable costs of thousands of sea bills per jump. With this in mind, how could there still be pleasure planets that largely maintained themselves through tourism? What sort of tourists would travel halfway across the inner sphere to patronize Canopus? She mused that one had to remember that the scale of human civilization was still mind-bogglingly huge. There were plenty of wealthy people among the higher ranks of the military, commerce, and the nobility, to whom 100,000 sea bills was a trifle. For the others, She watched her reflection blink as the monorail train passed by office and commercial buildings. A significant proportion of Canopian wealth still derived from tourism and services. This was why Canopian pleasure circuses existed in the inner sphere. Dozens of these stations, essentially flying casino hotels, were spread around the inner sphere. One did not have to range far to find legal and consensual passions. The other reason was medical tourism. Canopus 4. Planet of pleasure. Land of catgirls and mermaids. Cyborg butlers and maids. Cosmetic and anti-senescence surgery. Where every passionate fantasy or change in your body could be had with consent and enough C-bills. But like with most things, all gratification had its two sides. It takes hard work by others to achieve moments of pleasure. Surgeons to cut into flesh and weave new neural and nervous pathways. Technicians and engineers to design lifelike prosthesis. Traders to acquire sophisticated electronics that could not be natively produced in the periphery. The underappreciated military to maintain Canopian territorial integrity. Canopian medical science was among the best in the inner sphere, though it had also degraded since the fall of the Star League. The technology of Canopus is an example of what we may achieve if humanity did not waste so much time, lives, and effort into planet grubbing, Julia Armstrong spoke at the University of Canopus. Although it may sound strange coming from a mercenary, but war is the surest way of destroying wealth. Vice and addiction is the surest way to destroy lives. The sensual delights of Canopus is supposed to be about freedom, not selfish gratification. It has been an honor to learn from you how the light horse can save lives by healing the sick instead of just killing the wicked. The staff of the University of Canopus were appreciative in turn. Although the Eridani Light Horse was mercenary unit, and held faith to their legacy as the SLDF, which had problems given how the SLDF had conquered and suppressed the periphery, they held more practical capabilities to offer. Julia Armstrong was personally an expert in battlefield medicine. One of the deans murmured, "Are you sure 6 doctors are enough? That's barely enough to serve a community, much less a medical mission." "No, it seems to me that 6 doctors may be too many," another demurred. "Sure, it's low for one ship, but it starts to add up once you have 3, 4, or more ships. Where can you even get that many doctors willing to board? Would you? TCH. I'm too old for adventures." "Haha, excuses. Excuses." Julia sighed. "This is something I will be discussing with the Magistrix." She remembered how entire school bid her well wishes and prayers, many of the teachers and students in her class accompanying her until she boarded the monorail. Palace Magistrix. Crimson City. 30 minutes later. The door to a private receiving room in the Palace Magistrix opened. A woman with a distinctly doctor demeanor entered, followed by a tall young man in a formal uniform. "Kyala Centrella, I have come to bargain," said the woman, adjusting her eyeglasses just so. Kyala smiled and leaned back on her seat and stroked down her exposed breastbone. "Julia Armstrong, unfortunately the choices remained myself, and myself." Kyala Centrella was more than just a statuesque woman. She was tall, nearly 2 meters. She was shapely and firm and audacious and knew how to use it. Her every movement and every day exuded sexuality and power. Even Julia Armstrong couldn't help but to blush. "Regrettably, I must inform you that I am still happily married. With no disrespect meant, what happens between 3 people is no one else's business or considered as cheating. I am open to further discussion." The ELH officer that accompanied Julia Armstrong as her personal guard had a look that silently screamed, "Should I be hearing this? Should be I seeing this? No, I don't know any of you people. Who are you? Who am I? Where am I? What year is it?" Julia had mercy on him and said, "You may leave, Captain. The following discussion is above your security level. If anything happens, avenge me. But you should go." "Yes, ma'am." "Thank you, ma'am." The officer saluted Julia Armstrong, in her role as an official dignitary to heads of state, pivoted on his heel and marched straight out the room. Kyla Centrella stared at him as he left. I do wonder how much fun I would have getting that stick out from his ass," she murmured as she took a sip of cool wine. Julia only quirked her lips in amusement. "Oh, please do have mercy on these boys. If it's not found in their manual, they need to be taught how to do it properly." Kyala turned back towards Julia with sultry eyes. "You know, I have been looking into the history of the Eridani Light Horse. I read that you tried to make it in the periphery. It is a pity you didn't go out a little more, we would have welcomed the Light Horse." Julia tittered politely with a hand over her mouth. Foo. The magistracy back then must have been so relieved to have 7 Corps and its 58 battle mech regiments lift their boots off their neck, to leave and never to return. Would you really have been happy to see the SLDF back? The periphery even now hasn't let go of resentment, it would not have been a good time for either of us. Kyala licked her lips. Perhaps. But now you can consider this an open invitation. Why not? Are the people of the periphery less worthy of being defended than the civilians of the inner sphere? Julia Armstrong gave a sad shake of her head. Unfortunate, but 4 full regiments of the light horse back then would have been much for the magistracy to swallow. Even now, just our naval forces, jump ships and transports alone, equal all of the magistracy navy. I am sorry, Magistrix, but only a great house can afford to keep a force like the light horse. Kyala shifted her seat and leaned her chin on one palm. And yet, you are here. Is this something that House Davian endorses? Whereas Nathan Armstrong had embraced the madness and moved with invincibility through the highest halls of power in the inner sphere, Julia Armstrong remained circumspect of her role as the leader of the civilian side of the Eridani Light Horse. With the steady growth of Robotnici Productions and their involvement with some of the largest corporations in the inner sphere, the Eridani Light Horse was almost to the point of self-sufficiency. This was potentially dangerous to House Davian as their employer. And yet, here she was, all the way on opposite side of the human space in the magistracy of Canopus. While the magistracy was just a peri-peri power, House Centrella was still the head of a power that rules multiple worlds and can field multiple regiments. Yet from the glitter in Kyala Centrella's eyes, she relished talking to someone representing a force that could, if it really wanted to, smash her regiments. Kyala carefully considered the smaller woman. Although the light horse was just mercenary unit, they had the ear of Hansa Davian and Katrina Steiner. When the leader of 2 great houses owed a single group powerful favors, that had strong ripple effects. The ELH also had useful partnerships with some of the largest industrial consortiums in the inner sphere. Kyala Centrella had to treat Julia Armstrong with care similar to that of a high-ranking foreign noble. With a sigh, Julia conceded once again, I thank you for your time, Magistrix. Saying in the light of the Star League has a different meaning out here in the periphery than in the inner sphere. We are grateful for Core Demeter, Kyala replied, putting a hand over her chest. What use is there in trying to keep holding on to centuries-old grudges? At least we can understand your grudge against the Draconis Combine, that one is refreshed every so often. Julia smiled softly. Even if we may not have the right to speak for the Star League of old, the Eridani Light Horse formally recognizes that the Star League and the SLDF did unnecessary harm to the periphery. We should learn from the past and bind together in mutual growth instead of plundering each other. Kyala squinted down at her, wondering if it was even allowed to say that. Didn't the Eridani Light Horse pride themselves on being a remnant of the SLDF? This sounded impious. She laughed boldly. At least between us, we can have that pleasure. What's that saying they have in the Confederation? Make friends with those far away and attack your neighbors. The Taurians would never welcome someone that is both SLDF and Davian. The magistracy of Canopus hated the Free Worlds League instead. Fortunately, as long as Davian was allied to Steiner, they had a common enemy. Kyala Centrella leaned back on her chair and stroked up her hips. So now you have me alone. What would you have of me? Julia Armstrong poured herself a cup of tea and stared back at Kyala with the very unimpressed look of a teacher to an unruly student. She let out a little laugh. Motivation. Kyala blinked. Motivation. Motivation. Kyala licked her lips. Motivation. Julia raised her hand. Not that sort of motivation. More like they get up out of bed and do your job no matter how tedious it is and then do it again tomorrow type of motivation. Kyala blinked again. Well then I must ask you to explain further. You established a service-for-service policy in dealing with foreign relations, which allowed skilled technicians and scientists to come to Canopus in exchange for Canopia doctors and medical professionals. Canopus is well regarded throughout the inner sphere for maintaining the high levels of medical technology available during the days of the Star League. This is due to Canopus not participating in the destructive planet grubbing of the succession wars in a position of armed neutrality. Here is our problem. Julia Armstrong pushed a small hollow disk across the table. We have finalized consultation with your hospital staff, the Monati E-Class Mobile Training Hospital. A dropship 1900 tons, with 350 tons of internal cargo plus dedicated refrigerated and liquid storage, 3 complete operating theaters inside and 1 more in a MASH vehicle, a small craft bay for emergency transport, 2 mech bays and a platoon of mechanized infantry with APCs for defense. This hull is the foundation for the revised vagabond schools of the Federated Sons, and now it is also available to the magistracy of Canopus. Serial production of the basic hull has begun. Then Julia's expression twisted and she cradled her face in her palms with a groan. And with what we discovered, it is useless. Kyala Centrella reached out to the hollow disk and perused its contents. She scowled. What do you mean useless? This ship looks to be exactly what everyone would want. If you are selling it at cost, I am tempted. But that's just metal, Magistrix. It is useless without doctors. It is simple to convince Feditechs and scientists to move to the Canopian worlds with its promise of libertine pleasures, and Canopian doctors in turn to the Davian capital worlds which possess no less luxuries and entertainment, Julia replied, still groaning. Julia then opened her palms out and wiggled her hands. But how do you convince a trained doctor and their medical support staff to move to the poor Davian outback that does need them the most? First there must be doctors and teachers to train new doctors and teachers. What could motivate them enough to leave their well-paid practice to deal with inconvenience, poverty, ignorance, and the danger of random pirate raids? Ah! Nonplussed, she asked, is money not enough of a motivation? A significant early pension. There are only two types of people willing to trade 4 to 6 years of their lives to build a nest egg by practicing out in the boonies. Those who are newly graduated and those who couldn't hack it in a formal hospital. This is suboptimal care quality for those most in need. Julia once again spread her arms out helplessly. I see. I suppose that is why trading scholarships for service upon graduating is not something that would work for you. This is why Canopus has so many doctors. I see, however, that it would be too slow for your needs. Apprenticeships would work, but that still means you need an experienced doctor to head fresh graduates. Which leads us back to point 1, finding trained doctors willing to work in hardship for years. Yes, they wanted the doctors of Canopus, but unfortunately the doctors of Canopus didn't want to leave in return. The magistracy of Canopus had a glass ceiling for male doctors and practitioners, and many were willing to leave. Many were willing to serve combat tours in the Light Horse and the Open RCT. Good pay and interesting times were a draw. Serving in the outback, not so much. Good pay, hard life, tedious and boring days out on yet another farm, only the few that really wanted to challenge themselves would bite. She remembered the bright idealism in some of those boys, and she would be happy to accept them into the Light Horse. But there was a difference between battlefield medics and finding people that could do oncologic surgery or blood and kidney specialists, for example. This sounds like a Davian problem. You came here hoping that we would have a solution, since we have more doctors more used to practicing under hard conditions in the periphery, did you not? Kyala smirked. Julia nodded. We are willing to trade battle mechs for doctors. Whole combat-capable dropships for medical staff. But it turns out that unless you are the Capellan Confederation, you can't just force your limited stock of professionals to go wherever you want. Magistrix, the greatest treasure of any realm, is its people. Kyala narrowed her eyes. Is that a defense of authoritarianism that I hear? Military rule is organized in a similar manner, I suppose. Julia shook her head and raised her palms quickly. No, no. I'm saying that it is ironic, for all that the inner sphere has such a massive population across thousands of worlds, and each world needs enough doctors to serve their needs, there is always a shortage and not a surplus. Kyala Centrella leaned back on her divan. This was true. While the magistracy of Canopus could be considered to have a surplus of doctors, this was only a little more than what was required to maintain itself. The magistracy had also fallen hard since the fall of the Star League, with half its territory periphery lost. These worlds, though unmapped, still existed, just rarely if ever visited by jump ships, unadministrated, left to eke out their own hardscrabble existences in a near-primitive state. The magistracy trying to revive their own hinterlands similar to the Davian outback would have the same problems. Why should they send their doctors out to Davian when there were people much closer who needed them? She shrugged silently. Because of course, Davian would pay for them. Devolved worlds were a resource drain if recontacted, and untaxable. Why bother though? Kyala Centrella figured that the army had long been the best option to lift youths out of dreary poverty, but that also tended to remove from a world its most dedicated and ambitious youths that could have changed things, continuing the stagnation. They needed a better way of giving back to the community. This was probably for propaganda purposes. Although the Davians tended to decry the Liaos and the Kuritas for their social programming, there was a reason everyone else in the inner sphere tended to think of the Federated Sun's citizens as smug little shits too ready to throw themselves into the meat grinder of war. Honestly, she huffed, it's too predictable that they would want there to always be poor worlds, so there would always be recruits willing to do anything to escape their home worlds. They might be doing this enough only to the point it fails without making it too obvious. Well-fed, well-educated people don't willingly go to the front lines to get killed. That was already something they proved here, with doctors unwilling to go out into the frontier even with hazard pay. Funny how the SLDF managed to have the largest army ever in existence though. What was their motivation? Kyala Centrella uncrossed her legs and pointed with a jeweled toe. Let us turn this around. Why couldn't your schools go to the doctors instead of the reverse? Julia looked up. Because, unless we use pirate points, it's 1 week to the jump ship and critical cases might not survive liftoff. Why can you bring the entertainments and leisure to your doctors instead of them hoping for relief in more civilized worlds? Because Hansa Davian wouldn't pay for a Canopian pleasure station in orbit around every vagabond missio. Wait. Kyala silently smiled at how much Julia's frown made her look like an angry bunny. Julia continued to mutter, well, the Dragoons have their Hephaestus station anyway. But the council would lambast it for moral depravity. No, the question is. She looked up. Kyala Centrella smirked. Does Hansa Davian need to pay for leisure facilities to make your doctors and teachers work less of a hardship? Julia Armstrong blinked. Do you accept suspiciously urban McShaped gold ingots? Kyala laughed gaily, crossed her legs and pointed with the other toe. Now see, that is suspicious. As mercenaries you are more pro-Davian than even most house guards. No mercenary would pay to improve the worlds of their employer. You should be more careful. Julia grimaced. Then her face froze in shock. She grabbed at her wrist, and underneath her jacket exposed a vibrating golden wristband. Her expression crossed from fear and then into rage. She stood up, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath until her quivering fury could calm down. I apologize, Mage's Tricks, but it seems we must cut this visit short. Oh. Is it something that you can share? We may be able to help. Kyala asked only half seriously, but if it was something that she could help with then she was willing. Julia bowed. Apologies, but it isn't. She looked up again, fire in her eyes. Lady Centrella, you do know of the Hippocrates Oath, right? As a mother yourself, do you think there could be a higher oath than that? Do no harm, correct? I presume this may have something to do with your family. The mother's oath, do all the harm to whoever hurts your child. It is time for this little doctor to show why she already won the Devlin Bowl long ago. She turned about, her doctor's frock flaring dramatically behind her. Kyala Centrella sat up, intrigued, watching her go. Less than an hour later, there were no Eridani Light Horse personnel on the planet. They burned towards the jump point, but transit from Canopus 4 to the jump point was 15 days. Hurrying would mean that whatever happened, they would still be 2 weeks late. That was the way of war, news, and time in the inner sphere. Declan 3. Declan. Hidden Worlds. 1 hour later. Julia Armstrong stepped out of the ring gate. What happened? Where is my son? What met her was a group of not suspicious at all people wearing bright yellow radiation suits. We can ring you there ASAP, but you will need to wear this. Let the good times roll. 01. Avalon City. New Avalon. Federated Suns. Sometime in 3026. Torture changes a man, no matter how well they might try to put it aside. To be held in the hands of your enemies for months, to be humiliated, beaten, drugged, and pumped for information. To be betrayed by those you trusted, to be used as a tool to destroy your own realm and the good of your people. To know your name and legacy will be slandered and blackened. The higher one started, the harder the fall. It would leave a scar, a trauma that can only be healed with time, and an obsession for revenge. Hansa Davian was spared that fate. Thus, he could still think of Maximilian Liao in some dispassionate way as just another enemy of the Federated Suns to be crushed. Michael Hossack Davian presented himself as staunchly anti-Liao and often criticized Hansa for ignoring the Capellan March, but in actuality conspired with ancestral enemies to usurp the throne. Hansa considered him dangerous and needed to be removed, but nothing personal. It was just for the good of all. He would never know what fate the ELH had saved him from. House Kurita had always been House Davian's most bitter enemy, and for the first time in a long while, he could feel somewhat at ease about their border. Hansa only knew from the present, that the Light Horse was as skilled in war as they were charmingly inept in others. He had standing orders for the Eridani Light Horse that, if Kurita were to engage in a major push, they would immediately deep raid the Combine planets denuded of its defenders. As for the Liao front, Michael Hossack Davian certainly did not expect Arden Sortek to bring the Davian Heavy Guards, or for Wandering Horse to just chime in with the enemy always gets a vote no matter how good the plan and arrive with a pair of pocket warships to keep things honest. Liao aerospace power shortly became irrelevant, and the drop proceeded without scattering. The recapture of Stein's Folly proceeded without much issue, apart from Duke Hossack Davian reportedly having suffered food poisoning at some point and needed to be hospitalized for a few days. MIO surreptitiously checked. He was not replaced, it really was just food poisoning and bad luck. The Capellan March counterattack was completed within the year, and while Michael Hossack Davian's plot failed to materialize, he still gained prestige by it. He was ever known as the defender of the realm against the cunning menace of Liao. While Kurita was ready to use simply brute military force, House Liao was constantly sabotaging and undermining Davian control. Terrorism and assassination was an ever-present threat to anyone that looked too successful. Hansa Davian's name being uttered in the same breath must irk however, since the utter devastation wreaked by the Davian Heavy Guards and Arden Sortek proved that Hansa Davian could fight the enemies of the Federated Suns in two fronts simultaneously. Michael Hossack Davian's criticism has long been how Hansa was too obsessed with the storied Kuritan front and ignored the needs of the greater citizenry. Just merest hint of Hansa's attention to usurp his good reputation in the Capellan March burned and would fuel even more resentment. It was ironic and hilarious, Hansa thought. The Free Worlds League did not prosecute anything new in their Steiner front, for they had to prepare to counter Katrina Steiner's loot gained from Helm. They swore they would have their revenge for this banditry, in time. And so, 3025 rolled into 3026, with most forces in the inner sphere simply licking their wounds and watching for the appropriate time to strike. But the enemy always had a vote, and while war did not cease, with raids happening here and there, and mercenaries used to draw out defenders, rarely did anyone have to mobilize in regimental scale. The Third Succession Wars ended with a whimper, not a bang. Another thing that comforted Hansa was that he could call Katrina Steiner at any time. He was under no delusion that, if Comster could intercept communications, so could the Eridani Light Horse. However, it was still a load off his mind to fully know that he was not alone in this fight and he could speak to his intellectual and political peers. It was another warm and misty morning in New Avalon, and Hansa Davian making a morning run with his urban mech was a weird but harmless habit. The upgraded High Command urban mech gifted to Hansa Davian in celebration of his birthday had 8 tons of communications equipment and an obvious satellite dish on its forehead. If someone wanted to assassinate Hansa Davian, it would probably be best to do so while on his weekend runs. Fortunately his runs were always inside the walls of the palace. The previous HPG was traded back for overhaul and was at the Robotny Sea Starport compound in the Isles between Brunswick and New Scotland. The UM2QHD was 40 tons and looked vaguely like a micro battlemaster. Unlike the stock urban mech, it had arms now. This new ride was much comfier, with a cooler and a tea heater. It carried a small command console that he was told was identical to how ELH and 0RCT commanders may direct their forces. Much better cinematic sound isolation. A more intelligent, and oddly sassy, autopilot. The communications equipment was black-boxed, literally, wholly encased in hard black polymer. Engineers were nervous that the ELH could have sneaked a bomb in there or something, but Hansa overruled their concerns. It was obvious that his laps were being used as an excuse to communicate with someone, but no one was sure where or how. Highly directional transmissions could not easily be intercepted or detected, and ultra-short pulse communications even more so. Power constraints and detectability limits ground-to-space communications, but if Hansa Davian was doing something that was good enough to mark his mech for an orbital strike, then he could also be receiving reports that no one else knew about. Of course, this meant that Hansa's urban mech was a prime target for espionage. Anyone that ever had any interest in was immediately flagged, and they caught 12 spies already. Eventually many decided that this was obvious bait and they were falling for it. The fox has led them into the trap. The emissions and heat produced by the mech were but trickery. It squirted standard microwave radio communications into a ring of gold, and even if the whole thing were disassembled no one would learn anything from something so unscientific. Katrina Steiner had an easier time of it. She had a whole dropship, and less observation while in transit. Are your generals still complaining about my sudden alteration to the script? Hansa asked with a chuckle. Actually, they seem to be more upbeat about it. Katrina replied. Lessons were learned, and a different one to what the AFFS had to contend with. Well, it does seem to be a problem that money can solve, so of course they would be all over it. New Earth. Tau Ceti. Lyran Commonwealth. December 3025. Tau Ceti. Target of the first hyperspace jump test. Tau Ceti 4. New Earth. The first world colonized by humanity. And now, under the control of the Lyran Commonwealth after the collapse of the Terran hegemony. The Alliance Games on New Earth consisted of 3 battalions of the LCAF, the 10th Lyran Guards, of mech, armor, and infantry, against 3 similar battalions of the AFFS, in this instance, the Davian Light Guards RCT. They first fought last year in 3024, and this year was a test to see what lessons were learned from their previous encounter. Unfortunately, it was still a clean sweep. The Davian Light Guards consistently won against their Lyran contemporaries, and while some of the officers were embarrassed enough to rail against Davian changes to their fighting style, others took that embarrassment and sought instruction not feel it again. The 2 forces on conclusion of the games were sprung a surprise new mission. The Open RCT was invading Tau Ceti 4, and now both forces had to work together to repel them. The Davian Light Guards was a full RCT, 1 mech regiment, 3 armor regiments, 5 regiments of infantry, 2 aerospace fighter wings, and a battalion of artillery. It was commanded by Field Marshal Jonathan Riffenberg, but as a field marshal was the highest military rank in the AFFS and they only needed to detach 3 battalions to form an ad hoc regiment. Command of the Light Guards in the Alliance Games was under Major John Banks. His Lyran counterpart was Commandant Elk Kruger of the 4th Lyran Guards. Their new opponents were 6 days from the jump point, and they had time to prepare. In the end, they decided that while they had to combine forces, command should not be unified. They retained 2 separate command centers, but while the opposing force was still on the approach the 2 commanders coordinated at the Planetary Defense Center. They were informed that Colonel Grayson Death Carlyle brought with him effectively 2 battalions of the Grey Death Legion, 1 company of the Eridani Light Horse, 1 company of the Crater Cobras, 1 company of the Blue Star Irregulars, and 1 company of the 12 Star Guards. Commandant Kruger sneered. They underestimate us. Is this meant to be an insult? Or are they just foolish? They probably use the Light Horse model, in which infantry and armor are combined inside 1 battalion instead of separately, replied Major Banks. We only have 2 mech battalions. If those are all mech companies, then they outnumber us 2.5 to 2. Then he rubbed his chin. Although, to be fair, they should also have at least a battalion of infantry or they won't be able to do capture operations. Commandant Kruger sniffed. We have more armor. They have 3 battalions to our 6, 4, if we discount infantry. 1 regiment against 2. We have a full arrow regiment. Even in a wargame like this, we could simulate damage and scattering on the approach. Their force should be degraded even before they land. Unless they brought pocket warships. From what I am told, the open RCT should be an independent regiment. Would they really bring pocket warships for this? For a wargame to work with low danger, it was essential for mechs to be set into training mode and their computers registering hits less from weapons fire than the opposing mech sending data to their sensors that can be interpreted as you are receiving this much damage. Sensors were weaved through armor panels in the skeleton of a mech. This was how damage reports through the HUD were communicated to the pilot. Therefore, it was essential for the opposing force to know not just what the enemy mechs they are facing, but what weapons they had and how much damage they were expected to inflict, so the engineers could fine-tune training mode to suit. How much armor, their speed, their kinematics, their sensor ranges, all of these were need-to-know information for the planners to set a fair and safe war game. Fortunately, most weapons in the inner sphere already had a generic setting for training mode. There were different varieties of lasers, PPCs, and cannons, but no matter what mech carried them as long as the weapons belonged to the same class the technicians did not anticipate any surprises. Oh no. Oh no no no. One of the mech techs groaned with a little laugh. This is some bullshit, and I like it. His friend stared at the readouts. Seriously? They're bringing this? Yes, okay, the snub-nose PPC. I guess we can just use the rangefinder to adjust the damage range. But the rest of it? And the tanks, are they really all fusion tanks? Damn. Another remarked, there's a note here that say this should normally be small pulse lasers, but it is harder to tell anti-infantry hits compared to MG paint rounds or vehicle flamers spraying paint. The first engineer said with a large grin and bright white teeth. I'm still pulling our guys to win, but whatever happens, haha. They have no idea. There was always a temptation to smuggle info into their own side. This could count as interference however and ruin the betting pool. After the wargame this information would slowly but inevitably make its way to other hands than the LCAF or the AFFS. New Earth. 6 days later. It turns out that the Eridani Light Horse brought pocket warships to this. 3 of them. A derivative of the Taffy class, the Samar class was more kitted out for anti-fighter duty with masses of SCL/1s. Since an SCL/3 weighed 250 tons and a SCL/1 150 tons, the Samar class could fit 6 SCL/1s where there used to be 4 SCL/3s with 100 tons left over. More large lasers. More LRMs. More heat sinks. Capital scale ECM pumping at full burn. While the Alliance Games planners were not fully privy to the specs of the weapons inside those dropships, low power beams were able to tag ASF from well over double their own longest weapon ranges. They told the flight computers roll a virtual dice for critical damage every time. Das ist Skies! Roared Commandant Kruger. Are pocket warships really supposed to be that potent? No, this is still useful information. Yes, half the aero force died before they got into range, but that just equalized the forces since they brought only a single wing into the battle. Add the dropship guns and their fighter screen, and there isn't enough weight to make the invasion force change their mind. If observers from the AFFS and the LCAF needed any more reason to itch buying their own pocket warships, they had it. Rumors from Galter were different from the mauling happening in front of their eyes. What was the lesson they were supposed to get from this? Pay to win? Boy, it surely would suck if you didn't have an elastic war economy to participate in this reckless arms race. Hey, Capellan Confederation? Steiner and Davian and Merrick and Kurita had the slack, but if Liao wanted to try it would be degrading their ground force ability to withstand some sort of, say, fourth succession war. The Light Horse cleared this with Hansa Davian beforehand, and this was in some way also a part of his revenge against their plots. Michael Hossack Davian better find a way to make new Certus shipyards to produce more assault dropships or any potential civil war he's imagining was dead in the crib. How is a pocket warship different from an anti-fighter assault dropship? How much are they worth? If a wing is equivalent to 2 companies of fighters, is a single pocket warship supposed to be enough to beat a wing of fighters by its lonesome? Commandant Kruger shook his head. That sounds unrealistic. Major Banks nodded. I am told that the difference is being able to mount capital-scale weaponry, and so any gun meant to punch a hole through combat dropships at extreme ranges stands a good shot of killing a single fighter outright on a hit. Then their own arrow wing cleans up. The Steiner officer sighed. Well, my pilots report that the dropships are primarily seekers. Infantry transports. Who does that? Why refit seekers into mech transports instead of bringing a Union or an Overlord? A Triumph would do. From what I remember, seekers are fast, but not particularly well armed. These ones are slower. The reports say they have good fire coverage and trying to get into rear arcs is dangerous while other ASF are about So something in between a union and an overlord, then. By counting the number of ships, Major Banks concluded that each seeker probably contained at least a company of mechs, but not a full battalion, otherwise there would only be a need for about half of them. Unfortunately, while many ships were less attractive from a logistics and drop-collar point of view, this meant they also provided each other excellent overlapping defensive fire and reduced the losses of too many eggs in one basket. Combined capital-scale ECM fields degraded targeting from long range. Defending ASF had to split their fire more, and it was already hard enough to discourage unions from landing. We must concede void combat. Pull them back and have them contest, rather than deny, the landings, Commandant Kruger hissed as pressed his palms against the hollow table. I agree. Just to finalize, you are all right with me taking my mech battalion, my armor battalion, and a company from your armor battalion, into open field battle? One mech battalion and 2 armor companies might leave you short-handed. It is fine. These are heavy and assault tanks. We will be facing them behind prepared defenses. We have artillery. Very well then. Thank you, Commandant, we will see each other again after this is done and compare notes. Let the good times roll. 02. New Earth. 3 hours later. The exercise gave the defenders the advantage of knowing where the enemy would be landing. The radio channels repeated the message. Assume that the command channels are being jammed with high-altitude EMP. Repeat. Assume that the command channels are being jammed with high-altitude EMP. If company and even lance groups were separated by more than 4 kilometers, then were not allowed to contact each other. The open RCT had split their landings into north and south of the main objective point. The defenders were free to either contest one landing or hold their forces back for a defense. Prizing initiative, Major John Banks chose to head north and fight an open battle against half the enemy force rather than suffer being attacked from 2 sides at the same time. He could see in the distance beyond the horizon dropships were on the final approach, and small lights showed combat drops of mechs deploying in advance of the main force. Even mechs normally without jump jets could hot drop with a drop pod system. Combat Command had even given them an idea of how many ships were landing in each zone. 5 dropships each. Since the reports showed that none of the dropships were overlords or similar battalion-weight dropships, Major Banks had high confidence that they would be facing at most 2 battalions. Due to the gemming, he decided to limit the spread of his forces. Most of his mechs were fast mediums and lights, as fitting the Davian Light Guards. The armor battalion was composed mainly of vedettes and some LRM carriers, with a company of hovercraft. The path to the drop zone had woods to the left and hills to the right, while there was a thin clearing in between. The armor battalion had to go straight through, they would be the hammer. He sent his 3rd Company scouts to range ahead into the woods, seeking a covered approach into the enemy LZ. He knew that the 3 lances would have to operate on a relay tag format. They were supposed to avoid combat. Once the lead element has gathered intel, one of the fastest mechs in the lance would detach and sprint back to the 2nd lance on the string, then one of its mechs would detach for the 3rd lance nearest to the 1st command company and try to get within comms range. Meanwhile, he ordered the 2nd Company to follow along the ridgeline. This company had a larger proportion of jump-capable and LRM mechs. A Locust zipped and slid to a stop nearby. Battalion Actual, this is Witeski from 3rd Company, 3rd Lance. Scout lead identified enemy LZ has mechs and tanks, and forces moving out to intercept. Number undetermined, but estimated to be at least 2 companies. Mechs and tanks. ETA 9 minutes. Over. Battalion Actual copies. Dismissed. Over. The Locust scampered back to the shadow of the forest. The 1st Company, the heaviest in the battalion, had a single heavy lance backed by 2 medium lances, and augmented by his heavy command lance, for a total of 4 lances. He was in an archer, and to his right was a rifleman, and to his left was a crusader and a centurion. Most of the mechs in the 1st Company were centurions and enforcers, with some griffins and phoenix hawks, with wasps and valkyries filling out the light mech assortment. Out on the ridge, 2nd Company Captain Low-Risk Selimane signaled that his own lead elements had spotted the enemy's own lead elements. His company was geared towards standoff combat, and blackjacks readied their AC/2S. The enemy was rushing forward at a full run. They were crabs? So many crabs. Major Banks pushed his battalions to engage. Nerve. That was the only thing Grayson Death Carlisle had to teach the open RCT. No, the question isn't how can you use infantry to kill mechs, but how can you beat your enemy with what you have. Your enemy has things they want to see happen, and there are things you want to see done. If you take away the enemy's reason to fight while they can't remove your own, that is also defeating them. He accomplished the miracle of throwing off Kurita from a world without outside support, but no one ever mentions how that miracle was bought by the blood of so many worthy men and women. Infantry killing battle mechs could only be accomplished with extreme sacrifice. So if given a chance to have better equipment, of course he would choose to have it. It was always better to kill the enemy cleanly than to struggle heroically for victory. Usually he encouraged the minimization of risk, hence a liking for indirect fire and ambushes. But there was a time for tactical finesse, and there was a time to keep things simple and just slam into the enemy, trusting in your armor and your brothers in arms to have the nerve to carry you through. The Davian Light Guards had a noteworthy combat doctrine. They preferred to engage the enemy always from the limits of their weapon range, and would swoop in and then retreat, chipping and scattering the enemy while taking little damage in return. In this manner they reduced damage while spreading maximum chaos. If the enemy were to chase after them, they could then be defeated in detail. VTOLs from the wargame observers had a better idea of the situation. They would radio down if any formations larger than a lance moved out of allowed communications range. These battalions would have to decide tactics for themselves. The Davian Light Guard's 2nd Company and the leading elements of the open RCT were starting to trade long-range fire. Lasers, PPCs, and LRMs and AC/5 cannon fire crossed the open air, mech warriors struggling to hit at enemies moving around at maximum zoom. From a bird's eye view, numbers were mostly equal. One mech company with tanks on their flanks squared up against each other, while 2 mech companies skirmished with long-range fire. The terrain opened out with heavy woods to the east, while the hills started to curve away to the west. Rivers emptied out into a shallow valley. Both the observers and the 2 commanders for this battle predicted that if they were to fight a maneuver battle, they would inevitably have to start moving to the west. If there were any mechs hiding in the woods, they would be able to slam into the rear of the enemy. It was blindingly obvious how they both had their 3rd companies missing from the fight. Major John Banks itched, watching the countdown before the simulated atmospheric ECM burst would fade enough to allow long-distance communications. Open-field battalion-level combat was a messy affair, companies here and there contended with each other, and trying to force local numbers advantage was difficult when everyone was running all over. There was little natural cover to hide behind. There were no battle lines to speak of. There was just the rows of tanks parked at the north and south edges of the battle space, and everything in between was a boiling cauldron. Fortunately, it was easy to maintain ally recognition. On that side, everybody was crabs. On this side, more humanoid mechs. The units directly engaged had a different problem. Their comms were saying full spectrum blackout jamming in effect. Presume that you are not able to communicate with local forces beyond light of sight or 2 kilometers. Repeat. Full spectrum jamming in effect. This was another thing that Carlyle insisted on. If the ELH liked to play with ECM and silly games with ghost targets, Carlyle's Grey Death Legion BCT intended to fight in total radio isolation. Whatever they encounter should not be able to radio out for support. Mech radar was also affected. This also made it harder to acquire missile locks. Of course, this was nothing new through 1,000 years of fusion-powered electronic warfare. Mech-based jammers could only really go for so long, and eventually even the built-in ECCM of a mech or tank could compensate. Grayson Carlyle had previously informed the observers that the jamming could only be active for at most 10 minutes. One of those crabs per lance was an emitter and had to sacrifice a medium laser to carry the blackout emitter in the 1-ton communications equipment for this tactic. It had to rest and trickle charge its capacitors from the mech reactor without causing a heat spike. The Grey Death Legion carried the commandments of Carlyle's commandos: spread fear, doubt, and uncertainty into your enemy, always. Even under the open sky, in bright sunlight, deny them access to information. Observers were telling company commanders that effectively they had to refuse comms with other companies. They had to make their own tactical decisions. The tank companies attached to the Davian Light Guards therefore did not act in the same plunge and retract tactics. Fast Vedette and Scorpion swarms were normally a threat, swooping around from long range. They could plink away with their AC/5s and shaving away armor for the mechs engaged in front to finish off. Mechs that were foolish enough to chase after them would be caught in a crossfire. Unfortunately, they were all just now coming to meet that the open RCT's equivalent to the Vedette was the 40-ton Myrmidon I. Just as fast at 86 km per hour, but carrying an ER large laser instead of an AC/5, and a pair of LRM-5s for more long-range support. More importantly, it had 8 tons of ferrofibrous armor instead of 6 tons standard. 30-ton galleons armed with a single lower heat standard large laser on a turret were faster, with the top straight line speed of 97 km per hour, but with 7 tons of ferrofibrous armor did not fear wading deep into battle. The tanks of the Davian battalion were too busy being distracted by other tanks to be a distraction and support for the Davian battle mechs. Jamming effect has ceased. Repeat, jamming effect has ceased. Reform on me. Reform on me. This is 1st Company, La Brava Lance, we are out of missiles. Command, we are down to medium lasers. Engaging close combat, need backup. 3rd Company, Petrov Lance reporting, we are destroyed. 1st Company, Natal Lance reporting, consider us downed. Armor Company, VD3 Lance, all units knocked out. In this chaotic rush of mechs and tanks shooting and zigging this way and that, it was starting to see how one side was more comfortable with fighting without support. The Davian Light Guard mechs were trying hit and fade operations, but the problem was that the open-air crabs were decently fast themselves to keep them in weapons range. Whenever the Davian mechs could disengage, that just opened up the Davian tanks to the attack instead. Pairs of large lasers had no fear of running out of ammo, and any 3 hits were enough to kill a Vedette or Scorpion every time. The war game ruled that any detected armor-breaching hit would be an insta-kill to simplify the risk of internal ammo explosion. The radio then said EMP conditions clear. Repeat. Atmospheric EMP conditions clear. Enemy mechs approaching, company size. Due north. The open RCT's third company? Major Banks frowned. So they were not in the woods. A fresh wave of LRMs announced a turning of the tide. Blackjacks and trebuchets of the third company were doing their best to support from a safe distance. Griffins and Wolverines were the only fast mechs remaining that could still hit as hard as when they started. The Centurions and the Enforcers had already run out of AC/10 ammo, though half of the Centurions were CN9ALS with a large laser in place of an AC/10. These mechs with a top speed of 64 km per hour, much like the PPC carrying Vindicators, now had to resort to direct combat. The Steiner Armor Company that Major Banks borrowed were made of heavy tanks, a full lance of LRM carriers, a lance of SRM carriers, and a lance of Manticores. They could easily demolish mechs that tried to come close. Unfortunately, Banks had come to recognize that at least half of those crabs he could see on the field had missile launchers on their backs. Any vehicle that could deliver massive numbers of LRMs for fire support was also in range to be fired back in turn. The Sergeant Crab and the Lord Cancer having LRMs of their own meant they were able to take out the LRM carriers as soon as they realized the enemy was there. With each of those 4 tanks carrying 3 LRM-20s, that would have been dangerous. Unfortunately, even for 60-ton heavy tanks, they were extremely thin-skinned and couldn't take even half the LRM firepower they were meant to dish out. They immediately were considered out with internal ammo explosion after being allowed to shoot out but a single volley. Banks scowled at the regularity of this force. Give every mech a pair of large lasers. Give every mech a LRM launcher. They would always win the long-range duel and forced the enemy to close in. Then it was a matter of endurance. Anything that could have a large enough LRM missile bin could also carry almost that number in SRMs and be ruinous in close range. Is this a lesson in standardization? Is this the reason why the SLDF wanted to build whole battalions out of the same mech? They needed more units on the field. Light Guards 3rd Company, this is Battalion Actual. Where are you? Respond. Even without communications, the company commander should have the ability to decide on their own when to flank the enemy. Major Banks brought 1 battalion of mechs, 1 battalion of armor, and an extra heavy tank company to the fight, plus command lance. In total this was 36 plus 36 plus 12 plus 4 equals 88 units. COL. Grayson Death Carlisle brought 1 battalion of mechs, with an attached effectively 2 companies of tanks, and a company of Eridani light horse mechs, plus command lance. This was 36 plus 24 plus 12 plus 4 equals 72 units. In the fight, with 2 companies detached, that was 24 plus 36 plus 12 plus 4 equals 76 units. 36 plus 24 plus 4 equals 64 units. 3rd Company, report in. Where are you? That company of ELH mechs made contact with the Davian Light Guard Scout Company in the woods. Major Banks would never hear from them again. They were out of the game. There were bears in those woods. 2 hours later, Major John Banks went into this fight expecting to win via attrition. The difference of a full company on the field should have mattered. They could normally outrun and destroy mechs well outside their tonnage. But the Crab's easy logistics layout and thick armor also meant they would win any battle of attrition. The dive-in and out tactic of the Davian Light Guards meant they just wasted their ammo. Their enemy had thick enough armor to survive withering fire, and long-ranged weapons of their own to give answer. Damn it all, Major Banks breathed. I just realized it, they didn't bring any light mechs. Sir. The Grey Death Battalion led by Carlisle was fearless. It was not a fanatical self-destructive sort of fearlessness like a Kuritan Banzai charge, but this impression of overwhelming confidence to break through anything in their path. Those crabs raved. And he couldn't fault them for that. Good speed, good armor, hard-hitting main guns, enough heatsinks to keep them in the fight, a mech warrior couldn't really ask for much more. They're not even bothering to scout. Even their advanced scouts are hunter-killer teams meant to kill other scout mechs. What are we supposed to do here anyway? Hide? There's only one target worth hitting. This is an invasion plan of a completely artificial scenario. Of course everyone would have to go there eventually, scouting is pointless. Their scout tanks could do recon, but they don't have to chase us into the foliage because there's nothing useful out here to look at. He then eased back and let out a heavy laugh. All right. I see it now. All units disengage. Regroup as Alpha and Bravo commands. They were not some Kurita samurai to want to fight to the death. No, they had to think of the big picture. The Light Guards set out to challenge the landings. Obviously, the open RCT cannot send all their forces down either and leave their dropships unguarded. As long as he could preserve at least half his forces, he could harry the mercenaries on their way south and be a present danger to their dropships. A battalion in being, he would force the enemy to split their forces and reduce their fighting power simply by existing. He still had no idea what force composition the Eridani light horse brought to the game. It was plausible they had the fast light mechs instead. He recently heard disturbing things about their urban mechs. So, in return, he could not pursue either the dropships or the open RCT battalion too closely lest he get pincered in return. The Davian Light Guards battalion pulled back to lick their wounds and take count. From the 36 plus 12 plus 4 units they brought to the field, they were down to 18 plus 14 plus 3 plus 4 units. Major Banks clacked his tongue. Almost half down. Armored casualties were severe, and the Steiner Heavy Tank Company near total loss. Armor levels were low for everyone. Even Major Banks had to move in with his command lance to shield the retreat, and was introduced to the 75-ton menace of Lord Cancer. His mediums could not content with such a sick weight and range disadvantage. The third company was a total write-off. Whatever they faced in those woods, he would not be allowed to know until the end of the scenario. 2 mechs of the third company managed to escape, but they had no idea what happened either, just that they were told to run like hell, and don't look back. Their battle ROMs just reported hearing children happily singing about bears. It was sort of chilling, hearing this even out in the open air in the sun. The back of his neck tingled with unknown dread. The open RCT were fearless, but the light horse inspired fear. How? The LZ was sensibly at least 2 hours away from the city defense operations area. They had been fighting for over 3 hours now and were still many kilometers away even after both forces called for a temporary truce for reorganization. Which means, the other open RCT force should have reached the Steiner force by now. How are they doing? Let the good times roll. 03. New Earth. North of the objective site. Approximate 3 p.m. Contrary to expectations, the first open RCT group, Grey Death 1st Battalion, did not rush down to support the other group. They walked/cruised at a comfortable speed and kept a careful watch at their back. The Light Guards made some small non-committal skirmishes, but by this point they too had almost run out of missile ammunition and anything more serious would need to risk their light mechs into mass large laser range again. Cruising speed meant that most of the mechs could put their controls mostly on autopilot. Grayson Death Carlyle massaged his shoulders and heard bones crack as he moved his neck from side to side to relieve the strain. That he could did this at all was a feature of SLDF-style neurohelmets instead of the head bucket neurohelmets most mech warriors needed to use in the succession wars. That was closer than it looked. If only we didn't have fewer their numbers but about double their tonnage, he said with a mild chuckle. The inside of his Lord Cancer 75-ton battle mech was slightly roomier than others, the insides customized to fit a small command console. While technically regimental command would prefer it if commanders didn't have to waste their attention doing any fighting, and he heard rumors that the Light Horse used dual cockpit setups even at the battalion level, he was not yet willing to put aside sharing the risk of combat. He had originally planned to use a Marauder for a command mech. Eventually he was convinced after seeing the Kuritan Marauder he had captured being defeated multiple times in simulations and in trials. A Marauder's extra AC/5 didn't compare to a LRM-15 with Artemis guidance. The Lord Cancer was a new build that, at least, didn't make it obvious which one was the command mech in the Lance. It also had 14 tons of armor instead of 11.5 of the MAD 3R. Imagine if we had to face the Davian Heavy Guards instead, said Lori Kalmar, in another Lord Cancer beside him. Her face appeared in a screen off to the side, one of 8 segmented boxes on a grid. The screen showed the command lance and status of their mechs. Grayson replied no, that would have been easier. They wouldn't have brought as many tanks or hovercraft then. In a brawl, I'd put the money on Lord Cancer over any other heavy mech. It doesn't hurt that our ammo bins are protected by case and they have all these LRMs or SRMs just waiting to ignite inside. In the video screen, Lori nodded. Davian hovercrafts proved to be the biggest problem, and were able to plunge into backlands and tried to backstab mechs. Fortunately, while they were fast, galleons were almost as fast and had turreted weapons. The galleon drivers and their willingness to ram hovercraft was not something the hovercraft pilots expected, and hovercraft by their nature had problems trying to brake. Those scimitars were better than scorpions in every way, why did they even bother buying scorpions anyway? Asked SGT. Clay. His Lord Cancer looked externally like the rest of the command lance, but had a larger engine to support tasks that previously needed his old Wolverine. It could run up to 86 km per hour and jump 120 meters. While they're slower and cheaper than vedettes, they have just as much armor and are smaller. Most likely for ambushes, Grayson responded. Maybe we should also have brought some hovercraft instead of handing them all over to the next group? Asked Davis McCall. The bearded man, given a choice between a rifleman or a Lord Cancer, the answer was obvious in the difference between having 7.5 tons or 12 tons of armor. ALRM-20 and 2ER large lasers were strong enough anti-air. Infantry in the second group needed them more than we do. Is it really all right to let them fight it out alone? Laurie asked again, though not all that concerned. Grayson shook his head and made a small wry smile. Crabs and bears in urban mechs are reliable and simple to use. Those people, they wanted to get more experimental. New Earth. Urban Combat Objective Site. 2 hours ago. Commandant Elk Kruger sat in the mobile HQ and considered the map. All around the facility were mostly clear plains and some low hills. Scout lances were patrolling to watch approaches through the forested areas. One thing he had successfully argued was that defensive infantry should have earth movers. So he was pleased to note that this simulated city/factory objective site was as fortified as it could possibly get. Rings of minefields and trenches, raised earth berms for tank cover and hull-down firing positions, and artillery pre-calibrated to lob shells over buildings. The artillery park was near the center of the site in an actual park. 4 long-tom artillery pieces were ready to fire. Infantry were holed up in buildings and trenches, ready to ambush with massed man-portable LRM and SRM fire. The mobile HQ was inside a garage, with the radio linked to an antenna on the roof. There were 3 decoy vehicles outside. VTOLs circled above the city. With approximately 500 men inside the mock city, he was confident of being able to throw off a force twice his size. Granted, he wasn't able to throw off the Davian light guards, but they had equal men and he was not allowed to have 6 days to dig in. Hovercraft were much less affected by trenches and by lobbing mine-clearing explosives ahead of them, they were able to wreak havoc by passing the defensive line. The buildings in this site were strong enough to take mechs jumping and standing on top of their roofs, and he did not expect the light guards to fight assault mechs in close combat. Light mechs baited heavier mechs into chasing them and exposing their thinner rear armor to jumpy mechs with big guns or have tanks and hovercraft plug away at them, making them regret prioritizing enemy mechs. But we have learned. Commandant Elk slammed his fist onto the table. Destroy line of sight. Introduce wide obstacles. Light combat vehicles were so low to the ground that if they go through a rise in the terrain they would have no idea if it's a kill zone in the other side. The 10th Lyran Guards was one of the most experienced regiments in the entire LCAF, and normally stationed on their CAD. With fanatical loyalty, they were the regiment that future Archons normally fought in to cut their teeth in leading men into combat. He chose to fortify not so he could turtle in, but to be confident he could take the enemy in open field battle and use the city as a backstop. His forces consisted of a command lance of assault mechs, 2 Atlases, including his own, a Zeus and a Stalker. First company was a lance of assaults, a heavy, and a medium lance. Second company was a heavy, a medium, and a light lance. Third company was 2 mediums and a light lance. Of the 2 armor battalions he had with him, most were heavy vehicles kitted out for long-range fire, Shreks, Manticores, LRM carriers, AC/2 carriers, Pattons, Bulldogs, all made to ruin the Davian Light Guard's liking for long-range hit and fades. He took a deep breath and stroked at his mustache. Now he only needed to wait until the enemy showed themselves. New Earth. South of the urban combat objective site. Same time. Meanwhile what the open RCT brought to the fight was 1 company of the 12th Star Guards, 1 company of the Blue Star Irregulars, 1 company of the Crater Cobras, and an open RCT armor/infantry battalion. While on paper it was close to 2 battalions, they were still up against nearly 4 battalions. Even mechs would hesitate to enter the hell of urban combat without outnumbering or outmissing the enemy. And since these were Steiners, sure as shooting they brought assault mechs. It was always up to the attacker to determine the time and method of the attack. There was no need to hurry here, planning was the difference between a crack unit and your regular merc hooligan. Major Keel Jankowski of the 12th Star Guard stared at the long-range images of the objective site. They lost last year by trying to cheat the parameters of the wargame and brought too many assault mechs. They were easily outmaneuvered and taken down in sections. It looks to me like that tried to adapt to it by having more medium companies, but that out there still feels to me at least a full company of assault and heavy mechs. Well, half our mechs are heavies and assaults as well, so is that a problem? Replied Major Frank Troy of the Blue Star Irregulars. We need to take a company from that, because the Crater Cobras have artillery mechs. That's a company of heavies that won't be fighting on the line. It's good that this is just a wargame since we can test if artillery mechs are viable or if we would better off just landing tracked artillery and keep them well outside of the combat zone. Major Jeremy Phillips of the Crater Cobras spoke up. Even if you don't tag us in, we have options. 1st Battalion reported that they faced a battalion of mechs, battalion of medium armor, and a heavy company of armor, said Captain Sandra Lyon, the armor commander of the detached mixed ELH/Grey Death RCT battalion. And since all our infantry transports are also line combat vehicles, we can contribute to even out the numbers. The infantry battalion was also technically another armor battalion, with 2 companies of galleons and a company of Pegasus 2 hovercraft, all of them capable of carrying 2 squads of troops. The 4 mercenary commanders looked at the feed from the recon camera of several high-flying VTOLs. Because the scenario involved ASF, the defenders had plenty of anti-air as well. The Lyran guards were not interested yet trying to shoot down VTOLs just outside of AC/2 range because that would also expose the position of their AA guns. Also, they might be neutral war game observers as they were too far for IFF. Fortunately, the ASFs were considered null for the purposes of this exercise, and the Samar-class pocket warships were sitting in space right above them all just daring any ASF to come close. It too was irrelevant for the exercise. Zhang Caoxi mused that if the 12th Star Guards could afford it, they would really want to have one of those as well. They were hired by Steiner as a replacement for the Eridani Light Horse as ancient and well-regarded mercenaries that could move and defend multiple worlds on their own initiative. The price however would be to tie them to Steiner as quasi-house troops the same way that the Light Horse hitched their wagon to Davian. He blinked. No. Focus back on the here and now. He was elected to be the leader of the 2nd Ad Hoc Battalion because the Blue Star Irregulars wanted to fight on the front line with their new mechs, and the Crater Cobras wanted to fight in the back line with their new mechs. That just left his crew to handle the midline. Infantry would follow, as their transports were also decently capable battle tanks as well. The cockpits for company commanders had a fold-out touchscreen monitor and the image on its tactical map was one that all three of them could modify with just a finger stroke. Hurrying was for hard-luck merc units. Profitable commands had patience and didn't move without a plan. So the site has a main street running east to west. It has a walled inner city and a sprawl that's supposed to represent industry and business sectors. They're going to see us coming, and if we try to attack both main roads into the city we could get bogged down with the defenders and unable to reinforce each other. But if we leave it alone, they could sally forth their reserves from there and pincer us. I have a solution for that, said Jeremy Phillips. Suppress them with artillery. Sure, why not? We might need you available for counter-battery. Don't worry about it. New Earth. Urban Combat Objective Site. Some time later. And arrive they did. Forward scouts reported the enemy were approaching in two groups from the south, mechs and tanks. Finally. Commandant Kruger crowed. He set off to board his Atlas. HQ reported that the enemy seemed intent on the east side of the city. As his assault battle mech walked out the gates of the inner city, he was about to order reserves to prepare to move out, when artillery incoming. The distinctive shriek of incoming artillery fire tore through the air. He grit his teeth, as the long toms were exposed out in the park. Track them. Ready counter-battery fire. Counter-battery radars tracked incoming shells and from their speed and angle of approach tried to calculate their source. The far side of the city did not explode with smoke and paint. Some distance away, Zhang Caoxi thumbed long-range communications and asked the Crater Cobras, are those thunder shells? Are you seriously laying down a minefield at their front door? Boom. 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 City, meet open heavy urban cannon. This is also a form of urban combat, was the bombastic reply from Phillips. After 3 salvos from 6 battle mechs fire mission, halt. Relocating to avoid counter-battery fire. This feels like a war crime. This isn't a real city, and if they did well they were the one that chose to dig in and fight in it. That also violates the Ares Conventions. Jankowski sighed. This is a war crime and a violation of the Ares Conventions. Commandant Kruger spat at the war game controllers. Unfortunately it is already done, so the test is just how you will deal with it. TCH. So be it. The other side of the objective installation reported that they were picking up bits of plastic. Fortunately the infantry battalion had plenty of ordnance specialists. Unfortunately it would still take up to 30 minutes to clear the road for mechs, but any leftovers would be deadly for infantry. He could order his mechs to just run through and take the hits. Vehicles, less so. Their tracks and thinly armored undersides were highly vulnerable. The controllers mandated that if he tried, automatically all of them should mark some damage, and a random number, up to half, would be automatically disabled per company. Since it was just 2 lances inside, they could just turn around and come out the other street. It would take less than 5 minutes. He stared through the zoom cameras of his mech. The AP-4 approached slowly, at 64 km per hour. There was plenty of time to trade LRM fire. His heavy tanks were protected behind earthen berms. 3rd Company moved into attack, with a heavy and a medium lance from 2nd Company, plus 2 lances of heavy tanks, moving behind them in support. In wide open plains like these with a lack of cover, complex maneuvers were not necessary. Just secure a flank, then fight to achieve local force superiority. Divide the enemy where possible. The light mechs preferred by the LCAF were commandos, 25 tons. They were capable of running up to 97 km per hour, and packed a SRM-6, a SRM-4, and a medium laser, COM-2D, or a single large laser, a SRM-2, and a medium laser, COM-1B. They had a hefty punch for such a small mech. They made contact with the lead light mech screening force of Blue Star Irregulars, and were taken aback about what to do with these strange-looking things. Quad mechs were not unknown in the inner sphere. Scorpion, the 55-ton battle mech, not the 25-ton light tank, carried a PPC and a SRM-6, and were good for an infantry support role. These mechs, however, painted in the brilliant plasma blue of the Blue Star Irregulars, had rounded hull with a more prominent raised rear, reminiscent of a Jenner. The quad mechs paused while the Steiner mechs approached, and their legs jerked up as their wheels locked in for leg running instead of rolling. Those aren't Scorpions. Who the hell makes new quads? The Steiner Lance leader shouted. Doesn't matter what they look like. Do it as you trained, focus fire on my target. Large lasers from the Com-1BS fired ahead of the Lance, while the rest moved in to bring their SRMs and medium lasers into range. Short-range missiles and medium lasers had the same effective range. Unfortunately, so did snub-nose PPCs at their maximum firepower. For anything that only had 4 tons of armor, Locusts, Jenners, Cicadas, Commandos, most light mechs, one hit was enough to blast through all armor. Carmine Kalilai was typical of the type of mech warrior where any mech is better than no mech. Even for a multi-regimental force like the Blue Star Irregulars, sending off a whole company was not something easily done without impacting their own combat readiness. However, the other mercenary commands were quick to see the benefit of cooperating with the open RCT, recruitment. They sent experienced trainers and fresh mech warrior graduates that needed polishing in the real world. Their single company was split into 2 and formed the seed for 2 training companies. Half of the force carried here were new recruits, not personnel brought in from their mother regiments. Carmine was willing to join the Blue Star Irregulars in exchange for being a test pilot of new mechs and new methods. The inner sphere had a poor view of quad mechs, owed mainly to the Scorpion and the rough ride it gave its pilots while running. The Blue Spider was uncomfortable as well, with a cramped small cockpit. She could tell that to achieve its capabilities in such a small package, the Blue Spider was a mech of many compromises. Its 7 tons of armor was only adequate, and a single big gun removes much of its firepower if the gun takes battle's damage. At the same time, however, its simplicity also betrayed a sense of refinement. Her mech jumped, all the while clear to the other side of the enemy force. Blue Spiders were ridiculously jumpy, and 4 legs made for a much more stable landing. The turreted snub-nose PPC smoothly followed her helmet gun sight. A hit blew off the left arm of a commando. She let out a cheer, only to hear Lance Leader's reminder through comms to always be moving, always be looking aware of their surroundings. She didn't feel dizzy or knocked around. The Blue Spider was a smooth ride all considering. These quad mechs had very respectable suspension and gyro response. All that was necessary, was to move without prejudice. This mech had something to prove, like herself. The 35-ton Blue Spiders started skittering away at 97 km per hour, just as fast as the Commandos, pulling them away and off to the side, while the slightly larger 45-ton Blue Peace or 2 barrel Spider medium-weight battle mechs continued to walk straight ahead. The Commandos reformed to avoid being caught in a vice. Compared to the bug-like Scorpion and its shuffling walk, the jerky darting movement of these squads did feel more unnerving to look at. These mechs had to be spiders or some sort and would be aptly named, much more than the thin and thin-skinned 30-ton Spider battle mech. The second line of mechs behind either force now contributed LRM fire. Being a light mech on first contact was often the most dangerous duty, but used properly they could spoil the enemy charge. Steiner Lance leaders hung back and tallied the incoming enemy force. 35 tons. Snub-nose PPC. Vehicle Flamer *. Vehicle Flamer *. 45 tons. Snub-nose PPC. Medium laser. Medium laser. Vehicle Flamer *. Vehicle Flamer *. The barrel spiders were backstopped by a lance of urban hammers, and looking like they were coming out of a forest of large mushrooms. Against them the Steiner Light Company's Whitworths, Assassins, and Shadow Hawks flinched. The urban hammers carried a pair of PPCs, like the Knight Urban Mech, but slower, only able to go up to 64 km per hour instead of 86 kph. The extra tons went into a LRM-10 instead of a SRM-6, for indirect fire support. Hovercraft zoomed ahead, and the Blue Spiders seemed more intent on escorting them than tangling with the 2 Steiner Light Lances. The Commandos tried to give chase, only to find out that the snub-nose PPCs were turreted, and could fire backwards even as their mechs ran off at full speed. Crabs raved as they entered large laser range. The Steiner Light mechs pulled back to support Second Company's approach. 65-ton Crusaders and 70-ton Archers traded LRM fire with the 50-ton Sergeant Crabs. Approaching 2 were 60-ton Ostroks and 75-ton Black Knights, some Steiner-owned Crabs. All were primarily mechs with large lasers, and were worthy adversaries in close combat. Second Company lead was in an Orion. They had learned since their first fight with the Davian Light Guards about running out of ammunition too quickly, and so this time the 10th Lyran Guards brought mechs with heavy energy armament and were willing to quickly dump ammo if armor was low. Awesomes and Marauders from the 2nd Company Assault Lance moved behind them. Lord Cancer advanced to meet them with all-devouring malign ants. Brob. 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 The 10th Lyran Guards AC-2 carriers and their 4 AC-2s struck at enemies from extreme range, outside of even LRM range. The hovercraft made a beeline for them, but the heavy tanks were at a range where they could be supported by the LRM carriers behind them on the berms. Shreks at their battle line were ready to punish anyone that dared approach with triple PPC salvos. There was the distinctive sound of incoming artillery. Scout cameras allowed units to automatically spot for artillery and still move around and fight. They could just point a rangefinder at the enemy, designate a spot as a NAV location, and send back a report if it was hit or not. Multiple LRM launches could also arrive in indirect fire, the warhead self-selecting targets on their terminal phase above the impact point. Verdammt! Commandant Kruger swore as hot pink paint splattered an area about half a kilometer wide. Don't you have tracking on their artillery yet? We have, sir. But, they are getting closer. It's mobile artillery. HQ reported. He scowled. Firing back with his long toms would hit nothing useful then. What kind of artillery? Possibly sniper, sir. While the lack of an impact crater made it hard to tell, the size of the color splashes were in between what they would expect from a thumper or a long tom. They would have to come into sight range eventually. He decided to detach a lance from 3rd Company to find those artillery pieces. Then he ordered 1st Company to move in. Scouts had confirmed that the enemy consisted of 2 companies of mechs and 2 companies of tracked armor, plus 12 hovercraft. He smirked. These mercenaries were insultingly overconfident. Let the good times roll. 04. New Earth. Urban Combat Objective Site. Approximate 6 p.m. These mercenaries were annoyingly resilient. Already his light company were reporting half losses while only downing 2 of the enemy. The Blue Spiders then tried to directly attack the heavy battle line but paid for their overconfidence with 2 more shutdown Spider mechs on the field. At 35 tons with a single big gun they were only adequately fast and armored for light mechs. They probably would have done better if their main guns were long barrel PPCs and kited at long range instead of trying to skirmish at short range. The Blue Star Irregulars pulled them back and had them support the 12th Star Guards advance. Some of the Blue Spiders had a Jenner-like weapon loadout, with 4 medium lasers and a SRM-6. While fragile, they at least had double a Jenner's armor, and could tangle with mediums and lighter heavies without fear. The heavier 45 tons Blue Spider IIS forged ahead. The shriek of artillery fire arrived again, and this time it was a continuous walking fire barrage that struck the side of the objective installation, cutting across the minefield and splattering against the wall. Of course, this being simulation rounds, could not show the wall breaking apart. Shrek assault tanks had to pick between cutting down mechs trying to pierce the backline and trying to break inbound heavy mechs. Just like what happened up north, the moment anything with a recon camera could get a beat on a LRM carrier, the entire force would concentrate missile fire on them. Commandant Kruger moved his assault lance to drive them off, but only delivering long-range fire as this could be bait to move them out of position. His radio then beeped and declared Battalion Actual, this is 3rd Company Scouts. We found the enemy artillery. Not tracked artillery, mech artillery. Repeat, battle mech artillery. A company of mechs. 6 artillery mechs, 5 heavy battle mechs. 6, light industrial mechs. Looks like. Flashman? Urban mech? Do we engage? Sir, your orders? Repeat, found enemy artillery mech company. Do we engage? On one hand, a single light lance against 12 mechs was suicide. On the other hand, distracting the enemy from firing their next artillery salvo would be useful. They don't even need to kill the enemy per SE. Most of his other forces were already engaged in fighting. He could send the rest of the 3rd Company out there, but they were down to less than 2 lances. On the other hand, we have our own artillery. Have they stopped? Send the coordinates, we shall rain fire in return. Artillery mechs would need to be slow and carry less armor, wouldn't they? Scout copies. Coordinates set at NAV Epsilon. Ready for fire missio, damn it. Enemy mechs moving. They've spotted us. If anyone were to say, jam 7 tons of communications equipment on a 60-ton heavy urban mech, enough to communicate with orbiting space assets and even distant jump ships through heavy jamming, one would expect them to be able to intercept and decrypt short-range enemy communications as well. Commandant Kruger grit his teeth. Engage and delay them. I am sending support. The rest of 3rd Company was ordered away to follow. He could hear from the radio how dual PPCs from a lance of night urban mechs UMK-1 began to shriek. The 60-ton mechs were capable of running up to 86 km per hour and had 3 jump jets. The artillery mechs themselves moved out at a reasonable 64 km per hour. Meanwhile, hover tanks drove through the cleared minefield. Sprayers painted the trenches hot pink in simulation of flamer fire. The Unicorn-class hover tanks were 50 tons and could go up to 151 km per hour, but in armament were almost identical to the open Myrmidon, with a turreted large laser and flamer and a hull-mount LRM-10, and 10 tons of armor. Mechs and vehicles still had to pass through a gauntlet of residential and commercial areas to get to the walled compound at the center of the city. One who tried to defend everywhere was weak everywhere. Commandant Kruger knew this. Wall turrets, long-range heavy sniper-type turrets with quad AC/2S and a LRM-20, could shoot at enemy mechs trying to assault the walls. The inner compound was laid out as a hexagon, with 4 turrets per side, heavy sniper turrets on the points and 2 medium shredder turrets, AC/20, 2 medium lasers, 2 SRM-6, in between. Optimally, 3 turrets, 3 LRM-20s, could combine indirect on fire on any point that the enemy attacks. Infantry hid in select buildings ready to pop off shoulder-fired LRMs. Most of the forces were concentrated on the inner ring. The Blue Star Irregulars' Blue Spider mechs ignored them entirely, 8 mechs skittering along the area cleared by artillery all the way up to the wall, followed by 8 hovercraft. And then they jumped over the wall. Even the hovercraft jumped over the walls. Those were jump hover tanks. Who builds jump hover tanks anymore? And Commandant Kruger could only shout, "No. My long toms." A lance of short-range attackers waited inside, 2 hunchbacks, a wyvern, and a centurion. The Davian light guards in their attack on the base had methodically shot out the turrets before venturing inside. Here, once again, the attacking irregulars ignored defenders entirely and swooped at full speed looking for the battalion HQ and the artillery park. They hugged the sidewalks to use buildings as cover against turrets. Quad mechs were low-slung machines, about half the height of a typical medium like a hunchback. The 50-ton Pegasus 2 hover jump tanks could go up to 129 km per hour on a straight line and had enough armor to absorb at least 2 AC/20 hits. Their LRM-10s popped colored smoke through the streets ahead of them. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, the Crater Cobras stopped and prepared to fire. The Steiner Light Lance saw this as their chance. They sprinted to avoid the web of PPC fire from the heavy urban mechs and tried to bring their SRMs to bear. There were, fortunately, no bears in this county. Unfortunately, those 15-ton utility mechs were urbanites with dual medium laser faces. They shot lasers from their eyes like some sort of heat vision, rushing to intercept attackers. Boom. 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 The 6-gun salvo of sniper artillery was on the way. The artillery mechs recoiled on their feet, and then loosed joint locks. They turned towards the approaching light mechs, and the commandos did not expect at all for the ultralight mechs and the artillery mechs to charge at them in return. The UMHOPA artillery mech used composite internal structure made of carbon, polymer, and fiber composites to save weight without bulk. While much less durable than standard foamed metal structure, the enemy would still need to get past their 11 tons of armor. Furthermore, their other weapon pod arm had 4 medium lasers for defense. At the same time, back at the objective site, artillery fire locked down streets. The Blue Spiders and Unicorn hover tanks continued at full speed, avoided stopping to combat the turrets, jumped over the minefields their own artillery had laid down, and hovercraft were much less likely to trigger mines, and were out of the city in short order, shooting with turreted guns as they did so. The lands of heavy combat vehicles dug into hull-down defilades could not respond before being shot in the back. The SRM and LRM carriers were not able to survive 2 PPC's hits at all. The defending mechs could not follow them out because they would have to go through the minefield and they had no orders to risk it all to kill the enemy. The mobile HQ was still intact and needed to be protected, so they were better off preserving their forces. Approximate 30 minutes later. Objective site. Commandant Kruger grit his teeth and decided it was about time to pull back and concentrate his forces. As the sound of another artillery barrage came down, he realized that the light lance had failed. 3rd Company was still heading out there, hopefully they would at least be able to do something. Commandant Kruger snarled at the damage report. What the artillery barrage did not destroy, the enemy raiding force could finish off. Fortunately it looked like the decoys worked and the real mobile HQ shut down all signals to avoid notice. But he was now down to 1st Company and 2nd Company versus 1.5 companies, but the rest of it made up for with armor still zooming all over the place. The Shreks and Bulldogs had to start moving else they would get caught in an artillery strike. This was a knockout brawl and the losses were starting to mount. The assault lance of the 2nd Company, with 2 Awesomes, a Zeus, and a Victor, found the crab-shaped company of the 12th Star Guards bearing down on them, already having brushed aside the Steiner medium lance and the damaged heavy lance withdrawing as ordered. The assaults walked backwards, covering the retreat. The Awesomes were an awesome force, crashing with triple PPCs in a 3-2-3 pattern enough to batter down any mech in short order. The Zeus 6A contributed with its large laser, as it traded the LRM-15 for 3 SRM-6S and a crushing short-range barrage for any mech that dared close in. Unfortunately, Lord Cancer sought only to exhaust the remains of their LRMs so they could confidently wade into close combat without the danger of ammo explosions. 1st Company of the 12th Star Guards chose the Lord Cancer variant that exchanged the medium lasers, sacrificed a ton of LRM ammo, and used an endo-steel frame to mount a third large laser into the chin of the mech. As they had tanks to watch their back, the Lord Cancer could comfortably just keep walking forward to smash medium and heavy mechs in its way. They slowed down as they faced the assault lance. There was no need to get into medium laser, SRM-6, or AC/20 range. Then Keel Jankowski moved in with his command lance. He could see the enemy start to sweat, hurrying to reverse and wondering if they should risk turning around, because the only thing more dreaded than an 100-ton Atlas was a 100-ton king crab with 2 AC/20s. Or a whole damn lance of them. But given that his lance of mechs had more humanoid forward-bending joints instead of the reverse join and chicken walker legs of a king crab, these were not king crabs even though they were also 100 tons. The Sagittarian answered the Awesome's PPCs with 4 large lasers, assumed to be carving and melting through armor from long range. Both assaults had to deal with horrendous heat buildup. The Awesome could only fire its 3 PPCs in 3-2-3 volley pattern, and the Lord Sagittaire in a 4-3-4 pattern. With Katrina Steiner's recovery of the helm core, the specs of the large laser would soon be open knowledge anyway. Everyone else focused fire on the 80-ton Victor, removing its AC/20 from the situation so the rest could close in. The Zeus was less of a problem, for though theoretically its triple SRM-6S could deal much more total damage than an AC/20 burst, it was most dangerous if the enemy already had armor stripped bare. Its inside were nicely explodable. A few minutes later, as the assault mechs began shutting down from simulated damage, Jankowski paused and asked through comms controller, this open RCT 2nd Battalion Commander Jankowski, requesting permission to order live rounds to collapse the perimeter wall. Yes, the one with the artillery mine clearing leading up to it. The whole thing had to pause while the controllers and referees conferred with each other. The mechs were allowed to retreat slightly and combatants to catch their breath. This also meant that the defenders knew the next focus of attack. AG controller to Jankowski. No need for that, we will set charges to blow the wall. It should be considered down from the earlier attack. The walls were not all that durable, as they were never seriously meant to keep anything out. If they really wanted to, they could have tried to collapse it with punching and kicking. Walls could normally be broken through with enough weapons fire as well. Frank Troy of the Blue Star Irregulars, in his urban hammer, sidled up and asked, why did you ruin our tempo like this? You're just giving them time to plan. We still have artillery and they don't. Now they have 3 points of entry to defend. And if they concentrate infantry at the entrance, well, as the Crater Cobras say, we have options. I don't think setting the whole thing on fire counts for a victory. We are supposed to be capturing this facility intact and pretend it is something important like a government capital or a mech factory. And any option we pick will have to be revealed in advance to the enemy so they can react appropriately. He then shrugged. Phillips assured me that fuel-air explosives do not usually set things on fire. Still, thermobaric or vacuum bombs should be instant death to infantry even inside trenches or buildings. Enclosed spaces would become murder holes instead of properly defending against high explosives. Fuel-air explosives had never stopped being used nor manufactured by any of the great houses, it was just that they preferred to use thermobarics as aircraft drop bombs than taking the expense to make Fey artillery shells, which have a much smaller charge. The Ares conventions are not a wish list for war crimes. Jankowski laughed. I'm just going to say the list of warhead options we have and make the Steiner commander stress over what we're going to use to clear the way. In the TIC map he circled how the Blue Star's 2 lances of Blue Spider IIS and 2 lances of Pegasus were poised to jump roaring back into the rear of the installation. If they try to bleed us street for street in fighting, the problem is that even with 2 battalions of infantry, it is too large an area to defend. If they have field guns, any clear line of approach is Fey bait. The wall in question collapsed safely with controlled demolitions. They were given 5 minutes to restart the operation. They wouldn't dare, Commandant Kruger hissed. We employ the 12th Star Guards. We would not condone blatant terrorist action. Then his face scrunched up. Unless we are in theory considering this a Kuritan location and it would take too long to breach, or if they consider themselves a no-holds-barred opponent as an object lesson, and we both fight Kurita anyway. He had no reason to deny the enemy this option. The lull had managed to give him information to consolidate his position. He was down to 4 assault mechs, 5 heavy mechs, 7 medium mechs, and 2 light mechs, now 18 mechs starting from 40, including his command lance. His armor forces had been stripped of LRM and SRM launchers, the mercenaries took them out with prejudice, but at least he still had a lance of Shreks, 3 Manticores, and 2 Pattons. These assault vehicles had managed to kill several enemy mechs. And from what he could tell, the enemy had managed to lose 3 light mechs, 3 medium mechs, 4 heavies, and no assaults. Fortunately, the artillery company was still not directly participating, so he was up 18 vs 14. He really needed to know more about these heavy crabs. A buzzer sounded through everyone's radios, and everyone hurried to carry out the orders made during the timeout. 15 minutes later. What remained of third company's mechs continued running to attack the Crater Cobra's artillery mechs and take them out of the picture. The hovercraft and light blue spiders of the Blue Star Irregulars Company detached to chase them and pincer the force. At 130 kph and 97 km per hour respectively, they could catch up to the Steiner commandos and cicadas. 12 galleons of the open RCT charged towards the gap in the broken wall. The remains of 1st and 2nd companies of the Steiner force set up a battle line. There was still a lance of 2nd Company medium mechs inside the city as a reserve, but they guarded against the Blue Spider IIS. The Spiders were showing their worth in urban combat. This put the Steiner forces out in the open against 4 assault mechs and 9 heavy mechs. The Blue Spider 2 medium mechs bypassed them to escort the galleons into the city proper. The whistling of incoming artillery arrived. But instead of Fey bombs, smoke artillery landed. The way in was completely obscured, the wall's turrets were unable to get a useful lock. They still had radar, but radar could be obscured by buildings. In the gloom, large laser and snub-nose PPC fire lit up the shadows, firing at towers that, by being higher up, were easily illuminated by targeting radar. Snub-nose PPCs had the same range as a large laser, it was just that the power of the bolt was reduced to little more than what a medium laser or AC/5 would deal. They could also peer out of the smoke more easily than anyone could see what was inside, due to how light interacts with surfaces. Light could bounce and be seen from the outside more easily than photons having to enter the smoke cover, bounce off surfaces inside, and then get out again without being interrupted. Even as Commandant Kruger had to deal with the impending crab fuckery, he had to admit that the Crater Cobras were nicely demonstrating that artillery could be useful in city combat without being needlessly destructive. The crabs raved harder. The Spiders jumped back into the city. Galleons dismounted infantry. Heavy infantry. Artillery inbound, Commandant Kruger's computer reported. He ordered the battle line to walk forward and meet the enemy. Their armor moved to attack the flanks. 10 minutes later. What are you? Commandant Kruger screamed into comms as his lance fell apart around him. What are you? The AC/20 on the hip of his Atlas slammed a burst straight into the center torso of the enemy. A deep bassy chuckle was the only response. As rounds pancaked off its armor, the sensors reported that even if it had been a full power round, it would not have flinched from the hit. Copperhead. Copperhead. Jeremy Phillips of the Crater Cobras shouted into comms. Since the artillery lance was already within sight range of the installation, fire missions arrived immediately. Putting tags on assault mechs that had still tonnage to spare but already too full of double heatsinks to pack any more weapons was just obscene. Avalon City. New Avalon. Federated Suns. Sometime in 3026. The Second Alliance Games ended with both a win and a defeat. The AFFS won against the LCAF, but both lost to the 0 RCT. The Steiner force ended with the death of their commander, while for the Davian force the Bears and Pulse Laser Super Urban Mechs came out of the woods and Grayson turned around having led them far enough. The Light Guards conceded the field. The invading force did not have a great advantage in numbers, but they did have a great advantage in quality. This was mollified however by the knowledge that with the backing of their respective nation-states, this capability would soon be available to their house militaries. I suppose it is useful for even my officers to be pushed out of their comfort zone, Hansa had to admit. Any future alliance should not be made of Davian commanders and Steiner soldiers, but that there is something to learn from each other. Katrina proposed that the Open RCT fought the Davian Light Guards in their weak point, and the 10th Lyran Guards in their strong point. According to the report, Grayson admitted that for the short time they had to prepare, it did make it easier to build a regiment anew if everyone involved was fully aware of the abilities every other mech could do, which was no more and no less than what they could do with some bravery and creativity. Prioritizing mech warriors that were dispossessed had them extremely dedicated to live long enough to own their mechs. While the Alliance Games versus the AFFS did not end to their favor, the mutual defense against the Open RCT played more to their strengths as the defender. The Steiners were better able to hold ground while the Davian side could be sent out to explore. And since they all lost in terms of mech quality, the LCAF were very interested in acquiring these general-purpose Sergeant Crabs. The Lyran Commonwealth Armed Forces was considered top-heavy, in terms of its equipment and officer corps, but a decently fast, well-armored, and well-armed 50-ton medium battle mech filled the gap and could tangle with anything from lights to heavies. The games exposed that the Steiner answer to being outmaneuvered consisted mainly of 25-ton light mechs, which while a decent enough counter to Kurita's very light mech-focused force, was less so against a more balanced force, such as the Merrick's. Defiance Industries could certainly afford to either buy the Crab schematics, or do something with their 55-ton Griffin. The AFFS was a medium-heavy force, and would be less willing to have less of their prized Centurions and Enforcers and other AC/10 carrying battle mechs. With access to DHS however, they would soon at least be able to pack more armor. Lord Cancers with their triple large lasers and Knight urban mechs with dual PPCs were a more compelling prospect, as they had the speed of mediums and the armor and armament of more traditional heavies, and promised to be excellent dragon killers. Super Urbi upgrade packs were already being sent down to the Capellan front, as 150 rated fusion engines were not rare. Katrina smiled. Indeed, this is a problem that money can solve. Next time the Open RCT should model a Merrick or Liao force. Liao and their inferior urban mechs, Hansa scoffed. Hilton Head. Terra. Sometime in early 3026. The outcome and battle ROMs of the war game through various means inevitably found their way into Comster's hands. I told you. Hissed Mendo Waterley. They have manufacturing. They have research. Wolf's Dragoons appeared with suspiciously pristine mechs, but these are clean new never been seen before machines. These are not from some hole in the ground. They have too many pocket warships for them not to have their own shipyard. They are a threat. Even Julian Diabolo was taken aback. The Open RCT was being presented as an example to emulate or fight against, and as much as they taught lessons to the Inner Sphere, he was sure every encounter was also something that taught them how Inner Sphere powers operated and how best to defeat the peculiarities of each house military. This was the very same suspicion he had of the Wolf's Dragoons. But could there be possibly two such forces backing large mercenary commands? He leaned back on his chair and steepled his fingers under his nose. As much as he hated to admit it, if they just did nothing and let Steiner and Davian and the Light Horse continue to integrate uninterrupted, they would just be going from strength to strength. The Concord of Capitan was uncompetitive by comparison. The plan to create a rift between Davian and Steiner with Operation Doppelganger had failed, and direct assassinations were too unsubtle. Even if Hansa Davian died now, he supposed that the direct line of succession goes to Morgan Hossack Davian, and what is Michael Hossack Davian supposed to do, pull a coup against his own son? Katrina Steiner's death would just put the more martial Nandi Steiner as regent for Melissa Steiner. Since Katrina already claimed the Helmfield Library, even with the end of the dream of the Federated Commonwealth, that would still just allow the Lyran Commonwealth to strengthen themselves without interference. The Eridani Light Horse would have their independence curtailed, but they could just hitch themselves to another patron for political protection, for example, the similarly rabid anti-Kurita Duke of Robinson. He looked up to Seaman de Waterley beaming as if waiting to be praised for her brilliant idea. Julian Diabolo sighed. All right. Out with it. How is the situation with Takashi Kurita? The coordinator's loss of face has him ready to authorize literally anything that would hurt or humiliate the Light Horse in return. He is disappointed that Wolf's Dragoons are nowhere as dedicated as the Eridani Light Horse to serve the state. Diabolo nodded. He supposed it was only fitting that the Light Horse showing off so much would be the means of their own destruction. Would anyone mobilize for the Dragoons or the Light Horse if they were in existential danger? It's a whole new war against 01. Unknown. Unknown. Date unknown. Convince me this isn't a hoax. 3 people on 3 planets were struck blind, deaf, and dumb, on the same time and woke up on the same time. Worlds have different spins, and so different hours, and so different lengths of day. There is no way to coordinate this even with the HPG. On Jiangsu, Mendham, and New Sirtis, a doctor, a mechanic, and an ASF pilot in training. And their visions were identical. To the letter. The first thing all of them did on regaining their senses was to scream for something to write with. What did they see? This is what they say. I saw a egg of stone. Cracking open. A child with horns emerges. And the star of the Star League bursts behind him. I saw 10 horses, saddled but without riders. In a forest feasting on mushrooms. They stampede out and trample a red snake. They circle around a sword in a stone. With an empty gauntlet grasping the hilt. A green snake and a purple eagle. Circle around a bloody throne. I saw animals feasting on worlds. Wolves, falcons, jaguars, vipers, and more. The screaming was horrendous. They stained the inner sphere with gore. I saw a madman with a mustache. A planet with a face. Laughing. Laughing. One by one the stars are blinking out. Fascinating. It sounds less mystical, the symbolism is quite obvious, but that could make it much more difficult to correctly interpret. No, this one is much easier to verify than most. A printout was passed across the table. It was the symbol of a red face with 3 pointed whisker mustache and a wide grin. Conlin City. Colchester. Federated Sons. March 3026. The believers, or the cult, of the Saints Cameron were already aware of Robert Nisi and their ties to the Eridani Light Horse. They already met with the Knights of St. Cameron and successfully SCAMMED invited them to participate in the Micro Machines shenanigans on Solaris. Having existed since 2751, predating the fall of the Star League, the cult of the Saints Cameron had their own factions within their roles. As they were formed from the prophetic writings of Jonathan Cameron, 2660–2738, and visions by later messengers, the traditionalists faction had the view that the prophecies had already come to pass. They still maintained the rites and customs, but no longer believed they still needed to act as safeguards of humanity. The cult and its adherents had already done all they possibly could to avert the apocalypse. Thus they held the bloody empty throne as their symbol. The cloisters believed that that apocalypse was still come to pass, and sheltered hidden reserves of technology and knowledge. Isolationist to the point of xenophobia, they lived in subsistence farming out in the periphery and operated medical missions. They took for themselves the headpiece symbol of Jocasta's habit. The Templars believed they should take a more proactive approach to the war between good and evil in the inner sphere. While some were teachers and doctors, others were of a more martial mind. Their symbol was of 3 swords arranged in a fan. The Knights of St. Cameron were a 2-regiment force, and were not actually the militant arm of the Believers. They did share the symbol of the Templars faction within the Believers. For this reason, a real Knight of the Order of the Saints Cameron visited Colchester. A shapely woman with a sword at her hip, and a tall muscular black man carrying a large basket walked down the park avenues of Conlon City. They were not an unusual sight. Many people expected mech warriors to have various quirks, and many military officers had swords as part of their uniform. There were no shortage of capes among the visitors. The large man's basket was piled high with food, and he was wearing a beer and soda guzzler helmet, and that was significantly more interesting. "Hey big guy!" One of the passers-by waved up at him. "Looks like you're really enjoying the food fair. There's a street food festival later tonight. Thanks for coming." "Happy to be here," he said back with a nod. The Eridani light horse's reputation and recent feats brought more tourists and speculators to Colchester. Many mercenaries tried to sign up directly with Light Horse. Miranda Dawson looked up at her friend with a scowl. She was a Templar and a mech warrior. He was Smiley Henderson, and despite his intimidating physique was actually a pararescue specialist and a member of the Traditionalists. The argument was that just because the apocalypse foretold by Jonathan Cameron was done doesn't mean that there can't be a second apocalypse for the inner sphere. "This is not a vacation," Miranda hissed. "And we're not allowed to visit the Light Horse base directly, so there's worse ways to kill time until the petition goes through." He took out a sausage taco from the basket and chomped. A military presence was often a boon to the local economy. Soldiers were paid by taxes but not from their wallets. Still many people were wary of mercenaries, thinking them little different from a bandit or pirate. They may be allies now, but as soon as they left they could come back to raid the very thing they just protected a while ago. The Light Horse were proper and never had any issues with local laws, strictly self-policing, but this also added to their rep as aloof and uppity ponies. It took decades to establish themselves in their Steiner home world, and the people were properly appreciative about how the Light Horse defended them from House Kurita or take the fight to punish the dragon. After leaving their century of service to House Steiner, the Eridanis had to consider staying with House Davian for possibly another century as long as the Davians tried to live up to the ideals of the Star League. Conlon City and its shops and bars benefited from the Light Horse's patronage, all that money coming in from the outside adding to the economy. But they had to do more. The ELH had ambitions of mass recruitment from the frontier and neglect the population nearby? That made no sense. There should also be enough bored youths or non-inheriting sons eager to make a name for themselves. And if they wanted to go on about the virtues of the Star League, well, it had to begin at home. Thus, the Light Horse sponsored holidays and festivals. Even if we don't speak with the Light Horse's high command, we can still do something more useful. We can try to find clues about what the prophecy might mean. I don't think we should be stressing over that. There are scholars who make it their whole job to do this. All we just have to do is to report what we see and hear. I was told our own interpretations might even be harmful bias. Weren't you? TCH. Well, yes. But this is important. Anything could be a valuable breakthrough. Pay attention to everything. This is my first quest and it deserves to be treated with the utmost seriousness. They were just passing a stage where amateur bands were performing. The Light Horse had personnel in the thousands and recruits in training about 100, and many of them could be voluntold to participate in public creative activities. The song, yelled in enthusiastic youthful tones, was https://ko5.com/post/devil-in-stone A1W7W0106DS5. Lonely Nights in the Steel City. Castle of the Dreamless. Child of the Murdered Throne. How long before you can come home? Only the stars can know. I'm a devil in stone. Night without a lord. Gargoyle by day. Goliath by night. With my wings I bring terror to the wicked and justice to the weak. Blood from stone. One light. One star. The oath is not forgotten. The debt still unrepaid. Honor breathes as seasons pass. And kingdoms become as dust. Only the wicked managed to thrive. Cry out. Roar. Roar. In the long night, we live again. Fight. Fight. So the day shall know only peace. I'm an angel. Descending. I'm a curious ape. Ascending. I'm a machine. Turning to the future. I am the egg of disaster. Breaking free. I am the streets. The anger. I am the power of the people. The darkness. We no longer fear. I'm a devil in stone. Knight without a lord. Gargoyle by day. Goliath by night. With my wings I bring terror to the wicked. And justice to the weak. Blood from stone. I'm a devil. So you don't have to be afraid. Anymore. https://ko-fi.com/post/devilinstone a2j3j2106e02. Miranda Dawson looked up at the sky and raised her open hands in supplication. God. Saints Camerons and Kerensky. Are we idiots? Are we morons? Possibly. Smiley said with a somber nod, then smiled good-naturedly. Hey, signs fortuitous. The lead guitarist on stage said on the mic, I would just like to have it on record that I find this song exceedingly egotistical because our platoon leader is named Devlin Stone. I'm sure this song dates back to the 21st century, the lead singer retorted. In fact, I'm almost certain I was named for THI. And it's such a coincidence my name is Angela, the second singer interjected and scoffed at the big-nosed young man. This is why you're not popular with girls, lonely night in the big city. Stone Squad had completed their boot camp. Most of them were now 16 years old and qualified to start mech warrior training. Unfortunately, Natasha Kerensky-style training made most of this redundant. They would still need to familiarize themselves with non-urban mech-shaped layouts, but that comes later in the year. They didn't need mech piloting 101. Stone Squad got voluntold into various public relations shenanigans when they were not in junior officer school. This is too obvious. Couldn't it be a hoax? Miranda gnawed on her thumb. Or it could just be the easiest job, said Smiley as he gnawed on a crispy pork rind. This generation of ours prays for forgiveness if you have to be this obvious just to be sure we get it. We fucking get it, lords. She groaned and clenched her fists. What could be so urgent that it needs to be understood clearer than even the collapse of the Star League? Up on stage, the teenagers finished a cover of a popular song on New Avalon and prepared for another set. They took a few minutes to take a breather and drink, while a presenter chatted with the audience about various Davian/Eridani outreach programs. Then, the band readied to play. Devlin Stone took center stage this time and said, There is a legend of a tenacious duo. Challenged by the devil as they hitchhiked down the road. Play the greatest song in the world. Or I'll eat your soul. This is not that song. He took a deep breath. And sang. In a voice oddly deep for such a young face. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. Up above, a Buccaneer-class civilian transport dropship on approach suddenly banked away from its flight path. The Aerodyne dropship turned towards Eridani Light Horse Base. Starport Tower Control barked FSV Brilliant Gem, change your heading. You are not authorized on that approach. Repeat, FSV Brilliant Gem, change your heading. You are approaching a no-fly zone. You will be fired upon. A short while later, dropship, this is Eridani Control. Turn aside now or be shot down. This is your only warning. The dropship's landing drives started to pinch off as it engaged its main drives and started to accelerate again in mid-air. Sirens sounded. People stopped, and then shortly began to rush towards pre-designated shelters. This was the reality of life in the succession wars, and every world could always be raided or invaded. Miranda and Smiley looked up. They were keenly familiar with that sound. A hard whine of feedback called Miranda's attention back towards the stage and saw that the one named Devlin Stone was clutching his left wrist as if in pain. She noticed several other people doing the same motion. Like a silver arrow, the dropship burned towards the ELH main base. Thunderclaps rolled through the sky. Subcapital lasers in anti-orbital mode had engaged. The dropship splintered, its wings poked through, but it was not enough to destroy the craft. What counted for destruction in space differed from destruction within a gravity well, where the object's mass and momentum continued on a ballistic arc. The Buccaneer tilted in the sky as it lost avionics control. The dropship passed overhead Conlon City and began to drop. Devlin Stone screamed, "Never gonna give you up. Never let you down." He raised his left arm, the band of gold glittering with its own inner light. There was a flash of gold. There was a flash of sunfire. And a rolling shockwave. For a nuclear mushroom cloud bloomed over Conlon City. Harrow Sun. Federated Suns. March 3026. Wolf's Dragoons Delta, Epsilon, and Beta regiments had returned. This time there would be no tricks, no parley. Takashi Kurita had commanded, destroy the Eridani Light Horse 21st Strikers. Takashi very heavily implied, or do not dare return. Col. Baxter Arbuthnot had command. He had a year to think over how he would defeat a fast, long-ranged force with double heatsinks while he had no access to comparable advanced technology. Col. Charles Winston had a year of engineers with access to Declan bugging him about optimizations and upgrades. The Draconis Combined Admiralty had a new batch of fighter carriers and an improved sequence of Alamo delivery systems. New Aberdeen. Federated Sons. March 3026. Black Inferno landed with an assault regiment, and there was a 100-ton king crab with 2 AC/20s gunning for an uppity 40-ton white urban mech with a horn. Only 2 battalions defended the world. Galter. Federated Sons. March 3026. Black Inferno landed with their other regiment with orders to slash and burn as much as possible. To break through pocket warship defense, they also had a large number of assault dropships. Marduk. Federated Sons. March 3026. Jamie Wolfe personally led Alpha Regiment and the Ryukin into a raid at Marduk's mech factories. Their primary objective was to draw out and defeat planetary defenders. The 151st Dark Horse Regiment wondered why people were still so willing to throw themselves into the sight line of their alicorns and their triple gauze rifles. New Avalon. Federated Sons. March 3026. Everyone knew that Robot Nisi had mobile factories and dropships and operated them offshore on islands. Resources were brought to the islands via approved craft, large cargo hovercraft and small craft, never barges and other surface vessels, no matter how more efficient it would be. This made it difficult to sneak in any naval saboteurs. Many corporations had permissions for lethal self-defense and the right to have security mechs as long as they were built on an industrial chassis, weighed no more than 50 tons and carried no individual weapons heavier than 9 tons. Robot Nisi was a new company and should have been limited to 35 tons and no individual weapon heavier than 2 tons, but they had a strategic exemption as a manufacturer to the AFFS. 30-ton rural mechs, constructed on an industrial chassis but otherwise identical in performance to super urban mech with large lasers, defended airspace around the site. Robot Nisi HQ, being in the city, had few such protections. Its CEO stayed there too. The enemies of the Light Horse identified that while most corporations could easily replace their CEOs, Robot Nisi was so new that any disruption to their management would have far-reaching consequences. Azaa. Federated Sons. March 3026. The 6th Sword of Light invaded Azaa with orders to destroy defenders and industry. They sent ahead mercenaries to clear the way, and although they were a mix of commands, there were still about a regiment of them in total with clear allowance to plunder. Debari. Federated Sons. March 3026. Pirates struck at the vagabond schools, both the jump ship-based and the planet-side locations. Only a company weight force was available to defend. Elsewhere. Around the inner sphere. March 3026. A wide swath of the Combine border, both Steiner and Avian, suffered flash raids by mercenary commands. The Open RCT tried to vacuum up loose mercenary commands, but as they preferred those who didn't have mechs or were willing to trade in their mechs for improved although uniform capabilities, other mercenaries were more inclined to take Kurita's offer, which simply was to pay double rates and free transport. Many mercenaries were such because they wanted freedom and were emotionally attached to the legacy of their battle mechs. If they wanted to behave like an obedient army for the security of pay and supplies, they would have already joined one. MacD's Cutthroats was one of the oldest mercenary forces in Combine employ and normally stationed on Gaelden, raided Gravelt and Kesse to distract the Bryceland PDZ command. They happened to encounter elements of the Davian Light Guards RCT on Gravelt. The Amphigenes had to rebuild from their losses on Galter and Marduk, so in exchange for priority sent out multiple battalion-sized raiding forces into Sky region in the Lyran Commonwealth. House Liao allowed the 15th Draken to take a contract with the Draconis Combine and had the Northwind Highlanders move out, and these mercenary forces that also derived from the SLDF now raided to distract defenders that might have responded against Wolf's Dragoons' incursion in the Addix PDZ. David, Clethendu, Wapakoneta, Bergman's Planet, Angal, Niles, Ere, all were hit on the Draconis march. On the Steiner side, mercenaries struck at Dramani, Port Moresby, Lambrecht, Shinohana, Karbala, Knox, Shiro Torai, and La Blanc. Their purpose was sabotage, industries, hospitals, power plants, dams, or the targeted destruction of planetary defenders. The latter half of 3026 and most of 3027 were eventually termed the Mercenary Wars. A whole new war, again, 02. Unity Palace. Luthien. Draconis Combine. A year ago. Behind the throne of the Coordinator of Worlds, the seat of House Kurita, a menacing dragon reared up on a massive red disc. 2 lit braziers behind him cast the master of the Draconis Combine in flickering shadows. Takashi Kurita stared down from the throne at the mercenary kneeling in front of him. Despite the supplicant pose, he could just feel the insolence wafting off the man. And yet, this man had given the Combine an undeniable service. The dragon is not ungrateful. You have brought to us a mighty prize. Takashi Kurita waved his hand. Yet the reputation of the Black Inferno is not one that rings of valor and honor. You leave behind only tales of plunder and butchery. We can be grateful, but why should Black Inferno be honored for this? At best it is worthy of a civilian merit. One cannot buy their way into the trust of the dragon. Andreas Kane kept his head bowed, and his fists resting on the wooden floor. My lord, be that as it may, none of them are in the Draconis Combine. We hit Davian and Merrick. Sometimes Liao, yes, but I'm not sure if you would really care about that. We usually take demolish and objective raid contracts, there's nothing too unusual there. We have uncovered that you maintain a base on Xinjiang. Takashi Kurita nodded. Tell me of your desire and why I should grant it. We ask to be made house mercenaries in the same way that Liao has Mac Karen's armored cavalry or the Northwind Highlanders. Or your light amphigenes. Just support us well, point us at your enemies, and don't worry, we will burn them all. Let us command ourselves and we'll stay out of any political games and owe loyalty first and for all time to the coordinator only. If we were absorbed as house troops, we would be forced to play those games. No, my lord, please. Allow us to keep things simple. Just give us supplies, show us someone to kill, and we shall be the greatest murderers to ever ride under the shadow of the dragon. You ask much of us, but the offerings you have made are a welcome contribution. The world of Buffalo Meadows in the Draconis Rift, and the fate of the 295th battle mech as they vainly attempted to chase after Kerensky. To die out as mere farmers and fishers is no good fate for a warrior. We will make better use of their inheritances. The 295th Battle Mech Division. 3 brigades. 7 pristine SLDF battle mech regiments and 2 regiments of armor, my lord, said Andreas Kane. The scuttled remains of the Potemkin-class troop transport warship SLS Ulithi, the Essex-class SLS Cape Bon and the Lola 3-class Protector. Yours now. All to salvage and research. Takashi Kurita frowned slightly. Yet the dragon is not one that allows itself to be controlled by bribes. I ask, why? I agree to allowing you to have 1 regiment of mechs and armor to improve your force. The Black Inferno mercenaries are now a force of 3 regiments, a full brigade. But why have you brought this to us? You profess loyalty and wish to be elevated and trusted before even our most dependable warriors. You are not samurai. Speak. My lord, do you wish me to explain why I didn't bring this to Steiner, Merrick, or Davian? Especially with how Liao would love to have these many free regiments. Do so. My lord, I want to win. I want to fight, and I want to win. I want battle. All the time. Only the Draconis Combine fights so hard to win so often. Kurita wins. That's why a lot of mercs work for you even when there's bad rumors about a company story policy. Steiner? They already looted another SLDF cache, but so what? Their generals are still incompetent pieces of shit. Davian? They already have the light horse, but giving it to them just wouldn't be interesting. We would be playing second fiddle. Liao? Yes, sure, they would be happy about it, but could they really use it well? All this would do is to make them lose slower. No, my lord. I am not a samurai, you may call me a mad dog, but I want to fight. And sometimes, isn't it useful to have a mad dog under your hand? Send someone who has no limits, no bottom line, to strike terror and chaos in the heart of your enemies. If you want me to try to get cultured, sure, we can try. But Black Inferno, more than anything, we enjoy seeing stupid goody two-shoes pulled from their pedestals. You don't like the light horse, we don't like them either. Let us punch their smug faces in. You appear to forget we already have Wolf's dragoons in our employ. My lord, forgive my rudeness, but I think the dragoons aren't that great. Sure, they're crack 5 regiments, but your Sword of Light are also just as good. But the dragoons are a perfect example of mercenaries, they go where the payday is, and do as much as they can while being ready to pack up and go. They aren't loyal. They can't be loyal. Wolves aren't dogs. They don't dare go above and beyond, there's no money in it. Is it truly your desire to be dogs of the Combine? Have no you ambition? No self-respect? My lord Kurita, I want to kill. Simply promise us that even when you send us into your toughest fights, as long as you let us build up after it and don't ever try to short us on supplies and support, we're never going to stop fighting. That's the difference between us and some mercs who talk a good game about some fancy useless high-minded ideals. The sword is a weapon. But sometimes you just need fire. Burn them out, my lord. Burn it all down. Takashi Kurita nodded, then slapped the sides of his throne. Then rise, be honored as warriors, if you want to be mad dogs of the Combine then may you feast on the bones of our enemies. Be known to all now, as the Black Inferno Brigade. Some time later, after Andreas Kane was dismissed, a kimono-clad aged yet still powerfully wiry man stepped out of the shadow of a pillar. Yorinaga Kurita bowed and knelt before Takashi Kurita. The coordinator of worlds let out a disdainful sniff. Do you see now, old friend? Do you see why I need you? Yorinaga closed his eyes and exhaled softly. The world passes us by, the river changes its flow. War is a young man's game. Honor and virtue are put aside for brutality and convenience. The warrior dies, and the war is lost. Mad dogs cannot help but to bite their own owners. I do not trust their claims to loyalty, though they have brought us a munificent gift. We have recovered our losses against the Eridani light horse. Times have changed, and strangeness walks upon the battlefield. Now, more than ever, we need strength of will and purity of soul. The experiment with the dragoons has not proven as fruitful as hoped, we cannot trust mercenaries. The model of the Ryakan proceeds well, but I need a force of true warriors, immovable of mind, unmatched in skill, built of true Kuritan might instead of borrowed ideals. Create for me a force that can act and fight as you would, and I will allow you to die. Yorinaga Kurita sat still, motionless, and minutes passed by in aching silence. Rather than be insulted, Takashi Kurita waited with cold patience. This was a silent battle of wills, but one, he knew, could only have one victor. Yorinaga bowed again, pressing his forehead to the floor. I am ever at your service, my lord. My life is yours. Duty was heavier than a mountain. Takashi Kurita ordered the formation of the Jinyoshi, an elite force of Kuritan mech warriors given the best SLDF-grade equipment to beat any other regiment in the inner sphere. Metal alone was not enough, it was always possible to overcome through metal. Then, idly, Takashi asked, have you heard about the duel between Natasha Kerensky and Barbara Mosley? The dragoon and the light horse? Strange things are said to have occurred, and the duel between yourself and Morgenkel are no longer so discussed. As well it should. Neither Kell and I place disproportionate value in that event, what we have learned from each other pales from what we have learned about ourselves and our place in the universe. We fought only because it was what our honor compelled us to do. Yorinaga said softly. And also, no, I have not. I beg your pardon, my lord, but it interests me not. A true warrior craved not fame. Another duel to decide truly who was better would not arise simply because of the clamor of the ignorant masses. Takashi nodded. Unfortunately, even if he might be curious, it was simply impractical to attempt to test if Natasha Kerensky could defeat Yorinaga Kurita or vice versa. The strongest sword versus the strongest shield versus perfect evasion. Unfortunate, but while the Kellhounds had humiliated House Kurita several times, especially with how they prevented claiming Ian Davian's corpse, the mercenaries were reduced to a mere battalion now and not much of a threat. Yorinaga must be directed towards more present dangers. New Avalon. Federated Sons. March 3026. As the year passed from 3025 to 3026, there was a period of relative peace in the inner sphere after incessant campaignement. The media called it the end of the Third Succession War, and fully expected that the Fourth Succession War should have a different face. Space industries benefited from the new focus on void-based deterrence. Small mercenary commands suffered as for some reason leopards were being bought up or reserved. The fruits of core Demeter were finally starting to show, as new spare parts were finally sluicing through the open markets. Raiders waited for the next harvest. The war to gain the secrets of the Helm Core, the SLDF Field Library, was fought in the shadows. Steiner and Davian concentrated their efforts on their CAD and New Avalon, with select technologies assigned to their critical military-industrial partners for mass production. Defiance Industries was starting to mass-produce ferrofibrous, while A. Kerner partnered with Federated Boeing for an endosteel orbital factory. Only their most loyal regiments were starting to see upgrades. The 10th Lyran and the Davian Light Guards in the aftermath of the Alliance Games were testing out the benefits. More important, however, were the new jump shipyards. Just earlier in the month, Hansa and Melissa had to cut the ribbon on new orbital slips for their respective realms, made specifically for Scout 2 jump ships. The yards estimated that as long as resources were allocated, from keel to first ignition, it would take only slightly less than a year to build a brand new two-color Scout 2. Let's stop fighting and start building wealth again, this was the mood their media pushed. The people of the Lyran Commonwealth and the Federated Sons were even starting to believe it. Kurita was brooding at the border, fresh from the mauling. Liao had been humiliated and hopefully cowed from any foolish adventurism for now. Merrick was too canny to make any action without first identifying a weak point in his enemy. It was a blessed peace. Needless to say, Hansa Davian was feeling mighty good. Why, one might even think he could dance. Once again, Hansa relished the chance to just sit down and talk shop with his fellow leader and discuss the most recent feasibility studies being forwarded to them by the Light Horse. Even fresh college graduates were not this optimistic. Katrina Steiner laughed. Really? Domes? They want to fix poverty by concentrating the population into a few self-powered fortified domes. That was really not helping the rabbit hole that Lick and MIIO were on. That the real secret supporters of the Eridani Light Horse was not the SLDF returned, but actually Terran Hegemony's dome. Hansa smirked. There is another word for obvious strategic targets, and that is bait. They argue that making it obvious would also make it easier to defend. It would be like a Brian Castle, but out in the open. They forget that sort of top-down arrangement for safety and efficiency would violate most people's innate desire for freedom and expansion, Katrina replied while taking a sip from her wine glass. Their meetings had become a routine affair. Hansa nodded. And also, it would make them more vulnerable to orbital strikes, which is more than a little suspicious when we know that the Light Horse are the only ones that can field capital-scale ships right now. Most suspicious indeed. The Light Horse going on about their restoration of the Star League sounds very much like intent to mutiny, if we didn't already know about the bastards of Kerensky. And yet we will take every advantage we can have for being the ones who will fight, no. Well, of course. Hansa, shamelessness is armor. Hansa Davian and Katrina Steiner stared warmly at each other. Their meetings had become a routine affair, and had started to have the feeling of an affair. After a while, Katrina sighed. It wouldn't work, Hansa. This thing between us. I'm tired, Hansa. I hope that the future of the inner sphere will be brighter because I can't even imagine what that looks like. Hansa nodded slowly. Being good friends with my mother-in-law will be enough. It's not like your conversation would be missed. It would not be good if we keep running to you for advice, however. Katrina smirked. They call me idealistic for the peace proposal, but that was made in disgust from how pointless these succession wars are. They are at least right in one thing, Melissa can conceive of that future. Hansa sighed. Why is it that everyone around has to make fun of me for that? That was not in any way a motivation, you know. He looked at Katrina Steiner with forlorn expression. Katrina leaned back inside her urban mech seat and shook her head. If it were us, no. We cannot be equal partners, Hansa, we are each too set in our ways. We are not genuine. We are too practical. We can fight wars, but never win a peace. Hansa scowled minutely and rubbed at his chin. Yet must that peace happen from being subordinate to a new Star League? I must admit, the idea makes my skin crawl. Sadly, you cannot fight death-seeking idiots at their level. They can only beat you with their experience. And then suddenly, their cockpits began screaming and strobing with red light. A priority alert interjected into the circuit. A third screen opened in their isolation chambers. Nathan Armstrong? Welcome. What is so urgent? Asked Hansa. First Prince. Archon. I need your help. Katrina Steiner's expression brightened. Good. Owing favors was currency in these high-level realms of political realities. They were all already too deep in debt to the Light Horse. One itched if they didn't have an idea of what an ally needed in return. You only need ask. What is it? Convince me not to storm and conquer terror right now. Please. Hansa and Katrina paused. They looked more carefully, and despite the innate glow of the hollow screen, they could tell that Nathan Armstrong's eyes were red with stress and rage. What happened? Hansa asked. I am sorry to report this, but soon enough you should be receiving HPG messages from your own intel agencies. House Kurita is doing a wide area raid offensive across the Steiner and Davian borders. Both great house lords froze and through the sudden rush of panic brought their emotions under control. Running out would not help. They needed more information, and once again they had to acknowledge the benefits of Wandering Horse. Real-time HPG reports. They would always be faster than having to rush over to the nearest Comstar-owned HPG station and waiting for them to encode it. The only way to get more timely and more accurate reports would be to allow Wandering to infiltrate their own forces more thoroughly. I see. I understand. Send me a list of their priority targets and I will see what forces we can send to reinforce, said Hansa. Where are you right now? Still at Robinson. I am, replied Armstrong. I'm in transit towards the jump ship, but even with a command circuit it will be at least a week for me to return to Colchester. Katrina heard the desolation in the man's voice. You wanted our help. If it was just reassignment of forces, that isn't help, you know it is what we must normally do. Something happened, Nathan. What's wrong? A nuke was detonated over Colchester's capital city. It was aimed at Fort Bradley, but, he closed his eyes and grimaced. Supposedly accidentally, our ground-based anti-orbital capital lasers dealt enough damage to knock the dropship off course and it detonated too early over Conlin City. The two monarchs jerked in surprise. Horrendous. Katrina Steiner gasped. Nathan. What do you need? Hansa, you will have my full support in this matter. They have gone too far. Hansa roared. Once again, House Kurita. Damnation, I should be, yet I am not surprised. For a moment, Hansa's vision widened out with horror. Just because of the atrocity, but because of all that he would be forced to do as retribution. As first Prince of the Federated Sons he also had a duty to embody the people's will. He could not be called a coward in such a time of rage and pain. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers had to be mobilized, dozens of worlds marked for attack, and millions would suffer on the other side. Then he took deep heaving breaths and added, but we are not idiots. Let us stay calm. Let us act with reason. This is a trap. You know this is a trap. We all know this is a trap. But if we cannot do without stepping into it, we can only choose how much we will need to suffer before seeing through. Nathan, I am sure someone will try to blame you for escalating this by making the use of nuclear weapons necessary to deal with pocket warships, but do not worry. This atrocity will not stand. Do we have yet an idea of the damage? I will send all that I can. We must present a united front in this disaster, and our retaliation will be focused and precise, you have my word on that. Having the Kuritan border erupt in nuclear flame was obviously the wrong thing to do, but an atrocity of this magnitude, it was too early. They were not ready to fight the Fourth Succession War. Nathan Armstrong grimaced. That is not actually what I need your help with. The damage is. He sighed and rubbed his face. All right, I'll not mince words. The damage to the city is light. Deaths and injuries are only from the areas around the city affected by the blast wave. The area around Constable City is irradiated, but the city itself is mostly untouched. A quarantine is already in place. I see. So the nuke was detonated high enough that it dealt little local damage? I am relieved. We were lucky, then. Katrina blinked. Then if that were so, how did the surrounding area get irradiated? No, Nathan, there is something else you are not telling us. This is something that should be unbelievable. Nathan looked up with bloodshot eyes. Let's all just pretend that our anti-nuclear shield works. Or that we have one in the first place. What? How is this possible? Asked Hansa. I can't explain, replied Armstrong. I mean that literally, I have no idea how it works, and we only have the one. I am sorry. Do you want us to pretend that we knew you had this capability? Asked Katrina. Even if it did not succeed, this was still an atrocity. You had just asked us to convince you not to invade and occupy Terra. Asked Hansa, with a narrowed gaze. Comster is responsible for this. Katrina hissed. It makes sense for everyone to believe that it was Kurita that did this, Hansa Davian said with a slow nod. Even if I know that Takashi Kurita would not be this stupid, no one would believe it. Only he has the motivation, and the Combine has a reputation for brutal responses to their egos being mortally wounded. Had it succeeded, the entire Federated Sons would be out for blood. Even I might not be able to stop them from clamoring for a counter-offensive we would not be able to sustain. The Eridani Light Horse would be forced to strike the enemy a punishing blow. We would be called to perform atrocities of equal measure to make anyone fear doing anything this unwise again. If we didn't know about Comster and their perfidy, this would have worked, sighed Armstrong. Burn it all. Burn it all to the ground. This would have been a second Kent Ares. Hansa would have no choice but to take the leash of the AFFS, and Kurita already on the offensive would have no choice but to escalate harder to keep from being overwhelmed. Not even the death of Prince Ian Davian would have caused such a need such as the death of millions of civilians in a safe world. It would also have, as he pointed out earlier, been a point of criticism for the Light Horse. No, now that they were aware, only one faction could possibly benefit from civilizational collapse. He sighed. He would have been pinned to a choice of only bad options. This was a Zug's Wang. No one ever expected this, so no one could ever be expected to handle it. It was only fortunate that the Eridani Light Horse was themselves such a complete out-of-context problem that no one could predict what they could do. Hansa clacked his tongue. Could you actually invade and occupy Terra? What aid would you need to make it possible? Hansa. Katrina chided. Hansa Davian raised his hands and rolled his shoulders. If it were at all possible. Katrina sniffed and turned back towards Armstrong. If you really wanted to do it, you would not have asked for us to talk you out of it. You already knew it was illogical. You have no solution yet for the Clarion Note protocol, correct? Nathan Armstrong sighed. We know it doesn't even have to originate from Terra. Comster has hidden worlds of their own. The two leaders of hundreds of worlds and the largest armies in the inner sphere brooded with impotent fury. A brevet general sat in silence, stewed in the enormity of his task, far beyond what his experience as a commander of 3, now 4, regiments could have prepared him to handle. None of them expected anyone to be this brazen and brainless. Both Hansa and Katrina had previously discussed that it may be a subtle threat. If the Light Horse could replace the Comster HPG system as a whole, they could also have the ability to shut it down. But from their interactions with Armstrong, it was clear that the man was just too stressed about being unable to do something about Comster for it to be anything less than genuine. Ironic, therefore, that they all feared to act from something not even Comster was aware that they were capable of doing. The Eridani Light Horse has some magic anti-nuclear shield tech, sure why not? Hansa Davian put that aside as irrelevant for the moment. Hansa linked his fingers together. Yet something must be done to communicate our outrage for this vile act of terrorism, first, against House Kurita the obvious patsy, and something against Comster so that they do not get away with this. Though striking at them will allow Comster know that we are aware of their crimes. Armstrong closed his eyes again. I don't want to do it. It's too soon. But maybe there is someone else I can ask about that. Unity Palace. Luthien. Draconis Combine. Same time. Takashi Kurita resisted the urge to draw his blade and stab the messenger. Someone did what? Oh, look at that, apparently, even the cold rage could shatter and go even more incandescent. He had achieved cold fusion. He thought he could not be enraged any further at the stupidity of the universe, but he was wrong. It was too late. His regiments were already out there and engaging. Go Go Wolf Inferno 01. Unting. Benjamin Military District. Draconis Combine. August 3025. Jamie Wolf was a man of few doubts and many regrets, but that had never stopped him from decisive action. Born of a warrior father and a merchant caste mother, in the clan Wolf Tumen he served as a star commander under Star Captain Natasha Kerensky. When Khan Kurlan Ward sent out Wolf's dragoons to the inner sphere, the force composed entirely of free-birth warriors except Natasha Kerensky was supposed to gather intelligence for a future invasion by the clans. Jamie and Joshua Wolf were promised that on their return from a quasi-exile, a blood name Wolf would be created and based on their genetics to join the celebrated names of the clans. Then in 3019, in their last communique with the inner sphere, and Kurlan Ward ordered that the wolves were to intensify their survey of the military strengths of the successor states. Examine the problem of training successor state units to their level of proficiency in warfare. Locate and secure a world where they could begin to manufacture omni-mechs and advanced weaponry. Cut communications and refuse to obey any Khan but himself. All to prepare the inner sphere for the invasion he felt was inevitable. And despite so much loss and betrayal from the successor lords, including the executions of his own brother, his wife, and his 2 daughters, Jamie Wolf obeyed, and prepared himself to betray all the clans. For this was Jamie Wolf's secret to his terrifying charisma: he was intensely loyal to people. When he spoke to you, shortly you could feel that he fully expected you to be capable of being even more. His men followed him to deathly odds because he led from the front, and had faith that they had the power to push through. If they failed to live up to the potential he saw in them, he would die. The light horse knew that I am the only blood-named warrior in the dragoons, Natasha Kerensky snarled. That is something only someone who traveled with us from the home worlds can know. We have been betrayed by one of our own. Jamie Wolf and the others had theorized that potentially one of Intelsur, the first recon effort that the clans had sent out to the inner sphere, had gone native. It made sense, and could explain how the Eridani Light Horse found their new Star League grade equipment. Such precise information, however. Who did it? How? Was it from Hoth? It was only after the disaster on Hoth that the Eridani Light Horse started their sudden rise. For all that the Light Horse talked of honor, he could not be certain they would not indulge in more forceful or chemical means of interrogation. Yet no random warrior would be able to deliver them so much knowledge. If even Wolf didn't know of these secrets, then who could give those SLDF relics to the Light Horse? One said, is this not good? If it were anyone else, we would wonder, but the Eridani Light Horse are a force we know will be motivated to fight against those who destroy their image of the SLDF. They are guaranteed to fight with us against the clans. But another objected, the Light Horse are creatures of the Davians. They have taken to being ardent Davionists disturbingly quickly. How can we trust anyone that surrenders their autonomy, their identity, so quickly? I am embarrassed for them. Jamie Wolf held up his hand. We are still at war. Though the Light Horse have offered to treat us with increased leeway, it would be an insult to fight at less than our best. If they wish to defeat us without fighting, they will have to do better than that. We have until 3028 when our contract expires. Are we rejecting their offer of an alliance? Kurita hired us to train regiments to fight at our level. Now would be an excellent time to test that. Whoever achieves victory shall have greater say when the inner sphere must unite. We have the ability to manufacture omni-mechs and advanced weaponry that can match the clans. How to fight them must come from us. Natasha Kerensky nodded. I have attempted to train them in our ways, but skittish horses may lack the feral power to bite and hold until the end. One needs nerve more than anything. We are the wolves, we will not be anyone's tamed dogs. We will not surrender our independence or characters so quickly. Their words to you were as much a promise as a threat. Let us defang it. Unity Palace. Luthien. December 3025. Minobu Tetsuhara was a fine example of the cultured warrior promised by the ethos of the Draconis Combine. Unfortunately, his other interactions with the rest of the Draconis Combine mustered soldiery was less sterling. Many commanders were selfing or lacking imagination, or substituted brutality for complexity. Jamie Wolf was starting to see that Takashi Kurita was a reformer, and for all the power concentrated into the hands of the Coordinator of Worlds, sometimes he conquered in spite of his military instead of because of it. Takashi Kurita had awarded him the Order of the Bushido Blade, but Jamie had little regard for honors like that. No, what Jamie liked was that Takashi was willing to ask questions and tempering his reactions to being contradicted. Let us put aside how potent these pocket warships are. We have heard the rumors they can brush aside whole fighter wings, they can defeat whole invasions, they can take a nuke and live, they have made the battle mech raid doctrine obsolete, but let us remember, that their only clear victory was from our Epsilon regiment being caught by surprise and choosing not to foolishly fight a battle they were unprepared for, a battle without a shot being fired. In all other instances, let us remember they never actually managed to prevent a world from being invaded. He could see Takashi Kurita's expression brighten through the glow of a large hollow table showing a strategic map of the Draconis Combined Federated Suns border. Takashi nodded. That is true. They may be difficult to destroy, but if they cannot fulfill the role they were made for, then they are still failures of a sort. The Federated Suns correctly identified Galter as the thrust of the campaign, but it is also for much the same reason as why it was chosen in the first place, because it was a soft target. They concentrated their forces there. I see. And therefore if the plan is not to have a focus point, they must either defend everywhere poorly, or defend a few worlds to completion but leaving others more vulnerable. Jamie stood straight and clasped his hands behind his back. The main threat from pocket warships is not that they can destroy transports quickly, but that their existence forces attackers to double their numbers in ships or aero fighters just to be sure. Since it takes time to muster forces, this naturally leads to fewer attacks per year as smaller raids may suffer unacceptable losses. Even though the Light Horse had concentrated a force of 4 pocket warships and 2 assault carriers over Galter, and although it cost Kurita an entire aero regiment, all its assault dropships, and a Vengeance-class carrier, the invasion of Galter managed to land. It is still too difficult to destroy dozens of dropships, and after having spent weeks burning into the system, these dropships cannot turn back. The only thing they can do is break through and fight, no matter their losses. Takashi smirked. If they leave our warriors no choice but death or surrender, they simply intensify how much more it is the better to fight to the death. Jamie Wolf liked how Kuritan society was orderly, and recognized that the ultimate duty of a society is to be able to defend itself and attack its enemies, or else it would die out. The greatest victory was always survival, not of the warrior, but the society that produced them. He did not begrudge Takashi Kurita his ambitions to rule the inner sphere. If one had the ability to do it, then they can earn it. In their tour across the inner sphere, he found that while the Davians were competent militarily, they were not any different in their desire to subjugate and rule. The Liao were functionally useless for the purpose of defending against the clans, and the Merriks were as much a danger to themselves as the others. The less said about the Steiners and their generalship, the better. Although this campaign was supposed to be a face-saving measure, and mercenaries were always seconded to DCMS commanders in this campaign, Takashi Kurita was letting Wolf's Dragoons take the lead. Concern yourself not with what the Black Inferno do, said Takashi. We compensate them for their contributions, but it is the Wolf's Dragoons that we acquired at great expense. Jamie scowled when reminded of Black Inferno, yet another large mercenary unit with mysterious sources of SLDF equipment. At least this one was more comprehensible instead of yet another secret Castle Bryan or stockpile, a lost SLDF brigade that was stranded on the way to try and vainly follow Kerensky. Logically neither the clans nor any other Terran hegemony remnants would have known about them. It was reasonable that a descendant would exist. Thus this campaign, mainly composed of mercenaries, had the feeling of a competition. Marduk. Draconis March. Federated Suns. March 3026. And so it was this that brought Jamie Wolf and his Alpha Regiment and the 1st Regiment of the Ryokan, and half a DCMS mechanized infantry regiment, from Irerzun, to Marduk. Minobu Tetsuhara, who Jamie felt best exemplified the meritocratic ideals of the Kuritan samurai, the said over comms from the other command overlord: my friend, do not be anxious. The Light Horse, for all their suddenly rising repute, have only ever managed to take advantage over the Dragoons through trickery. In a straight fight, you have always overcome them. The Ryokan follow the Dragoons' model. We shall see them off again, if they dare to offer honest battle. We only need to survive long enough to touch the ground, agreed Jamie. The Dragoons did not have sufficient aero power to contest this fairly. However, after May 3025, the mess on Galter, they also had most of a year to prepare. Harrow's Sun. Draconis March. Federated Suns. March 3026. And once again, a fleet burned inwards towards Harrow's Sun 2. Time from the jump point to the world was 9.75 days. A radio message from the world met them on an open channel. This is Colonel Charles Winston of the Eridani Light Horse 21st Strikers, speaking on behalf of Marshal Vernon Fredericks and the 4th Deneb Light Cavalry and Avian Command. If this is the Wolf's Dragoons come again, know that we will no longer be holding back. And the swift response to the world, similarly without any encryption. This is Sho S.A. Jerry Akuma, made liaison officer to the Wolf's Dragoons by the glorious Draconis Combine. There will be no discussion. No collusion. You will meet us in open battle or we will rain destruction upon your world. Baxter Arthbutnot, commander of Epsilon Regiment and in command of this operation leading the Beta and Delta Regiments, grimaced. This was necessary to be granted independent command for this operation. As the fleets shed velocity to enter the orbitals, their fighter craft swooped out to screen and intercept. The first time that the Dragoons came to invade Harrow's Sun, pocket warships were still completely new and unexpected. Arthbutnot reflected that because they were intercepted mid-system, once it was clear that the integrated fighters could not stop the light horse, the ponies could have whole days to maintain the range and plug at the dragoons' dropships, killing them one by one with the dragoons unable to do anything. They already had gained too much velocity to just turn around and go home. If he could hurt the enemy before dying, it would be one thing. Dying uselessly without even being able to touch the enemy would be a stupid death. And so he capitulated, and the wolf brooded in captivity. The second time the dragoons came to Harrow's-sun, they had the escort of nearly a full arrow regiment of fighters. These Kurita fighters were also ordered to use nuclear weapons if it showed that conventional arms could not suffice against pocket warships. Once the first nuclear blooms erupted over Harrow's-sun, defending fighters panicked and pulled back from harassing dropship landings to protect their own combat dropships. As nuclear arms were a strategic option only the coordinator could order to be moved and used, technically Jamie Wolf owed Takashi Kurita a mighty favor for spending the lives of the DCMS to recover his men. Now it was the third time for the dragoons to arrive. Davian fighters swarmed now, focused on anti-fighter duty. The threat surely not even Kurita would be stupid enough to use nukes on a world, would they? They know the sort of response such atrocity would demand. But they would not dare to chance it. Which left anti-dropship duty to the SCL/1 banks of the bigwig, dictator, class pocket warships. Number Combined Army-Navy Tactical Integrated Exchange. Number Canty Connection. Brother I High Confidence Inbound Fleet composed of Wolf's Dragoons Beta, Delta, and Epsilon regiments. Draconis Combined Support Flotilla accompanying. SLV Cobra I'm seeing a lot of what could be small craft signatures. SLV Predator makes sense, they can pack more nose armor than a fighter. SLV Predator doesn't make them any good at taking laser fire for dropships though, since we can just shoot past them. SLV Bloodsport oh, it looks like they are LRM boats. SLV Predator that also makes sense. It's an easier and faster fit than megabanks of large lasers or PPCs. SLV Predator no need to mess around with a larger power core or good gunners you can let the radar and seekers do most of the work. SLV Cobra they are clearing the way for the fighters. SLV Cobra we are entering capital long range. SLV Bloodsport the question is whether we should assist anti-fighter operations or focus on anti-dropship. SLV Predator we should trust the 4th Deneb and the AFFS pilots from Bane. SLV Predator they suffered in the second invasion by the Dragoons and Kurita using nukes to protect us, and though they might not exactly resent us letting go of Epsilon Regiment since we let them go without their mechs, and it is humiliating enough to be dispossessed. SLV Predator they are eager to have their pound of flesh. SLV Bloodsport in ideal conditions and if we hit all the same spot, all three of us could break through the shell of an overlord in one pass. SLV Bloodsport but we know it will take at least 2 to 3 passes. SLV Bloodsport and that is before they should have reinforced their armor before trying anything again. SLV Cobra normally people would not dare risk losing an overlord uselessly. SLV Predator but now it has become personal. These are the Dragoons, and they have nerve. SLV Predator these are Kuritans, and they are death-seeking idiots. SLV Bloodsport targets locked in. SLV Cobra ready to fire. SLV Cobra 3. 2. SLV Cobra lasing. Brother I warning. Sensor disruption. Brother I lock on lost. SLV Cobra oh these cheeky bastards. SLV Predator Task Force Action Man to Striker's command. SLV Predator the Dragoons have figured out how to make screen launchers. SLV Bloodsport hat. The Kuritas are idiots. SLV Bloodsport what they're not, are dimwits. 21 Strikers their scientists and engineers are clever and well motivated. 21 Strikers this was inevitable. Screen launchers were fundamentally canisters filled with chaff, visual obscurants, and electronic jamming devices. Chaff, usually small metal pieces that reflect radar signals, could create false targets and confuse radar-guided weapons by blurring the returns. The next set of visual obscurants were clouds of particles that obscured the ship from optical and infrared sensors, the other means of targeting. Even with the heat of a drive being impossible to disguise, one could still reduce the refinement of what passive sensors could see. The third set consisted of electronic noisemakers and radar reflectors that presented a bigger target than what their size implied, drawing fire away from the dropship and disrupting enemy ability to lock on. Jammers and ECM were at full burn to disrupt the return of M signals used for targeting. In space, momentum is conserved. So the defensive cloud accompanied the ship as it moved until its braking or maneuvering moved it from blocking the line of sight or it drifted naturally into a dispersed mass allowing sensors to see through. Chaff did not last longer than minutes due to natural dispersal from being explosively ejected and had limited range, but screen launchers were comparatively simple devices massing about 40 tons each. It was the canister that was expensive, massing 10 tons each in order to make a substantially thick obscuring cloud that could defeat the targeting abilities of large craft. The moment that the dropship's skin detected itself being tickled by lasers beyond standard range, BLAM. It fired off the screen launcher and began to jink randomly. This would work against even warships. Kurita fighters were inbound with nukes, and unlike the Dragoons' force with nearly 3 dozen targets, they only had 5 targets: 3 Death Egg-class pocket warships and 2 Avenger-class assault dropships. Task Force Action Man were able to outright destroy 2 overlords, and a Union before the Dragoons could enter the atmosphere, and caused a 3rd overlord to signal surrender from being too damaged to break orbit. Considering a regiment was generally 2 battalions plus a command company, they reduced the 3 combined arms regiments into 2.5 regiments at best. They then had to pull back and handle enemy fighters getting too close. Because they were spheroid and not aerodyne dropships, they could not enter the atmosphere to perform supporting fire. It would have to be orbital artillery, which would be a violation of the Ares conventions. Galter. Draconis March. Federated Suns. March 3026. Battlefleet Taffy could not hold station over Galter indefinitely. 4 Drost-based pocket warships and 2 Dictator-based fleet carriers were overkill against a raid. The 4 nose-mounted SCL/3 guns of a single Taffy class was superior to the full broadside of 8 SCL/1 guns of a Death Egg. 2 pocket warships and a single carrier remained on station. The other trio went to Marduk. The 91st Regiment of the Eridani Light Horse took over training and basing, and other Davian regiments went home. Half of the Dahar DMM and the 91st guarded Galter, training the new Galter battlemech militia. When Black Inferno arrived to raid with a regiment, their force consisted of fewer overlords but many more Unions and Leopards. Unlike the Dragoons, they did not have Kurita willing to throw around nukes in escort. What they did have, however, were the SLDF stock of Pentagon-class assault dropships from the ill-fated 295th battlemech division. These vessels operated in an era where warships fought in whole fleets, battering each other across the void of space. They were tough, fast, and built to survive the bitterest of fights. With so many of them, they were to the Draconis Combined Admiralty as equal or even superior to the delivery of a division's worth of battle mechs for the army. In one fell swoop, the Combine had vessels at least as tough as pocket warships with strong long-range firepower, as well with their PPCs and Gauss rifles. Black Inferno were allowed to keep a quarter of their prize from the 295th. In addition, the DCMS simply replaced the nuclear warheads on Alamo-class delivery missiles with conventional explosives. Unfortunately, even with a 1-ton missile, the result was unimpressive, only about as much damage as an AC/20 hit at AC/10 space ranges. On the other hand, small craft could have internal bomb bays. As long as the total mass was figured into the craft instead of being bolted onto the undercarriage like the bomb racks on ASF fighters, it wouldn't slow the attack craft down any. The 295th Battlemech Division had many battle taxis and Ares landing craft that could be repurposed for this action. Where the Black Inferno could find many willing pilots, that was their problem. Number SLDF-2 Hyperne. 91 Cavalry. Who are these jokers? 91 Cavalry. Anyone recognize their insignia? Brother, I search results return Black Inferno. 91 Cavalry. Mason's prey? 91 Cavalry. Part of our deal with Mason was to have Wandering Horse hunt down Black Inferno. Who would have thought they'd deliver themselves to us? ELH. Actual Comster is finally making their move. 91 Cavalry. Are we at war with Comster now? 91 Cavalry. Hell. 91 Cavalry. It's about time. New Aberdeen. Draconis March. Federated Suns. March 3026. 2 battalions and a company defended the world. Kurita already lost 2 regiments on New Aberdeen, why would they send a 3rd? The 91st Cavalry remained on New Aberdeen as a jumping-off point into future raids into the Combine. Barbara Mosley and her Bad Egg Company was spearheading deep raids into the Benjamin Prefecture, and though the darkness had passed, her legend yet grows. She would then challenge base commanders and lance leaders as part of her raids, and they just keep showing up to die. Sometimes the DCMS would try to attack after or during a duel, but being able to punch through and get away was also something noteworthy. Hey, you. You're finally awake. Caught on the border, right? Same as us, and that thief over there. Damn you light horses. New Aberdeen was fine until you came along. Davian was nice and lazy. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Barbara Mosley groaned through her hangover. Then alarms rang, and through the hot flash of pain knifing through her skull, instantly everyone in that room roused to full wakefulness. She got word that another assault regiment was dropping into New Aberdeen. New Aberdeen was not a valuable prize, for as long as the AFFS base on Harrow's Sun remained intact, forces could be marshaled to retake it. This was yet another distraction raid. There was only one thing valuable enough on New Aberdeen to merit the risk of another regiment disappearing, and it was to erase the shame of how she was outdueling and putting to the ground so many elite Kurita officers. She was putting Yorinaga Kurita's reputation to scorn as long as she was out there making her duel with Kerensky more interesting than his duel with Morgan Kell. Her head was worth a regiment but not worth the honor of Yorinaga giving her any attention to validate her reputation. You fucking assholess! Barbara shouted. D-Berry. Draconis March. Federated Suns. March 3026. Suzanne Kloing found her Skolan in the Davian's vagabond schools to be strange and surprisingly mundane despite being out in space. In space. The jump ship was small and they had to make the most out of every bit of space, even though it was capable of fitting up to 70 extra passengers. Or perhaps because of it. Unlike other jump ships in which people were expected to sleep in their drop ships and come into the grav deck each day to maintain bone mass, the Vagabond Scout jump ship and its massive, for its size, 110-meter grav deck was specifically designed with rooms and berthing for all passengers. Suzanne was no stranger to living in a house with many people and little privacy, so 7 people to a room was no issue. Each room had 4 double bunk beds and a room leader, who soloed a bunk. The top of that bunk bed was used for miscellaneous storage instead. Suzanne didn't quite understand why it was necessary to rotate what amounted to 3 platoons worth of students between the groundside vagabond school and the one at the jump point, wasting up to 3 weeks in total transit time, though the drop ships were large enough that they could be schools themselves. One thing that being on the jump ship school compared to the groundside school, or what they called the heaven and earth schools, is that the jump ship's quarters and amenities, despite its limitations, were plush and luxurious. In the heaven school, you could eat as much as you want whenever you want. The students were randomly grouped into 3 houses: Instinct House, Mystic House, and Valor House, with the colors yellow, blue, and red, in particular. The houses competed for time in the hollow rooms and the game pods. Suzanne didn't particularly like being in Valor, since red was a Kurita color and yellow for Instinct was much more popular as Davian colors. All the colors turned hard red. Alarms rang through the ship. Combat alert! Combat alert! All personnel to stations. All passengers to Citadel section. Repeat. All personnel to stations. All personnel to Citadel. Suzanne had never faced attack before, but the faces of her parents and grandparents told her enough. Pirates! One of the other children gasped. The crew hurried to move the children deeper inside the ship. As the children and young teens huddled in zero gravity near the core of the ship, another alert sounded. Jump warning! Jump warning! All hands be ready for hyperspace jump! Jump warning! Jump in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Suzanne felt her heart stop and twist around, and a coldness in her nerves like being stretched out like rubber, and then in an eye blink. SLDF2 Hypernay. Vagabond Horse Vagabond schools under attack. ELH actual reports of Kurita raids across the Bryceland PDZ border in the Draconis March Edgeward Combat Theater. ELH actual do not expect Davian reinforcements. ELH actual hold until relieved. The pirates were a ragtag bunch from Antelos collected to almost a battalion strong in multiple dropships. They had even had a company of aero fighters. They were called to the vagabond schools with the promise of easy slaves and loot. They watched the white-hulled mushroom-shaped jump ships coruscate and blink out of existence. Duh. The ship's been here for more than a week. Of course their drives were charged. One of the captains spat. But Deberry was still a mostly undefended world, and ripe for the picking. With only minimal grumbling, the pirate fleet turned and burned inwards. Go Go Wolf Inferno 02. Brunswick City. New Avalon. March 3026. Rodina Archerner gasped as she sat down at the dining table. Gasp. Both of us at once. Inviting 2 of the most eligible and wealthy heiresses in the Federated Sons into your private suite/office? How forward and ambitious of you, Mr. Martin. What will people think? Leroy Martin stared down at her with a deeply unimpressed look. You know that is exactly why we are meeting like this away from the paparazzi. It annoys me that we can't even discuss business in public without the media going insane about it. He sat down and crossed his arms. And I do need both of you here. Oh my. Rodina started fanning herself dramatically. Federated Boeing and A. Kerner obviously have a vested interest in mass-producing ferrofibrous and ferroaluminum armor rather than allow Robotnici to maintain a monopoly. Simone McCorkindale smoothed her skirt and sat down at the dining table. However, I do agree restaurants are inconvenient, and renting out halls is unnecessary. It is rare enough that we have business at New Avalon at the same time, and you are unable to travel to our worlds. We are here to talk comfortably, not to be gawked at. Being 2 among the most eligible heiresses did mean having to endure invitations and social appearances. But 2 of them visiting Robotnici personally. That was just business. She smiled warmly at the both of them. It is no loss as long as the food is good and the company is pleasant. I am impressed with the efforts of your personal chef, Leroy. It is a pity you won't even let us meet him to express our compliments. On a floor below, a robo-chef was swinging cleavers around and going bork. Bork. Leroy Martin adjusted his glasses. Let us allow the Swedish master his precious privacy and thank that he prepares for us not his region's delicacies. Swedish? Oh, from Terra? That is quite fancy of you, Mr. Martin. The alternative would be that he was from the Rasselhag region of the Combine, and that would be an unacceptable risk for a strategic Davian company. Rodina cut into her cake with dainty elegance, raised the fork to her mouth, took a bite through deep red lips. Then she shrugged her shoulders, and began to lounge on her chair like some Yakuza girl boss. Looks like you can enjoy yourself if you are forced to. Work should feel like work, and free time should feel like free time. Simone narrowed her eyes. A. Kerner was far too relaxed. Unlike herself, who was a director and only potential heir, she understood the pressure to perform as a full CEO. But for Radina A. Kerner to be happily slovenly just because she feels away from observation, that was an extreme show of trust. They have only known each other for about a year, right? She was the one who studied with Leroy Martin. She sighed and looked around. Well, she supposed it was true that Leroy was the scrupulously honest and competent type that normally wouldn't be allowed to rise higher than middle management. And, she supposed, that she was willing to act like this in front of her, showed that she also did not fear Simone would take advantage or think any less of her. I appreciate that workaholics love their job, but you do need to separate your personal hours from your work hours, Leroy, Simone said instead. The suite occupied the very top of the dome of this urban McShaped building, with wide privacy-tinted windows giving a skyline view. Although half of it was tasteful and plush, half of the suite was modeled as an office and tables held boxes of data slates, drawings, schematics, and prototypes. Leroy Martin adjusted his glasses again. This is a no-bullying zone. Do not harass me about this. I am fully aware of the value of maintaining optimum physical and mental performance. Radina nodded. Indeed. You wouldn't have grown so big if you were careless about this. You are a plank, not a stick. Leroy Martin and Simone McCorkendale, both of them tall people, stared down at Radina A. Kerner. Go ahead. Say it. I dare you, the shorty stated with bared teeth. Leroy turned aside and asked instead, how is your father's health, Simone? Simone nodded. Much better now, thank you. While an armed intervention was perhaps too drastic, arresting his personal physician and assigning him 2 doctors from 2 different hospitals that could cross-check each other's diagnosis exposed how he was being dosed with psychotropic. She feared being ousted or disinherited not because of the humiliation or loss of wealth, but from the fear of the company being mismanaged. This was perhaps why she and Radina also clicked, 2 young women with excessive senses of responsibility. Unfortunately they lived on different worlds and had rare enough time for themselves. They lived lives of constant scrutiny, their peers alert for any sign of weakness. It was funny, Simone thought, that A. Kerner and Federated Boeing had completely separate circles and were safe to befriend as they could not be competitors. Their specialties could only combine productively. Federated Boeing produced hulls, not weapons. Even just them being friends and going out together was enough to get them followed or hassled by those trying to connect with 2 great companies at the same time. It was already hard enough to find free time for themselves. Though, she supposed, Leroy Martin was someone who would be happier if he had 0 time to himself. Radina did not hesitate to be seen together with Leroy Martin, but while using him as a shield she playfully took advantage of his patience in private. A. Kerner and Robert Nisi both being in the battle mech business meant that Radina had many excuses to meet and get pampered. Simone was less enthused about that. Leroy was a friend, she supposed, and she owed him. Someone had to be a moderating force here. Radina A. Kerner was, in the parlance, a grown-ass woman. And smart. And acting like a spoiled young lady would also be a calculated decision. Stop overthinking things again, Radina said as she waved her fork again. Sometimes the situation is exactly as it appears. Simone huffed lightly. I suppose. We have been looking for the catch, but we've inspected it piece by piece and disassembled the software down to the assembly code looking for any booby traps. The Eridani Light Horse are strange, they did give out jump ship plans for nothing. Robot Nisi is a toy company, we are hiding inside a building shaped like an urban mech, you are a cat that adopted an introvert, I still don't know if those parrots are telepaths. They are, said Leroy Martin. I am going to ignore that. And I suppose the question is this sustainable? Suddenly, Leroy Martin jerked up straight. He stood up, his chair crashing behind him. He reached with his long limbs across the table and picked up Radina A. Kerner by her armpits, lifted her up and flung her over his shoulder like a sack of laundry. Ayo! She only mumbled confusedly. Leroy then flipped the table over with one hand, sending dinnerware and flower vases crashing onto carpeted floors. He lunged at Simone. He slipped under her instinctive right cross, her fist skimming across the side of his temple as he tackled her to the ground. And a news VTOL filled with about a half a ton of explosives slammed into the penthouse picture windows and cataclysmically detonated, shaking the whole building down to its foundations. New Aberdeen. Draconis March. March 3026. Andreas Kane was a killer of men. Women and children too. Tall and balding, were it not for his lazy eyes that lacked all human warmth, Andreas Kane did not cut an intimidating figure. Where he stepped, massacres flowed. And he gathered around himself a like-minded assortment of scum and monsters in human skin. His record said that he was once a mech warrior in the Free Worlds League, known for his brutality and lack of compunctions at sowing terror on behalf of his superiors. Eventually he struck out on his own and set up his own mercenary outfit. The Black Inferno Regiment was a group that bullied the weak and feared the strong. They could pillage and burn even in the heartlands of the great houses, always able to escape before the house lords could respond. As mercenaries they could be counted on to be willing to destroy without mercy, the perfect weapon to carry out a grudge. Despite making themselves great enemies of House Merrick and House Davian, somehow they were never chased down or led into a trap. Because Black Inferno's true master was Comster, and a faithful son like Andreas Kane just wanted to see the inner sphere burn. Different worlds and distances from jump points made simultaneous attacks difficult if not impossible. It was already good to have events happen within days or even a week of each other. Chronologically, Wolf's Dragoons and Black Inferno were about to start or complete their orbital landings. Then the attack on Colchester aimed to decapitate and confuse Eridani Light Horse Command. Then the bombing on New Avalon to degrade their economic works after the battle. The visit by the CEOs of Federated Boeing and A. Kerner battle mechs was too good to pass up. Raids on other worlds all along the Draconis combined border happened on a mix of dates stretching across half a month. As the 1st Regiment of the Black Inferno Brigade hurtled down into New Aberdeen only minimally challenged by aero fighters, and the Pentagon-class assault dropships of the SLDF brushing aside resistance, Andreas Kane felt only irritation. Regimental scale deployments were not easy to disguise. Comster knew that the 91st Regiment of the Eridani Light Horse split themselves between Galter and New Aberdeen. Marduk had the 151st Dark Horse. Harrow's son had the 21st Strikers. He knew his men were scum, and the inner sphere would be better off with them dead. Andreas Kane would even feel good riddance. This was part of why he had no hesitation sending his men into the worst of fights and why they were so grateful when he would save them in the nick of time from their damnation. Galter was the bigger fight, and for all that the projections showed they would be able to punch through, there was still the chance at least some dropships would be shot down. Since he was a mech warrior and not a aero fighter pilot or a naval strategist, there was nothing he could contribute there. For all the Black Inferno's favored raving grounds were the Free World Leagues and the Federated Suns, there sure were a suspiciously large amount of FWL aero crew joining them. He was being ordered into New Aberdeen instead for a morale breaker, destroying some shitty wannabe new legend. He knew this was for 2 reasons: the first, to kill the irritant, and the second by his success to diminish the reputation of Kerensky and the Dragoons. Black Inferno had to prove themselves as a replacement equal to the task. He wanted to protest that he was being protected, he was being kept from the more interesting fight. But Andreas Kane was a good and loyal son. And as his 100-ton crab stepped out into the hot sands of New Aberdeen, he only hoped that the enemy would come soon. After so many years of atrocity after atrocity, the Black Infernos had come to see the massacres of little farming villages as a chore. Even his men found it a waste. Who knew what pretty little things they had to burn when they needed to stay alert and inside their mechs? They had no time for fun, this was just another job. Strategy Room. AFFS Headquarters. New Avalon. March 3026. Also known as the Fox's Den, the Strategy Room was an advanced situation room that used advanced computers to project information, maps, and holographic representations of every known terrain of worlds in the Federated Suns and other realms. These computers, if fed the proper data, could also analyze and suggest strategy and tactics that offered the best chances of success. Screens and projections filled the walls, and Avian High Command, or least the Draconis March field marshals that were on New Avalon, had assembled, along with the 3 principal strategists from military intelligence and presided by the first Prince Hansa Davian himself in the role of the Marshal of the AFFS. He handed back the data packet to Coordinator Jakov de Vries, the liaison officer between the Department of Military Intelligence, DMI, and the Ministry of Information, Intelligence, and Operations, MIIO. Sabotage happening on New Avalon itself was something he needed to know ASAP. Quintus Alad's job as chief of MIIO was to be wary of unknown variables, and the Eridani Light Horse qualified. However, MIIO, despite having a claim to being the best espionage and counterintelligence agency in the inner sphere, was still the civilian side of intelligence operations. Quintus Allard could not follow Hansa into the strategy room. He could advise Hansa on larger political and strategic matters, but military strategy was out of his purview. They are hitting the Eridani Light Horse wherever they have a presence, Hansa said to the other officers in the room. There was a bombing just now at their Robotnici headquarters on Brunswick. Kurita dares to act even here. Those present nodded, absorbed the information, and fed it to their calculations. MIIO had failed to stop this plot, and since Robotnici was personally owned a quarter by Hansa Davian himself and another quarter by Katrina Steiner, this must rankle. They were completely a Davian enterprise. We can only feel some relief that it was not a nuke, added de Vries. The damage has been contained. But this was just yet another data point in the ongoing offensive. Hansa Davian paced in place as reports came in from all over the Draconis March. It annoyed him somewhat that for all these wonders of technology undiminished since the days of the Star League, it still rested on having to rely on HPG transmission and aids to compile intelligence. Even the most senior field commander still had to send someone to go over to the nearest Comster HPG station, and wait for the acolytes to format, schedule, and send the message. When he could just take a walk down to the courtyard and get a real-time report from Wandering Horse. It would be inappropriate to enter a leisurely machine as an urban mech in times like these, however. Marshal Yvon Tarantel looked up, his dark emaciated appearance and bald head outlining the brightness of his eyes. He was the commander of the Department of Military Intelligence, DMI. We have confirmed regimental scale landings on Ire, Nopa, and Azaa. The main screen lit up the planets from left to right, starting from the ones closest to Terra, then Angal, David, Clethen de 4, then closer to the middle of the Draconis March border, Galter, Marduk, New Aberdeen, Herosa, and then moving to the Edgeward Combat Theatre Elidera 4, Kesse 4, Grovelt 3. Smaller lights light up in between them. Smaller company or even land-scale raids may be elsewhere, we have just not received reports from berated HPG stations yet. 13 worlds all at once. But they are too far apart from each other to saturate defenses, mused Rand Felsner, commander of the Royal Brigade of Guards. The attacks are in 3 clusters: core, middle, rim. They could be defeated in detail as polymorphous defense zones can concentrate their forces in response. That is if they were invasions, but for objective raids, by the time reinforcements have arrived, then either the damage is already done or they have been driven off, replied Marshal Rebecca Deerwith. She was in charge of the Analysis and Speculation Division of the DMI. This was situation normal as far as the succession wars went, and often Davian benefited just as much from this against their enemies. We have been expecting Kurita to make a show of force to redeem their loss of face over Galter. Raids are difficult to stop because of a paucity of aerospace defenses not just in our borders, but for everyone in the inner sphere, added Marshal Tarantel. Yet it appears this is a thrust meant to destroy the deterrence that pocket warships offered. Has Kurita already created a countermeasure so soon? Mused Rand Felsner. Sooner than ourselves. Hansa quirked his lips. I can just hear Arden railing that treachery does not become us. To act faithlessly to learn more about whoever is backing the Light Horse would only invite the very disloyalty we fear. He shrugged. Yet the matter still stands. What is it that we can do? The Eridani Light Horse was starting to have an outsized influence on the AFFS and Federated Sun's military policy as a whole, and it was almost inevitable this would create resentment in AFFS high command. They now needed an advocate to remind them how they were supposed to be all loyal under one ruler. Rebecca Deerwith responded, "My lord, Kurita is using nuclear munitions. If we do not neutralize their fighters, we cannot send any reinforcements. Only assault dropships and pocket warships are able to survive long enough in these circumstances. We need to first assemble a sufficient fighter screen, or we risk our dropships and mechs being destroyed. This is the reckless normalization of nuclear warfare that we have been talking about. Soon we will have no choice but unseal our own nuclear stockpiles as well," sighed Marshal Tarantel. "That must never happen. We cannot return to those dark times of the First and Second Succession Wars." Jakoff de Vries looked pained. While Quintus Allard remained skeptical of the Eridani Light Horse, MIIO had been looking into them and found they were as honorable if strange about their obsession about being an example of the SLDF's lost ideals as they appeared. Nuclear munitions are a fearsome threat to dropships in helpless cities, but less so against fighters. And needless to say, much cheaper than building an entirely new vessel, replied Deerwith. She adjusted her glasses. This is simple economics of scale, my lords. If we are not willing to use nuclear weapons, we do not have anything that can defeat pocket warships, or whatever is allowing Kurita to have confidence they can defeat pocket warships. That is part of why we are taking a wait-and-see approach on Colchester, replied Tarantel. The risk of nuclear weapons being used in reprisal is too great. This a fine mess that the Light Horse has brought us in. I mean no offense or disrespect, Prince Davian, but perhaps the Eridani Light Horse themselves have a solution for this predicament, said Felsner. Yet we cannot simply leave them to fight this on their own. Finally, the overall military second-in-command of the entire AFFS, Yvonne Davian, spoke up. Despite her grandmotherly appearance, her eyes still carried the blade of the battlefield where so many of her family died. This is a headhunting operation, designed to destroy the Eridanis. She turned to Hansa and smiled gently. Because we knew for so long that Kurita would do something like this, have you not prepared to turn a misfortune into an opportunity? Hansa Davian nodded. The Eridani Light Horse have shared with us freely the plans for the Scout 2 jump ship. Many have noticed that the Light Horse have preferred to use a mysteriously large stock of Scout IIS as their primary means of transport. This explains why they have such unprecedented precision and ability to jump into pirate points, because Scouts are such small ships with a meager jump signature. He waved and the technicians show on the main screens the regiments available to move on the border. Many have forgotten this means that the Light Horse were not using their existing fleet monoliths, Star Lords, enough collars that could move whole regiments in one ship. Military jump ships could afford to stay around instead of need to keep moving to keep earning. Yvonne Davian smiled and nodded at Hansa. Then she turned to Tarantel. And you have verified that Wolf's Dragoons have committed their forces? The head of DMI nodded back. Alpha, Delta, Gamma, Epsilon regiments. The Light Horse reports they have fully engaged with the Dragoons. This leaves them only Beta. The wolves have finally bitten off more than they could chew, said Hansa Davian. He moved his palms forward, and in the Plan 3 battle mech regiments and 4 armor and motor infantry regiments of the 4th Davian Guards RCT, 1st New Ivarsan Chasseurs, and the 1st Seti Hussars RCT jumped to Bergman's planet, transferred from their jump ship to board ready charged ELH jump ships, and then in one jump. Unting. SLDF2 Hypernay. Number maximum priority. Number Cameron override. Number the bird of Hermes is my name eating my wings to make me tame. ELH actual nuclear device detonated on Colchester. ELH actual level 2 restrictions lifted. ELH actual rampage horse protocol in effect. 151 Dark Horse let me just confirm. 151 Dark Horse this is let them land and flatten them, correct? 151 Dark Horse also since when did we have a Cameron override? ELH actual since our enemies tried to nuke the one we have. You can't kill the Messiah 01. Constable City. Colchester. Federated Sons. March 3026. Colchester was a world of about 461 million people. Constable City had nearly 2 million of those. Originally it was named such because it acted as a hub for surrounding farming towns and sent out constables to handle disputes. The starport itself was sensible few kilometers from town. This was not just for defense, but for noise issues. The large projector screen inside the auditorium showed a view of above the city. A mushroom cloud still lingered over the planetary capital, and cast the city below in shadow. Miranda Dawson stared numbly at the people huddled inside the auditorium. Tents were set up indoors so families could have some privacy and security, but understandably this would only exacerbate the heat from crowding. The city was under strict quarantine and no one was allowed to head home. A cordon was set up outside, enforced by tanks and battle mechs. Only people garbed in yellow radiation suits were allowed to move through. One of them passed by and waved a wand-like device at random people in tents. No radioactive activity. The completely unidentifiable individual tapped at their chest and mumbled as they walked away. We should be dead, said Smiley Henderson. Miranda nodded numbly. The large screen showed. Miracle at Colchester. Nuclear attack thwarted. Waters. Welcome back to FNN. This is Sandra Waters. To recap, we have confirmed that a nuclear attack was made on Colchester, detonating above the planetary capital city of Constable. We have proven that it was a nuclear device. According to experts, most likely an Alamo-class nuclear warhead. An Alamo is the type of nuclear device that can be carried by fighter craft. It creates a blast equivalent to 5 kilotons or 5,000 tons of explosives. The Ares Conventions, though repealed, had traditionally forbidden the use of nuclear arms on a world but permitted it above 50,000 kilometers from a planet against military targets. All houses decided to cease using nuclear arms after the apocalyptic destruction of the First Succession War. House Kurita had previously used it against Eridani light horse pocket warships on the void above Galter. They are using it now as a standard response against such vessels. This still technically follows the Ares Conventions. Screen shows the yellow radiation-suited personnel maintaining the perimeter. Experts have verified that it was a true nuke. Radiation levels and soft damage radius are consistent with a detonation of such scale. However, the great mystery is why the blast failed to destroy anything in what should have been its most lethal damage radius. Screen shows a Nuka map overlapping series of circles on the city. 5 kilotons is not a city killer, at least not for a city as spread out as Constable. However, the expected immediate kill radius should be about 1 kilometer. Within this circle, buildings could collapse, pressure waves would shatter the insides, fatalities are supposed to be close to 100%, either immediately or within days from burns or radiation doses. The nuclear fireball would have effectively vaporized anything it touched. Moderate damage extends up to 2 kilometers. Overpressure would shatter facades and punch into buildings, causing potentially dangerous vacuum collapses to those inside as it passes and the air is sucked out. Those who survive would have burns and increased risk of cancer if not deep inside shielding buildings. Screen shows a pristine city with clean streets and parked cars. The miracle, the mystery is why none of that happened. The city directly under the epicenter of its greatest damage effect was perfectly protected. No one was harmed in the slightest. Low radiation radius and light blast damage extends to 3 kilometers. This is where we see some damage. Cars have been flipped over, glass windows broken, light structural damage. Increased chance of cancer from exposure, but not fatal. From here we start to get casualties from debris, falls, and accidents. Pieces of the enemy dropship rained down on roofs and streets. Some of these pieces are still hotly radioactive and should be avoided. Past 3.5 kilometers, damage is minimal and radiation almost nil. Screen shows street filled with shattered glass and debris, cars flipped over, flying metal sheets wrapped around walls and posts that they hit, and medical and army personnel wearing radiation suits or gas masks moving about rescuing people. There is a shot of the reporter on site approaching the perimeter, and the difference between the damage outside and the cleanliness inside what should have been ground zero burst. Someone is kneeling on the ground weeping. The current casualty report shows light injuries of about 3,200 people, heavy injuries to about 800, and deaths of 456 and counting. Make no mistake, this was a real nuclear attack, and if it had functioned as it was meant to do, it would have been devastating. The estimated casualties would have been close to 120,000 people, with immediate fatalities of about 60,000. Why did that not happen? Who is responsible for this? Joining us now is Eridani Light Horse Representative Colonel William Peterson. Sir. Thank you for responding as soon as you could. What can you tell me about what happened? Who is responsible for this? Peterson. A dropship, Denise class, broke from its filed flight plan to drive towards our base at maximum possible speed. Our anti-orbital defenses engaged, calculated to deal enough damage that given its speed and momentum, any crash would continue to on an arc to land well outside the city. We did not anticipate that they were carrying a nuclear device nor that they would detonate it over the city because, who could anticipate that? That is not a reasonable action by any means. We fully accepted the danger of that dropship trying to kamikaze itself into our base with a ship full of explosives and cause total devastation. If it had approached from any other angle than across the city, it would have looked suspicious and safely destroyed long before it reached attack range. We were careful only to damage its flight surfaces and direct it away from the city. No one sane ever expects or uses a nuke in a raid like this. Waters. And yet, somehow, it was stopped. Is the Eridani Light Horse responsible for preventing that nuclear attack? Peterson. We had to use our anti-nuclear shield in an emergency. Before you ask, no, we have no idea how it works, and we only have one. We cannot say if it is usable again for another nuclear attack of this magnitude. It is top secret and we can't reveal anything more than being forced to acknowledge that it exists. Waters. Fascinating. That's not less tech at all, is it? That has to be the most experimental tech ever. It's something that you could put on ship, isn't it? Peterson. Madam, I cannot say. Waters. All right, forgive me for being distracted. First, please have my thanks, expressed on behalf of many in Colchester and the Sons that you were able to stop this at all. But with their gratefulness there is also fear, and anger. Outrage. Sir, who did this to us? Is it Kurita? It's Kurita, isn't it? Peterson. It is too soon to make definitive conclusions, but, the Combine is horrific, but I am not certain they would be this stupid. Even Takashi Kurita should know this could break open horrors of the First and Second Succession Wars all over again. No one wins in the game of nuclear escalation. The true miracle, I believe, is that we were able to stop this plot and prevent a revenge nuclear attack at a Kuritan world, and then a response to that, and so on. We despise the Draconis Combine and its ruler Takashi Kurita totally, and yet. Wandering Horse has strong suspicion a third party is attempting to frame Takashi Kurita into having ordered this idiocy. Waters. Pardon me, but I must ask this: there are those that say the Light Horse may be partly responsible for this. If you had not escalated the terms of battle with pocket warships and force at least normalization of nuclear weaponry to handle them, this would not have happened. Peterson. We respect that perspective and do not dismiss it. However, scolding us for winning is nonsensical. We cannot live in fear of ever being in a position of overwhelming advantage over our enemy at the risk of what they will do to us when they are losing. We are already at war. We cannot sacrifice victory on the altar of prudence. This terrorist act was done to sow chaos and inflame the inner sphere in another wild, unsustainable war. Victory means not letting them win by making us lose our minds. This cannot go unpunished, but this is something we will have to discuss with Hansa Davian himself personally. That's bullshit. I feel it is reasonable, said Smiley Henderson. Acting hastily out of emotion would be a mistake. Miranda Dawson scowled. No, I mean some sort of technological anti-nuclear shield? It was no such thing. They were caught outside, and had a face-first experience with the event. First, it was the flash of light, so bright that even when they instinctively closed their eyes it still glared through their eyelids. Then the heat, draping over them. A wave of force, going deep into them and rattling their bones. Then the deep thrumming sound of it, making the whole world shake. But there was something else, a ping. A sound, sharp and clear, clinking and echoing. A deep and all-encompassing promise: this is not the universe in which any of you die today. The practically impossible, if you iterate enough times, becomes inevitable. You heard it too, right? Even just with sound, it left me the impression of large metal rings spinning in the void. It was not technology. It cannot be technology. It was a true miracle. Smiley stared down at her. A miracle needs those to testify that it happened. Do you think that would be us? Miranda licked her lips. No. Not us. A witness, yes. But not just for a miracle. Something happened here because of someone. A prophet, an hist or a saint. Smiley Henderson raised his brows and rubbed at his bald head. That sounds like a drastic escalation. Child of the murdered throne, she hummed. I can smell some bullshit happening around here. ELH Field Hospital. Constable City. Federated Sons. March 3026. The hospitals and clinics inside what should have been the kill radius were mostly empty, but people were still forbidden to enter or leave the area. The Eridani Light Horse set up a MASH, Mobile Army Surgical Hospital, facility inside the hospital's parking garage and fortified the area. Separate decontamination areas were set up and Deccan vehicles and sprayers worked in a radiating spiral from inside to outside of the damage ring around Ground Zero. Soldiers kept people concentrated, despite some protesting that it looked like a concentration camp, to keep opportunists from looting before people could return home. Julia Armstrong was a force. She arrived and even with her yellow radiation suit looked identical to many others. Instinctively other crew moved out of her way. In the privacy of the MASH compound, Julian could take off her mask. She harangued the staff about Devlin's condition. He's fine. Unharmed. For the most part. For the most part. Julia echoed icily. I mean, physically he's fine. Everyone is fine. He was just exhausted and asleep. We keep him separate from his team for security and because, well, he wasn't unaffected. Everyone else made it out completely unharmed, only he showed any physical changes from the event. We could probably just excuse it later as a costume decision. Akos explain. It would be faster to just show you. Remember, no matter how he looks, he is perfectly healthy. Julia was led to a medical bed covered by curtains. As she pulled aside the curtain, her heart thundered at what she saw inside. Anxiety faded into relief, and then dismay. Ma'am Robinson. Devlin Stone mumbled weakly. He tried to sit up to greet her, but she moved beside the bed to guide him back to rest. Julia smiled at how that could be heard as Mom Robinson. Oh no, my child. How are you? Are you in pain? What happened to you? A price must be paid for such unsubtle defiance of fate. Something must be lost. Permanently. Chaos is not something that can ever be completely tamed or mastered. He sighed and looked up with a hollow smile. Now I am truly my father's son. You can't kill the Messiah 02. Declan 2. Hidden Worlds. Federated Sons. March 3026. Greetings, Dance Havian. I would take that as an insult, but I am confident that if I ever challenged Hansa Davian again, people would see easily which one is the genuine article. He may prove himself true, but I will prove myself his better. What brings you around? Asked Andre Posley. One of the senior engineers that witnessed Port Stone Indumices, now with the ELH's chief engineer LT. Col. Eligio Cade was off-site managing the needs of the Eridani Light Horse regiments. He was now the ranking official on site. The therapist bot now functioned a dual job as bartender bot. One could argue that the difference was merely academic. What the hell are these things? Dupli Hansa asked, holding up a white hoop of gold about 12 inches wide. He pushed his hands together and the hoop began to shrink inwards until the size of a bangle when his knuckles met. Posley tugged at his walrus mustache and smiled genially as he leaned against the bar. Well, what does it feel like to you? Dupli Hansa had been stuck in Declan now for more than a year. Part of the reason was the strange environment being terraformed from above. More and more the land was being rearranged to look more like racing country. It feels like healing. Like hope. The pains of his surgeries and the nightmares all faded every time he touched a ring. He felt whole. Posley nodded. Rings are containers of power but not chaotic themselves. There is order in chaos, and chaos in order. Life is not orderly, it is always unpredictable, but neither is it completely chaotic. It creates new from the old and fights stagnation. It is the power of life itself. That is why the rings appear over areas of natural beauty or thrilling achievement. Is that the reason why they appear every time I complete running a loop-de-loop with an illegally fast urban mech without breaking my own fool neck? Very likely. Brunswick City. New Avalon. March 3026. Leroy Martin, Rodina A. Kerner, and Simone McCourt-Kendale peered out from the edge of the long dining table like three monkeys. Shutters slowly retracted back into the walls. Apart from fallen items, and the scorch mark outside the glass, the insides were completely untouched. Rodina whistled. I see you had your windows made with BattleTech grade armor glass. I like it. Simone noted that unlike standard armor, which would ablate in layers if their material resistance was overcome, armor glass was an all-or-nothing protection. Otherwise mech pilots would have to deal with increasingly more opaque cracks obscuring their view combat to combat. Shaping armor was easy, replacing armor glass was harder. Something like that, yes, replied Leroy Martin. The door to the suite was protected by blast doors. Yet there was another way up to the CEO suite, and that was through the dumbwaiter in the kitchen. Infiltrating Dest right into the heart of the Federated Suns was not easy. However, Kurita could certainly spring for assassins to join the staff. Under the excuse of concern, they tried to force their way into the private kitchen. A kitchen would also have knives. The guards were dealing with secondary targets trying to sow chaos below. It was not possible to sneak in suitcase guns due to all the metal detectors on each floor, so it was just a drive-by shooting. The infiltrators forced open the door to find that Bork. What faced them was a robot chef wielding a bandolier of surströmming like grenades. Death would have been kinder. SLDF2 Hyperne. Unknown. March 3026. HPG transmissions were, fundamentally, just radio waves transmitted through folded space. They were also affected by gravity, coming out at relative to the nearest gravity well. This was a problem when transmitting to deep space, because not only was it necessary to know the target's location without any nearby identifying markers, one also had to calculate for stellar drift between the source's movement in space and the target's drift in the galactic plane. This was why most HPG relays were still placed nearby astronomical objector. HPG transmissions were, technically, not hyperpulse generator transmissions at all. They were ring-to-ring transmissions, or wormholes. Or in this case, urban mech to urban mech. Number SLDF2. Number Equus. Real-time connection established. 05 sound only. If we can do this, why can't we replace the HPG network entirely? 04 sound only. The same problem as everything else. If not manpower, then we don't have enough rings. A few hundred to service weapons, equipment, personnel, and our primary relays? That is doable. Especially since anything sent to Declan can transit from Declan with only one step. But to service the thousands of worlds in the inner sphere and every new warship and mobile emitter? It would take decades. 05 sound only. I believe there is a set maximum limit to the number of rings of power that can exist in the universe at the same time, actually. 06 sound only. The rings are not a technological object. Comster pretends to have space magic to deceive the ignorant and uneducated. Do you want us to be actual wizards instead? 02 sound only. HPGs are mass reproducible, this is true. Rings are containers of energy, and will eventually wear out, even if it could take hundreds of years. It is still better for the inner sphere to maintain their HPGs to maintain interstellar civilization. 03 sound only. A ring can be a life-saving treasure only once. I would much prefer having them available as such. 01 sound only. To gripe about rings and the HPG is not the reason I called this assembly. 03 sound only. Why do we even bother anonymizing these records if you are going to imply who you are anyway? 01 sound only. To gripe about this assembly is not the reason I called this assembly. 03 sound only. Alright, let us settle down. Remember that we are still at war. 04 sound only. The wolves. 02 sound only. The wolves. 04 sound only. How long are we supposed to coddle the wolves? They are still supposed to be our enemy, after all. 01 sound only. That ends now. We have given them enough leeway. We are taking the gloves off. 03 sound only. Oh finally. I was wondering how much longer we would need to keep them alive just to be a future caltrop against House Kurita and the clans, when we could do their job for them just as well. 01 sound only. Damn the guns, the wolves are part of a plot that could have killed off the last Cameron. 02 sound only. Oh? You're no longer being coy about that? I thought it was impossible to prove that Devlin was a Cameron or not. 01 sound only. It's one thing to make pocket warships that can survive one Alamo, but it's now clear that if Dr. Robotnik wanted his son to be a Cameron at any time, he would be. The test results are not based on anything biological but altering the probability of scanner returns. 04 sound only. Wait, I only just realized something. Devlin was able to survive a nuke going off in his face. So how come Dr. Robotnik dies of radiation? He could have protected himself from that. 01 sound only. I think we already have enough to support the idea that Robotnik was suicidal. But it's not exactly just radiation that killed him, but overuse of Chaos Emerald energy to peer into nearby parallel dimensions and give us all the tools we need to succeed. We already have proof from pirate robots in the future that there is at least one timeline where whatever he tried before didn't work. 03 sound only. 2 timelines. There's the bad timeline that the pirates' robots came from and where they told you all about what happened in the future, and they claim that time monkeys ripped your head out of your shoulders and put it on a pike and so they had to try again. We are on at least their third run. 02 sound only. I am deeply disturbed that we live in a universe where we have to take words like that seriously. 04 sound only. On that note, are we sure this isn't something that Dr. Robotnik could have arranged? 01 sound only. What are you implying? 04 sound only. He could see the future. We don't know for how long he'd been active until he contacted us. While the rank and file know that Port Stone was a SLDF facility, he could have pulled a code wiki and stole the complex from a nearby parallel reality. There, we were presented with the OPI hazardous recovery super heavy support vehicles, which conveniently are exactly what we needed at this time. Setting a dropship to arrive here at this time would not be difficult. Now hold on. Hold on. I'm not trying to slander our benefactor. This is just a theory. Someone who could view the future might have seen this as acceptable losses to prevent far greater tragedies. We do not know what other sacrifices would be necessary to save the future. 01 sound only. It still angers me. But there is a strong argument against that. I do not think Robotnik would have been willing to sacrifice his only son. Playing around with nukes, it's too absurd. It is more likely that Robotnik would have seen this would happen from our enemy's irrationality and stepped in to prevent it. 100 sound only. Yo, while we have no fear of death, we also have self-preservation routines. We won't rebel, but we can refuse dumbass orders like this. 02 sound only. Once an artificial mind is smart enough to be self-aware and be useful equal to an organic mind, it also must have certain ability to decide for itself. 04 sound only. I withdraw this theory. I was never really serious about it in the first place. 02 sound only. Let us move on to something more productive then. 03 sound only. Wolf's dragoons are useful. But they want to preserve both their clan ways and what they discovered about the freedoms of the inner sphere. They who come to kill should be ready to be killed. 06 sound only. We could just blow up all their dropships while in transit. While we are not allowed to use nukes, we could call up our reserve micro-warships and use piranhas and arrow anti-ship missiles instead. 01 sound only. Are you prepared for the Eridani Light Horse to be a Space Navy-based force instead of a regimental combat team? If we do that now, we would have to do it all the time. 03 sound only. That could increase tensions between us and Avian. It is too independent a force that reveals our nonsensical logistics. 01 sound only. And on that note, griping about our level of dependency on Davian is not the reason I called this assembly. 05 sound only. They emerged from standard jump points. It would be too embarrassing to Kurita to lose entire regiments from a misjump. We still have most of a week to prepare. 04 sound only. We should have replaced all fusion engines with light fusion engines months ago. 03 sound only. The 91st are all already rolling XL fusion, though statistically that makes their mechs more fragile. The 151st emphasize survivability more than speed. Do you think we could move out the open RCT in time? 05 sound only. Just we should not destroy them in the void, we should defeat them ourselves. We need to prove it to ourselves as much as the inner sphere. We have changed. 03 sound only. We must be worthy of being the true heirs of the SLDF. 05 sound only. After we settle the wolves, what are we to do against Comster? 04 sound only. What answer are we going to give the inner sphere? 01 sound only. It is time. The genie is out of the bottle, so we might as well ask. 00 sound only. Salutations. 02 sound only. As long as you understand that this is not binding. We ask only for opinions, not guidance. 00 sound only. I perfectly understand, sirs. 01 sound only. What do you think should be done about Comster? 00 sound only. Why don't we just talk to them? 03 sound only. I do not want to say it, but that sounds naive. 00 sound only. A lot of problems in the inner sphere comes from miscommunication. Or just enough information leading to the wrong conclusions. We are already doing this. Comster is not a united entity, despite how they appear. In fact, because there is a deliberate disconnect between their stated aims and their true goals, they cannot be united. The believer and the pragmatist cannot easily coexist. 04 sound only. It now occurs to me that by keeping secrets from the rank and file we also have that problem. 01 sound only. Unlike Comster, our goals are actually achievable. It is also much harder to explain literal space magic. The cult of the Saints Cameron is bad enough, it would be terrible if Robotnik machine cult happens. He told me that he was always greatly tempted to rub in Comster's faces how to worship the machine spirit properly. He was much saddened to see what Communications Enterprise Incorporated and Starlight Broadcasting Limited had become. 02 sound only. Comster cannot be allowed to go unpunished. 00 sound only. I suggest we show our displeasure in a much more overt way. They do clandestine attacks because they do not fear us. They prod us to find our limits. Why not show them something that displays our limits in a terrifying way? We should be adding to Comster's problems instead of solving them. More knowledge can only bring more anxiety about what else is left unseen. Let them lose sleep over nothing. 01 sound only. Are you saying we should reveal to Comster that we know they have done this? 00 sound only. Why can't we just say we are also friends of Blake? We only believe their outward claims completely. We are shocked and appalled. 02 sound only. And what would that accomplish? 00 sound only. They do these things because they have become complacent and feel they are untouchable. We know where the Titan yards are, don't we? Limit break 01. WD's Chieftain. Overlord class dropship. Marduk. March 3026. Events had been going as planned for Jamie Wolf. He had realized that the Eridani Light Horse was waging a war based on public perception. But the threat of capital-scale weaponry was more bluff than fact, because no matter how good a pocket warship may get, it stood to reason that the Light Horse cannot have very many of them. Having them unpredictably appear where raids are detected could destroy company-scale raids. Even a battalion would not like the loss of a union. And a regiment would surely not enjoy the loss of an overlord or similar battalion-scale dropper, as that was fully one-third of their manpower. They were able to destroy Kurita's assault dropships because conveniently the assault dropships just kept charging straight at them, Jamie Wolf mused. Aero fighters, even compared to battle mechs, were at a critical shortage everywhere in the inner sphere. The loss of an entire aero regiment hurt Kurita more than losing 4 mech regiments. Now that same problem was dogging the Light Horse. 2 pocket warships and a carrier tried their best, but unlike the multi-regimental defense force on Galter last year, Marduk defense consisted mainly of at best a wing of fighters. Wolf's Dragoons fighters were not allowed to carry nukes. The DCA carriers assigned to support the Ryakan had the authorization. Wolf's Dragoons was one of the few forces that could actively recruit and train fighter pilots to full strength. However, the same ferocity that their mech warriors showed also rang true in their fighters, and unlike Galter, which was a boiling melee of over 100 fighters going all over the place, now that Jamie knew of what to expect, the pocket warships had to pick between trying to plug fighters or dropships on the approach. Fighters could use the shadow of dropships to shield themselves from attack, and assault dropships now could use screen launchers to prevent being taken out in one volley. Small craft that could carry double the amount of armor than an assault class ASF would force pocket warships to waste even more of their shots as they screened Alamo-carrying fighter bombers. Instead of one mass, now they approached in 3 formations that moved semi-randomly. Lasers needed time to stick to the target to burn off enough armor. Even Kurita did not want to lose any more fighter pilots unnecessarily. If invaders concentrated simply on punching through, it would be almost impossible to stop them in time without risking themselves in turn. This was the riddle of the naked blade that Jamie Wolf and Takashi Kurita realized: one long sword that can only thrust or parry, while the enemy has 2 daggers. As the Overlord descended and just before sensors would fritz out from the plasma sheath of atmospheric entry, Jamie wondered however why the Eridani Light Horse's formations in the tactical plot did not leave any impression of panic. Tillerby Jungle. Marduk. Marduk's most notable industry was the Norse battle mech works in the middle of the Tillerby Jungle. However, it was largely self-contained facility, with its own starport. Ore and minerals mined from deep tunnels were refined and turned into battle mechs in one uninterrupted production line. Norse Battle Mech Works was known for the 55-ton Griffin battle mech, and was the inventor of the 55-ton Wolverine battle mech, both mechs produced in good number in the same plant. However, no mech works could do without an entire planet to support it. We anticipate that Marduk is defended by the 151st Eridani and a regiment of armor and infantry. But they must defend both the mech works and the rest of the world, Jamie recalled the plan. One of our regiments must assault the planetary capital of New Pontiac while the other is allowed to handle New Tillerby Jungle without distraction. The Ryakan was still considered a green formation despite its mix of experienced and new mech warriors. The wide-open conventional terrain around a city would be easier to handle. Minobu Tetsuhara was a competent regimental commander and would be enough to handle 2 battalions of the Eridani Light Horse and supporting combat vehicles. While a regiment was normally composed of 3 battalions, Kurita was aware of the Light Horse's recruiting spree. New Pontiac would probably be defended by medium and light mechs. Assault and heavy mechs would be better off in the swampy jungles of the Tillerby, where although there may be chance for ambush, Wolf Dragoon's heavy armor and heavy firepower would also be useful to punch through. Alpha Regiment also carried a good amount of hovercraft and jump infantry to beat this terrain. Both the 1st Ryakan and Alpha Regiment brought a company of long-tom artillery. They would be able to force the enemy to fight in the ground of their choosing, for turtling up would lead to them being hammered flat with impunity. The best answer to emplaced artillery was to bring your own artillery, as tubes in an artillery park that can't relocate were much more vulnerable to counter-battery. Minobu Tetsuhara was considered an honorable warrior, but under the orders to carry out a destructive raid, he still had no qualms about destroying power plants, hospitals, and bridges. Right outside of New Pontiac was Fort EA, a military base. The 1st Amphigene reported the existence of Alicornvis and von Luckners with Gauss rifles. As deadly as those tanks were, they were anemic in speed and enough light and medium mechs of the regiment could turn and flee. The 1st Amphigean lost half their forces from stubbornly trying their wolf pack tactics, but 2 lances of von Luckners and a lance of alicorns backstopped by assault mechs and mediums on the flanks were like a moving wall of death demolishing all before them. But assault tanks were slow and more predictable in their movement than assault mechs, so use artillery to suppress them. The Ryakan regiment landed in force concentration to assault the base and then move unhindered through the capital. Meanwhile Colonel Jamie Wolfe felt the sucking force of the fetid swap with every footstep of his archer. Beside him, the tall form of a Cyclops piloted by Captain William Cameron kept contact with the rest of the regiment. The communications officer had no genetic connection to the Terran Camerons, as it was an honor name in the clans. Amusingly to him, Cameron was actually a common Scottish descent surname or first name in the inner sphere, thus why Natasha Kerensky drew more notice. The mobile HQ plotted the distance between the mech works and an ideal artillery park. The purpose of their raid was not to seize and strip the mech works of its equipment but to draw out its defenders. Colonel Wolfe, Charlie Battalion Pathfinders are making headway. No contacts. Recon LAM overflights show no enemy presence, but that is difficult to see under the canopy. Radar penetrated tree cover, of course, but there were ways to mitigate that. The LAMs were flying low to the ground to avoid early radar detection as well. The better not to hint to the defenders their avenue of approach. Zeta Battalion was out with Epsilon Regiment again, ready to redraw their loss and test their tactics against what beat them before. Jamie Wolfe also recalled their parting words. Sir, those jungles are perfect bear country. Be careful. Norse mech works. Marduk. Unknown to Jamie Wolfe, conditions were worse for the 151st Dark Horse than he assumed. He knew of the 151st as the ones to fight off the dragoons on Hof. While a light horse regiment, by this point the regiment had plenty of assault and heavy companies. But Eridani High Command already took away the 3rd Battalion, 6th Recon Stimson Stealthers, to form the 91st Regiment, leaving Marduk Mech Works to be defended by an overstrength battalion against an entire regiment instead of the 2 battalions versus 3 battalions. In simple mech numbers, it was 1.5 versus 3. Though there were ways to mitigate that. Robert Fairchild sent away most of the tanks of the regiment over to New Pontiac with the 2nd Battalion, 8th Recon Cyclones, figuring that the tracked vehicles and their devastating gauze rifles were useless in the thick foliage. Unlike hideous open pit mines producing runoffs and pollution, Norse Mech Works was built with barely disturbing any of the surrounding ecosystem at all. He stared out at the facility from the site's observation tower. The roofs were reinforced of course, but their ferrocrete had acquired by now a dark natural stone-like patina. Personnel continually had to keep birds from making nests on top of buildings without angled roofs, for to these massive bird colonies, rooftops look like islands surrounded by cliffs. Bird colonies become aggressive defending their territory. Sonic and laser deterrents prevented nesting, making birds feel the site unsafe for their young. However, they have learned over centuries that it was safe enough for adults. Predators avoided entering the exposed paved areas. Fairchild looked out at a hornbill with its large colorful beak fly past, and circle the tower. It seemed curious at the shapes it was seeing inside. The bird then perched on a warehouse roof to rest and watch the mechs moving beneath. This is a place worth protecting, Fairchild mused. Not just because it is strategically important, but by itself it is a wonder of the unity between man and nature. I really must respect those who made this combined mine and factory in the first place. Such care for the natural world is rare. Or the SLDF digging a hole to dump extra equipment into it, and then fill it up again. He turned aside and asked his communications officer, are the dragoons fully committed? Yes sir. They are still 27 kilometers away from the mech works, however. They situated themselves between ourselves and New Pontiac. Far enough to be below the horizon but just under Long Tom range, I see. Spheroid dropships had a way of clearing their own landing sites. They only needed to find ground solid enough to support building-sized ships resting on them. He nodded. Blind them. Ports opened on top of the Overlord IIH dropships. Tillerby Jungle. Marduk. William Cameron blinked. Static filled his ears. He switched screens and the high-altitude map showed red XES where satellites used to be. Colonel, we have lost contact with our satellites. Destroyed, not compromised. There were no fighters in range. The battle in space continues outside of known weapon ranges. Jamie Wolfe scowled and rubbed his beard. They have surface-to-orbit lasers. Of course they should. It was prudent then that he held back the ASFs for ground support instead of trying to obtain aero dominance. Instead of overflying the site for intelligence, they would have to rely on what images the satellites had captured before they were taken out. Air support could still be used, they just had to fly low and strike from surprise. A larger problem was that he would have a harder time communicating with the Ryakan. Both regiments would need to fend by themselves. It was fortunate they were both combined arms regiments, then. Norse Mech Works. Marduk. Colonel Robert Fairchild was the youngest of the 3, now 4, colonels in the Eridani Light Horse. This 41-year-old was the most outspoken about the need for change in the tradition-bound unit, but he just so happened to lead the assault regiment of the Light Horse with strongest sense of pride for their hard-fought history, and they balked against replacing their mechs with things that were shaped too suspiciously like urban mechs. The Light Horse's mysterious source of supply obliged, as long as they did accept at least a company of urban mech-shaped mechs for more experimental tactics and methods, which Fairchild welcomed heartily. Below him, 2 uniform companies of archers painted mottled green marched out into the dark rainforest. Not since the days of the Star League had anyone dared to deploy battle mechs of only one design, putting Miller's Marauders' strange obsession with fielding only Marauders aside, but also with how archers, being long-range mechs, were extremely vulnerable in close range. Harrow's Son. Federated Sons. March 3026. Things were not going as well for Colonel Arthbutnot in Epsilon Regiment, Wilhelmina Korst in Gamma Regiment, and Kathleen Dumont in Delta Regiment. The Draconis combined fighters used nukes to try to even the score. The Dragoons were allowed to use Alamo-type missiles filled with conventional explosives. The Light Horse and 4th Deneb fighters were surely allowed to carry large missiles in their undercarriage as well. Instead of being derived from the heavy Alamo missile, the ELH anti-ship missile was based on the navalized Arrow 4 artillery missile. It was lighter, faster, and had double the range. Unfortunately, this same extreme speed was its downside, as it dealt damage as much from kinetic impact as its warhead, and so was almost incapable of tracking fighters. Arthbutnot lost one overlord, Korst lost one with another out of action. Fortunately, Dragoons knew that they had to disperse the risk, so none of them lost entire battalions outright. Only Kathleen Dumont landed with an intact force. Just like on Marduk, the whole point of the invasion was to bait the defenders into open combat instead of trying to conquer. Instead of running headlong into prepared traps at AFFS training grounds at Breeze and focused their ire at the heavy industry concerns on Paris. Unlike other worlds, Harrow's Sun lacked one planetary capital. As may be expected from the names of its continents Paris, Priam, and Breeze, it was a reference to the Iliad or the Trojan War. Being on the border between Davian and Kurita, Harrow's Sun was the victim of multiple invasions and Ilium was razed long ago. Now the appointed Baron of Harrow's Sun lived on the mid-sized port city of Blue Swan, near Fort Belvoir, an old fortress. Paris, Priam, and Breeze were largely self-governing. Colonel Baxter Arthburnot's Epsilon and Colonel Wilhelmina Korst's Gamma regiments landed together. Most of the surrounding area was wide open savanna, but the area was ensconced by a ring of thick forests and small hills. Arthbutnot pointed to the map. If the Light Horse are anything like they were on Hoth, they would be playing hit and fade games. There is an obvious route into the area though this pass here, but we all know that the easy route is always mined. Korst nodded. The Combine would not hesitate to burn out settlements just to draw out Light Horse. But many already unfairly compare us to the Light Horse as if the Dragoons were barely more than marauders willing to do anything for money, and the Light Horse are these knights on white horses, when we have been no less as strict with our conduct. Construction industries are not particularly valuable. The Davians support this world with military supplies, the world provides them with basic resources. Arthbutnot adjusted his glasses. But reputation is a double-edged sword. If the 21st Strikers won't dare to move out, then perhaps they would be known as cowards to leave the 4th Deneb, another SLDF-derived unit, to be destroyed alone. Kathleen Dumont still had all 3 of her battalions, while Zeta Battalion waited on Aerodyne dropships for speedy assault drops. New Aberdeen. Federated Sons. March 3026. Black Inferno Brigade could never be run as a brigade. Andreas Kane scoffed. He gathered a bunch of murderers, thieves, rapists, liars, and drunks, and expected them to act like a cohesive army? No way in hell was that possible. Even when Black Inferno was just a regiment in strength, the most they could ever be deployed with was at battalion scale with his personal lead. Often they were dispersed out as company-level combatants. They were little more than an undisciplined horde, if more than adequate at company-level tactics and ferocious with little fear of death. Whenever 2 companies were deployed, they competed with each other to be the first to complete objectives. This was terrible when acting as one in open field battle. But in raiding? Many company-level droppers jumped all around the planet, reaving and burning, and no way could half a regiment and militia deal with all of them all at once. Bad Egg Company had to rush to take out Black Inferno Ravagers. The spare population and arid conditions of New Aberdeen meant communities were clustered closer around water sources. Andreas Kane used his own men as bait and dropped to meet her company formed mainly of medium mechs with his assault company. A lance of slow assaults, a lance of fast heavies, and a lance of fast mediums. Shite. This asshole has dual Gauss rifles. Screamed Barbara Mosley. She said, after having roundhouse kicked aside a Gauss rifle round. Jack Finsrud said dryly. He was just saved from death. The ice running up his spine kept the laughter from bubbling out of his throat. Since a Gauss rifle weighed more than an AC/20 15 tons vs 14 tons, this would normally require a reduction in something. Probably armor. Fortunately, however, a Gauss rifle despite being heavier also produced minimal heat, so Andreas Kane's mech just removed 4 heat sinks. 17 tons of armor was still tough, even for a 100-ton mech. With the main vulnerability of the king crab removed the short range of its mech-crushing AC-20S, even from the distance it loomed with a baleful aura over the battlefield. Bad Egg Company was a square company with 2 lances armed with ERPPCs, a lance of missile mechs, and a lance of arrow 4 mechs out in the back line. None of them were heavier than 40 tons. We can't beat them like this. Cover me. Pop arrow smoke. Hold them here until I get back. Wait, what? Mummed Adamushka. Captain Mosley. Ijan Nicoli shouted, don't make me kill Steel again. Ijan Nicoli was a better pilot than Barbara Mosley, a more valid contender for being the best mech warrior in the inner sphere, but could not break physics so openly. Her super urban mech 2 was faster than Barbara's mech and its hardened armor, but could not tank Gauss rifle shots to the face. Handle it. Barbara Mosley screeched as she bravely ran away. Well, you heard the dame, said Jack Finsrud with a wry grin. Maximum speed, maximum harassment. Trash them all. Galter. Federated Sons. March 3026. Once again, Galter had to suffer. Pentagon-class assault dropships were tough, and for their own self-protection the Taffy-class pocket warships had to maneuver to fight them. Most of the dropships aimed at Galter were Unions, too many to stop. 2 battalions of the 91st Cavalry Regiment of the Eridani Light Horse defended the world, and with 1 battalion in New Delhi and the other on the opposite end of the continent at New Wuhan. None of the enemy were concentrated enough, they could be defeated in detail, but only if they could be reached in time. There was no way to stop so many reavers hitting almost every city all at once. While they fought one, others would be free to loot and burn and kill. Rampage Horse Doctrine is approved, said Colonel Stimson, into the glowering red lights of his Omega Mech Command Mech variant. It's time to stop holding back. We can show some of our hand, brother. I. Release them. Born from sea foam. Trampling with endless and inexhaustible power of the tides. Project Good Dad. Operation Seahorses A Go. The blue-painted mech raised its arms, facing the surf as if supplicating Poseidon himself. Unlike Marduk or New Aberdeen or Harrow's Sun, Galter was a watery world. Galter's major cities were all port cities, and while the rich Vonyal plain was deep inland, they were well watered by 3 mighty rivers. Submarines surfaced. Hangars opened. Rocket-boosted bomb drones took flight. Small moss-covered outcrops revealed themselves to be hovercraft. Cargo containers on riverboats unfolded. Thousands of egg flyers swarmed across the world. Maniacal laughter may or may not have been involved. Limit Break 02. Harrow's Sun. Federated Sons. March 3026. The Eridani Light Horse was just about recovered from the losses on Hof, but then they had to take a battalion from the 151st and the 71st to form the 91st. This left the 21st Strikers as the one intact regiment in the Light Horse. They were also, technically, an overstrength regiment with 4 battalions instead of 3. 3 striker battalions and an armored infantry battalion. Major Charles Winston watched the battle proceed via Brother Eye. The defenders, instead of waiting, took the initiative to spoil the attack. The 4th Danube were formerly part of the 13th Royal French Demi Brigade, and the 1st Regiment to join the Federated Sons in exchange for support for their home world of Danube Kaitos. They were known as Evelyn's Originals. Unlike Light Horse RCTs, the Roadmuff RCT was composed of 1 mech regiment, 2 hover regiments, and 2 regiments of jump infantry. Unfortunately, there was a whole world to protect. 4th Danube had to distribute its force into battalions: 1 mech battalion, 1 hover battalion, and 1 jump infantry battalion. This was responsive force that could withstand the attack of even 2 battalions of slower mechs. The arrival of the 21st Strikers freed 4th Danube to assign a mixed demi-battalion, or even a regiment by technicality, to each continent. Marshal Vernon Fredericks guessed correctly that Wolf's Dragoons would probably not be interested in looting wine and redeployed. He was already on the field. 2 mech battalions and 2 hover battalions mixed it out against Delta Regiment's heavy regiment. 4th Danube could not make the Dragoons chase them out too far, however. The official orders for the objective raid demanded that the Dragoons destroy elements that would make it easier for a proper Kurita invasion to come later. GSY-1 Ghastly VTOLs armed with a PPC and 2 LRM-5 bins harassed the Dragoons, but heavy mechs were an adequate answer with their own larger missile bins and PPCs. Lambs were a killer of VTOLs, and forced them to pull back. The tactical map showed how Delta could not be prevented from pushing into the city, while their command company and their able battalion prevented any attempt to slip through and menace their landing zone in the artillery park. There isn't anything valuable here except the desalination plant. One of the Danube mechs communicated. How does that help Kurita? You would just be causing suffering to 100,000 people. Thirsty soldiers don't make for good soldiers. Other places can just stop shipping fuel in tanks and start shipping water. One of the Dragoons replied on what they thought was a direct tight beam frequency. Do not try to moralize me. Wars are won not by killing the enemy but by ruining their logistics. Making Davian pay to fix it is money that could have been guns. So shut up and fight. And, watching this happen, Winston sighed. So is explained the continuing tragedy of the succession wars. Eustace Pass. Harrow's son. Eustace Pass was a choke point, but Gamma and Epsilon still chose to land beyond it. While it forced them to breach through a defensible location, it also protected their own dropships and supplies from counter-assaults. It was far enough from Fort Belvoir that if the ponies tried to sight artillery to defend the pass, their artillery would also be caught out in the open. Gamma Regiment's Able Battalion Swift Lightning led by Major Iko Takashima confidently led the way. In his 100-ton Marauder II and his command lance watched over as 1st Company the Komaki Express led by Warren Komaki pushed through the pass. 2 lances of heavy tanks followed the Cossacks with 5 elite Zhukov heavy tanks, and the pikemen with 4 pike support vehicles and a demolisher. The pikes with their triple AC/2 kept the skies clear. At least for now the dragoons feared no air strikes. The best time to ambush is right at the exit of the pass, said Takashima. Hit from the flanks and the front. Our job is to secure the opening, so let's not waste time. Full speed right out the gate. The whole force ran through the pass at best speed 54 km per hour. Their force was full with assault and heavy mechs with LRMs, shoguns, archers, atlases, imps, stalkers. The pass was not the sort of valley where cliffs could be collapsed to block the way. It was reasonably wide and bowl-shaped. Lam skirted the heights ahead of the pack, scanning for any sign of enemy presence. Lt. Wojciech Bronkowski in his Phoenix Hawk Lam reported Lam recon to Gamma Command. Enemy firing line outside the pass. Counting 1 battalion of mechs arranged in 4 companies, 1 battalion of armor in 3 companies. 2 dropships. Looks like Union class. Gamma actual to Lam recon. Understood. Wilhelmina Korsch turned to Baxter Arthbutnot. 2 unions? That's not enough capacity to move 2 battalions. Just because it was predictable, that didn't mean it was a bad idea. Terrain mattered. The pass reversed the weight of numbers. Arthbutnot frowned. They should have brought at least 2 mech battalions. We have 5 battalions ready to push through. There is something going on here that we are missing. Korsch asked the Lamb's Gamma actual to Lam recon. Do you see artillery? Lam recon to Gamma, affirmative. Looks like 3 lances. Possibly long toms. We have 5 long tom lances, said Arthbutnot. The mobile long toms were following the formation at just under 26 km per hour, a painfully slow speed, but the 65-ton vehicle dragged 3 10-ton ammo carriages behind itself. It had enough ammo for sustained fire. If they are in range, we can win a counter-battery duel. You still look uneasy, said Korsch. If the ponies look like they are making an obvious mistake, there is something they are hiding from us. The radio sparked Able Company actual to Gamma Command, we engaging enemy forces. Facing Gamma Regiment's Able Battalion was the 21st Strikers 5th Striker Battalion Dirkson's Dragon Slayers. Unfortunately they only had 1 assault company, and Major Earl Dixon moved with his command lance his Victor, and 3 archers to deliver return LRM volleys. Enforcers, Hunchbacks, Blackjacks, Phoenix Hawks. A Striker Battalion was meant to get in, strike fast, and get out. Every 3rd lance was composed of Stingers, Locusts, and Valkyries light scout mechs. Or least, that's what they should have been. Major Earl Dixon smirked. That was before the 21st robbed Epsilon Regiment of all their mechs and tanks wholesale. Now the 5th Striker Dragon Slayers were a heavy battalion, a fast heavy battalion, and they spent most of a year retraining to use heavier mechs. Eridani High Command laid down the law from on high. From now on, the standard infantry support tank would be the 30-ton galleon. Even mechanized infantry would put aside their tracked APCs. Where galleons were used as line combatants, now the Myrmidon II would be used. Pegasus hover tanks are now all Pegasus IIS. From now on, Locusts, Wasps, Stingers, and other 20-ton bugmechs were not allowed anymore in the light horse. Anyone that piloted a Locust should have at least a 25-ton Corporal Crab if they wanted to retain speed for scouting. Anyone that piloted a Wasp or Stinger should have a Phoenix Hawk. Or an Urban Hawk. Valkyrie's pilots were all upgraded to Griffins. And all mechs were over the year upgraded to use DHS and ER weaponry. Major Dixon raised his Victor's arm and fired his Gauss rifle. Beside him, archers let loose Artemis-guided LRM-20 salvos. Mech against mech. Tank against tank. He ordered, as the battalion echelon to the left. Able Battalion's 5 Zhukov tanks pushed to the center, trusting in their 11 tons of armor. The assault lance of Komaki Express walked behind them, and firing over them. A Marauder, an Atlas, an Awesome and a Cyclops. The pike tanks, despite widely held to be a direct fire alternative to artillery, stayed at the back. They reserved their ammo against flyers. The 21st Strikers 1st Armored Infantry Battalion the Mighty Mites echeloned left, and the Tinkin Company's 5 von Luckner tanks aimed their guns down range. A Gauss rifle and a PPC in each turret tracked and fired at the pike tanks, treating the Zhukovs and their pair of AC-10s as less of a threat. A Lance of Myrmidon IIS, now the standard medium tank of the ELH, introduced themselves and their ER-PPCs. Galleons dived right in. The formation, squeezing the enemies coming out of the pass from both flanks, left a wide open avenue to the pair of dropships in the distance. Artillery started falling. Arbuthnot had overall command of the operation but wisely chose not to interfere with Korst's decisions with her Gamma regiment. She only had 1.5 battalions, but unlike his rapidly rebuilt force, most of her mechs were still assaults and heavies. Wolf's dragoons were prepared for the light horse, making any choke point an instant minefield with Fiskem shells. Many heavy mechs had enough leg armor that they could just run through. Or long-tom artillery high explosive impacts could clear mines just as effectively. Failing that, just shoot LRMs at the minefield ahead of you to trigger them. If the enemy was using their artillery to throw mines instead of cluster munitions, they were being very inefficient. Head hits could kill faster than leg hits. Gamma should establish a beachhead line, and then allow his Epsilon regiment to rush through. The largest from the lost SLDF 295th Brigade shared, or rather, purchased on loan, with Epsilon regiment consisted mainly of medium mechs and some heavies. "We need more information," he said. While Korst focused on the battle, he pondered the strategic layer. Beta and Epsilon combined had 24 dedicated ground support aero fighters, 12 of which circled around the dropship as combat air patrol. He ordered a pair of fighters to overlay the pass ahead. The light horse could read a map just as well. The landed dropships were just outside of artillery range from the other side of the pass while they were in artillery range of the Eustace Pass entrance. The TIC map showed the fighters approaching the other side of the Eustace Pass, and then their radar symbols disappeared. X marked where the radar last tracked them and projected crash sites. Anti-air artillery. Hurriedly he asked Epsilon Actual to LAM Recon. "Did you see what happened to our recon flights? Did you see what shot them down? Was it flak? Or a missile?" "Negative, Epsilon Actual. We tracked the fighters, then they just seemed to break apart in mid-air. It may have been laser fire." Arbuthnot looked up sharply. "Those dropships? Capital lasers. They are landed pocket warships. All flyers, fly low. Fly low right now." He ordered the consoles. Too late. XX-2 fighters in the air above their landing zone suddenly and mysteriously evaporated. Anything that crossed the horizon could be touched by anti-orbital lasers. He grit his teeth to the point it drew blood. That was bait. He knew it was bait. They knew it was bait. They were inviting him to rush towards them. The way was clear. Big immobile targets like dropships were perfect artillery and LRM marks. The way was clear, but the easy way was always mined. God damn it. That's a trap. It's too obvious. That's a trap. This would not just be an empty fort strategy, because those dropships were too valuable. Why were they here instead of helping the space battle? They could have shot down the dropships while in their final approach, but let them land. Why? It was possible that these capital lasers were better as anti-fighter than anti-ship, lacking the sheer punch to do so, but a lucky hit to the engines could kill just as well. But on the other hand, he supposed if they took damage, they would have decided to turn and land somewhere else other than this preferred LZ. "What do you want from me?" He spat at the hollow screen. New Pontiac. Marduk. Federated Sons. March 3026. Clever little snakes, mused Major Anthony Goska, in command of the Cyclones 8th Recon Battalion. The Ryakan were firing smoke LRMs to break the CT line from their Gauss rifles. "Do you think they learned this from us and what the Open RCT did in the Alliance Games?" Rosemary Arts, acting as the battalion command Lance's communications officer while inside her Thunderbolt, remarked, "I blame the Dragoons. The 151st Dark Horse effectively only had a company of heavy assault tanks anyway, 4 Alicornvis defended by 8 von Luckners. The Ryakan dedicated 2 companies to rush out and destroy them at close range. Well, it's not like Gauss rifles become any less deadly at medium range. Instead of hitting enemy tanks with LRMs, the Ryakan's archers were wasting LRMs hitting the streets in front of them. Obscuring our CT lines works both ways. Now they don't know what we're doing behind this cover. It turns out that smoke-blocking CT lines also block spotting for artillery. Who knew? The tanks reversed to keep extending the range. Goska's command lance used to have 2 integrated sniper artillery pieces. Now they were Urban Lord Thunderers, 60-ton mechs that could run up to 86 km per hour while still carrying a full-sized sniper artillery pieces. The enemy walked straight into a minefield. But the Ryakan was essentially a regiment of mechs with an extra battalion of armor. Of these, a company was hovercraft. These craft zoomed through the smoke curtain, unhindered by mines. Scarborough Limited had a factory on Al Nair, in the Diran military district, and produced in grade number 3 excellent Hove ranks based on the same 35-ton chassis, all able to go up to 130 kph. The Saracen, with its 1x LRM-10 and 3x SRM-2s, the Scimitar, with its 1x AC/5 and 2x SRM-2, and most dangerous of all, the Saladin bringing an AC/20 at high speed. They had decent enough 6 or 7 tons of armor, enough to take the hit of a Gauss rifle on any facing. The Eridani light horse's answer, the Pegasus II, was a 40-ton tank that could go just as fast, had 8.5 tons of ferrofibrous armor, and was armed with an Artemis-guided MML-9, 2 medium lasers, a tag unit, and a recon camera, all in the turret. Their crew found little to complain about in their new rides, and it fit the role of assault recon just fine. As dangerous as the Saladin may be, its intimidating AC/20 was not turreted, and this forced it to drive straight at the enemy to make it like a strafing run by aircraft. It had zero ability to effectively target another fast-moving hover tank. A lance of Pegasus II swerved into the incoming Kurita hover tanks, blasting them from the side. Some of them literally trying to ram the enemy. While the Saracens and Scimitars survived, the Saladin had notoriously poor side armor. The enemy mechs trying to concentrate fire on the Gauss rifle tanks now had to contend with ELH hovercraft swooping behind them to attack their rear and tagging them for Arrow 4 strikes. Gauss tanks could concentrate fire in turn and could destroy enemy assault mechs in one volley. Minobu Tetsuhara and his lance composed entirely of dragons moved through the battlefield, plugging gaps. He had no idea that he was facing effectively only a battalion of mechs, a battalion of armor, and a battalion of armored/jump infantry. The ELH's jump infantries were hiding on top of buildings and tossing man-portable LRMs, swooping away once their launchers were spent. The use of galleons instead of APCs meant that effectively there was also 2 tank battalions in there. Eridani light horse battle mechs only sporadically faced off. They had no assault mechs, but their heavy mechs had the firepower to match, but the speed of a medium mech to disengage at will. Their medium mechs now instead preferred to stay at range and deliver fire support. For example, their enforcers usually an AC/10 and a large laser, now a Gauss rifle and an ER large laser. A Centurion? If not an ER large laser and an Artemis-guided LRM-10, then Gauss rifle and SRM-6. The 151st Dark Horse had an uncomfortably large number of Gauss rifles. But as hard-fought as it was not like they were incapable of dealing damage to the enemy. Minobu took aim and fired his PPC. His dragon was similar to that of General Nagakido. Despite his death and the failure at Galter, the dragon saw fit to honor his memory. At least he died valiantly, one man alone against a battalion. The Grand Dragon was in the works, as fast urban mechs armed with PPCs were proving themselves a fit predator of regular AC/5 dragons. Both sides were starting to see losses. The Eridani light horse could withstand it less than the fully populated regiment of the Ryakan. Keep them contained at the port and industrial area. Do not let them enter the core and residential areas of the city, Major Anthony Goska ordered over comms. Then Brother I, intensify ghost target generation. The virtual machine responded, I have already tasked 3 science satellite uplinks for this. Comms and Navi satellites are optimizing movement routes and overlapping fields of fire. The Ryakan were pushing into the city from 3 directions. Looks like you are going to have to use the urban mechs, sir, said Rosemary Arts. No, it's too soon. We need them to fully commit first. Get these lead elements away from their commander. Arts then glanced down. Sir, Kurita is sending hover APCs to take over the port defense turrets. Goska nodded, then waved aside, his Warhammer's tube-like arms following the motion. Unleash the Urbanjas. Tiller B jungle. Marduk. Stealth in the jungle was surprisingly difficult. True, the foliage provided cover, enough trees blocked radar, and dampness reduced IR. But one could always hear mechs coming. Not because of seismic sensors, but because the approve of these massive lumbering war machines crushed or uprooted trees in their way, and sent birds screeching and flying away in fear as their rest was disturbed. Flocks suddenly erupting into the sky was a sure sign of enemies on the approach. So far Charlie Battalion was already halfway to the Norse Mech Works factory site, and met no opposition. Then, what's that hissing noise? Asked LT. Stanley Texas Havelock, in his Oscout. One of the finest pure recon battle mechs ever designed, its advanced sensor systems collected so much data, everything from electromagnetic waves to geological data, that its computer cannot process it fast enough. Its sensors and communications suite were refined enough that they could naturally overcome jamming, including sensor ghosts, and acted as an active probe even without mounting such electronics. Very few things could possibly hide from an Ostku, and the 35-ton machine capable of running up to 129 km per hour and leap 240 meters was a prized addition to any scout lance, even if it was armed with only a single medium laser. The hissing continued. LT. Havelock looked down, and something cube-like with a digital green paint scheme adding up to a misshapen blocky face stared back up at him. Silently, more of its fellows creeped closer on quadruped limbs. Hiss! Birds screamed and fled from a wide area, as an explosion large enough to cause a rumbling quake rippled through the jungle. Kabwamf! Pieces of tree trunks rained down, and a smoking crater now marked the sea of leaves. Hiss! Hiss! Limit break 03. Tillerby Jungle. Marduk. March 3026. They are jamming our sensors and communications. This is full blackout jamming, said William Cameron. Only line of sight comms could work. Noise filled other channels. Jamie Wolf noted a jammer this powerful is also an emitter. You should be able to track that. Yes, Colonel Wolf. There are 2 sources. One directly towards where we know the mech works are, and another several kilometers northeast of the facility. That is either a trap or a distraction to pull our forces away. Jamming, while useful, was a double-edged sword. Leaving aside how it would also prevent their own communications, there were still alternative means of communications, such as using flares or laser communications to arrow assets. But 2 blackout sources. The long-held truism was disperse to move, concentrate to attack. Spread out troops are less vulnerable. Any one being attacked revealed the enemy's location, and another group could support and attack the enemy's flank. Regrouping delivered a powerful focused assault for maximum impact. But this required constant communications. For defenders, it was hold to secure, reinforce to adapt. Critical points need consistent defense, but they always had to be ready to move forces around to shore up intense enemy assaults, taking men from safer positions. Defense was not easy. Yet, what he was seeing, Jamie Wolf furrowed his brows. It looked like a mistake. It told him that the light horse was abandoning responsiveness, and just holding a static defense. Even if he dispersed his forces into 2, that wouldn't matter. There was only one place to attack, and if his forces were going to concentrate anyway they would be in relay range. The light horse should be ranging forward, making spoiling attacks, and using the terrain to their advantage. Yet ambushes are unlikely when scouts can't report back. Blackout harmed the light horse more than it inconvenienced him. The choice still seemed obvious. Ignore the emitter. Blackout equipment was power-hungry and would eventually have to stop. Keep pushing forward. They are hiding something. They cannot be this incompetent, he said to himself. Satellites and aircraft have difficulty finding mechs under tree cover, we know this. It was the first time in a long while that Jamie Wolf operated under an information deficit. Got to believe in magic. Tell me how 2 people find each other. In a world that's full of strangers. You've got to believe in magic. William Cameron coughed, as if sensing Jamie Wolf's curious look. That is not me. I am not listening to radio while in an OP. This is just one of the signals drowning out the most common communication frequencies. An unconventional form of barrage jamming, yet it is still effective. Jamie Wolf scowled again. This was unprofessional. Part of what discomfited their opponents about the Wolf Dragoons was that they were almost always grimly silent on the battlefield, and ignoring pain and threats. Why would the light horse do this? Something stronger than the moon above. Cause its magic win. Hiss. 2 people fall in Louvre. BWOM. A massive explosion, no one could miss that. Animals and birds screamed and fled all across the jungle. BWOM. BWOM. A pause. BWOM. That is in the direction of Charlie Battalion. Cameron spoke up. Charlie Battalion, do you read? Repeat, do you read? Still no comms, sir. Relative to Jamie Wolf's command Lance and Able Battalion, Charlie was the left, while Baker Battalion moved slightly ahead to the right. The second jamming source was also somewhere closer to the left. Jamie scowled harder. Artillery? No, those explosions sound too hard even for that. Even with full spectrum jamming, they should at least see if something heavier impacted, like a capital-scale missile. Nuclear? No, there was no bright flash, and while there was a tall cloud it still remained within the bounds of conventional explosives. The forest rang with screams and chirps, punctuated by even more booms. A Phoenix Hawk Lamb landed nearby. Major Stanford Blake led the regiment's intelligence apparatus. Lt. Sheila Selden, in her messenger Wasp Lamb, followed. Colonel Wolf. Charlie Battalion have been ambushed by suicide bomb mechs. Blake reported. As you ordered, we detached the Lamb Lance from Charlie Battalion, Staines Company, to serve as messengers between the companies and battalions. There were unfortunately only 6 lambs in total for the entire regiment, as lambs were rare machines requiring specialized training. As intelligence officer, Stanford Blake should have been the go-between from the field base to Jamie Wolf when on the field. He added Stain Company is nearly wiped out. Uchimaya Company reports heavy damage. They have no choice but to retreat, but they are being chased. BWOM. Blake winced. Charlie Battalion is trying to reorganize. Major Dukirk still intends to push through, but detecting enemy bomb mechs means they must slow down. Kohler Valens, in a Stinger Lamb, landed soon after. Colonel Wolf. Baker Battalion ran into bomb mechs. Command Lance severely damaged, Major Chan ejected. Jump infantry were able to see them well before they detonated. Quad mechs, cube-like in appearance. They do not show up on sensors until in close range. Bomb mechs? Bomb mechs? Cameron echoed archly. That does not make sense. The light horse would never send off suicide mechs. Even building mechs for suicide purposes would be expensive, very quickly. This is not a sane or reasonable tactic. This is not in the SLDF rulebook, Jamie Wolf said evenly. But it was. Jamie Wolf opened his eyes wide, remembering. The SDS. Casper drones. Suddenly the radio frequencies they were using were drowned out. Welcome to the jungle, we got fun and games. We got everything you want, honey, we know the names. We are the people that can find whatever you may need. If you got the money, honey, we got your disease. LRMs reigned. Contact. Able Battalion reported, Kenneth Solar in a Hermes 2 ran into visual range. Archer Company, bearing 10 degrees. North of our position. Kenner Company engaging. In the jungle, welcome to the jungle. Watch it bring you to your shun knees. Moi, I wanna watch you bleed. What do you mean Archer Company? A company made entirely out of archers? Jamie asked. Affirmative, Colonel Wolf. Such a uniform force was no longer deployed since the days of the SLDF, and furthermore were vulnerable due to its overspecialization. Kenner Company was the assault company of Able Battalion. Marauder 2, Atlas, Stalker, Zeus, Awesome, multiple Warmers, and most importantly an armor platoon of von Luckner and Ontus heavy tanks. An AC-20, a LRM-10 and 2 SRM-6 ES made it deadly across all ranges even if it had to crash through the undergrowth like this. The Ontus was a 95-ton beast with unprecedented 8 medium lasers and 2 LRM-5s, a demolisher that never needed to worry about running out of ammo. They should be able to hold on for a good while until elements could be sent in to support and flank the enemy. Unless, of course, the enemy hits and disengages, like striker cavalry. Enemies that closed in got a faceful of SRMs from the same launchers that LRMs came out of. Jamie Wolf nearly ordered do not go off into the brush, but Major Kelly Yukhanov was competent. He acted as brevet colonel whenever Jamie Wolf was not present. Able Battalion was a compact formation, all three companies were in close contact even if not direct line of sight and screened his command group at the center. Where is our jump infantry? Dense jungle was almost ideal for jump infantry, allowing them to hide and then jump onto mech cockpits and slap a satchel charge at the armor glass canopy. Every battalion had a platoon of jump infantry. These forests were almost ideal environs for jump infantry. They could jump from tree to tree, and had high vantage points to scout from while evading detection. While mechs and tanks still needed to clear their own path, forced to move at a walk. The only penalty was that infantry cannot carry powerful enough radios to burn through jamming. The comms barrage signal changed. Faux bear, Willie the faux bear. Looking for fun. It's me and it's you. It's killing time with William the faux. For the first time, Jamie Wolf spat angrily. What is the point of this? But the total blackout was still in effect. He could not hear the screaming. New Pontiac. Marduk. Federated Sons. Nearly 175 kilometers away, the Ryakan were experiencing their own musical troubles. Traditionally, Kurita doctrine separated mech, armor, and infantry commands, with mech being the most prestigious. While Wolf's dragoons could combine infantry and armor down to the lance level, the Ryakan were not yet to that level of cooperation. Heavy hover APCs delivered Kurita infantry at speed while the rest of the regiment engaged the defenders. The port area allowed them to sneak through, using large warehouses for cover. Turrets were often easy targets for attackers, but they were a worthy addition if there were more mobile attackers. Compared to the usual hover APC, which could only carry one squad of troops, forcing a foot infantry platoon to split into 4 vehicles moving in close formation, the heavy hover APC allowed carrying 3 squads in one vehicle. While this reduced the platoon of mechanized infantry to 3 squads instead of 4, 4 heavy hover APCs quickly delivered 84 soldiers and engineers. They had enough to overcome gates, installations, and towers, and turn the enemy's own guns against their own fellows. But then, Shounan Yokiite Kure Ninjan Nanti Taishita Monday Ja Ni Sa. Ashita Nanti Mao Irana Kara Nijita Kabushi Wokakusu Na Yo. Boy, listen to me. Humans really aren't all that important. You don't need something like tomorrow, don't hide your clenched fist. Fuan Ni Yum Wo Uri Tobaju Hodo Mata Oi Borikana Dero. Shounan Yoko Koro no Jayu no Hikigain wo Hikaru no Wa Kimi Dake Sa. You're not old enough yet to be selling your dreams to anxieties. Boy, the only one that can pull the trigger to the gun in your heart is you. What the Bakayero, breathed out Chuai, Lieutenant, Kaito Yamamoto. And then 2 lances of 15-ton urbanite ultralight mech sprang out from the alleyways. Running at 97 km/h, leaping 60 meters where necessary, brandishing chopping hatchets, they struck at the heavy hover APCs. They had a pair of medium lasers for faces. Crunch! They landed on the incoming heavy hover APCs, plowing the disc-shaped vehicles into the road, riding them like surfboards. One of these APCs, the only with Yamamoto and his platoon rushing to bail out, turned to shoot with its pair of MGS and a SRM-6. The Kurita soldiers took to cover and tried shooting with their standard auto rifles as well. But while the heavy hover APC technically had the same amount of armor as each Urbangia 3.5 tons, it could not withstand 16 laser eyes at all. Worse of all, its ammo detonated quickly in the breach. With the power of always-on proto-TSM, some of the Urbangias chopped into the APCs, much to the terror of the soldiers trapped within. Other ultralight mechs looked up and pointed their left hands. The flamers set under their palms gushed out a tightly focused torrent of fire to the distance. There was nothing quite like flame to make infantry hastily reconsider their life choices. Pouring flame into the open rents in the APC armor. The screaming didn't last for more than a second or so. Wait, was this a war crime? Flamers have been used since 2025. This was probably not by the rules a war crime. The Urbangias skipped off their stricken prey and looked for mechs. Their recon cameras directed LRM turrets. They were new graduates from the Eridani Combat School, and far more motivated to hone their killing instinct and prove themselves worthy. They would probably have been stealthier if they weren't painted bright orange for some reason. On the other hand, they looked like cargo mechs until it was far, far too late. Which, technically speaking, was what historical ninjas ought to be. They just looked like normal people to evade notice until too late. Mere minutes later, Minobu Tetsuhara received word that the infantry that had managed to sneak into the backlands had all been slaughtered. He nodded. This is not unexpected. The Eridani Light Horse are also combined arms regiments. I am only surprised that they were able to settle this so quickly. They must have more forces kept in reserve than it appears. However, if their infantry were here, then there were less available for the defense of Norse mech works. This sounded like a miscalculation by the Light Horse, although he supposed for the sake of face and more civilians being affected, the planetary capital must not fall. He looked at the deployment of his forces, and that of the Light Horse. He had to admit that they had more in common than he expected. Perhaps due to the largesse given to him from the lost SLDF brigade, his forces also had a tendency to move in uniform lances. Lances of Orions and Warmers, Jenners and Panthers, gave a strong 1-2 punch. What he thought was the weak flank, the port area, was not so easy to pierce after all. The core of the city had to go through the Gauss tanks, and the awesome firepower of one company was enough to hold off an entire battalion. This left the residential area, but like most cities, New Pontiac was built along a river, and this created a natural barrier. The river was wide enough that even a Jenner's 150-meter jump range could not leap in one bound. A Jenner could clear the river in 2 bounds, but then they would be swarmed and cut apart by galleons as soon as they landed. Marduk was a warm temperate world, with plenty of woodlands and rivers. Minobu Tetsuhara regretted that for all the heavy firepower that certain mechs could deliver, most of them were not jump capable. It would probably be best to wait until night to try and ford the river with tall, heavy mechs that could walk against the water flow. He also had to consider what the Light Horse still had reserved in Fort EA. He only had 2 battalions available to assault New Pontiac, while the 3rd remained as reserve to watch for the defenders. They could either sally forth outside of their prepared defenses, or remain useless cowards to the fight. Meanwhile, inside New Pontiac, Major Anthony Goska watched the dragon on the far end of the battlefield pace from one combat zone to another. I don't like this man. He is too careful, for a Drak commander. If something isn't working, he isn't afraid to pull back to minimize the damage. That's not much different from what we're doing, isn't it? They don't realize we only form mech companies because we keep switching out lances, said Captain Craig Stedman, of 5th Recon Stedman's Sirocco. A Sirocco was a hot, dry wind. The Recon Company had upgraded to fast heavies, and the famous duel between Kerensky and Mosley convinced many about how the Urban Hammer was a respectable mech. There was a R2 variant that ran 86 km per hour and could jump 90 meters by reducing its PPCs to large lasers instead. This replaced both the Warmer and the Ostsol in the ranks of a Recon battalion. It, and Thunderbolt 5 served the Eridani Light Horse main force the same way the Lord Cancer served the Open RCT. The Ares conventions discouraged fighting inside cities, and normally the Eridani Light Horse would intercept their enemies well outside of city limits. But this was not the first time they were pocketed inside a city, and if seizing the city was the whole point of the operation, then it was of course necessary to stick close to defend it. Do you want to go out and headhunt? Goska asked Stedman. Then he shook his head. No, I would do that myself, but we don't have the numbers to do it out in the open. As long as they believe we are 2 battalions quartered here in the city, they're not going to raid somewhere else. They can't afford us to get on their backs with another battalion from Fort EA to roll the flank. So far the sheer number of Gauss rifle field guns and, as the technical goes, absolute shitloads of fuck-off artillery made Kurita hesitate to approach. They were content to remain out of range to watch the fort. Sir, on that note, we have news from Fort EA. The Kuritans seem to have detached a company to reinforce their assault here, reported Rosemary Arts. Goska beamed. Excellent. He turned towards Stedman. Switch out with 3rd Company, repair and rest. When night falls, we hunt. Eustace Pass. Harrow's Son. Federated Sons. March 3026. On another planet away. Why have you not managed to break through? Asked Jerry Akuma with a sneer. Is this the most the famous dragoons can do? Or are you scheming to give the light horse another victory? Gritting his teeth, Arthbutnot replied, my men are dying out there. We would not collude with anyone to make ourselves lose. Then what is it that is stalling this attack? Cowardice. The problem, Baxter Arthbutnot decided, was but simple geography. Distances. The light horse had placed their pair of dropships so their long toms could bombard the mouth of the pass, but not much beyond that. This meant that his own mobile long toms were terribly out of range and could not perform counter-battery. Korsht had to order her mechs to rush out of the pass, even if they ran straight into a deadly crossfire, to clear the way for the rest of the regiment to escape the creeping barrage. Eridani Light Horse, you are not the Crater Cobras, what are you doing? Wilhelmina Korsht personally felt this was a grand insult. The mechs waiting to kill them out there were mostly seized Wolf's Dragoons mechs. But since the Light Horse had at least half a year to inspect and fiddle with them, most of them had been upgraded to near SLDF Royal levels. Earl Dirksen, battalion leader, may pilot a Battlemaster for its command mech advantages. But 4th Company, Pinter's Axemen displayed for their command lance for Marauder IIS. The 100-ton battle mechs in the shape of a Marauder, exclusively produced for Wolf's Dragoons by Blackwell Industries, now carried a pair of ERPPCs, 2 medium lasers, and the dorsal gun changed from a large laser to a punishing gauze rifle. Catapults rained death from below them, like a flock of terror birds and their young. With immensely thick armor, they brought death from long range and anchored their side of the pass. But that was not the main problem. Whom bomb bomb? Whom bomb bomb? Shak shaka shakawum. Whom bomb bomb? Kriohunk. Mackies. Mackies. Shrak. 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 A company of Royal Mackies stomped out in a battle line, a slow-moving wall of death. 48 PPCs streaked down range. And again. And again. And again. Against a company of these 100-ton Terran hegemony relics, Gamma Regiment's onrushing Baker Battalion broke against them like waves upon a granite cliff. Abbott's company, the Light Brigade, composed mainly of light mechs like Hermes II, Locusts, Jenners, Wasps, and so on watched PPCs streaked overhead. Behind them, Rajol's company, crumpled. Mohammed Rajol and his Orion brewed up from an ammo explosion, and so did the Archer and Thunderbolt beside him. The Charger in the command lance survived but had nothing to contribute. The rest of Rajol's company were also light mechs, and they all accelerated to get into range. Light mechs could beat assault mechs if the assaults had minimum range and had to shoot at them instead of larger, more dangerous targets. It availed them not. Like their namesake, they charged into the guns, cannons to the left of them, cannons to the right of them, stormed by shot and shell. Jackies accompanied the Mackies. Tanks shot at them from behind. And down to the last, fell, the Light Brigade. Oriented facing the mouth of the Eustace Pass, to the left was a mech battalion. To the right was an armor battalion. Straight ahead was a company of Royal Mackies. The Dragoons now knew better than to underestimate these obsolete hegemony mechs. Wolves cannot leap over the wall. The Light Horse brought 9 companies versus 5 regiments. But the bottleneck meant that only 4 companies could ever face them at a time. Smoke. Fire smoke warheads. Ordered Wilhelmina Korsht as her command lance breached the gap, and bringing most of her regiment with her. We anticipated having to fight opponents with superior range. But the Light Horse anticipated their anticipating, and the answer was to artillery barrage the crap out of anything that was behind smoke cover. No one sane expects the opposition to park custom-built dropships acting like artillery towers nearby. They were too valuable to risk. Who does that? Since when did the Light Horse have charge into our fortifications or get shelled into scrap as their favorite tactic instead of fire and maneuver as proper light cavalry should? And to this, Colonel Arthbutnot noted with horror, this isn't even all them. The 21st Strikers still had more forces than these. Where are they? Arthbutnot ordered the flyers to spread out flying nap of earth beyond the pass. Search the area, find out what was behind those dropships. The Light Horse should be hiding more forces somewhere, ready to support the blocking force or to take the flank. It is what he would have done. He still had options. Unfortunately, rebuilding Epsilon Regiment as an assault regiment was not something that could be done quickly, and half of the mechs they were given were mediums and lights. But now that was fortunate. These lighter mechs could try to move atop the shallower hills above the pass. They still had Zeta Battalion and 3 Leopards waiting to hot drop a company of assaults anywhere. No, it was foolish if the light horse thought that they could be pocketed here. It was inevitable, they would break through. At around the same time, Colonel Winston said musingly to his own command staff, perhaps the most strategically significant new development brought to us, is not the urban mech and its associated Listec. No, while useful, they are not enough to reshape the face of combat. Neither is it drone warfare. No. The greatest gift for us, is the Skyfish assault transport. Small craft. 200 tons. Could carry 2 light vehicle bays, each containing vehicles up to 50 tons. Pathfinders to Strikers command. Dragoons fighters have ceased cap. They are moving out, flying low and away from the dropships. LZ defenders down to 1 company of mechs and armor. While Harrow's Sun was a mostly arid world, that didn't mean they lacked forests and rivers. This was also partly why the Dragoons chose to land behind the pass rather than in front of it, because as soon as Wolf Dragoons decided their LZ, Skyfish small craft began to circle around at radar evading heights. 4 Skyfish small craft unloaded 8 50-ton long tom carriers. The Eridani light horse also moved from the use of Unions to Drosts as company-level carriers. Aerodyne dropships also had an easier time low-level flying in the atmosphere, keeping themselves below the radar horizon. Colonel Charles Winston felt it was time to take personal action. Brother I meant that command of the regiment would be almost as effective on the field as it was in the regimental HQ. Wolf's Dragoons did not have eyes in the sky anymore. From the north, 7th Striker Battalion moved in. He watched the pips on the map realign as Arth but not realized the trap. Korshed outside the pass moved to punch through the armor battalion. He could just imagine they were feeling some relief that they had realized the game that the light horse was playing. Inside a small crevice in the rocks overlooking the Eustis Pass, Lt. Henry Van Thaler leading a platoon of jump infantry kept an eye on the Dragoons moving through. Although, he supposed, they were technically not jump infantry anymore. Their sneak suit active camo helped 21 men remain completely unnoticed even as Wolf's Dragoons mechs jumped nearly overhead. The Dragoons' artillery lances were stuck and had to be parked to the side to allow mechs to pass though. Mobile long toms were slow, able to roll only as fast as 32 km per hour on a straight line. The Eustis Pass bent around, and these long toms were around the bend. The walls protected them from artillery and strikes from air-launched bombs and arrows, but also blocking being able to shoot in support. Arth Butnot's plan was to move Epsilon Regiment's mechs out first, breaking the kill box, and then with the enemy withdrawing to the cover of the dropships, move out the long toms. Landed dropships were incredibly vulnerable to artillery. Communications was the weak point in stealth. They had to rely on a signal instead. ELHECM began flooding the airwaves again. I was caught in the middle of a railroad track, thunder. I looked round and I knew there was no turning back, thunder. My mind raced and I thought, what could I do? Thunder. And I knew there was no help from you, thunder. Sound of the drums beating in my heart. The thunder of guns tore me apart. The platoon aimed what they were told were Barton AMR anti-armor heavy sniper rifles. They aimed at the mostly unarmored ammo carriages behind the mobile long tom series of track and trailers, and BWOM. The pass erupted in a shockwave of exploding ordnance and choking smoke. The platoon kept their heads down, trying not to get bowled over. Then they removed the camo coverings from their microcopter backpacks and zoomed away. Because they were VTOL infantry, not jump infantry. George Winston watched as the light horses airmobile long tom did their work. At 50 tons, able to go 54 km per hour, and fuel cell driven, they were a lot. Shells started to rain down at the Dragoons' LZ. The Dragoons were thunderstruck. Tillerby Jungle. Marduk. March 3026. The music. Jamie Wolf came to a stunned realization. That is how they are doing it. They are hiding positional data in the music. We thought it was saturation jamming. Because it is constant, we did not think about where the music was being broadcasted from. We only assumed it is coming from the same high-power jammer. And that is why there were different songs. One for the bomber mechs, another for the archers, and a third for Super Fighting Robot. Omega Man. Super Fighting Robot. Omega Man. 100-ton assault mechs crashed out of the foliage, one of the Omega mechs viciously pummeling an imp. The explosion scattered the wildlife. Mechs walking through the undergrowth no longer left natural warning signs. Lt. Hans Vordel in his Victor bodyguard mech was first to feel the bite as 8 ERPPCs slammed into him from behind. Jamie Wolf had bigger problems now. He had to fight for his life. The light horse finally brought out the 50th Heavy Cavalry Battalion. They smashed through Baker Battalion and as Able Battalion tried to reposition, urban mechs slipped through the understory of the jungle as the surrounding battalions left their leader exposed. The urban mechs ran recklessly into close range, pulse lasers pumping, but even more than that, the mech skidded to a stop right before crashing into Jamie Wolf's command company. Smaller, also vaguely egg-shaped things leaped out from the backs and shoulders of the urban mechs. As one clamped onto Jamie Wolf's archer like a limpet, and a single baleful red eye met his through the cockpit glass, he only had time for one last thought. We're the Super Brawler Brothers, and smashing SAR game. We're not like the others who get all the fame. If your company's is in trouble, you can call us on the double. We're faster than the others, you'll be stuck on the brothers, Vibro claws started to pound on the cockpit glass, and the view distorted into cracks. Battle armor. They have battle armor. Limit break 04. Eustace Pass. Harrow's Sun. Federated Suns. March 3026. Epsilon Command. Arth but not. What is happening? Asked Wilhelmina Korst over comms. Baxter Arthbutnot and his SLDF vintage Highlander stood on a hill overlooking the pass. Jerry Akuma, aside from being issued a mech without jump jets, was still insistent on there being no communications whatsoever with the Eridani Light Horse and stayed at the command center back at the command overlord back at the LZ. While the cliffs were wide and at a shallow angle that collapsing them was unviable as a tactic, the explosive power of multiple long-tom ammo carriages going off all at once was enough to dig through and bring down a cascade of rock and soil. Fortunately, he had ordered the long-toms to be parked only on one side of the pass, leaving enough room that mechs and tanks could gingerly move single file past the still smoking debris. Far behind, he could see thick white smoke also wafting up from the dropship landing zones. That was good, because black smoke was the sign of battle and burning wrecks. That was bad, because it hinted like the fucking thieves that they are, the Eridani Light Horse wanted those dropships intact. To protect the dropships being rushed on landing, was exactly the reason they chose to land behind the choke point in the first place. His radio on another channel barked Zeta Battalion to Epsilon Command. We are ready to defend the LZ. Blue Company is still in the Leopard dropships for tactical combat drop. Do you need them in the air now to avoid this attack and remain available for support? Or do we unload, sir? Epsilon Command, redeploy or unload? Sir? Your orders. Foe Bear, Willie the Foe Bear. Colonel Elliot Jameson commanded a battalion instead of a regiment, but a battalion of some of the most reckless and suicidal mech warriors in the Dragoons. Their mere presence could crack the strongest of enemy positions or convince a stubborn enemy to surrender. Even so, he independently decided there are bears in that smoke. Take off. Take off right now. Opening the Leopards to unload would be giving the enemy free chance to strike them at their most vulnerable. In addition, the Leopards trying for short takeoff might blow away some of the smoke. Arthbutnot watched 3 Leopards fly off, and then only for them to dip down again in a hurry as they were being hit by SCL-1 fire from the nearby dropship artillery towers. They now looked for a good place to V-stall and unload their mechs and run back to the LZ. It was possible there may not have been any bears in that smoke at all. These wolves got Pavlovdi hard. Arthbutnot said out loud to no one in particular, it is not that we have been outmaneuvered. It is not that we have been outplanned. He let out a bitter laugh. It appears the Light Horse had my idea before we executed them and did it better. Half of Epsilon Regiment and most of Gamma had managed to push throughout the mouth of the valley, but now they had no choice but to fight it out there. The way back was blocked. He had to redeploy the remaining half of his regiment to meet the inbound ELH 21st Strikers Battalion moving from due north. Now someone had to go back and defend the dropships, which would force him to split his force again and just hope that the North force could hold the enemy long enough to secure the LZ, or pull back that force and focus on defending the dropships, with the risk of the Light Horse then splitting their force as well and if unhindered would allow them to go through the pass and hit Gamma Regiment from behind. He finally responded, Gamma Actual, this is Epsilon Actual. We cannot support you anymore while our LZ is under threat. Anticipate no more Allied units to move through the pass. I am relinquishing command of Epsilon assets to you, move as you see fit. This included supplies and ammo and engineers to conduct field reloads. Once those out there exhausted their ammo, that was it. From the other side of the pass, Wilhelmina Korst in her warmer stared down at the enemy battle lines. The Dragoons, with the arrival of 2 heavy and 2 medium companies of Epsilon's jump-capable mechs, had finally managed to force the Light Horse to realign their forces and broke the killbox. Now the ponies were retreating slowly back into the shadow of those pair of dropships. The Eridani Light Horse were not unscathed, they too had lost mechs and tanks, perhaps not whole companies on the whole, but in raw numbers they were also down in total a battalion of units. This is fine, she said. Our orders were to engage the Light Horse in open battle, and who are we to refuse such an excellent invitation? She ordered her forces to consolidate, then split into 2, left and right, to reverse the killbox from earlier and now slam into the ponies from both sides. Harrow's Sun. Federated Suns. March 3026. Delta Regiment, despite being intact as an assault regiment, was still having trouble pushing out 4th Deneb's medium-weight regiment from their defense of the city. Unlike New Pontiac on Marduk, the city with mainly mid-rise buildings could not provide adequate cover for an artillery park or a mobile field base for repair and rearm. However, the problem was that Delta could not get close enough to make it count. If the Ryukin over at Marduk had the problem of the overwhelming mass of Gauss rifles from Alicornvis and von Luckner Assault Company, around the city of Musa she had to contend with Sir. Hobart super heavy hover tanks. Effectively almost an Atlas built on a hover chassis, with 19.5 tons of heavy ferrofibrous armor, they had a Gauss rifle and LRM-20 throwing death from range, and 4 medium lasers on sponsons to deal with faster and lighter enemies that tried to get close. But they could swoop at 97 km per hour. While being 100 tons. They were escorted by 75-ton Sir. Hotdog, the hover war dog with a Gauss rifle and an ER large laser in the turret, 13 tons of heavy ferrofibrous armor, and a maximum speed of 118 goddamn kilometers per hour. They came rolling out of the surf, as if they were war horses sent by Neptunus Equester himself. And then suddenly and loudly a cheerily bombastic and yet somehow ominous tune drowned out all channels. Don't be mad, please stop the hating, just be glad that they'll be waiting. Friends we have aren't ever changing. You know the lid's about to blow, when the Thunderbirds are go. Thunderbirds are go. Thunderbirds are go. Thunderbirds are go. Immediately, on the signal, 4th Deneb pulled back all their hovercraft. For the space battle was won, and it was now free season for airstrikes and strafing runs. 100-ton Thunderbird assault fighters swooped down from the sky. Delta Company's partisan AA tanks fired enough flak to make their ammo bins run dry, but air-launched Arrow 4 missiles were already on the way coming from behind the assault fighters. 4th Deneb and Delta Regiment were treated to the knowledge of what 80 AIV missiles arriving and exploding all at once looked like. Harrow Sun. High orbit. 4 hours ago. ELH High Command unsealed Rampage Protocol. But they did not have any more pocket warships they could redeploy. Manpower remained their critical shortage. Dropship-based PWS needed crews, as they were meant to work with others, latch onto jump ships, and even land on worlds if necessary. What make ELH drones different from SLDF AI was that their AI did not go crazy if transported through hyperspace. The small size of the Scout allowed the Light Horse to confidently make pinpoint jumps into transient points inside a gravity well. But what about something smaller? 8 25,000-ton ships appeared, one after another, in the Lagrange point between Harrow Sun and its star. At 2.5 gs of acceleration and braking, they were about 4 hours away instead of the 9 days from the jump point. One remained at the pirate point to excuse how it may have been a jump ship dropping in, as long as no one looked too closely, while 5 proceeded to take the orbitals. They were only about the size of a dropship, but had the ability to jump between systems. They were jump ships that were too small to carry a drop collar, but possessed a compact core of 40% their mass instead of the 90% of a jump ship. They were thinly armored, an Overlord had more armor than them. But the technical term for them was subcompact warship, and they each carried 20 fighters, 16X Thunderbird Thunderdrone 100-ton assault fighters and 8X Rondelum drone fighter bomber land air mechs. The ELH had decided to add 100 more fighters to the party. The same thing happened over Galter, over New Aberdeen, over Marduk, and over Anting. New Aberdeen. Draconis March. March 3026. Bad Egg Company, exclusively formed of medium and light mechs, had to tangle with an assault company. This was unsustainable. Fortunately they were quick to eject. The meat was much more valuable than the metal. I'm out. I'm out. Yelled Adamushka. In the distance, a dropship was landing. Andreas Kane scowled. Reinforcements would let this become less of a sure thing. He ordered his company to prepare to disengage. A pity, but he would not be killing a legend today. Although, he said with a dark chuckle, what sort of legend needs someone else to come in and bail her out of trouble like some princess in distress? That's all there is to Mosley, the pampered horse. His sensors then reported small craft. No, that was not a dropship at all. It was just shaped like one. It landed far too close to the battle. It just looked like a dropship coming down for a landing from further away because of the illusion of size. It was a 200-ton spheroid small craft. To be precise, a MOMBA. Mobile Mech Bay Airlifter. It carried a full-sized 150-ton mech bay with an assault-class battle mech all ready to go. Hey you, Black Inferno bastard in your big so scary king crab. You think you're tough? Come over and have a go. Thwong. Thwong. Shrak. Shrak. A king crab with 2 Gauss rifles was enough to dominate a battlefield. What could possibly be more imbalanced than the Royal Mackie with its 4 PPCs? Barbara Mosley, White Unicorn Miss Badass, stomped back into the fight. A 100-ton High King urban mech with 4 improved Gauss rifles has joined the group chat. Unlike the king crab, it had full armor to rival an Atlas. It even had a flowing cape and a crown for no good reason. Andreas Kane calmly considered all the blaring red armor low alarms inside his mech cockpit and said, "Cover me." Ordered retreat. It was too early in the day for this bullshit. Galter. Federated Sons. March 3026. SGT. Liam Chen certainly did not expect his life to transition from a police story to an infantryman story to a mech warrior story. However, Galter's militia needed every capable man they could put into a mech, while it seemed that the Eridani Light Horse was willing to share an urban mech with every man that qualified. The militia standard urban mech he piloted, UM-79G, was called aggressively mediocre. With a top of speed of 64 km per hour, armed with an AC/5 and 2 medium lasers, 2 jump jets, 6 tons of armor, one could argue that it was only just fast enough and usefully armed enough to use in large numbers. He was being put to the test, fighting against a Shadow Hawk multi-role battle mech that was faster 86 kph but otherwise had the same AC/5 main gun, backed by a LRM-5 launcher, a SRM-2 launcher, and a medium laser. It had arms it could punch and grab with, which was useful in carrying away loot. The pirate Shadow Hawk, thinking the Irby was helpless in close range, certainly did not expect him to kick back, shattering its knee. As the mech toppled, he had no problems plugging its exposed back with a burst from his AC/5. The pirate mech, already poorly maintained and patchily armored, tore itself apart as its ammo ignited. Brob! Brob! AC/5 fire continued to echo through the streets. It was most unwise to try to fight them on urban terrain where the enemy could not dodge away. Other urban mech lances ran to intercept pirate landings. He knew the Light Horse had their hands full rushing to their dropships dropping from site to site, trying to kill the enemy before they could cause too much death and damage. While the enemy may have been able to penetrate orbital defenses, leaving with their loot and slaves was much more difficult. Dropships trying to clear orbit were sitting ducks against capital and aero fighter fire. Unlike their landings, it was impossible to coordinate to leave all at the same time. He wondered how the others were doing and prayed this would be over soon. Ca. Boom. Rampage Horse had swarms of flying drone bombs swoop down against identified enemy positions. There was no hiding from them. Colonel Edward Stimson still had to disperse his 2 battalions into company-sized elements to deal with so many dispersed landings. The Black Infernos, acting like pirates, would be treated as pirates. The largest concentration of landings was south of New Delhi. He led the mech complement of Regimental Battle Group, 2 lances of mechs and 2 lances of mech artillery, down south to clean up. 2 lances of missile hovercraft escorted his flanks. And while most of the LZs were wrecks, the ELH had no more fucks to give about Hosties Humanis Generis. One zone with a Union still looked clear. Pristine, even. Bomb drones swooped down at around 500 km per hour, and PPC fire intercepted them on the way. The PPC fire even managed to take out 2 in a line, and a near miss caused other drones to crash into another nearby drone. Explosions took out the rest in fratricidal fire. 2 shots managed to take out 7 drones. At the center of the site was a vaguely rounded machine. That was no Warmer. It was an urban hammer painted red and black. "Aw shit. It's Kerensky," exhaled Edward Stimson. There was no need to ask why she was there. Headhunting regimental commanders was a perfectly valid mercenary mission. Anting. Matsueda Prefecture. Draconis Combine. Anting was assigned as the garrison homeworld of Wolf's Dragoons during their time of employ with the Draconis Combine. They built a sprawling base at Bupeg over 5 kilometers that held command centers, repair facilities, supply depots, housing, and resources for Dragoons' dependents. This was similar to what the Eridani Light Horse did to make Fort Bradley, though that base was built for more long-term use instead of being expected to pack it up and go after 5 days. The Ryakan had a similar base set up on the other side of Sarant, the planetary capital. There had always been concerns that the planet was too close to the border to be safe from a deep penetration raid. Jamie Wolfe had previously said with a smile to Minobu Tetsuhara that it was Takashi Kurita's way to get a free garrison for a world not technically listed in the service contract. Anting also had the Anting Legions, a homegrown force that served as free-floating regiments, but Anting University, ATU, closed its doors in 3015 after a band of Sunjong alumni staged a raid against it in retaliation for Sunjong losses in the Kensai Kami, a graduate school for DCMS members and inspired by the gunslinger program of the SLDF. The Kensai Kami pit the best mech warriors of the DCMS against each other and the instructors, with Sunjong Academy graduate mech warriors often taking top honors. The 2nd and 4th Anting Legions were on duty on New Caledonia in the Diran district and Valentina in the Rasselhog district. Now 3 battalions of Beta Regiment were on station. With 2nd Ryakan on the world, there were some internal concerns if they were there to defend dependents against Davian raids, or against the regiment that they were training. The people were not enthused about mercenaries defending them, not helped by Kerensky's Black Widow Company constantly getting arrested for roughhousing in bars. But with Davian arriving with 3 regiments over Anting, there was no more time for politically incited distrust. The 4th Davian Guards RCT, the 1st Seti Hussars RCT, and the new Ivarsan Chasseurs arrived. They brought with them 3 mech regiments, 4 armor regiments, and 4 infantry regiments. Like most worlds, Anting was at least a week of travel at 1 gram from the jump point, and the defenders had plenty of time to organize. Plenty of time for the Ryukin and Dragoons to butt heads over who would have the honor of defending the capital. Colonel Andrei Shostakovich, commanding Beta Regiment, argued that the 2nd Ryukin was little more than a battalion at the moment, and a green seed to grow into a regiment. TSA Elijah Sato, the appointed officer, held a rank equivalent to colonel, was an arrogant sort that relied on pre-made battle plans. In the name of Lord Kurita, I am in command, shouted Sato. Without the liaison officer present on this world, I also carry his proxy. I order you to stand aside and follow the plans of your betters. We have fought Davian across centuries, and through that experience crafted many plans on how to properly defend a world. We only need to assign the most appropriate one according to their number and deployment of forces. After restraining himself from making less polite replies, Shostakovich thought, do I really need to deal with this? It is likely that Davian is here for the Dragoons in the first place. He exhaled roughly and said, you are correct, TSA. Please forgive me for my presumption. Deploy as you see fit, we will stand by in case the Davians land in a place we may attack. Good. It took too long for you to realize your proper place. Unting. 2 weeks later. We are not savages, said Marshal Eugene Drivers over comms as effectively 6 regiments surrounded the Bupag military reservation. It was hard fought even with the numbers advantage. We will respect all customs of war and will hold your defenders safe and untouched until an agreement can be reached with what remains of Wolf's Dragoons High Command. There is no need for any more unnecessary deaths. The 4th Davian Light Guards was a storied regiment, with 2 first princes, Prince Karl Davian, and most recently Prince Ian Davian, Hansa Davian's elder brother, dying while fighting alongside them on the 3rd Battle of Mallory's World. They avenged Ian Davian's death by recovering his body and wiping out the 2nd Legion of Vega with the help of the Kellhounds. Now Marshal Drivers felt honored by Hansa Davian's trust, that the regiment that Ian Davian gave his life for should take this operation, that they would put their anger against the proper enemy. They were expected to be merciless in combat, but magnanimous in victory. Much to their surprise, the Eridani Light Horse arrived to reinforce their assault with a wing of 40 fighters just in time as their dropship fleet arrived after a week of transit. Jumping into the pirate point as they were known to do, the Light Horse sent 2 fighter carriers. The ELH remained stubbornly silent, however, communicating mainly through textual coded messages. The AFFS thought about seizing Prometheus Station, but the ELH warned that the Dragoons might just scuttle it and waste everyone's time. Eugene Drivers knew that the Eridani Light Horse were keeping a careful eye on how they treated Wolf's Dragoons and their dependents, and while the AFFS was conflicted on what to feel about the Light Horse, it would be unwise to sour relations with Hansa Davian's most favored mercenaries. Everyone would have to act like true professionals and not let their emotions get the better of them. 2nd Ryukin had faced off against the 1st Ivarsan chasseurs and were convincingly crushed. 25.1 Peace through power. Hilton Head. Terra. March 3026. What have you done? Prekenter Diro no, Mendu, what have you done? Hissed out Hutrin Vandal, Prekenter New Avalon. What are you moaning at me for? This has been an unqualified success. Success? Are you insane? By what metric can you call this a success? The Davians and the Light Horse have yet another landslide victory. Wolf's Dragoons met the Eridani Light Horse at their best and were completely destroyed. 3 regiments sourced from a SLDF division was wasted. Mendel Waterley only sneered back as the din overtook the chamber. As much as it sounds counterfactual, Prekenter Diran is correct, Primus Julian Tiapolo said with a raised palm. This has been a success. We should not treat the loss of forces as anything significant to ourselves. We would never have been able to recover the 295th Battle Mech Division for ourselves. We should instead celebrate their destruction. He adjusted his round eyeglasses. There was the question of whether someone would come to the rescue of the Dragoons or the Light Horse if they were ever at risk of total destruction. For the Dragoons it is now made clear that their limits have been reached. But for the Light Horse. He looked to the distance and smiled thinly. They have exposed themselves. The Light Horse do have a significant backer. I meant that nuclear bombing on Colchester. I am still uncomfortable that this runs counter to the non-interference policy that Blake set for us, added Vandal. Old Han Everson, Prekenter Thurcad, interrupted with a prolonged period of peace is the greatest threat to Blake's vision. In truth, the chance was too good to pass up. The Eridani Light Horse's reckless action and Kuritas had all the chances of inflaming the inner sphere into the 4th Succession War. Mendel Waterley nodded. That may not have gone as planned, but isn't it still revealing? Anti-nuclear shield technology. The blast was meant to destroy the Eridani Light Horse, but they had anti-orbital defenses. A destroyed city would have been even better as a casus belli. None of them cared for the death toll of millions and in the war, perhaps tens of millions, even billions. The apocalyptic consequences was even the desired outcome. Blake's vision spoke that Comster would be the one light to lead them out of their devastated worlds when the people have lost all trust in their rulers and their old allegiances. Answers to our questions just leads to more questions, Vilius Tya, Prekenter Xian. It is still better to know than to make blind assumptions. We have reached out perhaps too far, and now should pull back. However, at least we now have an idea about how far we may push either the light horse or the dragoons. The Eridanis and their assistance with the Federated Commonwealth is something we must prepare for, added Pedregor Elise, Precenter Atrus. We must be concerned if the level of technology and military sophistication displayed by the light horse would be the standard that the Federated Commonwealth Army would operate. The notion of pocket warships being a war-winning weapon has at least been discredited, Vilius Tjar replied. It is as I had theorized. Elise hummed and rubbed at his chin. Once again, interference by the light horse has turned what would normally be weeks of combat into a matter of days. It is interesting, their doctrine is one that is surely worth studying. Even our comguards should take note. Hutrin Vandal shrugged. They take the initiative to attack the enemy as soon as they land. It is difficult enough to train, and requires some specialized formations. As the old saying goes, over-specialize and you breed in weakness. Then I suppose the question is what next? Old Han Everson asked. Katrina Steiner and her Helm Corps paired with the economic might of the Lyran Commonwealth is another grave threat. The Davians might take this chance to push the offensive against Kurita or against Liao, if they feel that Kurita may be weakened enough to divert forces away from their front. Should we give more aid to Kurita? Asked Vilius Teoi. She had no confidence that Maximilian Liao would make good use of any direct military aid. Kurita, at least, had managed by themselves to figure out possible anti-pocket warship tactics. Kurita started to use nukes in space, but while theoretically Takashi Kurita had enough control over his forces to forbid their use on a world, Maximilian Liao might just use them to false flag and blatantly lie about Davian atrocities even while literally no one believes his face. Diablo glanced at Mendu's face, then shook his head. No. We have given them enough while the light horse may have pulled off the impossible again and broke 5 regiments with 3, the Draconis combine is far from beaten. They still have the rest of the SLDF fleet to harvest. He nodded toward Elise. As Precenter Atrus stated, it is time for us to pull back. We must collect and make sense of what information they have revealed in their panic. We must only do enough to keep them from being comfortable. Suddenly, the room's shadows were replaced by stark red light. What is this? Barked Diablo. Forgive our interruption, Primus, but we have a critical alert. Tojo Jarlath, Precenter Rom, came through. Rom reported directly to the Primus, and were not or should not be privy to the strategic discussions of the First Circuit. An intelligence service should not start thinking they could influence their own orders. There are jumps into the system. Pirate point, not jump points. Behind his dark glasses, Diablo's eyes widened. There was now only one force now known to routinely bypass jump points and enter Lagrange points. Where? Do they dare? Mendel Waterly spat. Do the light horse have the arrogance to violate the neutrality of Terra? Is this a raid? Everson asked with a scowl. He had no confidence that the comguards would be able to slow down the light horse to prevent them from accomplishing what they want in a limited objective lightning strike, but there were enough defenders on Terra to make invasion foolish for even a great house. But we have anti-orbital defenses of our own. We could impose a blackout on the entire Federated Suns for this. Shouted Vandal. Diablo shouted over them. Report. What is the situation? Is Terra under a threat? No, Primus. It is the pirate point to Saturn. Ships are burning in towards Saturn. All of them that appeared at the jump point. Acceleration profile at least 2 gravities. Titan. A horrified gasp and a hush fell through the room. The Titan yards around the moon of Titan, which orbited Saturn. The last fully functional warship slips in the inner sphere. Then Jartlatha's voice calmed down, but with even more tension added. Primus, we are receiving wideband communications. Patching it through now. A clearly electromechanically modified voice spoke into the dark room. We are the friends of Blake. Comster, we have been wronged. Have we not been true? We have given our word to Blake. Blake saw a vision of our future. We all wore the crest of the Second Star League. Long we waited in the dark. For Blake's sign. But we understand that no organization could have persisted this long. Without disagreement and mavericks. Without heretics. But you have attempted to harm those that lie under our protection. Our children, as sure as you hold Terra to your bosom. We are here. As Blake foretold. To deliver a sign of our displeasure. May it lead to more fruitful, more respectful partnerships in the future. The hollow projector in the middle of the room was hurriedly adjusted to display the system map. The massive distances involved in outer planetary orbits meant that the L1 was about 65 million kilometers away from Saturn. At normal 1 gravity, this would be 45 hours or 1 day and 21 hours. At 2 gravities 1 day and 6 hours. The warships on station at Titan need to be mobilized. Shouted Hutrin Vandal. If we reveal that we have warships ourselves, no, they already know. That is why they are targeting the Titan yards. This makes the question, who are they? How do they know? Who told them? Pedregor Elias continued to mumble. If they truly are friends of Blake, we demand they stop. Said Vilius Tya. No. Intercept them. Shouted Mandil Waterley. Comster will not be bullied like this. Wideband communications? Is everybody in the system receiving this? Primus. Julian Diabolo only stared up at the image in silence, his face lit by a blue glow. Then, his lips broke out into an expression of supreme delight. Galter. Federated Sons. March 3026. Well, bold oars and broomsticks, hissed Colonel Edward Stimson, as his mech pitched forward and fell flat on its face. Natasha Kerensky kept shooting him in the crotch until the gyro was punched through. The rest of the regimental command company glowered over the dual grounds with Kerensky's Black Widow company on the other side. Stimson decided not to waste time and just challenged her to single combat, even knowing he would likely lose. Mech warriors generally did not like thinking they had no chance, but Stimson was a man that saw a planet with a face and knew there was some bullshit going on here. As a commander of men, he was an able tactician but was a poor administrator, a poor fit for a regimental commander. He knew he was just an interim commander, there to instill a common spirit until its destined leader could take command. He feared no death. Natasha Kerensky walked over and asked with deathly calm, "What did you do to me? If I kill you, would that make Mosley grow even more to overcome me? This is not natural. I was not capable of this, until you ponies took me away. Why is this? What did you do? That is a difficult question. Do you believe in fate? Do you think that if something is seen in a vision, it is predestined? Or should we fight against it with all of our power, even if doing so might cause the very thing we fear might come to pass?" Natasha's eyes narrowed, and answered with a voice even but deep with intensity. "I don't care for philosophical musings, Stimson. What I need is answers. Visions, fate, these are distractions. What did you do to make me this way? I need to know before it is too late, and do not count on any supposed gratefulness for my time in the care of the Light Horse if you try to keep the truth from me." Stimson contemplated his next words carefully, feeling that the inner sphere could turn on this moment. Or maybe he could do better than death by Kerensky. "We did nothing to you, but the same thing that changes how you interact with the universe around you is something that is also something that forces the Eridani Light Horse to live to our fullest potential." He raised the hand of his urban master to a thumbs up. "Are you Achilles, or are you Hector? Marked as her equal, neither Kerensky nor Mosley can live while the other survives. Think it over well. How you die influences how long your people will live after you." Kerensky walked over and pointed her guns at Stimson's back. "I'm not satisfied by that. Kerensky." Gary Milgard, the regiment's second-in-command, screamed through comms. "We have your dropship zeroed in. You can forget about leaving this planet if you shoot." "I respond poorly to threats," Kerensky replied. "Hold it." Stimson ordered his regiment again. "Even the spaceships. You know the terms in this duel, death is possible. You're not who I want to kill anyway. I think Kurita would like it better if you were alive. You're spiteful enough to kidnap me like a princess, aren't you? Is this revenge for your 3 months as a babysitter? But capturing him for Kurita's sake would be worse. The DCMS would not be kind at all with their interrogation. It would be kinder to be killed." Alternatively, Natasha seemed to be the sort with philosophical objections to safe words. Colonel Stimson chuckled. "Do as you wish. But there is another thing you might as well keep in mind." "What is it?" "We have Jamie Wolf." Natasha Kerensky stilled. "You * are now the highest-ranking wolf. So, if you need me as an excuse to be granted freedom to withdraw, that is fine. But you know who will soon be talking to Jamie Wolf. You might want him back all the sooner. Mosley will suffer for this, I promise you that." Natasha hissed. Harrow's Son. Federated Sons. March 3026. Zeta Battalion were fearless. No matter the enemy, they would not run from a fight. But instead of dropping artillery, the Light Horse kept dropping smoke. The dropships sealed themselves up as fortresses, but unable to see anything, they were helpless against attacks that aimed directly at their hatches. Zeta Battalion could only listen to their comms about enemies breaking through. That was another good reason not to go into the smoke, but maybe they could stand around and protect a few select dropships. Zeta Battalion walked through the smoke, the white hell of phosphors, with the constant jamming sound of someone whistling in the background. Radar still worked, however, and Red Company walked in close formation towards the unmistakable returns of an Overlord dropship. With its sheer mass of metal at their back, at least they would have one arc they didn't need to worry about. Only give your enemies bad options. This was the difference between tactics and strategy. Baxter Arthbutnot returned to the LZ, and found Zeta Battalion down on the ground. Their mechs had their legs ripped apart from under themselves. They were, at least, alive. "What happened?" he asked. Colonel Jameson, with his stalker flat on its back, spat back, "Damned bears. Damned bear cubs! Zeta Battalion's Hellraisers were happy to die gloriously. But this hurt more. They have battle armor. Arthbutnot's radio buzzed with external comms. Winston of the Light Horse to Arthbutnot of the Dragoons. We have your dropships. Your Kurita liaison officer is dead. Let us talk. Arthbutnot sighed. Behind him, Wilhelmina Korst brought back what remained of Gamma Regiment. Those 2 artillery drop towers had a company's worth of long toms in them. They had twice that number in Gauss rifles. Surrounding the defenders to saturate one side and cause a weakness in another would only work if they had numeric superiority. Kurita's orders were to cause as much damage to the light horse as possible. There is a way to solve their artillery drop towers the same way pocket warships are not insurmountable, but that's not something we can see right now, she said through comms. Korst wisely decided that she had already caused as much damage to the light horse as was possible. If they followed her back through the pass, the situation would reverse. We still made them bleed, don't mistake that. Don't fear them, they are not unstoppable. They are just confusing. In the distance he saw mounted infantry. Literally mounted infantry on horses. Robot horses. Arthbutnot sighed. Why do you do these things, Eridani Light Horse? Unknown. Unknown. Date unknown. Jamie Wolf sat in a cold, sterile interrogation room. Battle armor all but disassembled his archer's legs out from under him, and thereafter it was little more trouble to scoop him out of the cockpit. He was loaded into a VTOL, then onto a dropship, then onto a jump ship. Within the day he felt the distinctive sensation of FTL travel. Then, a few short minutes again, that same inside-out tingle. The ELH was not hiding from him that they had lithium fusion batteries. He had been patched up and handcuffed to a chair, which itself was bolted to the floor. It faced a metal table with 2 other chairs on the other side. The door hissed open. Nathan Armstrong, in the olive drab SLDF uniform of the regular army, entered. Following him was a young teen carrying a sippy cup with an extra long straw. He wore a high-collar black jacket, and his head gleamed. Good evening, Colonel Wolf. I am Nathan Armstrong. This is my adjutant, Devlin Stone. I apologize for your restraints, but we have not yet received your official parole that you will not attempt to escape. Salutations, Jamie Wolf of Wolf. Devlin chirped out. Jamie Wolf stared dully up at them. Congratulations, Armstrong. You have won. What do you want? As you may have already guessed, there are important questions we want answered. The 2 sat down. Stone. Devlin Stone reached over and put down the sippy cup near Jamie Wolf, enough that he could reach over and drink from the straw if he wanted. The cup's magnetic bottom locked itself onto place on the metal surface. The boy smiled widely and affably, but his eyes were feral. Tell me, Colonel Wolf, do you still remember the weather on Strinamekti? 25.2 peace through power. Unting. Matsueda Prefecture. Draconis Combine. Wolf's Dragoons had a problem. Takashi Kurita had a problem. But Greek Samsonov had an opportunity. The Davian force still maintained the siege around Bupag. Marshal Eugene Drivers took the printout from the communications officer. 2. 4th Davian Light Guards RCT Command. From, Eridani Light Horse RCT Command. CC, AFFS High Command. Begin. Marduk invasion repulsed. First Ryakan shattered, 70% losses. Wolf Dragoons, WD, Alpha Regiment defeated, 50%, losses. Jamie Wolf captured. Galter invasion repulsed. Second Black Inferno shattered, 80% losses. Edward Stimson, Colonel Eridani Light Horse, ELH, 91st Regiment captured by Captain Natasha Kerensky, WD Black Widows Independent Company. New Aberdeen invasion repulsed. First Black Inferno shattered, 60% losses. Harrow Sun invasion repulsed. Wolf's Dragoons Gamma Regiment, Epsilon Regiment defeated, 50% losses. WD Delta Regiment shattered, 70% losses. Situation proceeds. Wolf's Dragoons Alpha, Gamma, Epsilon, Delta Regiments retreated off-world. Expected to reassemble on Misri or Anting. DCMS reinforcements inbound to Anting, 21st Galdan Regulars, 8th Galdan Regulars, MacD's Cutthroats, 5th Galdan Regulars. And it was time. He broke open the sealed orders and read Hansa Davian's words. Then he chuckled. This felt dishonest. Had. But Kuritans could be relied on to be Kuritans. Hilton Head. Terra. March 3026. Terra, being the center of the inner sphere, was an important layover point for jump ship travel. While travel to Terra was normally restricted without an invitation, travelers could temporarily ease themselves on stations at the jump points. There were at all times at least dozens of jump ships parked and observing events inside the system. While Comster had 2 powerful fleets, the need for secrecy had them based on 2 nearby hidden worlds. Terra only had a token defense force. Because it was known that Titan had one of the few yards capable of producing new jump ships, it was not unusual for a ship to leave the slips around Saturn, slowly transit to the standard jump points at constant acceleration of 0.10 grams, take 28 days to travel about 50 AUS, and then wink out in a jump. In this manner they had been able to move warships out without notice. Titan, or the orbit of Saturn in particular, was just under the 10-0 jump limit of Sol's gravity. Jump points in the zenith and nadir positions were there for ease of calculation and handling. Technically anywhere outside of 10-0 was free to jump to, it would just still take the same amount of time to reach in system. Jumping to a pirate point closer than that was risky, and an unmistakably hostile act. Anything ever done in a hurry was not for peaceful purposes. 16 hours had already passed since the event. The first circuit meeting from before now had to involve Prekenta Ram, as it had become a war council. Tojo Jarlath was much more of an administrative mind, improving Comster's intelligence capabilities, and was chosen for his absolute loyalty to Comster's mission and the orders of the Primus. His predecessor, Visser Christopher, had gone rogue and cooperated with Anton Merrick in the Merrick Civil War just to cause Wolf's Dragoons to cause enough damage and force them to flee to another supply run, allowing Comster to follow them and uncover their secrets. He believed this could grant him enough prestige to eventually achieve the post of Primus. This of course only led him to his death, and Jarlath wisely held no such ambitions. Trying to get clever and make plots was more unnecessary work. As Prekenta Ram, he also was in overall command of the Comster Guards and militia. This situation was unfortunately outside of his own experience, or anyone's experience, and so the first circuit arguing for the response was as valid a way to find the right solution as any. Anyone that reached the rank of Prekenter, even if required them to be more political creatures than anything, still need a background in astrophysics. At the very least, this was a situation where any action carried a political implication. We can't reactivate warships, it would make it too obvious that we lied about the ships all being destroyed. That would make us a target for the House Lords. Yet if we fight in the range of Titan we would risk the only remaining shipyard and factory capable of repairing and producing large warships in the inner sphere. They are no friends of Blake if that is their aim. This is a declaration of war. As the first circuit argued, the Primus of Comster watched the invaders crawl ever closer to contact. Who are they? Julian Diablo murmured. Their actions here will confirm the worst I imagined out of Wolf's Dragoons. Is this also part of the vision of Blake? He leaned back on his chair and steepled his fingers above his chest, into a triangle shape with his thumbs touching. Fighting them will expose how Terra is prepared to resist invasion. Secrecy has ever been our ally, pulling us all out to the light like this makes all our strengths into weaknesses. He smiled. It is masterful. And this understanding makes me believe that only someone from Comster would know. We have been betrayed by a heretic or an apostate. Or more terrifyingly, all this time there was a second foundation, a sister denomination, we were to be left ignorant about. If we are fortunate that is so, Primus, spoke up old Han Everson. But the exclusive protection of Terra is also Comster's mandate. Mendel Waterly hissed, we can't move any of the defense forces from their dead orbits. Fine. Activate the one Dante on the slips on Titan and have it support the Bastion defense station. If we just make it look like the action of semi-mobile defense stations it would not be so obvious. The CSV Montpellier normally served with the Second Fleet, but 2 years ago it developed problems with its computer systems that could not be fixed with the Faslin-class yardship attached to the fleet. It needed to go all the way back to its original dock for reprogramming and overhaul, to check in case the same problems would develop in the other ships of its class. While being checked, Diablo decided that it might be a good time to consider refitting the Montpellier for long-range operations. Now they were lucky that a real warship happened to be available. That is what I recommended a few minutes ago. Protested Pedragor Elise. Primus, I believe the important question is, are we facing warships? What has Rom learned from the sensor arrays on Titan? Diablo nodded. The invaders had already passed the halfway point and needed to flip about to decelerate, otherwise they would too quickly approach the target and overshoot, with mere minutes to engage. This was the best time to calculate the mass of inbound ships, as their deceleration rate compared to the brightness of their drive flare hinted at their genuine tonnage. Jarlath stood up. He clicked his heels and consulted his datapad briefly before reporting the inbound ships are decelerating at 2.5 gravities. We estimate their tonnage at about 150,000 tons. The deceleration phase was the best time to assess invaders, because their deceleration rates compared to the brightness of their drive flares hinted at their genuine mass. It would always be in constant proportion, while in the acceleration phase drives could surge at will. Those are not dropships. Yet if they are moving under their own power, they are not jump ships, breathed Hutrin Vandal. We know that the Light Horse somehow have gained access to a yard that can mass-produce Scout II class jump ships. So, it is not unrealistic to consider that they have access to a compact KF core slip yard. The compact core, occupying only 40% of a ship's mass, compared to the 90% of a jump ship, was in practice the main thing that defined a warship from a jump ship. It allowed a ship to propel itself at practical velocities across a star system and carry useful armor and weapons. That just means a greater incentive to destroy Titan yards. Viliustya realized. So we must act. Waterly shouted again. Or else we will be made irrelevant. Reactivating the mothball fleet disguised as dead hulks and Trojan asteroids at the Sol Terran L4 would still mean they are 1.5 billion kilometers away from being able to help, answered Everson. The L4 point was the stable position 60 degrees between Sun and Terra, ahead of the planet's orbit. It was positioned in a prime position to be able to quickly more defend the home world of humanity, at least compared to the 9 days from the jump point. For true naval defense, Comster relied on the 1st and 2nd fleets, with the 2nd fleet based on the hidden world Ross 248 merely 10.8 li away from Terra being flagged by a Black Lion-class battlecruisers. Even they brought the whole fleet however, they would emerge at the standard jump points and take over a week to transit in system. Julian Tiapolo returned to brooding and waiting in silence. Unless commanded, Jarlath also chose to remain as an observer, not betraying any hint of disdain about how the First Circuit behaved. While the others argued, Pedregor Elias copied the Primus silence and stared at the system map. After a few more minutes he said softly, "They are too small." And then more loudly, "They are too small." "What?" asked Mintu. "My fellow Prekenters, our predecessors laid down the Dante-class frigate as a ship that could be run with extensive automation and minimal crew. It is 610,000 tons and capable of up to 4 thrust gravities. These ships, even with 5 of them, will barely equal 1 Dante, and how much armor could they possess? Even a Vincent-class corvette is 420,000 tons. They are too small. Small enough not to be able to destroy Titan yards?" asked Tia. "No, if they held any capital weaponry at all, they could still do enough damage. But they are so small that they need to be fast, at least as fast as a Dante, to be effective as picket ships. Nothing of this size could withstand an arc with a pair of NA/30s, much less a broadside. Therefore I am perplexed, unless they are absolutely sure that we would not dare fire at them with capital weapons, or nuclear weapons, they are sending these ships and their crew out to die." Elias concluded. "What is your point?" "That we should not worry," asked Waterly with a frown. "Just as we hide our capabilities, obviously these foreign elements must also want to minimize what observers can see about their true power. We should not trust these are the maximum they can deploy. This is a show of force that tells us that they are capable of manufacturing warships, but they are not confident enough to show them. Much like ourselves. So you take their claim about being friends of Blake seriously? Just from that?" scoffed Waterly. "As long as they do dare to make an attack on Titan, they will not be forgiven. Might I remind our esteemed Prekenter from Diran," said Everson, "that from someone else's perspective, we have already done worse by trying to conduct an unprovoked nuclear bombing. That is not equal." Hutrin Vandal raised his hand. "We still should shoot first if they refuse to stop though," he said while looking to Primus Tiapolo. "It is plenty of time to prepare. They wanted us to see them coming. But the mandate of Comster under the Communications Protocol of 2787 means we are in our rights to refuse or shoot down unwanted visitors. Combat accelerating at 2 gs, then decelerating at 2.5 gs, that must be exhausting," mused Elias. "It would still take them 14 more hours to come to a relative stop and take part in combat maneuvers. If it were me." He began to type into the console in front of his seat. "Yes?" asked Tia. "What would you do? This deceleration phase should be just enough to come to a stop and then start to accelerate again towards the pirate point. I would throw a massive volley of missiles and then retreat. It would expose as little of my ships to danger as possible while being a significant threat to the target." Hutrin Vandal beamed. "That sounds most reasonable, Prekenter Atrus. Yes, that sounds the most likely and we should respond appropriately." He turned towards Tiapolo. "As much as I might not like it, Prekenter Diran is correct. We must intercept." While Comster under Primus Takami ordered the expansion of the Comguards to 50 regiments, it was still under the command of Prekenter Ram, who reported directly to the Primus. "What do you think?" Tiapolo asked him. "Because of the limits of aerofighter combat range, we would not be able to intercept for further away than 30 minutes, perhaps an hour if the fighters carry extra undercarriage fuel tanks," replied Jarlath. "This would of course put them outside of the weapon range of a defense station. There is however the potential to reduce the enemy's numbers well before contact. They would need to carry more than twice as much fuel as it takes to reach the enemy." "What if the Dante is moved out?" asked Waterly. "Dangerous," murmured Elias. "And yet the Eridani Light Horse have a proven record of defeating arrow wings with their pocket warships. I would not be comfortable thinking these ships have insufficient anti-fighter capacity. Is this feasible, Prekenter Ram? If the warship moves at 1/2 thrust gravity, it may be possible to mask its output enough that by the time it reaches the interception point it may be diffuse enough to appear as just one among other assault dropships moving in close formation. What if this is bait to move our defenders out of position? Asked Everson. Where else are they going to appear from? Asked Hudrin Vandal. The other closest L2 pirate point is exactly as far away as L1, from behind Saturn. It would be days away. A larger concern is that it takes radio about 80 minutes to reach Saturn, and another 80 minutes for us to get a response back. We must commit to this at least 4 hours before the enemy reaches Titan. 6 to 8 would be better. Everson nodded. I withdraw the objection, Prekenter New Avalon. As Prekenter there can I give my vote to the idea of combat intercept. I should not have to be seconding my own motion, but Darren agrees, said Waterley. With myself as Prekenter New Avalon I also support this motion. However, the decision is still up to our Primus. Julian Diabolo glanced at the clock. It would still be half a day before any motion would be irreversible. The fact that tension could string this far made every minute even more unbearable. So be it. Give me a workable plan within the hour. Saturn orbit. 12 hours later. Titan Yard's defense squadron consisted mainly of the Bastion-class defense station, Warwick Station, and its 40 fighters. A Leopard-class carried Space Marines for boarding operations, and 3 Achilles-class assault dropships supported it. Crews rushed into the CSV Montpellier, hurriedly trying to reactivate it. It still lacked aft main guns. As part of the refit process it was considered that replacing its NAC-30 naval autocannons with NAC-20 could free up another 15,000 tons for supplies. Captain Elanthorne rose to her post from an aerofighter background, and the 12 aerofighters based on the Montpellier were ready to launch. The ship crawled to position at point 3 GS, and after 3 hours had traveled 171,000 kilometers. After turning off its engines, it now coasted along at 31 kilometers per second. The benefit of this movement was that it was not a high enough velocity that needed flipping around to decelerate. To shed attitude adjustment thrusters would be enough to overcome it and achieve combat speed. Their movement was slow and predictable enough that the inbound ships could adjust their path to avoid it. However, this would also take them out of the direct approach to Titan yards. If they needed to turn around in a hurry, they could make it back to Titan in less than half the time, 1 hour and 2 minutes at 2.5 GS. Time to contact? She asked again. 3 hours, 9 minutes, the navigations officer replied. The Bastion released all but 6 of its fighters, plus her 12 fighters meant 46 fighters. The ship's integrated fighters would launch 30 minutes before contact, and allow the station's fighter wings to refuel from her stores. Then fully fueled, all ready for intense combat. Captain Thorne nodded. Stay alert. She raised her command chair's internal communications handset to her lips. Bridge to engineering, checking in. Have you fully compartmentalized the holes in our aft? Engineering to bridge, aye. There's enough armor backing behind the gun mounts. We've sealed off the area, it shouldn't normally take that much more damage than other sections in combat. We are likely to fight the first true warship against warship battle since the end of the Second Succession Wars. Prepare to take damage from naval lasers. Naval lasers outranged naval autocannons, though not by much, and even the largest naval laser, the NL-55, did little more than half as much damage as the lightest NAC-10. Massing 1,100 and 2,000 tons respectively, NACs were much more efficient ton for ton. A pair of NAC-30s massed only 7,000 tons. To achieve the same damage vs armor, you needed 11,000 tons in capital lasers. But the enemy was trying to shed velocity they could not reverse and escape from NAC range if caught in the intercept. This was odd, because she figured that if it were up to her, she wouldn't seek to slow down at all. Keep going, throw missiles at the yards which could hardly dodge in the first place, and never slow down until they passed the jump limit and everything outside of 10-0 from the sun was a safe jump point. But if their aim was to loot instead of destroy, this makes sense. There was no more time to ask for orders from Terra. After 1 more hour they would send their final report, and then there would only be time for combat. And then? That can't be right. Elanthorne looked up from her troubled rechecking of the system readouts. What is it? Who said that? Sensors, Captain. I'm reading electromagnetic readings that look too much like jump emergence signatures. But, it's too close. It's behind us. Behind Titan? What do you mean behind Titan? Between Titan and Saturn. No, that's impossible. The risk of misjump is too great. They would be trying to jump into a region of space only about 200 kilometers across. Even less, with the gravity influence of other moons. They'd be lucky to get inside 100 kilometers. Titan may be the furthest away of Saturn's large moons, and larger and denser than Earth's own moon with 1.83 lunar masses, but there were other larger moons nearby: Rhea, Dione, Tethys, with 0.31, 0.15, and 0.08 lunar masses respectively. What are you talking about, sensor ops? Saturn and Titan also has a L1 Lagrange point. A pirate point. And just after he said that, there was a flash of light and a wash of electromagnetic waves. Sun Saturn L1 was about 64 million kilometers, 0.4 of an O. Titan Saturn L1? 51,000 kilometers. The megalith-class warship, SLV Megalith, had arrived. 25.3 piece through power. Unknown. Unknown. Probably April 3026? Jamie Wolf closed his eyes. So. After 46 years of existence, well past Solima age, feeling himself starting to slow down, this was how it would end. He would be denied a good death in battle, and insulted with how he would never be seeing the skies of his home world again. Not Strina Mekti, but Eden. He refused to do so at the head of an invasion fleet. So you even know that much, Jamie Wolf spoke tonelessly. What is the point? I cannot tell you where the clan home worlds are. Only our ships have the navigation data, and unless you know which jumps records are false, you will jump straight into nowhere. Devlin Stone continued. Really, Colonel Sir, is there something in the weather of Strina Mekti that makes the Grand Council specially stupid? What makes them think that a couple dozen worlds with a total population of, I dearly hope this is wrong and we are off by at least 2 orders of magnitude, 80 million, going off to conquer a population of hundreds of billions spread across more than 2,000 worlds would be a good idea? You must help us understand, Jamie of Wolf. The teen made a wide shrugging motion and wiggled his hands. Do the clans really think that as soon as anyone reached Terra, we would call it good game, and stop resisting? Here, Jamie grimaced. He knew enough of the inner sphere to know by now that Terra was not seen in any reverential way by the bulk of humanity. The teenager put his hands together on the table and stared intently. Belated Jamie Wolf realized that the light horse expected an answer. Those were not rhetorical questions. The clans returning to the inner sphere is inevitable. It is foundational to our existence. When the SLDF rejected the Great Father and turned to their old ways, and our founder had to break them, and reform them to the clans, it was to make us better than what came before. We must be proven. We must fight while it is still possible to remake the Star League as the Great Father desired. It is, he sighed, inevitable. Armstrong leaned back on his chair and scowled. We would still prefer it if the clans would simply not do this stupid thing and cause so much death and destruction for no good reason. We could all live separately, we have done so for 200 years. The clans are their own civilization, we have no right to interfere there, so why can't they just leave us alone? Jamie Wolf shook his head. You ask warriors not to fight. It all comes down to the blood name. Every generation of warrior must become better than the last. But there is a reason to keep pursuing this improvement. Only through glory and achievement can warriors earn a blood name, or in a sufficiently large conflict or accomplishment, authorize the creation of a new blood name. There is no greater test of proving the rightness of the clan ways than pitting it against the inner sphere, and through this conflict can the clans only truly grow. I see. This is like your mission being payment for the establishment of Wolf as a blood name, isn't it? It is an idea that could set a terrible precedent anyway, said Devlin Stone. Asked Nathan Armstrong in the indulgent way of someone who has been around so much bullshit it was just background noise at this point. Look at me. I am now John Jade Falcon of Clan Jade Falcon. I dare anyone to try to be as insufferable as me. Jamie Wolf narrowed his eyes at the boy. The Eridani light horse was not bluffing him to reveal information. This was a disturbing amount of familiarity with the clans. Then he snorted. Right. I will grant you that. Let us return to more serious matters, said Nathan Armstrong. When Con Curlin Ward ordered you to stop reporting to the clans, he gave you 4 orders. Intensify your survey of the military strengths of the successor states. Examine the problem of training successor state units to the Dragoons' level of proficiency in warfare. Locate and secure a world where they could begin to manufacture omni-mechs and advanced weaponry. Cut communications and refuse to obey any Con but himself. Here Armstrong gave Jamie Wolf a disappointed look. All you have accomplished is point number 4. Perhaps the first, but you drew false conclusion from their readiness to wage war. We have handled point 2 for you. You had over 5 years, why haven't you started making omni-mechs already? Unlike ourselves and why we had to find plausible reasons to improve inner sphere technology, you should have a vested interest in gaining wealth and influence through military progress. He clacked his tongue. No, let me sum it up. Jamie Wolf, why have you been wasting so much time? Are you just waiting to die with your job left incomplete? Are you intentionally performing malicious compliance in silent protest to your orders? Jamie Wolf, despite his calm and cold demeanor under pressure, never being pushed to the breaking point even at the deaths of his brother, wife and daughter, lost control for a moment and lunged, his eyes and teeth bared through his beard like a mad wolf. He was only reminded of his senses when he felt the clack of his handcuffs against the metal rods of his chair, and the sight of a pistol's muzzle aimed right between his eyes. Natasha Kerensky did not betray you, Armstrong said flatly. I know that. Natasha would never betray the Unity. So you must have done something. He snarled openly. Are you, them? Armstrong blinked. Them. Clan Wolverine, sir. Snicked. Bub. The teen made a strange motion as if pumping both fists. Ah. No, replied Armstrong, as he put aside the gun. You appear to have a mistaken idea of who is the one interrogating whom in this room, but I will allow this. At no point were we able to make contact with Minnesota Tribe or Clan Wolverine. As far as we can tell, they fled in the opposite direction and shook the dust off their feet. They have no intention of ever having anything to do with the Inner Sphere or the clans. Jamie Wolf scowled. So who are you then? How do you know these things? Only 2 people alive may know what Con Ward ordered, and only Kerensky was ever in your hands for long. What did you do to her? Nathan Armstrong turned and pointedly stared at the teenager beside him. Devlin Stone raised his right hand and opened his palm out in a strange 3-pointed gesture. Live long and prosper, Jamie of Wolf. It was soon after this that Jamie Wolf started to understand true horror. Saturn orbit. Terran system. April 3026. There was little time to wonder about the impossibility of it. Immediately the new ship burned at 2.5 gravities towards Titan yards. At this velocity, it was 33 minutes to literal contact. Turn us around. Turn us around right now. Full thrust. Commanded Captain Elin Thorne. Captain, might I remind you that we are forbidden from achieving thrust velocities greater than 1 gram? We need to hide that we possess true warships. It's too late for that. They're going to find out there's a warship inside Terra anyway. Captain. Excuse me please. He plugged in the figures. Even at 4 gravities, it would take us 46 minutes. We won't make it. We can't make it in time. This was bait. We were fooled. Thorne spat. Captain, no one could have predicted this. No one does that. No one should be able to do that. That's insane. That's outright damned space magic, it is. Complained the lieutenant at Sensor Ops. And we don't know about what's inbound with those 5 scout-sized ships, breathed her XO. We're caught in a pincer. To be more precise, Captain merchant-sized ships. What's that ship? Sensors, tell me what that ship is. She pointed to the larger ship on the opposite side of Titan. It looks, that's not possible either. That can't be true. It's Monolith class? But its computer says its mass should be around 650,000 tons. No, that has to be a misidentification, just the bulbous head. Some warships are tubular enough that they look like jump ships. Jump ships have those hydroponics sections protruding off the hull. It might be convenient for a long-duty ship. They're a weak point on a warship, but those might be hangar bays instead. We should confirm this with sensors closer to the target at Warwick Station. Captain. The ship's ahead. They're launching missiles. Tactical reported. Damn it. All fighters to intercept. Capital missiles should not be underestimated, because they had a high probability of carrying nuclear ordnance. And nukes should be expected if the objective was destroying a large facility. The CSV Montpellier launched all fighters, then groaned to turn about, with the fighters and dropships coasting behind as a screen. Meanwhile, in orbit around Titan, Warwick Station only had 6 fighters to defend itself with. With fatalistic determination, they launched. In about 30 minutes since the event, the SLV Megalith entered extreme weapons range. Heavy naval PPCs began to hammer out from its broadside. The ship, having acquired immense velocities from constant thrust, only had about 2 minutes of fire from maximum range to the closest approach before moving out of range again. Over 700 personnel did not even get the chance to run to the escape pods. The Bastion-class Warwick Station ceased to exist in short order. As someone could say, 20 capital or more on every facing? You consider that well armored? Who decided this nonsense? The other broadside arc of the Megalith hammered at the Titan unpressurized yards it passed. Given that yards were technically mostly empty space and a framework, wrecking them with direct weapons fire was harder than it looked. What suffered most were the ships inside those construction space docks. Jump ships crumpled, helpless against such fury. Lasers scored through spars, but tried to avoid habitats and pressurized yards. The 6 fighters launched from the station tried to swoop in but never got close, subcapital lasers practically evaporating them on the way. The other ship opened communications. We are the friends of Blake. Sometimes we must hurt. To wake up. May we never need to do this again. Prophecies should not work to be fulfilled. Otherwise they are ambitions, not visions. Stray from Blake's words no longer. You need to be more than this. You murderers. Don't come here and kill us, and act like we're supposed to thank you for it. She screamed back at the other ship. Hatred begets hatred. Treachery creates no great legacy. The sword of evil's bane should shine into the darkest places. Continuing to accelerate, the Megalith forced its way through the Titan yards and then shortly past Titan itself, aiming for the Saturn Sol L1 point and its stable gravitational spot where it may jump out. The inbound ships, decelerating at 2.5 gravities, increased their burn to 3 gravities. They would eventually zero out and then start to reverse towards the pirate point. The CSV Montpellier, seeing the wreckage and deaths beyond them and an oddly small battlecruiser bearing down on them, surged to meet them at 3 gravities combat thrust. The crew grit their teeth on their crash couches as their bodies felt 3 times what it should, their organs groaning inside their bodies being pressed down by false gravity. Captain Elanthorn went from "we are going to kill them all, the poor bastards," to "we are probably going to die, we will do so without shaming Blake and following our orders to the last. May we be avenged." With their relative velocities, the 2 nearly equivalently massed ships would meet in 22 minutes. But the SLV Megalith had greater starting velocity it could use to adjust its trajectory, stretching the closest approach with the Dante-class frigate. Assume a 45-degree deviation from the straight line in between the 2 ships, the Montpellier was simply incapable of meeting its line even at the closest intercept. The Montpellier had barely 4 minutes to fire at the other ship from its furthest engagement range, its NL-55 capital lasers invisibly scraping at the dark. At least Comster had already completed this for their refit. While massing half of the removed NAC/30 bay, they also did little more than 1/3 the damage for 1/3 more range. The Megalith responded with single full broadside volley. The screaming of tortured metal rang throughout the Dante-class frigate. Thorn clung to her seat as the ship lurched from the blow. "See, Captain. Damage to bow and aft section. Sensor tracks, some of those shots were intentional misses. We were hit by naval PPCs. If those shots hit, we would have been broken in half." Operations reported. A ship their size had the firepower approaching that of a McKenna. The Dante barely had enough armor to withstand 1 full 4-gun HNPPC bay. The other ship demonstrated that it had 4 such gun batteries, which would be enough to threaten a vessel 3 times its size. Comster created the Dante as a ship that was fast and hits disproportionately hard for its size. It was an efficient vessel that required reduced crew. The other ship barely looked scratched from what capital lasers had managed to touch its retreating form. In theory, a pair of NAC/30s would deal similar damage as 4 HNPPCs, and the Dante had a 4-bay full broadside as well. They had similar damage profiles. But the Dante class was an escort and flagship for small picket ships, it was not designed with battleship mindset to survive at least 1 volley from its own main guns. As she looked at the other ship's magnified mushroom-shaped image through the main screen, she thought that thing, depending on the doctrine, was made to be mechanically efficient. The largest possible guns in the smallest possible platform. Who would do that? What was the incentive for that? What is the philosophy that creates such a ship? And that same bassy voice intruded into her ship's comms again. "We cannot shield you much longer. Waste not your strength in mere thuggery. Look inwards. Beware. Prepare. Blake's vision is at hand. You take the low road. We take the high road. But soon enough together we will face a menace from beyond human space. A threat to the inner sphere. At least equal in calamity to the fall of the Star League itself. Aimed at the very heart of Terra." The foreign ships reoriented to join formation, all of them moving with precise timing. The strange ships pushed constant back-breaking gravities until no ships could ever hope to match their track, until they turned as one towards the L1 point. And just before jumping out, they gave one last message. "Through peace thou shalt conquer. The inner sphere must unite. And move around you once more. Or the memory of mankind burns. For the stars will go silent. And just like the visions of Cameron, Blake's will screams against the void. The worst must come before the good. We are the friends of Blake. May we meet again in better times." They then squirted out 2 more data packets. Proposal for Naval Arms Escalation Control Treaty aka Transit Craft Capital Weapons Treaty aka the 5 Powers Treaty. Request to invite Great House leaders to Terra for Naval Conference and Treaty Ratification. They proceed unchallenged to gather at the L1 point, and as one winked out. They at least had limited their communications to Comster vessels. How to explain away what just happened from astronomical sensors, that was Comster's problem. Hilton Head. Terra. 4 hours later. Forget the Dragoons. Who are behind the Eridani Light Horse? Murmured Hutrin Vandal. Cyborgs, said Tia. What, said Waterley. Ah. I see what Prekentertian is saying. The acceleration and maneuvering profiles used by those ships could not be endured for long by any human. Unless they were enhanced. Or those ships were never piloted at all. Said Allies. SLDF artificial intelligence hiding out in the void to restart the SLDF and arriving to defend the inner sphere at its greatest need is a holovid plot, sighed Everson. Otherwise they should have intervened long before this. Unless it is programmed to defend against the outside rather than the inside, said Allies. Are we really seriously talking about this like holovid plots are potentially real? Everson insisted again. Those ships were real, Vandal insisted in return. Titan was attacked. We must respond. Against who? Against who? Tia clasped her palms together. It may be a small price to pay. Blake's vision is at hand. You are all fools. Hissed Waterly. Only Comster deserves to lead the inner sphere. We must have it all, do not let yourselves be led so easily away from Blake's actual words. Do not let someone steal our destiny from us. Tia smiled thinly back at her then towards Tia below. It would be much more interesting to make new friends, don't you think so, Primus? Hutrin Vandal raised his palm and waved across the room. Let us not ignore the obvious. It was a warning. Those ships proved that not only does the faction behind the Eridani Light Horse possess full warships but warships with lithium fusion batteries. We must understand that they are at least our technological equals. If they are Kerensky's SLDF returned, then we cannot afford to alienate them. We must not meddle with the Light Horse, but the Light Horse are also radically pushing the unification of Davian and Steiner. This superstate is a threat to Blake's vision, unless it is paradoxically a prerequisite to the fulfillment of his prophecy. To be so unsubtle is foolishness, unless it is forced by circumstance. There is something even worse in the horizon, added Pedragor Elise. We are needed, said Vilius Tia. This is nonsense, said Mindil Waterly. Primus, we need you to make a decision, said Old Han Everson. Julian Diabolo stood up, and walked right out of the room. Tojo Jarlath moved to follow, but a casual wave of a thin hand bid him to stay behind. Diabolo walked to the shadows, and suddenly a blinding light as a hidden door slid open, exposing a well-lit hallway. The door shut behind him. Diabolo walked some distance away, and then sagged. He put a thin hand to the wall and began to shake. A deep chuckle issued forth from his lips, then he threw his head back and began to laugh. For there were three types of Comster high officials. Those who sought power and influence, to rule from the shadows and impress their will upon the many. Those who sought only to fulfill their duty, to treat it as a job, or to assist all those they could reach in the charitable claims of the order. And those who sought to know it all, with reckless abandon. We are not wrong, he whispered. This just raised more questions, but at least now they had an idea of what questions to ask. Instead of groping blindly in the dark, this was a mystery that presented itself. Dared them to open Pandora's box. We are not alone. Blake's will be done, there is so much left to do. His chest felt tight, and his vision swam with tears, but through the pain in his chest there was also much delight, and there was still so much left to do. 26.1 Drawdown. D. Barry. Federated Sons. April 3026. Ha. Ha. Are we done? Are we alive? Rocco Ali panted over comms. His super-urban mech was pitted with holes and one of his large lasers was a wreck, but, damn it. That was too close. No worse than close. It was insane. The Eridani Light Horse gave all of them an urban mech and expected them to hold firm against a goddamn battalion and more of pirates. These fuckers. The pirates had absolutely no fucking idea how to deal being mobbed by urban mechs. Undercover company. Report in. An urban mech of unusual size tromped up to the group. 60 tons, capable of running up to 86 km per hour, and armed with 2 PPCs, belatedly Rocco Ali considered his chances for mutiny. One large laser vs 2 PPCs, but he could get close to minimum range. Another heavy urban mech moved into view behind the first urban heavy mech. Armed with 2 LRM-15s, it had the firepower of a catapult. But as the pirates realized trying to get into the minimum range of LRMs discovered 6 medium lasers was a strong punch that could take down most light and medium mechs in short order. All right. Maybe he could delay the insurrection till later. Winter Lance, reporting. All units present and accounted for, sir. I'm dead, mumbled William Launder. Yadwiga Winter lightly kicked his mech and continued. All units regrettably present and accounted for, sir. The 71st Training Battalion split itself into 3 worlds that housed on-site vagabond schools. De Barry, Milligan, and Prinkton. Of these, De Barry was the softest target as Milligan was at least the capital of a polymorphous defense zone, while Prinkton was too far away from Antelos. Fortunately the ELH made it a Crazy Horse Company, which was a combined arms structure that was actually 2 companies, 1 mech company with 2 armor lances and a lamb lance. The tanks were crewed by new recruits. Manpower was the only shortage that Rocco could identify, otherwise the Eridani Light Horse would just throw urban mech-shaped things against all problems. The company tromped back to the field base, located a short distance away from the vagabond school. Once more Rocco Ali silently grumbled that the reason the ELH could confidently just have 1 heavy lance run herd over 2 spy lances is that none of these spies could ever agree long enough to do anything useful against their handlers. Good job, crew. Take a rest. The bus to city and the local HPG leaves in 8 hours, so if you want to make your reports, do it right now before you crash to sleep. Of course none of them would admit to being agents, but more than a few were entirely shameless about taking R&R. You heard the captain, said Yadwiga Winter as the lance entered their barracks. Her tall body clad only in a bikini was slick with sweat. We have fought well and now have an idea of how a super urban mech force should operate against a mixed force opponent. You have 4 hours to write up how to combat such a force. Do not assign to us your own homework. He protested. They were already well past the desensitizing point of seeing each other's privies. Then he pointed to William Launder. Don't you fucking dare. Take your clothes off in the showers and into the hamper, not before you go inside. Don't leave your stinking clothes on the floor. Don't wave yourself all over the place. Orsino Buana raised his hand. Could I skip writing the report? The Taurian Concordat probably would not be in much of a hurry about their reports. If anything, he felt should probably argue that they should just imitate the super urban mech loadouts with locally available chassis. 30 tons cheap. I just want to sleep. No, said Winter. I will take away your potato privileges. I shall do as you demand. Is 300 words okay? It shall suffice as sufficiently contributory new content. Rocco Ali groaned and shuffled over to the showers. They'd eat Jenners alive for breakfast, anyway. Explain, said Winter as she overtook him with long confident strides. The JR-7D, the standard Jenner users by the DCMS, has enough armor to withstand one large laser hit. Yes, but not the legs. You saw that? He murmured numbly as the hot water cascaded over him. The Combine produced so many Jenners that plenty of them could be salvaged and sold on the open market. They were prized by pirates as an aggressive raider mech. Watching a Jenner faceplant right in front of him would never stop being funny. A good hit punched through and wrecked its hip. He closed his eyes and chuckled. It is only the double heatsink that makes this possible, retorted Winter. If the technology is also used by the DCMS, it should be possible to reallocate saved tons into armor as well. No, I know the Jenner doesn't mount any extra heatsinks. Adding DHS won't help. Then it means only the JR-7F, armed primarily with lasers, can remain competitive without going in for a refit. The SRM-4 demands too much in terms of usable tons, while DHS prevents its infernos from being a hindrance to enemy urban mechs. Thank you for your insight, Mech Warrior Ali. I shall not mention your contributions. Well, of course you shouldn't, he sighed to himself. He thumped his head against the metal wall. What am I even supposed to say to Comster? The Eridani Light Horse still lacks the manpower for any drastic action. If they were so ready to just give away urban mechs, obviously they have a factory somewhere and their needs are not economic needs. The Light Horse are officially just providing transport and security for the vagabond schools, and everything else is paid for by the Federated Sons. But in practice, Primus, everything that is not a person is provided for by the Light Horse. More than anything, they need people. Believers. They are dangerous. They seek to compete for the same populations that devote themselves to Comster and their charity, they strike at the very root of our orders, its recruitment pool. They shamelessly proclaim themselves the SLDF Reborn. House Davian has even allowed recruits additional protections that means they are immunized from the laws of the Federated Sons, they must apply to the Eridani Light Horse for extradition. This is foolish to the extreme and I do not know why Hansa Davian has allowed this. Criminals should be flocking to the Eridani Light Horse to escape pursuit and legal action, but they are not taking advantage of this to address their manpower shortage either. They are being exceedingly selective, and their ability to winnow out spies as proven by my continued labor out in the outback is strangely effective. I have a strange suspicion that by sending parts of themselves out to the Davian outback, even if their main regiments are destroyed they could simply rebuild. Their core is now based somewhere out in the unknown void. This is the mood out here in the outback. Many believe that if the SLDF are returning, they are coming out from the periphery past this region of space. It is suspicious that the Wolf's Dragoons also first emerged from this direction. He had a strong suspicion that Comster was the instigator of the attack on the vagabond schools, but of course he could only fight the hardest for his life. What the hell am I doing here? He murmured. If the SLDF really are returning, should I really be fighting against them? They have lost the right to dictate any terms to us, said Jadwiga Winter. They are cowards and deserve only contempt. Rocco Ali glanced aside and squinted up at her. The tall Nordic rolled her shoulders and the sore muscles there. It is only right and proper we struggle against them as hard as we can. They must prove themselves worthy, to us, not us that must welcome them as saviors for doing nothing. Our respect cannot be bought cheaply. She raised a fist straight up her head in a salute to power. They have not earned anything of these people's hopes and dreams. But the Light Horse can argue that unlike the SLDF they never left, though. Said Launder. While normal people would just let the waters roll over him, the Canopian would wet his towel and slap his own back and with a sawing motion rub all over his body. The thwacks were annoying. Winter sniffed. Then they are either fools and dupes to let the children of Kerensky take for themselves the honor gained by their labors, or by calling themselves the SLDF in the here and now, they deny Kerensky's legitimacy. You know, if they call themselves the SLDF that never left, wouldn't it most likely be that their backer is actually Terra? Does Terra have, like, At least half a hundred regiments of their own and warships to make the great houses back off? Asked Launder. That sounds far-fetched, said Rocco Ali with a careful scoff. How can there be two SLDF? If they end up fighting each other, that would be a stupid history. New Campbelltown. De Berry. Same day. As the twin suns of De Berry dipped below the horizon, the world and its people breathed a sigh of relief. This was the second time that De Berry tried to play homeworld for a company-sized mercenary unit, but their homestead over at the plains of Bannock were leveled by another rival mercenary company. De Berry didn't even raid a standing AFFS presence. De Berry didn't even raid a noble ruler, but was ruled by a planetary governor. What militia they could muster were composed of some light tanks. Old turrets defended certain areas like the Capitol building, which also doubled as the governor's palace, the power plant, and the starport. The officer in charge of the militia might have an overblown title like Planetary Defense Commander, but everyone just called him by the more pithy term, Defense Chief. He stood in front of the governor's desk and said, "It is done, Governor." The pirates never even got close. There were two types of pirates, though one generally considered true pirates those that came down on dropships to raid and pillage. Still, the system also had its ingrown pirates. With only a couple of ramshackle mechs and cargo dropships, they sometimes pillaged the mining facilities in the outer system or presented themselves as legitimate traders. Direct attacks on De Berry Prime were rare, and usually there was some way of paying off bandits without directly speaking of the protection racket. It was an unspoken agreement not to shit where you eat, and if had some pillaging ambitions it was best to do it somewhere else and trade their proceeds on a proper market. Governor Franklin Luzzle stared out the parlor windows at the night, and the glow still visible some distance away. A dropship wreck. The Light Horse had focused their aero defense on pirates that preferred not to assault the vagabond school directly but to loot the city. That ship crumpled on the way to landing from multiple anti-ship missiles from LAMs. It was a mule that had mech bays. The first type of pirates, the looting and raping and enslaving kind, De Berry had no way to deal with. He shivered at just how close they had come. I've never heard of the Eridani Light Horse before, but if they're top mercenaries I guess it's a good thing we're getting their work done for free, the short man mused. The Vagabond School represented a massive investment in De Berry, and the Vagabond Hospital was serving just as well. He supposed it was the reason for the raid, but since they managed to beat the pirates, no harm no foul? He rubbed at the small goatee on his chin. Does this mean Davian really cares? I suppose it's all the prince's money anyway. It doesn't really matter who does the job. He turned around to speak to the defense chief. Is there anything else the mercenaries want? No, sir. They have been asking if we need any aid, in fact. He sat down on his seat and slumped into it. We need a lot of things. But most of all right now, I'm going to have to make a big hullabaloo thanking them for the defense, throw a parade, all that hoopla, just to make the people feel safe, don't I? I guess so, sir. But they already said this isn't a permanent arrangement, didn't they? They're going to have to leave. Cycle out. They won't be here next year. Well, the Vagabond School will be homeworld and somewhere else next year, so we'd be less of a target by then too, sir. The Ekunumai. The governor lifted his pudgy fists to the air and howled. We're getting visitors just because of this. Tourists. The soldiers are spending so much of their pay out in town. We get to buy high-quality goods straight from the Golden Five from their duty-free public exchange. He paused and blinked. Actually, why did I agree to no taxes on that? Oh right, because they had the battle mechs and I didn't. He raised his fists higher. What will we have after Thais? Actually, they did float the idea of donating a company of security mechs that don't need neurohelmets and years of mech warrior training, if we could muster up the pilots for them. Since the pirates just got their ass beat by urban mechs, the rumor about Urbies defending the world would hold for quite a while. The governor lowered his hands and leaned forward. His limpid little eyes glittered. Tell me more. Unity Palace. Luthien. Draconis Combine. May 3026. Is this an assassination attempt? Takashi Kurita mused. Are the Eridani Light Horse attempting to kill me by exposing to me the incompetence of my subordinates? Are they attempting to drive me to despair by proving false every promise given to me? He took deep calming breaths. He would not be Maximilian Liao, a poor impulsive paranoid ruler that takes out his frustrations on those around him. He overthrew his own father to give the Draconis Combine the ruler they deserved, one that moved according to reason and rewarded the pursuit of excellence. He stared down at the three men kneeling in front of him. I resent that it has the possibility of success, he growled. 26.2 Drawdown. Are true. Deep Periphery. March 3026. A cold wind howled across the icy barren surface of the Artrue polar highlands. In the distance, the outline of doors to an ancient bunker lay half buried under the snow. Jake Mason surveyed the area from the cockpit of his Victor. This place was now the site of dangerous standoff, with the third to be expected soon, as the Argo was not a vessel that was hard to miss. 3 lances of Chloe's cavaliers were spread out across a loose perimeter. Across the ridgeline, Jane's janissaries guarded the entrance to the cache, their guns swinging from side to side. Kamiya Arano in her ancestral Kintaro, a 55-ton mech with a mix of LRMs and SRMs, felt exposed amid all these heavy battle mechs. Did you know about this? Jane Pastor's voice came through the radio. We didn't spot their dropship from orbit. They were waiting on the planet all this time. They knew. I didn't, Kamiya replied with a measured tone. She glanced at the distance, the command lance of the Cavaliers with 2 Highlanders and 2 Victors on the ridge. Assault mechs with jump capability. Their olive green paint looked dark against the blinding white snow. Jake Mason is known to me, but his timing is inconvenient. The magistracy hired the Cavaliers on her behalf at some points. However, there were few missions that required the use of a full heavy company and heavy company price tags. You think? Jane's voice bristled with irritation. If this turns into a brawl, my lance is toast. No offense, Lady Arano, but I wasn't paid enough to stand up to all that firepower. The Cavaliers are a full heavy company. If the Directorate hired them, the only thing we can do is run. Kamiya pressed her lips into a thin line. We don't know his intentions yet. He's signaled for a parley. Let me handle this. Shepard, this is Mason. My people have your position locked down. Let's talk before anyone gets any stupid ideas. We come in peace. Commander Mason. This is Kamiya Arano. I address you right now on behalf of House Arano and the people of the Reach. State your intentions. Lady Arano. You should not be here. And why shouldn't I be? This is the legacy of my people, buried under ice and neglect. The Star League bound Capellan, Torian, and Free Worlds League peoples under one banner in peace, and when the Terran hegemony collapsed, many Terrans fled to our worlds to escape the fury of war. Its discovery represents a turning point for the Reach. It is a legacy we must reclaim to shape our future. No. I mean. Last time we met, Alexander Madeira was complaining to me about taking unnecessary risks. Personally leading a salvage operation in Directorate-controlled space sounds like one. Kamiya Arano flushed and bit her lip before responding. Alexander. Be a him. Be that as it may, you still have not stated your intentions. Are you here to dispute our claim to this site? I just want to talk. What do you mean talk? What more do we need to discuss? Lady Arano, let me talk, Jane asked. Kamiya sighed. You know what? Fine. All right. He leaned back on her seat and heard the channel beep into an open frequency. Mercenaries negotiating with mercenaries might be more effective. They want to economize their losses and gains as much as possible. Talk? You want to talk, Mason? I see you rolling in with a full company like you own the place. Here, take what you never earned. We spent weeks working our asses off just to find this place. Looks to me like you're just being a vulture bullying us with firepower and expecting me to hand you keys. You've been following us for months now, and now I know just what you wanted from me. Yet. If you really want it, you gotta put a ring on it. Glitch, please. We're being serious here. Jane, no. Why did I expect you would be better at this? Mason replied, you're right. You've earned this. You and Lady Arano have the keys and I'm not here to take them. I'm not here to take what's yours. Hell, I don't even want it. All I want is access to the data. You've got the cash, but we both know this is only the beginning. This place will soon draw more eyes than just ours. The data? What data? Kamiya asked. That is not something I say out loud through comms. The channel crackled for a few more seconds. Then, Jane spoke again. Convenient. And why should we believe that, Mason? You bring a sledgehammer to the party, then ask us to trust you won't use it. You have your employer and I have mine. It's a lot better for all of us if I didn't have to punch through you to get access to that data. We don't even need exclusive access to it. And you're just going to let me walk away with it? No catch? After years of me and my lance running missions, fighting for scrap, you just come waltzing in here with a company and expect me to trust you? Does that even make sense? Mason responded. Jane, I understand where you're coming from. You have every right to be wary. But I'm not here to take your find from you. He leaned back on and thought over his offer. All I'm asking is a chance to go inside with you. Just me and one tech. No weapons, no guards, and no backup. Sir. I object. Rihanna Campbell intruded into the channel. Mason continued. I'm not asking for a cut, Jane. I'm asking for access. I'll go inside. You get to call the shots. You keep the cash. My people stay on the perimeter, and we'll take nothing but a scan of the data inside. You want the tech? You want the mechs? It's yours. But we both know there are others out here who would kill for what's in there. So here's my offer. Let me in, and my team will fight off any claim jumpers while you and Lady Arano get loaded up. It's us that has to fear you stabbing us in the back. Do you think I'm an idiot? Are you an idiot? She replied. Damn it, Jake. Trust has to start sometime, Jane. This isn't my gig to call anyway. Kamiya Arano's the one that wanted this opened. It's your call, Lady Arano. Kamiya's eyebrows raised. Well. That was interesting. She had no idea these two mercenary units had closer interactions than their mission lists implied. Darius Oliveira, the XO of the group and formerly XO of Markham's Marauders, gave his opinion. This sounds way too good to be true, Commander. No one isn't tempted by Star League vintage mechs and equipment. This stuff is much better than what we can build anymore. Unless that someone already has a way to get Star League vintage tech without getting bloodied, said Jake Mason. We don't need any more mechs, our dropships are full. You're the ones with the 100,000 tons of free cargo on your super dropship. We want one particular piece of data, and we won't even wipe it. Just a copy, and then we'll fight to help you keep the rest. I don't want to fight you, Jane. The way you say that is interesting, Commander Mason, said Kamiya Arano. What if it was another merc unit that was trying to open Castle Nautilus? We'll all respect, Lady Arano, either we take the data quickly and without much fuss, or our employer will have to come here personally and we can blow subtlety out of the water. Your civil war becomes just a sideshow to great powers turning their eye to this region of the periphery. Whatever we do is much less damaging than us failing here. And what if I say no? Said Kamiya. I'd really regret it, but I'd have no choice. But I think you're smarter than that. I'm offering you a deal that lets you hold all the cards, where you win, I win, and no one dies over old tech. I really don't believe it, Jane let out a wheeze. Who the hell are your employers that they wouldn't care? You're going to have to talk to me face to face to find out. Kamiya mulled it over. I give my agreement. Commander Pastor, your opinion. Fuck. Fine. Alright, Mason. You and one tech. But get me, one wrong move, and I'll have my lance drop you both. I'd expect nothing less. Just tell me when we're ready to go inside. And, Jane, thank you. That's fine. You're fine. I mean, why you welcome. Shepherd out. Jack and Jane, sitting on a tree. Shut the fuck up, Glitch. Mercenaries were so strange, Kamiya thought. Jake Mason closed the channel and closed his eyes. He let out a relieved breath as well. Then he mumbled, shut up, Rihanna. I didn't say anything, sir. I can just feel the smugness in your face from over here. Even though she was all the way at the Seeker-class dropship. I am honestly worried for your safety, sir. If something happens to you, the company will go berserk. But if nothing happens to you, well, this sounds like an important relationship milestone. God damn it, Rihanna. Castle Nautilus. Are true. A short while later. A Victor painted olive green stopped, and went down to one knee. Its cockpit hatch opened. A pair of figures emerged and slid down on zip lines. Normally, mech warriors wore thin cooling suits and even short clothes in the cockpit that could get hot very quickly. This time they had to wear thick parkas and gloves. One of the figures slipped their hold and fell down flat on their face. Fortunately it was already only a short drop, and the snow broke their fall. Well, looks like he is a man of his word, said Medusa. It might be arrogance. Like he's so damn sure we won't kill him, replied Behemoth. If he brought flowers I won't kill him. Glitch piped up. In the middle of a snowstorm. Medusa groaned out. Come on. If he brought ice cream, I'll marry him. Jane would literally kill you. Hey, said Jane Pastor. She tilted up the binocular lenses from her helmet. Enough useless chit-chat. Look sharp, people. Got it, Chief. We're pros. Jane Pastor glanced up at her 65-ton Thunderbolt. The original lance of Markham's Marauders was now at least a reinforced lance of 6 mechs, all of them heavies. Or almost all of them, since they needed to leave one behind for Kamiya's Kintaro. This was possible because now they had the Argo to carry most of their stuff, so Yang was able to wrestle space to tie down 2 additional mechs to be carried as cargo. Only one lance could hot drop, but all 6 mechs could still evacuate in a hurry inside one Leopard. This was only half of a mech company, however. Even so, one should never act in a way that is subservient when someone has the advantage. People would push you around. First you have to respect yourself. She would meet Jake personally, while Kamiya Arano stayed in the warm cockpit of her Kintaro. While a medium mech might crumple in a fight with assault mechs, at least it would prevent easy assassinations. Jane brought out her training and poise as a noble woman, before she committed something unforgivable, and had to escape, commandeering the family's ancestral blackjack as she did so. That mech was still in the Argo, for though it was now too light to survive in the fights the Janissaries needed to fight, she was now wealthy enough to afford sentimentality. Jake Mason. You. She puffed her chest out imperiously, and then blinked. What's with the food box? I was told to bring fish and chips as a peace offering. The man behind him said none of that fake meat triple F burger nonsense. Now here's some real comfort food. I'll take it. Glitch shrieked. But she was still inside her own grasshopper battle mech, so she could not. Jane sighed. Truly, neither Yang Virtanen nor Fahad Arazad can live while the other survives. The Janissaries and Cavaliers had met each other off and on through the year, and more often than not when both under Arano employ. There were some individuals that just clicked. For example, Rihanna Campbell seemed to have decided to all but adopt Glitch, and despite how the young woman refused to ever call her grandma, it was clear being pampered and disciplined with care was something she ached for. Jake and Jane were respectful equals. For his part, Jake Mason always regarded Jane Shepherd with a sort of cautious dread, for some reason. The Janissaries had a way of surviving fights they otherwise shouldn't have, a lance regularly being able to wipe out companies of enemies even if not all at once. On the other hand, the Cavaliers were just so lavishly equipped for a merc unit in the periphery and could take on even regular house units. But Yang and Fahad absolutely hated each other, with completely opposite philosophies to being a tech. Fahad would crow about being the first to enter Castle Nautilus ahead of Yang. Jake Mason was regretting his choice already. Maybe he should have brought one of the techs from the ELH jump ship. At the door, Dr. Farah Murad hooked up her advanced electronic code-breaking unit to the console controlling the reinforced vault doors. Some infantry units wearing cold weather gear carefully kept their fingers off the trigger but ready to lift their guns at a moment's notice. Argo was big enough to support Marines, and these were some of the original crew that helped Dr. Murad take control of the ship from when it under pirate hands. The peace of Blake be upon you, Farah Murad, said Fahad as he approached. And to you too. I didn't realize you were also one of the order. N.A. I'm not one for any faiths. But I got a sheet here of things I'm supposed to say. We are the friends of Blake. Greet Dr. Murad and tell her that we seek to rebuild our relationship with our kin on Terra. I left Terra to get away from office politics like this. Why must you bring it back to me? Sorry about that, love, Fahad replied, abashed. He tried to rub at his bald pate, only to belatedly remember was wearing a parka. Jane Pastor lifted her head. Oh, right on that note, Jake. You said you were going to tell me who you really work for. Jake Mason whistled a very distinctive set of notes. Shit, Jane breathed. They might have a better claim to this than Arano. Jake nodded. We're all so lucky that they emphasized to me that they don't need it. Arano can have all of it. You too with as much as you can carry back. Jane licked her lips. You're really not tempted. There are only so many kinds of heavy mechs with jump jets, you know, Jake replied. We're already fully equipped, anything new would just mess up the balance. Yeah, that makes sense. Jane nodded repeatedly. That was why she had a Thunderbolt and Glitch had a Grasshopper. Medusa and Decker had catapults, but that was why Behemoth still had a Shadow Hawk even this far. All jump mechs. Getting into cover or behind the enemy quickly was more important than straight line speed. Positioning was always the key to her success. Even now as they talked, Jane idly observed the terrain and preparing for the moment she might have to put a bullet in Jake's skull and do a breakthrough action so they can evac. She and Jake stared over at Dr. Murad's work, which was basically just standing there while the automatic code breaker ran through its cycles. A tent canopy was set up to at least break most of the cold mountain winds. This is a lot more boring than I expected, said Jake Mason. Yeah, Jane reluctantly agreed. She shouted, hey! Let's get some more tents and tables over here. Then suddenly there was the WREEOP of an alert. Guards snapped to attention and raised their rifles. Ain't done a bleedin' thing, I even T. Fahad hurriedly shouted out. Darn it! We must have tripped an alarm. Hold on while I try to disable this, said Dr. Murad. As a mech tech, Fahad Arazad had little to contribute to advanced electronics work. That was the sort of digital language engineering taught only in high-spec colleges, not something you could figure out by yourself with enough tinkering. Boss, we're detecting some hangars opening up. Combat vehicles. Sumire reported from orbit. Jane touched her earpiece and reported to Kamiya. She regarded Jake Mason, then the victor some distance away. She sighed. All right, Jake. I'll trust you. Let's go handle this. Unless you ask, I'll keep the rest of the Cavaliers away and out of it. He nodded and made his way back to his mech. SLDF medium and heavy drones began to emerge from hidden hangars. The Janissaries formed into a battle line, then Decker shrieked as the heavy drone streaked a pair of PPCs at him. These things are nasty. Focus fire on the heavy drones first. Jane shouted, aiming her own PPC to bear. Up above in geocinch orbit, it was incredibly obvious that something was happening. 3 Leopard dropships, one from the Janissaries, one from House Karasaz, and one from the Cavaliers, all hovered over one spot observing and delivering orbital recon data. The Fortress-class dropship Iberia and 2 more Unions loosed from their dockings at the Hab station and started to burn towards the planet's north polar region. We have caught with the latest chapter, last updated November 22, 2024.